Chapter 1: The Unfortunate Imperial Edict. Today was a momentous occasion for Chinchoyan, the Dotiro Great General, yet Jehajasten Durdeskething repriman from her mother-in-law, who would demote her from festitas of a legitimate wife edithato family concubine. In the garrison of Langya County, the atmosphere was festively adorned with lanterns and decorations. Within the Changsheng residence, Chinchayan sat upon a water-green silk cushion, surrounded by Zavira layers of vibrant red satin wedding blankets atop a Nivara bed. Through hevel draped over her head, Shabiel Therumawashan celebratory red, the bright double happiness character safaked to wooden window frames glaringly vivid. Her mother-in-law's words echoed her ears like the relentless beat of Fadram during the betrothal. Yawarito betreat asif, but now Thadison has married grand princess, you must accept Yawaroli as a concubine. Doi when tend to contest the position of he legitimate wife you with grand princess, since he warmerly a concubine. There is no need for you to participate in thuating rights you shall be sent direct lito thebrid alcumber. Chinchayan waste the legitimate daughter Rofe once prominent general Husfamola had fallen from grace. Her father, Chinhan, had often dead powerful figure sent the court and now lived in seclusion in Langya County, earning a meager living by diaking martial arts to localiouts. Their family resembled tame impoverished gentry of the countryside, a stark interest to thetted leaf great general Thetans held significance. Having devoted Letheta martial pursuits, her father was ill equipped to manage a thyre estate. Her mother had passed away early, and her stepmother, who had served in the capital, never came to endure the hardships of this remote place when her father lost his official position. Counting the years, they had been in the countryside for nearly adkad. The children born to her stepmother were not well the years old. Desiring to marry Chinchayun into a family of means, her father had suffed this enough to diligent tandem vicious Shoshobe, Joshio. Since if their familiash had become in-laws, Josiah frequently visited Kin residency to learn martial skills, attending lessons without charge. Under Chinhan's guidance, his martial prowess flourished, and he achieved the Toprang Kin Thaisir's imperial examination, earning the emperor's commendation as the champion scholar. Their wedding date had long been set, and note that Josiah had returned in glory. The marriage was celebrated with great fanfare. Thuthkin family wasum wat modest, height was displayed in ocular full array at the entrance, awaiting the auspicious moment for the wedding to commence. At that moment, however, an imperial edict arrived, summoning Chinhantali troops against western barbarians. Jose Urisi Avida similarity Crete being appointed as Minister of War, a third-rank official. On the night of their wedding, amidst the joy of Josiah's success, the dict Borea Kroll twist Josiah was ordered to hasten to the capital to serve the grand princess. With not a me to formally agree this bride, Josiah instructed his father to inform Kin family of his abrupt departure, necessitated by his urgent summons back to the capital. Once Josiah left, this whore household erupted in chaos. Did the emperor choose at this moment to indict, the Zuan Kin familias were left in a precarious situation. Josiah's mother, Lady Jo, who had always been keen in social status, saw her son's connection to the grand princess a means to elevate their family back to the capital's splendor. As for the girl Josiah had chosen, Chinchoyan, she could be castated without consequence. But a day was supposed to the day Shintered her new home as a breedy such a dismissal was not an option. Should they welcome a here in the household or not, Josiah had only instruct them to note a fifth kin family of his return to the capital, without clarifying whether he would still marry her. We cannot betray General Chin even if my son does marry the princess in the future, he must still bring Kaodian in Turom. Since Sayos away let Jiner stand in for him and welcome our sister-in-law, declared Jodoyong Thagarisan commander of Langya. General Kinal received the imperial edict, reinstating Gimas general of cavalry, ordering him to report to western barbarian front immediately. Panic-gripped Chinhan, despite years of physical training, questioned whether he could still wield his sword effectively after so long away from the battlefield. He had envisioned a peaceful retirement in the countryside. Yet, with the dict in hand, he had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, his 12 sons were of his Adeto system. His oldest son, Chinchaofing, his grandson, Chinchagang, and his daughters Chaoyun had trained under the esteemed master Wuliang of Langya Mountain. Chayin had returned dearly from her studies to prepare for her wedding, while her brother had just graduated down were ready to support them in battle. A messenger from Su family arrived with news the champion has been appointed Minister of Wendis returning to the capital, unable to fulfill his marriage to Mischin. Masters who has instructed that Hajil and your brother, Jojin, stand in for him. Upon hearing this, Chinhan realized that his prospective son-in-law, like himself, was being summoned to the battlefield. In such extraordinary circumstances, it was permissible for a younger brother to stand in for the groom. Very well, Chin Han replied. Jojin arrived riding gas-spirited steed at her Ned with Redan floral decorations, his face beaming with pride. Though Jojin was not unattractive, his demeanor exuded careless arrogance, overshadowing his good looks. Cheyin had no objection. Share marriage was primarily at her father's discretion. Her father said, "You are in a lingerie child, and I have seen had a young man from so family Haitian semi and ambitious. If you marry him, you will surely lead a life of comfort. For the sake of that so-called comfort, Chow-yun, like a marionette, acquiesced to the marriage with Josho. The delicate notes of the Suwana began to play, heralding the traditional celebration of wedding. As Cheyin sat in febrile sedanker, she felt neither joy nor sorrow. The trials of life had allayed her heart, rendering her incapable of excitement. At times, she endured how her heart at 17 felt no different than that of a woman of 70. As her bridal processions at forth, Chin Han Simon his twozens, Hein struck to the old stewards Chin Fu, "You must take good care of your daughter while weary away, and shall return victorious." Understood. Chin Fu replied, instructing the servants to bring forth the prepared provisions and horses. The three mounted their steeds and galloped towards the northwestern road. In this tumultuous era, the Great Fong Kingdom faced numerous colonist western barbarians to the west, the northern day to the north, and the southern light of the south hadily erupted into conflict. Every available soldier had been dispatched, and all capable leaders had been called to action. The situation with western barbarians was particularly dire, as the Grand Marshal Pang Bang had fallen in battle, leaving the troops without a leader. It was then that their member to summon General Chin Han. Today, the Swufamula was to celebrate the marriage of their first daughter-in-law, a joyous occasion indeed. In fact, prior to receiving the imperial edict this morning, the Swur household had been filled with delight. Chin Cheyin was a striking beauty. Her large, luminusia sparkled with intelligence, and her youthful, radiant complexion seemed to glisten with vitality. Years of martial training had gifted her a figure that was both graceful and statuesque. Most importantly, she held a tightly Stevelajhead's daughter, that it was modest, ike was a rare distinction in their impoverished region. Yet, upon receiving the edict, the reality of her situation became clear. Herson was to marry the Grand Princess. How Aldun doubted lived the legitimate wife. What fate awaited Chin Choyun? If they were to marry her with Thesta to so legitimate wife, what would happen if Grand Princess were to contest their position later? What if the Emperor himself were to intervene? His sister becoming a concubine would tarnish the royal dignity. Where would there honorly? Ladies who Joshuba were troubled, but Jo Dayoung who had grievously taken little interest in domestic affairs, no wish to distance himself from the matter. Here marked, let the lady of the house handle his affairs. Men deal with the outside, while women manage them. Ladies chuckled inwardly, already formulating gaply neither should persuade Keogan to withdraw, claiming that since no formal wedding rite had been performed, the marriage was not valid, or should lower her status to that of a concubine before she entered the household, thus asserting control over her. Throughout history, it was not uncommon for a concubinate to be taken before a legitimate wife, even among royal families. However, it was clear that Cheyin could never be a legitimate wife. How could she contend with Grand Princess for that idol? With Jojin heading to the wedding, it was too late to withdraw the marriage proposal. Ladies who had no choice but to proceed with her second plan, arranging matters swiftly. Thus, Chin Cheyin's bridal sit-in was scarred throaty corner gatten did to Thegarisen. Chapter 2 The Concubine. Seated in the bridal sit-in, Chin Cheyin remained blissfully unaware, and her accompanying maid, Tohong, was equaline around oft unfolding circumstances. Thesident twisted and finally arriving at West Courtyard of Guard's residence, known as Chang Shangju. It was in Lai upon entering that Cheyin realized she had no Tevan performed the traditional wedding bow. Having just endured her reprimand from her mother-in-law, she was incensed and lifted her red veil in defiance. "Miss, you mustn't remove it, you must wait for the groom to do so," Teo Hong exclaimed. "Who told you to left to Vivil, you're a spandisnathome, beauty our uncle can act in his stead," a voice called from outside. Recognizing Theshraltone, Cheyin knew it was her mother-in-law, Lady Zhou, returning moments before, while she sat upon bed. Her mother-in-law had informed her of her demotion to concubine. Accompanying ladies are her sister-in-law, Zhou Lianer, and her brother-in-law, Zhou Jin. "He's sister-in-law, I went over with you earlier, but mother wouldn't allow it," she said. "Thought concubines generally enter through his side door, so there is no need for such formalities. Let me lift the wedding veil for you, it's a way to acknowledge our marriage. After all, quickly, cover your orifice with evil." Jojin Haosmer Latoyer Sayemrith and Josho ways already 18 and considerate and aged, yet this word swarmer irritating than those of a mischievous child. Hepikidu paskalibim fat stewed bathiker tainan spoki in a teasing manner, sister-in-law hurry and cover your face, Yushurio I will makuvari happy yatauhong how kenio besablind, quickly covery oriam mistress. Daha gritted her teeth in frustration boot within zo household event they graced grievances must be swallowed in silence. Reluctantly Shito Anaithavi land placed it over her mistress shed. Jojen's face a split into a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, his gaze lingering in Kaoyan's delicate features, contemplating what might transpire later that evening. Chin Chayan raised her hand to block the Voltat Dahong ways attempting to drape over her, fixing a steady gaze on Lady Zhou. Lady Su felt a shiver under that piercing stare. What, are you unwilling to accept our position as a concubine? Kaoyan replied coldly, if I am to be concubine then the veil is necessary. Lady Zhou, taken aback by the fierce glint in the girl's eyes, retorted defensively, have I spoken incorrectly, once Myson becomes a princey consort, he will be true lord, and Duarian were they to even carry his shoes, if it were not for our tidius of a lajhead doyathink would seek ways a legitimate wife, thevel is a celebration, ajo use occasion for the family. Doyathink ha fallen famila like ours deservesa honor, Leaner, quick like cover your sister-in-law's face. Thward sister-in-law night to fire within Chinchaoyun, Toby called like a sister-in-law implied she was not worthy of he title. Jolie honor snatched the bull from Teo Hanshans ea gerto placita pinchaoyun. In a sudden burst of anger, Kaoyan stood and struck Jolianer across the face, the girl's delicate cheeks flushed crimson, 5 clear finger marks appearing instantly. Who dares? Chin Kaoyan's voice rang out, filled with authority, stark-like contrasting Thesof murmur stipicalophaean lady. Mother, ithirts, Jolianer wailed, Russian jinta ladies ausarms, hersobseko in jintarum. Jener Urianote venjinjor zister, ladies outmanded. Sister-in-law, since you show such disrespect to your Motharan's sister-in-law, do not blame your brother for being ungracious, Jojin declared, taking Gaston Sisafria Didakarga forward, had trained in martial arts alongside his father and brother, having occasionally attended lessons with Chinhan Thigriat General, surely dealing with Sachidla and lady would be Sishis ring in Gakiksnik. As Jojin lunged at her, Kaoyan remained still just as foot was about to connect, she swiftly turned to wrist, seizing a clean throwing him aside. In an instant Jojin found himself sprawled on the ground, his head colliding with the stone floor, leaving a significant bump in its wake. Mother, ithirts, Jojin cried out, clutching his head. Useless wretch, he had told auto practice a daily, yet he'll have a grown lizzie, bringing shame up in Yarmother, ladies oberatedim. I am a village head, bestowed be Themperor, with Themeritov saving gap prince, how dare me and me, Tauhong Shovmout. Dahong felt a surge of pride cherished witnessing her mistress sang her. When Kaoyan was scrumptious like a gentle spring rain embodying gay tendry and glady, but when angered she transformed into a formidable force, even her brothers feared her to so mixed into water freshing sight that was. Yes, Mississippi old lady Zhou, please to take your leave, Taahong declared, her frustration snowfully released. This is me home, I will stay here as it please, you low-lie servant, how do you think you are to speak to me like that, ladies are torted. Thoth my mistress may befallen, her character is noble and she has no desire to converse with you, Waratheonswo should leave. Ha, and what if Weko setistoi, Leonor defiant la palidastil for ermothertositupun. Sister-in-law, today is your wedding night and with your husband absent Thofa warneth a legitimate wife, we wish to keep you company, lest you feel lonely, Jojin said with a facade of friendliness tot meskethestru intentions. Tao Hong fex kill and whip. Yes, miss. Dahong rummaged through Hud de gifts and produced large wooden box, place in Jatanthida but endopin in Jitarevial along dark Waplay engine side. These with had been a gift from Air Master for self-defense, designed for Rajural to wear discreet lay as a belt. In Ruth Chayan was adept with a broadsword, having hind her skillsinder master Woliangan Mount Langya, mastering the art with remarkable finesse. Her master had gifted Hera renowned sword called Thminghon, reputed to be among the top 10 blades, claiming she simply lacked the opportunity to practice on the battlefield. Regrettably, a sede from the legendary figure so fancy and generalize like Fuhawan Nawamulan, Nawaman Hadavir made her mark in history on the battlefield and Ninsu engages. She had left there's word at the general's residence after all, one could not bring weapons to wedding, Sasha adopted fourth kill and whip for protection. The handleaf tuop was reped in red silk, and the tail was adorned with a long red tassel that shimmered with tiny glimmers of flight. Gripping through it handle firmly, Kaoyan flicked her wrist, and the dark whip unfurled like a serpent, with a swift motion she cracked it, producing this harp sound that extinguished shattered candle resting unfittable. Lady Zhou startledly ped to her feet. Umajirl, how do you threaten your mother-in-law? You have committed aggrave offense against the elders. When Maison returns, he will surely cast you aside. Kaoyun remained silent, lifting Kailanwal Pasif poised to strike, sending Thitrio flaying into her. Watching Fair Hastai retreat, Chounson sat down, contemplating her future path. To be a concubine, such an existence was intolerable to her. To wait for abandonment, thought would tarnish the dignity of her father, the Griot General. The Emperor's decree had arrived at the most inopportune moment, causing her to be caught in this awkward predicament. Miss Inthishas full of Wolvas Antigers, peace will be elusive, perhaps should not return when will visit tomorrow? Would not not imply acceptancy of being cast aside, that is not me way if where to leave, shall doso pen lion with dignity, Kaodian replied, her expression steely. And how shall we proceed? Shall wait for Thegroom to make arrangements, since has engaged in such formality ostameriu he cannot possibly expect the televisa concubine. He, Che and Sheer take it as memory as off 3 years ago surfaced. At the time, when she was just beginning to understand her feelings, she had disguised herself as a boy and snuck down Mount Langio with her second brother to view the successful candidates for the imperial examination, where she had first laid eyes in Josho, the top scholar in martial arts. He was truly handsome, with thick brows and bright eyes to radiated charisma, rivaling the likes of Elbu and Panin. When had turned to lucre, it felt as if the soon had lost its luster. Chapter 3 The Emperor is aware of Qin Xiaoyun. The great Feng Emperor, Xiao Yuan, was approximately 50 years of age. The fierce power struggles among the concubines in the palace, coupled with the tense situation at the borders, had caused him to worry to the point of graying hair. Unfortunately, Crown Prince Xiao Changping was feeble and lacked resolve. When questioned about state affairs, he could only respond with, "What does father think?" Or whatever father deems fit shall be so. This left Xiao Yuan at a loss for words, and thus he could not entrust the affairs of state to him. The second prince, Xiao Chanan, was a frivolous young man, having learned nothing but arrogance and indulgence in pleasures. He too was not someone to be relied upon. However, the third prince, Xiao Chanye, was commendable, possessing both literary and martial talents. To alleviate his father's burdens, he had ventured to the southern border 3 years prior to resist the southerly. What troubled Xiao Yuan the most was his headstrong younger sister, Princess Xiao Wan, who, having surpassed 30, remained unmarried. She once declared her intention to live as an old maid alongside her elder brother, the emperor. Yet this year, during the grand procession of the martial examination champion Zhou Xiu adorned in red and flowers, she happened to be dining in a tea house along the street and instantly took a fancy to the spirited Zhou Xiu, insisting that her elder brother arrange for him to become her husband. Upon hearing from his ministers that Zhou Xiu had returned home to marry following his triumphant homecoming, Xiao Yuan feared that if Zhou Xiu truly wed, his sister would become a concubine. Consequently, he swiftly issued an imperial edict summoning Zhou Xiu back to the capital. Zhou Xiu was a man of integrity. He stated that since his wife had already entered the household and was on the verge of the wedding ceremony, he could no longer claim the privilege of marrying the princess. The emperor considered this. After all, Zhou Xiu had proudly wed his legitimate wife, and should Princess Wan be relegated to the status of a secondary wife, she would undoubtedly create a scene. Furthermore, if Zhou Xiu were to divorce her or demote Xiao Yuan to a concubine, that would not be the conduct of a wise ruler. Moreover, the emperor was aware of Qin Xiaoyun, as she had once saved the life of the third prince Xiao Chanye during a royal inspection 10 years prior. At that time, the 10-year-old Xiao Chanye, while frolicking near the flooded Langya River, fell into its swift currents. Everyone present was horrified, yet none dared to plunge into the treacherous waters to rescue him. Only the slender Qin Xiaoyun, who was then merely 7 or 8 years old, witnessed the incident from a distance. Without hesitation, she leaped into the river. Despite her diminutive stature, she devised a method to keep Xiao Chanye from flailing about. She avoided his outstretched hands and instead grasped his long hair, pulling him toward the riverbank. However, the current was too strong, and she lacked the strength to swim against it. She could only lift his hair high above her back, hoping to keep his head above water to prevent him from drowning. They drifted for 20 to 30 miles until they finally clung to a bridge pillar and were rescued. The emperor, grateful for the young girl's life-saving act, awarded her the title of village head and granted her 30 li of land, recognizing her as the daughter of a great general. In retrospect, although the title of village head was conferred, the reward of 30 li was hardly substantial. In such a sparsely populated area, it was uncertain if anyone resided there. let alone how she would collect her dues. Frankly speaking, the royal family owed Qin Chaoyun a life. Now to contend with her for a husband would be a greater injustice. The emperor resolved to compensate Qin Chaoyun by restoring the general's estate to the Qin family. Such a gesture would be an acknowledgement of the Qin family, and he hoped that Qin Chaoyun would be grateful. Zhou Xiu was an ambitious man. He understood that once he married the grand princess, his political career would be effectively over. The royal family would never permit a royal relative to hold military power. History was rife with princesses who had conspired against the throne, and the emperor was astute enough to learn from the past. Thus, he racked his brain and said to the emperor, "I have known my wife since childhood, our bond is profound. I do not wish for her to suffer any indignities, nor do I want to put the princess in a difficult position. Therefore, might I propose, in this tumultuous time." It was indeed a moment for employing capable individuals. However, the 30-year-old grand princess had set her sights on the 20-year-old Zhou Xiu, leaving him with little choice. He could not bear to see his beloved sister become an old maid. The emperor could only remark, "But you have not yet wed, have you? How can you claim such a deep bond?" Moreover, Chaoyun was brought in through the side gate. "You shall marry the princess first, and we can discuss everything once the village head arrives in the capital." It turned out that the emperor had already investigated the matter and found that they had not wed. Qin Chaoyun had been brought into the household as a concubine. This indicated that the Zhou family had already accepted the fact that their son would marry the princess. Zhou Xiu's descent was inconsequential. As long as his parents consented, there was little he could do. Traditionally, marriage was predicated upon parental approval and the matchmaker's input. However, Zhou Xiu was determined to stand his ground, asserting, "To marry the grand princess, my wife's consent is imperative." Zhou Xiu was aware that Chaoyun was a proud individual. Having expressed to her father her refusal to enter the palace as a concubine, she sought a true and lasting love. While he had not promised to marry only Chaoyun for all eternity, he had no intention of taking another wife before achieving success. As long as Chaoyun objected, he could not believe that the emperor could compel him to wed the princess. He was resolute in aligning with Chaoyun. The emperor had no choice but to acquiesce to Zhou Xiu's wishes. It would not do to offend his future brother-in-law before the wedding had even taken place. If matters escalated, the entire court would accuse him of bullying the weak and abusing his imperial power, which would further destabilize the already tumultuous situation. Thus, he hastily issued an edict summoning the Zhou family to the capital. With the auspicious date set for the 16th of September, this meant that the Zhou family would arrive shortly before the wedding. The emperor was also concerned that the longer they waited, the more complications might arise. After all, the grand princess was already of marriageable age, and such opportunities were rare. Having long established her own princess residence, the grand princess would be able to reside there permanently after marriage. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Mrs. Zhou was elated. Having hardly slept a wink that night. As a daughter of a prominent family in the capital, she eagerly anticipated returning to her hometown for a visit. Zhou Daong was equally excited, stroking his graying beard and contemplating the advantageous connection with the emperor. Envisioning a promising future ahead, Qin Chaoyun too felt joy, as her family's South General estate was finally returning to them. They would once again reside in the capital. After a decade of absence, however, her mother would never return, having passed away the day before their departure from the capital. Now, her father and brothers were at the border, entrusting their lives to the battlefield. Reflecting on this, Chaoyun felt a wave of sorrow observing their young mistress oscillating between joy and melancholy. Tao Hong silently began to pack their belongings, yet Tao Hong herself felt a sense of happiness. For her parents and younger brother remained in the capital, and she wondered how they were faring. Having been born into the household, she had accompanied the young mistress to the countryside, while her parents had not followed the general to the rural area. Although they had wished to accompany him, the general had returned their indenture, stating that he could barely support himself, let alone provide for them. He had given them some silver to establish themselves in the capital instead. As they prepared to return to the capital, Tao Hong wondered if she would ever see her parents again. It had been 10 years, and surely much had changed. With this thought, the initial joy in her heart was extinguished, and Tao Hong's mood grew heavy like Chaoyun's. Mrs. Zhou had already packed their belongings, including the silk garments she usually hesitated to wear. After all, they were attending a princess's wedding, and one could not appear too shabby. Chapter 4: The Sound of Wheels and Hooves. Lianer, go to Changsheng residence and inquire whether they are ready. Lianer, touching her bruised face, replied, "I dare not return to that wretched woman's quarters. You should ask second brother to check." As Tao Hong continued to pack, Zhou Jin entered his sister-in-law. "Have you not finished packing yet? Mother is urging us." Chaoyun was playing with the Qilin whip, startling Zhou Jin so much that his feet shot up high. Yet he dared not lower them. Once Chow Yun placed the whip into its box and closed the lid. Seeing Zhou Jin still respectful, she said, "I am ready, then let us depart. Father and mother await us in the courtyard." Very well. She did not need to bring all her dowry, as it was not worth much. She only packed a change of clothes and a total of over 100 taels of silver from her family's savings. She trusted that upon arriving in the capital, her aunts would surely send her daily necessities. Zhou Deong and his son Zhou Jin rode horses, while Mrs. Zhou and Liana shared a carriage, and Chow Yun rode with Tao Hong in another. Chow Yun wished to ride a horse, but feared that once she mounted, she might gallop away to the border to find her father and brothers. The sound of wheels and hooves echoed as they traveled. With travelers bearing bows and arrows at their waists, along the way, they encountered several troops galloping past, raising clouds of dust that could be seen for miles. Now not only were three borders tense, but within the Great Fong, bandits were rampant, and the populace was suffering. Chow Yun and her fellow disciples had once eradicated bandits near Mount Langia. Ultimately, those bandits had turned over a new leaf and become righteous robbers who aided the poor. Chow Yun had left the capital at the tender age of 7, and now, returning as a married woman, she traversed the same path she had taken years ago. At 17, she found herself engulfed in uncertainty regarding her fate. As Mount Langia flashed by, she longed to ascend and consult her master about her next steps. She yearned to engage in heartfelt discussions with her fellow disciples and hear their opinions. With Old Crow Mountain now within sight, she truly wished to leap from the carriage and run up the mountain to find her elder brother Zhang Huai and join the righteous bandits. Alas, relying on the mountains is futile, and depending on people is unreliable. One must manage their own life and not depend on others. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. After traveling day and night, they reached the capital in less than 10 days, temporarily residing in the princess's residence. Mrs. Zhou, upon disembarking, disregarded her motion sickness and eagerly began to explore the princess's residence. As she had 4 days to help arrange the wedding chamber. As they wandered about, it became evident that their initial assumptions had been misplaced. Within the princess's residence, there were 4 housekeepers, each managing their respective duties with remarkable efficiency. The head housekeeper, Huang Momo, regarded them with the discerning gaze typically reserved for rustic folk. In truth, they were indeed from the countryside, hailing from the mountainous and sparsely populated region of Langia. Follow me. Huang Momo instructed, leading them through the 3 courtyards until they reached a dilapidated building near the corner gate. She gestured towards the 3 crumbling structures and declared, "You shall temporarily reside here until the princess's wedding concludes. After which you may depart." Zhou Wangsher had initially envisioned a life of luxury for her son, who was to wed the princess, and could scarcely believe that such a derelict abode could exist within the princess's estate. Although she acknowledged the princess's advanced age, she could not fathom how such decay could occur in just a decade since the palace's establishment. In her mind, the princess's residence should be indistinguishable from the imperial palace itself. Upon entering the capital, Zhou Deong had gone to pay his respects to the emperor, while Zhou Wangsher stood in the courtyard, accompanied by numerous servants and her children, unable to take another step. Was it possible that the princess, like her, wielded her authority over her mother-in-law? The space felt constricted, and she thought to herself, perhaps I should return to the general's residence to stay with Tao Hong. Chow Yun interjected, that is out of the question. With Xiao about to take a legitimate wife, how could you return to your parental home at such a time? Then I must trouble the esteemed matron to arrange accommodations for me. For I am weary from my travels, Chow Yun replied, maintaining her composure. Previously, Zhou Wangsher had wished for her son to dismiss Chow Yun, deeming her an unruly daughter-in-law beyond her control. Now, although the general had not yet been restored to his former position, their residence had been graciously returned to them, suggesting that his reinstatement was imminent. Marrying Chow Yun would be considered a significant elevation in status. Unbeknownst to her, however, the imperial edict granting Qin Hanlin his title had already been issued prior to his campaign. Now she dared not show any displeasure towards her daughter-in-law, as their family's status was precarious. Despite her son's impending marriage to the princess, it resembled a rural son-in-law becoming a mere servant. She vaguely recalled having seen posts about other rural son-in-laws, which contained derogatory remarks. A useless fellow now in poverty, willing to change his name and serve as a mere farmer. As Zhou Deong made his way to the palace, he gazed upon the city of his childhood, still as resplendent as ever. He had endured enough of the impoverished countryside and was determined to ensure his son seized the opportunity to marry the princess, which would save them countless years of hardship. Upon arriving at the palace gates, he was met by a waiting eunuch, who guided him toward the imperial study. Zhou Deong hurriedly approached, discreetly slipping a gold ingot into the eunuch's hand. asking, "May I inquire your name? I would greatly appreciate your favorable words before His Majesty." The eunuch, noticing the absence of onlookers, accepted the gold and chuckled, "I am Shunzi, thank you Zhou Shoubei, congratulations on becoming a royal relative. I will rely on your support in the future." After exchanging pleasantries with Shunzi, Zhou Daong reached the outer chamber of the imperial study. "Please wait here, I shall report to the emperor," Shunzi instructed. "You may proceed." Inside, the emperor was in a furious state, with Zhou Xiu kneeling before him, her head bowed like a quail. "I in this time of need, do you believe I would have granted you the privilege to marry the princess had the imperial sister not taken a liking to you? Since you have the fate to marry her, you must endure the consequences, Your Majesty." "But I am already married." Zhou Xiu's voice was barely a whisper. "I do not wish to repeat myself. State your demands for recompense." The emperor replied sternly, "As long as you do not seek my throne, I shall grant you any official position, wealth, or beauty you desire." The emperor, eager to see his headstrong sister married off, was willing to invest significantly in this endeavor. "Your Majesty, Zhou Daong, the defender of Langya, seeks an audience," Shunzi's high-pitched voice announced from outside the doors. "Let him enter." Moments later, Shunzi led Zhou Daong into the room. Zhou Xiu felt a tumult of emotions. Was the emperor using her family to exert pressure? "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Zhou Daong knelt, tears welling in his eyes. "After 10 years, I am finally graced with your presence again. I wish you eternal longevity." Hearing Zhou Daong's heartfelt words moved the emperor, who reflected that had it not been for the third prince's troubles in his territory, Zhou Daong would have likely been promoted long ago. Despite his biannual reports to the capital, he had never been summoned. "You have worked hard, my loyal minister. Rise, let us converse. Bring forth a seat." A eunuch brought forth a stool, and after offering his apologies, Zhou Daong sat gingerly. "I have summoned you to discuss the princess's marriage scheduled for the 16th of September in 4 days. Do you have any objections?" Zhou Daong, alarmed, quickly knelt again. "I have no objections. I shall adhere to Your Majesty's arrangements, but your son is currently defying me here," the emperor remarked sternly. "He dares," Zhou Daong implored. "I beseech Your Majesty to make a decision." "Very well, let it be done." A scribe hurried forward, one furling the imperial edict, while another eunuch presented high-quality ink awaiting the emperor's command to write. "Your Majesty, wait," Zhou Xiu pleaded from her position on the floor, desperately grasping at straws. "Did you not say you would grant me anything I desired?" The emperor stroked his beard, chuckling. "Have you come to your senses?" "I have," Zhou Xiu thought, recalling the emperor's earlier fury, which had nearly resulted in her demise. Accepting that her marriage to the princess was now a foregone conclusion, she resolved to extract as many benefits as possible. "Very well, state your demands, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you, Your Majesty. I have 3 requests, all of which are indispensable. First, I wish for the princess to marry down to me. Rather than me marrying her." The emperor paused. "I must consult my sister's opinion, bring forth my decree, inquiring if she is willing to marry Zhou Xiu." Shortly thereafter, Shunzi returned with the answer. "Your Majesty, the princess has consented to marry Zhou Xiu." "Excellent. What is your second request?" "Second, given the current tensions at the border, I must go to the front lines to earn military achievements that will match my standing with the princess." "Granted," the emperor assented. "And my third request," Zhou Xiu continued, "is that my martial prowess, which I owe to the guidance of General Qin Han, has enabled me to achieve the top rank in military examinations. Therefore, I implore Your Majesty to treat Xiao Yun kindly. Should she wish to refuse being a concubine, I respectfully ask that her conditions be met." The emperor pondered briefly, recognizing that Zhou Xiu had demonstrated commendable integrity. His sister had not erred in her judgment. "Very well, as long as she does not request the status of a primary wife, I shall do my best to fulfill her conditions. Now, you should be willing to accept this arrangement." "Yes, I accept the marriage to the princess." Zhou Xiu's handsome face twisted in discontent, betraying his reluctance. He thought to himself, the princess is not only headstrong but also a decade his senior. He was marrying a wife, not seeking a mother. "Then prepare accordingly." "Yes," the father and son of the Zhou family replied in unison, stepping back and exiting the imperial study. Upon returning to the princess's residence, they found the entire family exhausted, each seeking a place to rest. The overgrown weeds in the courtyard had been cleared by a few servants, yet the interior remained uninhabitable. A red carpet was laid along the ground by the wall, where Xiao Yun sat, leaning against Tao Hong, dozing. Upon seeing her son-in-law return, Tao Hong hastily nudged her mistress. Miss, your husband has returned." Xiao Yun opened her sleepy eyes, struggling to see clearly. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she finally recognized his handsome face. She could not recall the last time they had met, but she felt that marrying such a striking man was a fulfillment of her life's dreams. As the saying goes, according to Qin Fu and Qin Dama, Couples are but strangers at first. As time passes, affection will naturally blossom. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, Zhou Xiu felt a stirring in his heart. The woman he had longed for was as radiant and enchanting as ever. Yet, in just 4 days, he would take another bride. How could he bear to face her directly? But there she stood before him, and he knew he must confront the situation. Zhou Xiu extended his hand, hoping to help Zhao Yun rise, but she did not reciprocate. Instead, she stood up on her own, dusting off her clothing without meeting his gaze. She declared, "I wish to return to the general's residence. I will escort you home." Zhao Yun looked at him in disbelief, then relaxed. If he harbored even a modicum of affection, he would never allow her, a newlywed yet to consummate her marriage, to witness him wed another. Zhao Yun took the lead, eager to return to her home before nightfall, to the house she had been separated from for a decade, where her childhood memories awaited her, the place she truly considered home. Tao Hong hurriedly followed behind, carrying their belongings. "Miss, wait, please slow down. Zhao Yun, I have something to discuss with you," Zhou Xiu called as he hurried to keep pace. Zhao Yun glanced at the bustling crowd and decided, "Let us talk when we return to the general's residence." The trio nearly sprinted, covering 3 miles to reach the general's residence. Being a martial artist, Zhao Yun found the distance trivial, while Tao Hong and Zhou Xiu, though formidable in their own right, struggled to keep up. Consequently, they leaned against the stepping stone, gasping for breath. The grand entrance stood tightly shut, and Tao Hong, exhausted, plopped down on the steps, exclaiming, "I can't go on. I'm utterly spent. We need to rest before we find someone to open the door." The red paint was chipped, and the door was rarely opened. Zhao Yun sighed. "Tao Hong, tonight we must personally prepare a livable space. I will send a few people to assist you. There is no need for you to do it all yourself," Zhou Xiu offered. "No need," Zhao Yun replied coldly, reaching for the door. Just then, the door swung open from within, revealing a middle-aged man. Upon seeing him, Tao Hong burst into tears. "Father!" Peach Blossom leaped into that person's embrace, who, in turn, was also overwhelmed with tears. "Miss, my dear, you have returned, since the general's residence was bestowed back to him. I have been gazing at the front gate daily, eagerly awaiting your return. Dear, please step aside. I have yet to pay my respects to the young lady." This individual was Peach Blossom's father, Qin Lu. Both he and Qin Fu had signed contracts of servitude, adopting the surname of their master, when Qin Han was demoted back to his hometown and the general's residence reclaimed by the authorities. Their contracts were returned to them, granting Qin Lu his freedom. Upon hearing that the general's residence had been returned to General Qin Han, he boldly approached the Ministry of War to request the keys and had already tidied the courtyard inside and out, ready for the young lady's return so she could move in with just a suitcase. Observing the pristine courtyard, with the iron racks for weapons still present in the training ground, it stirred a sense of nostalgia and longing for family within Zhao Yun, making her heart ache. Upon entering the house, though it was not grand, it was vastly superior to the Qin and Zhou residences in Langya County. Zhao Yun bowed deeply to Qin Lu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Qin Lu hurriedly knelt, saying, "Miss, the general has saved my life. There is no need for such formalities. You would crush this old man." Zhao Yun quickly assisted him to his feet. "Father, and my brothers have gone to the western frontier. Starting today, you are one of the elders of the general's residence, and we 3 shall rely on each other. Do not worry, there are still others. My wife, sons, and daughters-in-law are all here, and I have a little grandson too. They are all part of the general's household and at your service, but I lack silver to pay the monthly allowances." Zhao Yun hesitated. "Rest assured, when we departed, the master entrusted me with 100 taels of silver. Over the years, I have been frugal and have even developed 2 wineries, as well as acquired land in the outskirts of the capital. We shall not go hungry." Cough cough, Zhou Xiu cleared his throat. Did they take him for a simpleton? Peach Blossom hurriedly introduced her father. "Father, this is my husband, the current martial champion." Zhou Xiu, "I was already aware," Qin Lu coldly replied, his earlier warmth towards Zhao Yun replaced with chill. "The streets of the capital are abuzz with talk. Someone has demoted his lawful wife to a concubine, clearly seeking to climb the social ladder." Cough cough, Zhou Xiu choked, coughing even more violently. "Old sir? That is not my intention, Lord Zhou. This place is small and cannot accommodate your esteemed presence. You may leave." Qin Lu's imposing aura surged forth, rivaling that of a martial general, as he too had fought alongside the general for half his life. "May I speak with Zhao Yun for a moment? Would you permit me? Given the current circumstances, with the general absent, I am Zhao Yun's guardian. If you have anything to say, feel free to express it in our presence." The general may not be present, but he would not allow Zhao Yun to be wronged. She was the jewel of the entire household. Chapter 6. I propose 3 conditions to the emperor. "Very well. I said, Zhao Yun, I have proposed 3 conditions to the emperor." Zhou Xiu articulated the 3 conditions, concluding with, "The first condition is for the princess to marry down. I do not seek to be adopted into the royal family. thus allowing me to realize my ambitions. Ha, what benefit is that to me? Once you reside in the same household as the princess, you need not fear her. Ha, Lord Zhou, you have good intentions. The third condition is specifically for you. Should you have any needs, you may request them from the emperor, and he shall fulfill them. Ha, what if I ask the emperor for a divorce? Zhao Yun, cannot you endure for my sake, as long as I cherish you? Does it matter whether you are the lawful wife or a concubine? Ha, let us speak of that when you are a woman. Peach Blossom, let us go. I am weary and require a rest of 10 days or so. As Zhao Yun spoke, she proceeded to the back of the hall, where beyond the second courtyard lay her embroidery studio, the dark fragrance pavilion, which she had not occupied for a decade. She wondered if she could still reside there. Zhou Xiu was left in dismay, gazing at Zhao Yun's graceful silhouette, never daring to admit that he had petitioned the emperor. What if she did not wish to be a concubine? He feared that if he revealed his intentions, she would fly away in an instant, disappearing like a fleeting shadow. Let us depart, Lord Zhou, Qin Lu urged him with a sardonic tone. The princess's residence was festooned with lanterns and decorations, and within the 3 rooms at the back corner, the hosts finally managed to squeeze in. However, the servants could only set up temporary shelters in the courtyard to escape the elements. Observing the crowded rooms, Zhou Wangshe simmered with anger, yet had no outlet for her frustration as Zhao Yun had returned to her family. Her own family was also in the capital. Her father had served as an assistant in the Ministry of Rites but had passed away several years prior. Her brothers, lacking ambition, had not secured any official positions and could only engage in business to make ends meet. She considered having her family temporarily stay with her brothers, but the thought of marrying off a daughter-in-law, especially one to a royal, prevented her from imposing on them. Furthermore, she harbored resentment towards her family. Her late father had sought a match for her and ended up with a man who could not advance in rank. After years of living in the countryside with Zhou Daong, no member of her family had ever stepped foot in her home. Nevertheless, the emperor, mindful of appearances, granted them a long-abandoned estate, the former hidden residence, Han Mo Yuan, to facilitate the marriage of the princess. Zhou Wangshe instructed the servants to hastily move in, for although her daughter-in-law was marrying down, she was still a royal princess and had made her authority known from the outset. They could not afford to offend her. If intimacy was not an option, it was better to maintain distance. Zhou Wangshe had a motto: if one cannot provoke, one should at least avoid conflict. On the 15th day of the 9th month, the entire capital was aglow with festivities. In Han Mo Yuan, Zhou Wangshe ordered Zhou Xiu to personally invite Zhao Yun back to the residence. Tomorrow marks the day of the princess's marriage. You must bring Zhao Yun back to serve tea to the princess as her concubine, ensuring we do not lose face. Mother, I fear I cannot persuade her. You know her temperament. Zhou Wangshe's expression darkened. But she is now part of our family. She must come, or we shall bring her by force. Mother, let me complete the wedding with the princess first. I shall persuade her to return to serve you in a few days. Is this house ruled by you or by me? Ha, even before marrying the princess you were already so unfilial. Do you wish to drive me to my grave, if you lose face over minor details? How will you face the princess in the future? Do you understand, son? Very well, do not be angry. I shall go and try. Zhou Xiu replied humbly, feeling helpless. He was naturally dutiful and could not bear to upset his mother who cared for him. After returning to the residence, Zhao Yun had not been idle for the past few days. From Uncle Lu, she learned that he owned 2 wineries, selling homemade wines at high profits after covering the costs of grain and brewing yeast. However, due to years of war and natural disasters, few households could afford to drink. Her senior sister Xiang Mei once said, "Money is a good thing. Having parents is not as good as having it yourself. And having a husband means you still must open your mouth." Thus, for a woman to establish herself in the world, she must firmly grasp money in her hands. Hence, her sister's husband, a humble tavern keeper, was tightly held by her sister. Zhao Yun went to inspect the storeroom only to find it utterly bare. She recalled that there had been tables, chairs, and large screens within, but 10 years had passed, and she could not tell who had cleared them out. Now, though she was the mistress of the general's residence, all her provisions came from Qin Lu, which was little different from being a dependent. Ever since her return, she had been contemplating ways to amass wealth. Aside from the legitimate business and farming, she saw only the path of winemaking that Qin Lu had taken as a model to emulate. Today, she planned to venture out with Peach Blossom to explore potential business opportunities. Just as they were about to depart, they were intercepted by Zhou Xiu. Ordinarily, he would be quite busy today, needing to fetch the bride. Ever since his mother sent him to invite Zhao Yun, he had been unable to sleep at night, finally mustering the courage to take a chance this morning, hoping that perhaps Zhao Yun would return with him. Now that we are residing in Han Mo Yuan, with the princess entering the household today, We need you to serve her tea." Listening to Zhou Xiu's calm recounting, Peach Blossom's stubbornness flared as she noticed her miss lost in thought. "My lady entered the household first. Why should she serve tea to the princess? If the princess is marrying down, she should serve tea to our lady first. There must be a proper order. Just because you say my lady is a concubine does not make it so. When you and my lady were betrothed, it was sanctioned with 3 mediators and 6 invites at the official court. So you claim she is a concubine? Would our general and young general agree?" Confronted by the maid's inquiries, Zhou Xiu felt utterly embarrassed. Indeed, if it were to be said that he was marrying a concubine, Zhao Yun could choose to remain unmarried for life and would never become a concubine. "That is enough, Peach Blossom." "Lord Zhou, you may leave and inform them that I am ill and cannot transfer my illness to the princess." "Then when will you return?" Zhou Xiu asked nervously. "My lady will return whenever she wishes. Is it necessary to report to you?" Peach Blossom clenched her fists, furious at the thought of striking Zhou Xiu. "Regardless of the outcome, I shall hit him first." "Peach Blossom, do not be rude, gather your things. It is time for us to leave." Zhou Xiu, feeling humiliated, left to fetch the bride and defeat Zhao Yun, and Peach Blossom donned the attire of servants from their hometown. Disguising themselves as young men as they boldly stepped out, their first stop today was the first winery of the Qin family. As they walked along the main road, they observed many people heading towards the Grand Princess's residence in Han Mo Yuan. Today marked the Grand Princess's wedding, and it was said that 30 sedan chairs had been prepared to scatter copper coins along the way to Han Mo Yuan. In recent years, with the instability at the borders, business had become increasingly difficult. While the capital appeared prosperous on the surface, it was, in reality, quite empty. With the opportunity to gain free money, families with idle resources or those currently engaged in business sought to secure positions along the route of the Grand Princess's wedding procession. Hoping to collect as many copper coins as possible today, it was rumored that some had staked their claim 3 days in advance, underscoring the importance of those few coins. The streets were so desolate that one could hardly find a soul. Save for the throngs clustered in this particular area, Qin Lu possessed a remarkable talent for commerce, selecting a prime location for his inaugural winery nestled between the princess's residence and the calligraphy pavilion. This locale was home to dignitaries and nobility, who indulged in revelry and debauchery, with wine serving as an indispensable companion to their festivities. Despite the challenges of recent years, he managed to sustain his family. As he emerged from the general's residence, Zhao Yun immediately regretted not consulting the almanac today. Misfortune seemed to loom over him. The crowd outside was a sea of people. It was impossible to navigate, let alone utilize lightness of foot to soar above them. It would be utterly inappropriate to fly over their heads in broad daylight. Suddenly, a cadre of black steeds galloped forth, led by a figure who shouted, "Urgent military matters, everyone clear the way." At the mention of military affairs, the crowd hastily dispersed in fear. The leader, cloaked in dark robes, was swept by the fierce wind, revealing broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His chiseled features, sculpted by the elements, bore an expression of icy determination. With resolute eyes fixed ahead, although his complexion was somewhat darkened, it did nothing to diminish his striking handsomeness. "How splendid!" Zhao Yun gasped softly. It seemed the man heard her, for his strikingly handsome face turned towards her. Zhao Yun was instantly transfixed. How did he seem so familiar? In the imperial study, Emperor Xiao Yuan paced anxiously, resembling a wild beast trapped in a cage. The southern Li people were fierce, and even with the valiant and formidable third prince Xiao Changye at the helm, severe losses were inevitable. Currently, the border forces were critically undermanned, necessitating an immediate conscription. However, the Great Feng Kingdom had faced relentless assaults from foreign enemies for years, leaving no able-bodied men available domestically. The prospect of gathering 100,000 soldiers in a short time was daunting indeed. "Father, our border with Nanli is excessively lengthy, stretching from the eastern coast all the way to the western regions, requiring substantial forces for defense. If we reduce our numbers, we shall leave ourselves vulnerable to their advances. Therefore, I strongly advocate for the reinforcement of troops to decisively resolve all issues with Nanli in one fell swoop." Xiao Yuan had worn down his shoes to a thin layer when a sudden idea struck him, causing him to halt. "My son, should we consider a marriage alliance? Perhaps your younger sister, Qinshi, could wed the crown prince of Nanli." "Father, that is out of the question. My sister is but 15, in the bloom of youth. The people of Nanli are notoriously brutal. Sending her there would be akin to sending a lamb to the slaughter. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, I will never allow my sister to be offered in marriage. Alas, I am at my wit's end. As a member of the royal family, she must contribute to the nation. Only if her maternal lineage grows stronger will she attain true happiness. Should the Great Feng perish, She would have nowhere to rest. Father, why not consult the court officials for their insights, or issue a royal decree to attract talented individuals from among the populace, to see if there are any hidden gems we could utilize? We shall wait until tomorrow's court session to inquire. Today, they are all attending the Grand Princess's wedding. For now, let us draft a decree to summon talents. Shunzi, prepare the scholars for treasures. We must draft the decree. At this critical juncture, with the nation in peril, he was willing to heed any advice and explore every possibility, although he knew that over the years of war, most capable individuals had already been employed. He still held on to the hope that there were talents yet undiscovered in the countryside. Yes, Shunzi replied respectfully, summoning the scholars for treasures and personally bringing forth a decree embroidered with dragon and cloud designs. Xiao Yuan took it upon himself to write the decree and entrusted it to Shunzi, instructing him to post it at the city gate. Shunzi accepted the decree and galloped towards the city gate. Chang'e, today is your aunt's joyous occasion. You should go to her residence and partake in the festivities, while also mingling with the ministers. Of Father, Vice Marshal Wang Dang is guarding in my stead, after a long journey to the capital. I am utterly exhausted and wish to return to rest. Very well, go greet your mother and take your rest. But a father, Qin Chaoyun is my savior. How can you betroth your sister to her husband? How could she endure such a fate? This is a matter for adults. You are but a child. As long as your aunt finds happiness, that is all that matters. Xiao Chang'e understood that his father owed a debt of gratitude to his aunt. During a past expedition, she had bravely shielded the emperor from an assassin's blade at a tender age, and the emperor was now repaying that kindness. However, what puzzled Xiao Chang'e was why his father would impose such a fate on the very person who had once saved him, Qin Chaoyun. As Chaoyun and Tao Hong struggled to push through the crowd, they chose to stand by the roadside and observe the commotion, planning to enter the winery once the Grand Princess's bridal procession had passed. Miss, do you feel sorrow that your husband is marrying another? Tao Hong asked, tugging at the edge of her sleeve. What sorrow is there to feel? I will eventually cast him aside, Chaoyun replied dismissively, yet I feel quite mournful. I stand up for you. Oh, how do you plan to express your grievances? Chaoyun asked with a light laugh. I shall spit at her bridal sedan and hurl stones. I advise against such actions. If you were caught, it would lead to severe punishment. The best course of action for you now is to prepare to seize the copper coins. The more you gather, the better. I care not for her coins. As I often say, I would rather starve than partake of her tainted offerings. It is not that I would rather die than partake in such food, yet you refuse to study diligently. I possess martial skills. Few can best me in combat. What use is knowledge if it cannot feed me? If your learning were sufficient, it indeed could sustain you. Then let us establish an examination for women. Allowing them to hold office, Tao Hong chimed in, mimicking her mistress's laughter perfectly. You incorrigible girl. As the two jested, a magnificent steed suddenly galloped forth. Shunzi, atop his horse, called out, the royal decree is posted. Anyone with talent, regardless of gender or age, is welcome to present their proposals. A reward of 100 gold awaits. Shunzi rode towards the city gate, his voice ringing out, attracting many who fancied themselves talented. Miss, shall we go? No rush. Let us first collect the copper coins. Miss, to personally witness your husband wed another. You truly possess a strong heart, Tao Hong teased. The capacity of a prime minister's heart can weather storms. A small ripple cannot upset great waves. The crowd ahead began to stir, with shouts announcing, the Grand Princess has left her residence. In a quarter hour she will arrive here. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Others chimed in, let us all push forward and seize as much as we can. Before long, the commotion escalated, as over 100 attendants clad in red silk carried 30 baskets, tossing copper coins from the baskets into the crowd. Everyone bent down eagerly to collect, and those behind collided with those in front, nearly toppling them over. The attendants from the princess's residence shouted, everyone, shout congratulations. Gradually more voices joined in echoing, congratulations, congratulations. The attendants responded mutual congratulations. As they walked, they scattered coins, continuing to exchange well wishes. Following them was a band of musicians, playing a lively tune, celebrating the joyous occasion. Behind them followed an elaborate bridal procession. Though the smaller items were hidden within exquisite sandalwood boxes, the larger treasures were visible, showcasing the opulence of the royal family. Red coral screens and caskets adorned with gold and silver filigree were paraded before the crowd. Trailing behind was the dashing martial champion Zhou Xiu, adorned in red and flowers, riding a chestnut steed, his face beaming with joy. Following him was an open floral carriage adorned with seasonal blossoms. The carriage curtains were drawn high, revealing the Grand Princess Xiaowan, resplendent in her phoenix crown and ceremonial robes. Seated within. On either side of her were two attending maidens, accompanied by 4 nurturing matrons. The Grand Princess Xiaowan used a round fan to shield her face, Revealing only her striking eyes. As her gaze wandered, it fell upon the upright figure of Chao Yun, who stood unmoved amidst the thrones of people, the sight of her resembling a robust pine tree. Unyielding in the face of temptation, startled the Grand Princess. Was she an assassin or merely an unruly scholar? Doubts began to swirl in her mind. Chao Yun coldly observed as the Grand Princess drifted further away. They exchanged a fleeting glance, akin to the transient yet eternal moment of day turning to night. Behind the floral carriage, a formidable guard of armored warriors, numbering over 100, provided protection. As copper coins rained down. Tao Hong, lacking resolve, rushed to collect them, gleefully exclaiming, "Miss, look, I have gathered coins." Turning back to glance at her mistress, she discovered Chao Yun lingering at the rear of the crowd, her expression cold as she watched the bridal procession fade away. Tao Hong sighed inwardly. "Alas, it appears that my mistress still cannot let go. Come, let us head to the city gate," Chao Yun declared, leading the way. Tao Hong glanced back at the departing procession, reluctant to follow her mistress but ultimately trailing behind her in haste. The distance from the city to the gate was about 5 or 6 miles. Reaching there would surely exhaust their legs. However, seeing her mistress's displeased expression, Tao Hong refrained from suggesting hiring a carriage and merely followed closely. For those trained in martial arts, 5 or 6 miles was but a brief journey. By the time they arrived, a crowd had already gathered before the royal decree. Those unfamiliar with the written word asked, "What does it say? Could someone who can read please share?" A gentleman clad in a blue robe, exuding the demeanor of a scholar, stepped forward, fanning himself as he proclaimed, "Allow me to read it for you. By heavenly mandate, the great Feng Kingdom finds itself in tumultuous times, besieged by brigands on 3 fronts, while also facing natural disasters of flood and drought, leaving the populace in despair. Anyone with a plan to stabilize the nation, regardless of gender or age, is welcome to present their proposals. Should the emperor adopt your strategy, a reward of 100 gold will be granted along with the promise of promotion. Can women also present proposals?" Tao Hong asked with wide, innocent eyes. The scholar dismissed her inquiry with disdain. "Though the emperor claims that all, regardless of gender, may offer counsel in our kingdom, which woman has ever proposed a plan of distinction?" "Ha, then I shall present a proposal and see." Zhao Yun, with determination, squeezed her way to the imperial edict and reached out to unveil it. At that moment, she was clad in the tattered garments of a servant. Chapter 8, Strategies for National Governance. Hold on, if you unveil the imperial edict without a sound strategy, the emperor will bring punishment upon you, at best, a beating, at worst, imprisonment, a guard in golden armor hurriedly interjected. "How will I know unless I try? Even if it leads to imprisonment, I must unveil it," Zhao Yun retorted. Ever since the eunuch Shunzi affixed the imperial edict, Zhao Yun had been pondering how to resolve the dire situation of the Dafen kingdom. To achieve national prosperity and strength, one must first repel external threats before securing internal peace. She was unfazed by the intricacies of military strategy. Her master Wu Liang was a reclusive sage with a penchant for collecting ancient and contemporary texts. Zhao Yun, an avid reader, had perused her master's extensive library numerous times. She grasped the strategies of ancient heroes who stabilized their nations with remarkable clarity, and what remained was to put them into practice. Her master often sighed, lamenting that if only her 2 elder brothers possessed such insight, their futures would be boundless. The implication was clear: her status as a woman hampered Zhao Yun's potential. During her year at home, she frequently engaged in heartfelt discussions with her father, predominantly concerning matters at the border. He shared with her various methods to manage soldiers and recounted the pros and cons of the battles he had experienced, including the last campaign where he narrowly escaped death due to treachery. She understood her father's unjust plight and recognized his disillusionment with the corrupt bureaucracy, which led him to retreat into a quiet life in the countryside. Yet now, for the sake of the realm, her father had ventured to support the border, and with her own strategies in mind, how could she refrain from offering her insights upon reading the content of the imperial edict? It was evident that the focus was on repelling external foes and addressing domestic calamities. Zhao Yun was already formulating her thoughts. Although her ideas were not flawless, they could at least earn her 100 gold coins, alleviating the urgent needs of the general's household. Thus, amid the astonished gasps of those present, Zhao Yun boldly unveiled the imperial edict. At that moment, the third prince, Xiao Chanye, was seated not far away in a tea house, sipping tea while observing the commotion. Upon witnessing someone unveil the imperial edict, he quickly instructed his guard, Huang Chao, to take his badge to the city gate, directing the golden armored guards to reaffix the edict and summon some wise individuals before inviting Zhao Yun upstairs. He sought to gather talent, eager to hear her opinions before deciding whether to employ her. Meanwhile, the guards reattached the imperial edict, and Qin Zhaoyun and Tao Hong were brought before him. Xiao Chanye scrutinized the newcomer. Noting her slight frame, fair complexion, and scholarly demeanor, immediately recognizing her as a mere bookish scholar, disappointment washed over him. He had encountered many such individuals who, aside from boasting theoretical knowledge, possess little in the way of practical governance strategies. He dismissed her from his gaze, raising his cup of hot tea, delicately blowing away the froth before taking a graceful sip. Speak, what strategies do you propose for national governance? Zhao Yun looked at the man before her. Recognizing him as the one who had recently called out urgent military news on the main road, his features seemed oddly familiar, yet she could not pinpoint where she had seen him before. Reluctantly, she inquired, "May I ask who you are? Does it matter who I am?" His sharp gaze pierced through her, and Zhao Yun realized she was facing a formidable opponent. She replied, "If you know my strategies for national governance." "What would happen if you presented them to the emperor without my consent? Would that not mean I have foolishly gifted you 100 gold coins?" Xiao Changye was almost amused by her audacity. "Do I appear to be in need of 100 gold coins? That remains uncertain. In our Dafan kingdom, plagued by internal strife and external threats for over a decade, the national treasury has long been depleted. Neither the state nor its people are affluent. In my household, we likely cannot even produce a single tael of gold. Indeed, aside from the 100 taels of silver in her possession, she had not a single piece of gold. Claiming even one tael would merely be for appearances." Xiao Changye waved his hand, and Huang Chao understood, producing a silver note from his pocket and slapping it onto the table. "My lady, would 1,000 taels of silver suffice?" "Ah, how did you know I am a lady?" Zhao Yun exclaimed. "Your voice is quite delicate, and your makeup skills leave much to be desired. Before you step out, do remember to cover your earlobes with powder." Huang Chao teased. Both Zhao Yun and Tao Huang instinctively touched their ears, discovering that their earrings were missing, yet their piercings remained. They couldn't help but admire the guard's keen observational skills. Xiao Changye pushed the silver note towards Zhao Yun, and she noticed it indeed bore the inscription of Ruifeng Bank, stating 1,000 taels of silver. Given the exchange rate in this dynasty was 10 to 1, this meant 1,000 taels of silver equated to 100 taels of gold. Zhao Yun inwardly gasped. This was a significant opportunity she could not afford to overlook. "Thank you, my lord, for your generous consideration. However, strategies for national governance cannot be distilled into mere phrases. May I inquire which aspects you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Changye recognized the young woman's reliability. The term strategies for national governance was indeed an overarching concept, not something that could be resolved with just a few sentences or a single plan. The urgent matter at hand is the lack of soldiers. Our kingdom has been at war for over a decade, and all eligible young men have already been conscripted, leaving us in a dire situation with no soldiers to recruit. What about recalling those who have retired? Gather those who once served but now wish to return, and offer them better pay. Surely some patriotic souls will respond, Zhao Yun suggested. Xiao Changye pondered for a moment. Considering this approach, though he suspected many would already be married, making it unlikely to recruit sufficient numbers, entice them with benefits, Zhao Yun continued, her tone calm and collected. "Good. Are there any other methods?" Xiao Changye inquired casually. "Indeed, there is another feasible approach, but I fear you may hesitate to implement it," Zhao Yun responded, her eyes sparkling with challenge. "Oh, do share," Xiao Changye said, secretly amused. He was not one to shy away from provocation. "I just witnessed the eldest princess's wedding, which involved a considerable entourage of servants and guards, over 200 to 300 able-bodied men, all potential recruits," Zhao Yun proposed. Xiao Changye hesitated, then quickly understood. In the capital, many high-ranking officials maintained private soldiers of various noble households, and princesses were allowed to keep as many as 500 household soldiers, all well-trained and battle-ready. Even local officials and wealthy landowners often kept a few dozen to several hundred servants capable of defending their homes. If they were reminded of their patriotic duty and the principle of self-preservation, they might willingly release their soldiers. If they refused, conscription could be enforced. Excellent. This suggestion is worth its weight in gold. "You shall receive this 1,000 taels of silver," Xiao Changye declared, and Zhao Yun hurriedly accepted the silver note, her heart brimming with joy. "Might I inquire if my lord has any further questions? I am at your service." Xiao Changye pondered briefly. In the southerly battlefield, I encountered a peculiar type of armor, crafted from unknown vines, repeatedly soaked in tung oil, rendering it buoyant and impervious to blades and arrows, whether in naval or land combat. Those clad in it seemed almost immortal. Do you know of any means to counteract this? There is a rather straightforward method to counter it, albeit one that would be morally questionable, as its users would suffer a loss of lifespan. Zhao Yun replied without hesitation. "Oh, what method might that be? Speak quickly. For the sake of my country, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life," Xiao Changye said, his eyes reflecting a genuine resolve to serve. Zhao Yun was touched by his earnestness. In a world where even the most mundane individuals valued their lives, how much more so for those who enjoyed endless wealth and privilege, yet, Zhao Yun cunningly interjected. My lord, I wish to know your true name. No lies, and only then will I divulge the strategy. I am Xiao Changye, the Grand Marshal of the Southern Frontier. May I ask for your name? Young lady, recognizing he was in the presence of someone exceptional, Xiao Changye dropped his guard and introduced himself candidly. So you are the renowned Third Prince, the unrivaled war god of our time. My apologies for the oversight. What is your name? You may serve as my advisor or even as my strategist, he offered. You have heard of me, but it seems your esteemed self has simply forgotten. Oh, Xiao Changye scrutinized her carefully, noting how her slight form was obscured by the oversized servant's attire, and the layer of mud on her face made it difficult to identify her. After confirming he did not recognize her, he insisted, I do not know you. You must introduce yourself. I am Qin Zhaoyun, the daughter of General Qiaoji, the fierce cavalry commander. Have you heard of me? Zhaoyun replied with a hint of challenge, secretly pondering if he would dare claim ignorance again. Xiao Changye's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he raised his gaze to Is it you, my savior, he exclaimed. He could never forget the calamity of the flood, where his brothers had conspired to force him into the river. Yet their father had refused to believe it. His father insisted the eldest prince would never harm his brother, deeming him too timid, while the second prince, only a year his senior, was not cunning enough to devise such a scheme. Xiao Changye could never forget the feeling of being submerged, helpless, as he was surrounded by countless self-proclaimed patriots on the riverbank, yet none came to his aid. It was this small girl, with her frail frame, who had used her wits to save him. However, the experience left him with a bald patch on his head, forcing him to style his hair in a way that concealed the imperfection. He had been the subject of ridicule in the palace for years, a painful reminder of his childhood. Now, faced with his savior, he pondered whether to express gratitude or disdain. Chapter 9. The tiger father begets no dog daughter. Xiao Changye was a man of great wisdom. He understood the art of utilizing others to his advantage. Thus, with a radiant smile, she rose and performed a respectful bow toward Zhao Yundong, exclaiming, it is indeed the daughter of General Qin. My savior has arrived. My sincerest apologies, truly a case of a tiger father begetting a daughter of great prowess. Commander Xiao, you flatter me. Zhao Yun refrained from addressing him as the third prince, instead opting for general, signifying her admiration for his battlefield prowess rather than his royal lineage. Come, take a seat, enjoy some tea. Zhao Yun, unpretentious and gracious, settled down and took a delicate sip of tea, inquiring, what wisdom does Commander Xiao wish to impart? Perhaps regarding the method to counter the vine-armored troops. Have you perused the tome on the Three Kingdoms? Commander Xiao Changye nodded, indicating he had. It chronicles Zhuge Liang's strategy against Meng Hua's vine-armored forces. Smacking his forehead in realization, Xiao Changye exclaimed, what a fool I've been. With excitement, he grasped Zhao Yun's hand firmly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, kind friend. Only upon witnessing Zhao Yun's widened eyes did he abruptly recognize his indiscretion. He had momentarily forgotten she was a woman, and one who had wed the same man as his aunt, yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Her every move exuded a masculine vigor and forthrightness, devoid of any feminine affectation. I beg your pardon for mistaking you for a man. Zhao Yun, with a generous pat on his shoulder, replied, we shall become good brothers henceforth. She picked up a silver note of 1,000 taels from the table, blew on it lightly, and chuckled. I appreciate your generosity, Commander Xiao, yet I have a request. Speak freely. All of the strategies were conceived solely by Commander Xiao, and had nothing to do with the likes of me. Why, do you not desire fame? Fame brings the opportunity for high office. Ha, I seek only silver. Oh, then I shall respect your choice and refrain from informing the Emperor. I take my leave. Watching Zhao Yun depart with such grace, the warmth of her touch lingered in his palm, stirring a sense of injustice within him. Though not conventionally attractive, her intellect was undeniably profound. If only I could put her talents to good use. Qin Zhaoyun handed the silver note to Tao Hong and skipped down the stairs, having effortlessly earned 1,000 taels. Feeling quite pleased with herself, Tao Hong, wide-eyed, pursued her, exclaiming, Miss, is this truly the case? You earned this much silver with just a few words. Why bother with that troublesome wine estate? Let us exchange your knowledge for silver instead. Listening to Tao Hong, Xiao Changye shook his head. Currently, her husband was marrying another, and yet they were frivolously discussing how to earn money. This girl is rather endearing. Lao Huang, where is their wine estate? Make sure to fetch me a couple of jars for sampling. Yes, Commander, no rush. I will write a letter first instructing Vice Commander Wang Dang to employ this strategy against the vine-armored troops. Huang Chao went to request ink and paper. Bringing it forth, Xiao Changye spread the paper before him and inscribed, when encountering vine-armored troops again, Employ fire attack. Huang Chao handed him a slender bamboo tube and Xiao Changye placed the letter inside, sealing it before dispatching Huang Chao to send it to the front lines. He had returned to the capital during a lull in the fighting. Not only to report but also to recruit soldiers, yet he could not afford to delay the frontline operations. Huang Chao accepted the letter, summoned a subordinate, and imparted a few instructions. The attendant nodded in acknowledgement and promptly took his leave. But Xiao Changye halted him, saying, "Wait, ride my steed, the black stallion. It can cover 1,000 miles in a day." Understood, the attendant responded and turned to depart. My father has instructed me to attend my aunt's wedding. Shall we not first visit Han Mo Yuan to extend our congratulations? After all, I am her nephew, and she has watched me grow. Yes, Qin Zhaoyun and Tao Hong strode confidently along the bustling street, 1,000 taels of silver in hand, causing Tao Hong to feel significantly more assertive. "Amiss, let us indulge in some fine delicacies. I haven't eaten since we left this morning, and I am ravenous." With silver in their possession, the thought of the long-craved meat buns made Tao Hong salivate. If only they could savor it now, it would be sheer bliss. "Little glutton, we must save our silver for business. Let it accrue profit instead of consuming it all. Miss, it's not lost on me that you earned 100 taels with just 3 suggestions for the third prince. If you had insisted on going to the emperor, wouldn't that amount to 300 taels of gold?" Tao Hong, realizing belatedly, noted, "That would indeed yield an additional 2,000 taels of silver, allowing us to indulge without a second thought." "Silly girl," Zhao Yun chided gently, poking her forehead. "Do you wish for your head to be severed? Is there a conflict between wanting to keep your head and earning silver? Meeting the emperor doesn't exempt one from the risk of losing one's head?" Tao Hong inquired, puzzled. "Consider this. With so many high-ranking officials and the expensive labor-intensive training of their retinue being reallocated, would they be pleased if the third prince were to propose such a notion? They would have no choice but to comply and suffer in silence. But if they were to discover that I was the one who suggested this foolish plan, do you think they would let me off the hook? I fear even my father in the capital cannot shield me from their wrath. So that is how it is. Master Wu Liang is right. Everyone's fortune and fate are predetermined, and one must not be overly greedy." Tao Hong mimicked the mannerisms of Master Wu Liang with remarkable accuracy. "You mischievous little monkey, it is truly a pity that you are not allowed to become a performer." Zhao Yun chuckled, adopting her master's tone. "Impudent monkey, hurry to the wine estate and see if there are any profitable ventures left. One should seize the opportunity to prosper, to reach the Qin family's premier wine estate." They had to pass by the entrance of Han Mo Yuan, the most discerning spot in the capital. The entrance bustled with activity, and a few attendants scattered coins and offered food to beggars. One beggar sang jubilantly, "Han Mo Yuan," while others cheered, "Good, so grand." The crowd echoed in unison, "Excellent." Within the grand gates, the shadow wall was met with more cheers. "Bravo!" A phoenix perched upon a parasol tree drew further applause. With each shout from the beggar, others followed suit, creating a raucous atmosphere. Tao Hong observed that even the onlookers who cheered had received a generous amount of coins, igniting a longing within her. However, seeing the serene countenance of her miss, she could only tug her along, aware that even if Zhao Yun did not voice her feelings, her heart was undoubtedly pained. Just then, Xiao Changye and his attendant arrived at the entrance. Catching sight of Zhao Yun's despondent retreating figure, a pang of inexplicable sorrow struck him. He could not discern whether it was pity for her marriage or for her as a person. "The third prince has arrived," Huang Chao announced loudly, prompting the beggars to scatter, save for the lead singer who boldly assessed Xiao Changye, parting the hair obscuring his face, having been sharp-witted on the battlefield. Xiao Changye sensed the beggar was not a mere commoner and discreetly signaled to Huang Chao. Understanding the cue, Huang Chao saw Xiao Changye welcomed into the estate while he blended into the crowd. Waiting for the beggar to depart before stealthily following him inside the Qin family's first wine estate, a flurry of activity unfolded, with Tao Hong's sister-in-law Zheng Chuier serving wine to guests while her 2-year-old son clung to her leg. Zheng Chuier, exasperated, called out, "Mother, quickly take little Bao away, you're hindering my business." From the bustling kitchen, Tao Hong's mother responded, "Coming." "Where is my brother?" Tao Hong asked as she cradled little Bao, soothing him. "Your brother, Qin Yong, went to the countryside to gather millet early this morning and hasn't returned yet." On the day they first entered the general's residence, Qin Zhaoyun had already met this family. Every morning thereafter, they would come to Bao and pay their respects, after 2 days of such formality. Qin Zhaoyun found it cumbersome and ordered the cessation of morning salutations. Qin Lu protested, "How can we not? The master has returned. It is customary to pay respects." Only after Qin Zhaoyun threatened to establish her own household if they did not cease did Qin Lu relent. After serving the last guest, Zhang Chuier, rubbing her sore back, remarked, "I have neglected the young lady, our business is quite busy. I hope for your understanding." Zhao Yun quickly moved a stool for her to sit upon, causing Zhang Chuier to gasp and attempt to kneel in gratitude. "My lady, this cannot be." Zhao Yun gently held her up, saying, "From now on we are family. Since Tao Hong calls you sister-in-law, I shall follow suit." "That is not appropriate. In this world, we are all one family. Your bond of servitude is now void, and you are free, just like me. Thus, we may call each other sisters and stand as equals." Zhao Yun asserted, invoking the teachings she had learned for so many years. She had pondered why, since everyone was born of parents, there was a need to divide people into ranks. Zhang Chuier yearned to engage in further pleasantries, but was abruptly interrupted by her mother-in-law's voice. "Dinner is ready, you wretched girl. Come and assist your mother." Tao Hong called out, her hands raised in summons. Tao Hong hastily passed the child to Zhang Chuier and joined her mother in preparing the meal. Qin Lu returned, yet Qin Yong had not, likely having dined elsewhere. Tao Hong invited Zhao Yun to take a seat at the head of the table, while they stood by to serve. Zhao Yun gestured for them to sit and join her meal. After some initial reluctance, they complied. Observing the lively dinner shared by the family, Zhao Yun felt her own hunger dissipate as her thoughts drifted to her father and two brothers stationed far away at the frontier. Had there been no war, had her father not faced exile, perhaps her brothers would have already married, and their meals would have been filled with such warmth. And what of the two younger siblings born of her stepmother? Surely they had grown tall by now. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yun turned to Qin Lu and said, "I find myself without family in the capital. Despite my return for several days, neither my uncle nor my aunts have come to visit. I wonder where I might have offended them. I wish for you to become my family back in my hometown." I referred to the steward Qin Fu as uncle, and his wife as aunt. "As the steward here in the capital, I would like to call you second uncle, and your wife second aunt. What do you think?" Qin Lu and Tao Hong, taken aback, hurriedly knelt. "Miss, this is utterly inappropriate. You are the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. While we are but servants, how can you address us as uncles and aunts? This would be a grave affront." Zhao Yun, too, rose to kneel, but was embraced by Tao Hong. "Miss, we are grateful for the general's kindness in granting us slave status upon his return to the countryside. But in our hearts, you will always be our mistress. We cannot disrupt the established order." "What nonsense about order! Adhering to such rules for so long has brought me nothing but misfortune. From now on, I shall defy them." Zhao Yun broke free from Tao Hong's embrace and knelt, declaring, "Niece pays her respects to second uncle and second aunt. From this day forth, you shall be my only family in the capital." Qin Lu and his wife were moved to tears, exclaiming, "Very well, very well. As long as Miss remains in the capital, our family will protect you with our lives. When the general returns, we will present you to him in full safety." After the meal, they assisted Zhao Yun in rinsing her mouth and washing her hands, their demeanor still hesitant, entirely forgetting her newfound status as their niece. Zhao Yun, seeking an excuse, decided to return home to rest. Intending to make plans upon Qin Yong's return. As she exited the winery, she encountered a group of guards peering about. Not recognizing them, she considered slipping past them to return to her residence. The leading guard, upon seeing Qin Zhao Yun, stepped forward with cupped fists, inquiring, "Might you be Miss Qin Zhao Yun of the general's residence?" Noticing the guard's polite demeanor, Zhao Yun replied courteously, "Indeed, I am. May I inquire who you are?" "We are the guards serving Her Royal Highness, the Grand Princess. Please accompany us back to Han Mo Courtyard." "Well, I have already prepared a space for her. Is it absolutely necessary for me to return?" Zhao Yun protested. "Are you intending to disregard the Grand Princess's command?" "One could say that. It's a mutual arrangement. She gains what she desires. Why must I be troubled?" Zhao Yun retorted coldly. "The princess has declared that those who defy her orders shall face dire consequences." The lead guard asserted firmly. "Ha, let them come if they dare." Zhao Yun was incensed by the obstinate old princess. Was she not simply seeking to provoke? Tao Hong also took a stance, saying, "Miss, we cannot enter Han Mo Courtyard. Who knows how she might torment you?" Another guard approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "We merely request that you visit the princess for a brief discussion. You are to offer her a cup of tea. Rest assured, you will not be mistreated. I do not believe a single word you say. Miss, do not heed him. Since this matter must be resolved sooner or later, I shall accompany you to Han Mo Courtyard." Zhao Yun resolved firmly that she would settle her affairs with Zhang Xiu and reclaim her freedom, no longer to be disturbed by them, even if it meant being cast aside. The winery was not far from Han Mo Courtyard, and soon they arrived. Zhao Yun and Tao Hong were almost forcibly ushered into the courtyard by several guards. The dignitaries within the courtyard, gathered for revelry, were taken aback at the sight of them accompanied by so many guards. which lent an air of authority, they were brought to the main hall of Han Mo courtyard, where the Grand Princess sat in splendid attire, exuding an imposing presence, though her heavily powdered face could not quite conceal the signs of age. Alas, time is unkind. Jia Yun sighed inwardly as Zhou Xiu stood in a bright red wedding gown behind the Grand Princess, having been denied a seat. Zhou Deong and Madame Zhou occupied a side seat on the right. Appearing to be half sitting, half leaning, and had clearly been there for quite some time, they rubbed their aching backs while casting hopeful glances toward the entrance stop. On the left side sat another figure, Prince Xiao Chanye, who observed Jia Yun with keen interest. The lead guard addressed the Grand Princess. "Your Highness, Qin Jia Yun has been brought forth. Thank you for your service. You may depart," Xiaowan replied dismissively, fiddling with the jade ring on her finger while signaling to Madame Zhou to speak. Madame Zhou cleared her throat. "Ahem, Qin Jia Yun, are you aware of your transgressions?" Jia Yun was taken aback. Had not the guards mentioned that she was to offer tea? Why was she being questioned before the proceedings even began? She without pretense replied, "I am unaware of any wrongdoing. This morning my son personally sought you out to invite you back, yet you refused. What is your reasoning? Do you wish to deny the Grand Princess a cup of tea?" Jia Yun dared not speak against it. Seeing her tone soften, Xiaowan scrutinized her more closely. Clad in a plain black servant's outfit, without any embellishments, her face was dusty, presenting an image far removed from the rumored beauty and martial prowess. Thus Xiaowan lowered her guard. "Then why not offer the tea? Shall the Grand Princess accuse you of disrespect?" Madame Zhou commanded. "Bring forth the tea." A maid soon arrived with a tray bearing 2 cups of brown sugar tea. Jia Yun pondered quickly. "On what grounds do I present tea to the Grand Princess? Of course, as a concubine," Madame Zhou scoffed. "Who granted me the title of concubine?" Jia Yun retorted coldly, her earlier nonchalance evaporating. "When you were brought into the household, it was under the guise of a concubine. You did not object then, did you? Your age may have dulled your memory. I never consented to become a concubine." "Jia Yun, cease your stubbornness and offer the tea to the princess. All grievances can be set aside with a humble bow," Zhou Xiu urged. "For my sake." Ha! What a farce! Do you truly think I am one to be easily swayed?" Jia Yun responded with an icy tone. "Let us not speak further. I simply wish for you to consider the greater good, all for the prosperity and harmony of the Zhou family. Am I even considered part of the Zhou family? Where is my chamber? Kindly locate it for me." Indeed, there was no designated room for Jia Yun within Han Mo courtyard. The place had only recently been arranged, and with the new bride's arrival, there was no time to accommodate someone deemed inconsequential. Acknowledging their moral failing, the others fell silent. Yet, Madame Zhou, undeterred, stated, "By rights, your defiance towards your in-laws constitutes a violation of filial piety, warranting your dismissal. However, considering your father and brothers are on the battlefield, and you are left without support, we shall permit you to remain here for the time being. Even if your father and brothers return, they will prioritize the Grand Princess's position as the primary wife. Do you wish to be a secondary wife? That would be a grave offense. Very well, I shall offer tea to the Grand Princess." Jia Yun's swift concession was uncharacteristic of her. Xiao Chanye found the situation less amusing. He had anticipated a contest of wits but was instead met with a display of submission. Jia Yun lifted the teacup, respectfully approaching Xiaowan, bowing as she proclaimed, "The daughter of the Qin family, Jia Yun, offers this cup of tea to the esteemed Grand Princess." Unambiguously she presented the tea as a subordinate, rather than as a wife or concubine. Xiaowan exchanged a glance with Xiao Chanye before smiling. "You saved my nephew's life. I shall drink this tea." Xiaowan drank the tea in one gulp, not out of stinginess. "And what follows?" she inquired. "The second cup of tea I present to the Grand Princess as a remarkable woman, one who bravely shields the emperor from harm in times of peril." Seeing Jia Yun's genuine admiration, Xiaowan sipped the tea again, saying, "Whether flattery or sincere praise, this princess enjoys hearing it. I accept this tea." "And what else?" Today, Xiaowan was eager to see what else Jia Yun could conjure. Xiao Chanye, intrigued, mused that this girl was indeed entertaining. "This third cup I dedicate to the Grand Princess for marrying into the Zhou family for love, rather than for the sake of status, demonstrating your disregard for fame and fortune, serving as a model for all women today." Xiao Chanye nearly burst out laughing. This clever little girl was leading his straightforward aunt around in circles. Surely it would not be long before the haughty and domineering Yan would be so flattered that she would wish to be sworn sisters with Jia Yun. Rising from his seat, Xiao Chanye boldly remarked, "Jia Yun, are you attempting to drown my aunt in compliments? Have your ears gone deaf? Just moments ago, Madame Zhou instructed you to offer tea as a concubine," as Jia Yun spoke so charmingly. Xiaowan was about to sip the third cup when a reminder from her nephew made her reconsider. Indeed, today was not about allowing her to willingly relinquish her status as the primary wife. It was about confronting her with the reality of her situation. With a solemn expression, she declared, "Indeed, in a household, one must adhere to the principles of hierarchy. As the esteemed Grand Princess, it is unthinkable for me to be on equal footing with you as a mere consort." Indeed, Xiaoyun imitated Xiaowan's tone. "There is always a matter of precedence. Although I am but a humble village lord, I have no intention of contesting for the position of a consort with those who came later." You. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaowan finally grasped the meaning behind her words, yet she remained silent for quite some time. A broader smile graced Xiao Chang's lips. If only this woman were to remain by his side. Alas, how could he entertain such thoughts about a married woman? After toasting 3 cups of tea, the village lord Xiaoyun took her leave. "Hold on," exclaimed Xiaowan, "I have taken a liking to you. So do stay at the manor and keep me company." This time, Xiaowan invoked the authority of the princess, intending to compel Xiaoyun to submit. But what title should I use for myself? I am the highest-ranking princess among women, while you are the lowest-ranking village lord. Let us stick to village lord. I find that title quite appealing. Qin village lord, do you find it agreeable? I do. However, there is no room here for me to reside. Are you suggesting I sleep in the maids' quarters? You need not worry about that, Zhou Xiu quickly interjected. The princess resides in the Shuyi Pavilion of the eastern courtyard. And you shall stay in the Nuangfeng Pavilion of the western courtyard. The top scholar now enjoys the company of 2. Xiao Changye relished the unfolding drama, eager to witness how Qin Xiaoyun would navigate this predicament. "May I pose a question to the Grand Princess? Speak today, I intend to see what tricks you can conjure. Might I ask, Grand Princess?" Xiaoyun casually picked up a pastry from the table and presented it to Xiaowan with both hands. "Is my demeanor sufficiently respectful?" "It is. Does it not resemble the sincere attitude of a superior addressing a subordinate?" "Indeed." Xiaoyun took a bite of the pastry, then offered it again. "Pray tell, Grand Princess, does my demeanor resemble that of a concubine?" Xiao Changye nearly burst into laughter. She was cleverly attempting to ensnare her aunt. "It does." Xiaowan replied. "Then allow me to present it to you." Qin Xiaoyun extended the half-eaten pastry towards Xiaowan. "You've bitten into it. How am I to eat it now?" Xiaoyun extracted her handkerchief to wipe her face. "Would this handkerchief, which I have used, be acceptable for you? You have used it, hence I shall not accept it." Xiaowan retorted angrily. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" "Similarly, I shall not accept items you have used. It is only natural. I have said all I wish to say. You may take your leave at your convenience." "Taohong, let us go." With that, Qin Xiaoyun exited with poise. Xiaowan wished to have her stopped. The abruptness of her words left her feeling stifled. Zhou Xiu sighed. Offering no further words, Xiao Changye noticed the reluctance in Zhou Xiu's eyes. Yet he felt a sense of exhilaration. Such a bold woman was a rarity in this dynasty. "I shall take charge and prepare the Nuangfeng Pavilion for her, when she has come to terms with herself. She will return. Is that acceptable, Your Highness?" Zhou Xiu humbly sought Xiaowan's approval. Alas, why must it be so difficult to possess both power and beauty, seeing that there was no more entertainment to behold? Xiao Changye rose to take his leave for the palace, as he needed to expedite the recruitment of soldiers. "Miss, it is refreshing to hear a scathing remark without foul language." Upon exiting, he overheard Tao Hong's words. "Qin village lord, might I accompany you into the palace to meet my father?" "I shall not," Xiaoyun retorted angrily, unwilling to converse with royalty. "I command you. I am not a soldier. I shall not accept your command." "Tao Hong, let us go." Xiaoyun quickened her pace, employing lightness in her steps. To onlookers, it appeared as though she was strolling leisurely, yet she had long since floated beyond the confines of the Hanmo courtyard. Xiao Changye shook his head in disbelief at this woman. He communicated the 2-step plan for recruitment to the emperor. First, offer generous rewards to retired soldiers. Second, entice the nobility with promotions for providing soldiers. For every 500 soldiers provided, an official would be promoted 3 ranks. For 300, 2 ranks. For 100, 1 rank. For princes and princesses of previous dynasties, who had no room for advancement, a piece of land would be bestowed. They believed that under the allure of substantial rewards, valiant men would surely emerge. Chapter 12. The Emperor issues for imperial edicts. Today the Emperor promptly drafted 2 edicts to be dispatched to the capital and various provinces. Before long, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed at the city gate, racing towards the provinces. With all arrangements in place, the Emperor smiled. "My son, you truly possess a remarkable talent for governance. You are now 21 years old. Having surpassed the age of youth, it is time for you to marry. I hereby bestow upon you the title of King of Lianshan, granting you the territory of Lianshan County." "Thank you, father." Xiao Changye knelt, bowing his head in gratitude. The suggestion made by Qin Xiaoyun had earned him 1,000 taels of silver. Little did he expect to be conferred the title of king, a stroke of good fortune indeed. All thanks to Qin Shaoyan's idea for recruitment. I must treat her to a drink someday, he mused, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Young man, upon hearing of your impending marriage, you seem quite pleased. The emperor chuckled. Thank you, father. I only wonder if I will be permitted to choose my bride myself. Oh, so you have someone in mind. Pray tell, which family has captured your interest? I shall instruct the Ministry of Rites to propose. Would a girl from a humble background be acceptable? Our royal family does not require connections, whether rich or poor or of official standing, it matters not. What is essential is that the young woman possesses virtuous character and comes from a good family. So you have set your sights on a commoner's daughter. Pray tell, which family does she belong to? At present, I have no specific target. Allow me to describe my ideal partner first. I do not seek extraordinary beauty, but rather someone who is both intelligent and gracious, distinct from ordinary women. It would be preferable if she possesses martial skills and cunning intellect. As Xiao Changye spoke, the image of Qin Shaoyan's dust-laden face materialized in his mind. Her bright, spirited eyes shining through, Xiao Changye could not help but smile. My son, are you jesting? You are not selecting a princess, you are selecting a strategist. With the emperor's reminder, he recalled pressing matters. I shall postpone my marriage until after we have quelled the southernly. For now, aside from needing soldiers, I truly require a strategist. It would be best to assemble a think tank, gathering the world's talents. After this month, I shall bring them back with me upon my return to the border. Your marriage shall be inquired into by your mother. She will find suitable brides among the daughters of ministers. As for the soldiers and think tank, we shall see how the imperial edicts issued today unfold. Regarding your title, let the Ministry of Rites handle it. Within this month, we shall strive to complete the title grant and the ceremonial rites in the ancestral temple, and we shall also commence construction of the Lianshan Palace in the city. When you return from the southern border, your palace shall be ready for habitation. Alas, I truly feel aged. You should begin to manage your own estate, sighed the emperor. Father, my elder brother is the crown prince. Hence he requires no title. What of my second brother, Xiao Changyan? Why should he be conferred a title? A look of disdain crossed the emperor's face. He possesses neither military merit nor talent. He spends his days idly raising birds and engaging in dogfights. A mere title of marquis would suffice. That is unacceptable. Father, Xiao Changye interjected seriously, have you considered that his mother, the favored concubine Li, holds a special place in your heart? As his younger brother, I have been conferred the title of king. Yet he, as the elder, is merely a marquis. This would certainly breed discontent in his heart and cause unrest for his mother in front of you. To ensure tranquility in the harem and harmony among brothers, it would be prudent to confer him a title as a leisurely king. Then let us bestow upon him the title of King of Anning, with jurisdiction over Nanyue County. Xiao Changye sighed inwardly. This title was hardly worth bestowing, as Nanyue County lay at the southernmost edge of the Dauphin Kingdom, currently embroiled in a tug-of-war with Southernly. There were rumors among the Nanyue people. In the morning, one is a Southernly person, by evening, a guest of Dauphin. In times of conflict, it is the people of Nanyue who suffer. As for the emperor's decisions, Xiao Changye could only offer suggestions but not alter them. Thus he replied, Father, I have not rested since my return. I just returned from my aunt's wedding and am quite fatigued. I wish to retire for a while. Very well, my son, you have worked hard, you may withdraw. As Xiao Changye turned past the screen in the rear hall, Empress Gao rushed over, embracing him and weeping. Empress Gao Gaozhener was the only daughter of the late Hanlin Academy editor Gao Tinghui. With a brother, Gao Xiaoyu, who currently served in the court as the deputy minister of rites. My son, you have caused me such anguish. These past 3 years you have lived a life on the edge of a knife. How have you endured? She anxiously checked for injuries on his face and hands, leaving him feeling awkward and self-conscious. My son, are you hungry? I shall have my chef prepare your favorite dishes. The crown prince, Xiao Changping, was born of the late Empress Chang'e, who died under mysterious circumstances in the hidden palace, with rumors suggesting that Empress Gao was responsible. At that time, Empress Gao was still a concubine. Enjoying the emperor's favor following Chang'e's death, Gao Zhener was elevated to the primary wife. After Xiao Yuan ascended the throne, the imperial harem was filled with beautiful women, gradually replacing the old with the new. Leading to the emperor's waning affections for Empress Gao, Xiao Changye could not fault the emperor for his treatment of the harem, yet he vividly remembered one instance when the emperor had a quarrel with the empress, during which she had uttered words of separation, leaving the emperor silent towards her for a considerable time. The empress insisted that her children call her mother, as she favored the common folks' address. Mother, I returned this morning and attended my aunt's wedding. I am utterly exhausted. Let us dine together this evening. Upon seeing her beloved son's weary face, the empress, sensing his sincerity, gently caressed his cheek and sighed. Alas, my son, you have toiled greatly. Rest well, and I shall send someone to summon you for dinner later. After Xiao Chang'e departed, the emperor fell into deep contemplation in the study. Chang'e desired a council of wise advisors. So he resolved to issue an imperial edict, affixing a royal proclamation at the city gate, inviting individuals to record their talents there. He would ensure proper accommodations and sumptuous hospitality, intending to bring them along when he returned to the southern frontier. The proclamation at the city gate was accompanied by the enthusiastic calls of eunuch Shun, another imperial edict. Our dynasty values the virtuous and talented, welcoming worthy individuals regardless of their origins, age, or gender. If you possess martial skills or strategies to vanquish foes, you may rise in rank and join the king of Lai Shan in establishing your legacy in the southern frontier, with rewards for your family. The emperor's issuance of 2 proclamations in a single day sent ripples throughout the capital. Those yearning for wealth or wishing to achieve greatness flocked to the city gate. Tao Hong's younger brother, Xin Yong, merely 17 years of age, had already become a father to a 2-year-old child. He spent an entire day gathering 200 pounds of millet from the countryside. In recent years, not only had the border been beset with conflict, but the Defeng kingdom had also suffered from consecutive years of drought, locust plagues, and flooding, compounded by rampant banditry, resulting in meager harvests. A villager lamented, while the affluent indulge in feasts, we in the countryside can scarcely afford coarse grains, often selling them for meager greens. With internal strife and external threats, the capital alone remained a flourishing hub. Upon seeing a crowd gathered at the city gate, Xin Yong halted his cart to investigate. Noticing that both proclamations sought to recruit talent, he felt a surge of excitement. He had once attended school alongside the young master, who later returned to the countryside after his father received a settlement from General Qin, which also allowed Xin Yong to attend a private school. Previously, the general's household employed several instructors who were well acquainted with Qin Lu, and Xin Yong had learned some martial arts from them. Thus, he was somewhat accomplished in both literary and martial pursuits. The individual in charge of registering for the Council of Wise Advisors was Huang Chao, an aide to Xiao Chang'e. Observing the throng of eager individuals lining up to register, Xin Yong's heart raced with fervor, yet he hesitated, contemplating his responsibilities at home, particularly towards his family and uncle Qin Shi of the Qin family's second winery, who required his assistance, now that the eldest young lady had returned. She too needed his care. Alas, the weight of responsibility was heavy. With a sigh, Xin Yong pushed his cart of 200 pounds of millet into the city, feeling despondent. When one's spirit deflates, the heart grows weary. Those 200 pounds of millet felt as though they weighed 1,000. In the general's estate, the Anxiang Pavilion, where Qin Xiaoyan resided, spanned 2 stories. The first floor served as a reception area while the second housed her embroidery room. Today had been overwhelming for the 17-year-old girl, leaving her somewhat unable to bear the weight of her thoughts. She pondered for an extended period how to resolve her marriage with Zhou Xiu. Should she wait to be cast aside or take the initiative to divorce? She found herself unable to decide. Her mind ached from the contemplation, and unable to devise a satisfactory solution, she picked up a military treatise to peruse. As she read, fatigue overtook her, and she leaned back against the headboard, drifting into a light slumber. Just as she was about to succumb to dreamland, the staircase trembled, jolting Xiaoyan awake. Miss, the emperor has issued 4 imperial decrees today. The entire capital is in an uproar. Aren't you going to take a look? What is the fuss about? It's likely just another call for soldiers, the recruitment of talented individuals, or perhaps the formation of another council for the southern frontier. Xiaoyan yawned widely and stretched, displaying none of the pretentious airs expected of a noble lady. Tao Hong gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly you are remarkable, miss. Enough of your chatter. If there are no other newsworthy matters, I shall retire for the night." Qin Xiaoyan yawned again and collapsed onto her bed. Tao Hong, skilled in martial arts, swiftly stepped forward to catch her mistress and prevent her from falling. Xiaoyan sat up angrily. "What are you doing, miss? Don't sleep yet. There's a juicy tidbit you might want to hear. Riding horses and riding in palanquins cannot compare to sleep." "I shan't listen. How about something concerning Xiao Chang'e?" "Not interested, fine, but you might want to listen." Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she urged Tao Hong to continue. However, Tao Hong pretended to be indifferent, strolling around with her hands behind her back. "You little imp. Just spill it." Xiaoyan stood up, blowing warm air into her hands, ready to tickle Tao Hong. All right, let me gather my thoughts. Quickly, look at how anxious you are, but alas, this time, the nationwide selection of brides has no place for you." "He's selecting brides. Chao Yun felt a pang of disappointment. Miss, are you upset? Tao Hong teased, leaning closer. Upset? Not at all. I merely find your news rather lacking in substance. It's hardly juicy gossip, miss. The emperor has commanded him to take a wife. Guess how he responded? That's the crux of the gossip. What did he say? Chao Yun, no longer aloof, cast her gaze toward the book in her hands. He said he wants to choose someone of unremarkable appearance. Someone skilled in martial arts and possessing cunning. The emperor jokingly remarked that he was not selecting a bride, but rather a military strategist. Now the whole capital is abuzz with laughter. Is that so? I don't find it amusing at all. He is a martial general and naturally desires a life partner with whom he shares a deep connection. Is that wrong? Yet throughout the history of royal bride selections, be it for the empress or the crown princess, or even the princesses of various dukes, they have always chosen ladies of refined upbringing, delicate and demure. How could one choose a woman as robust as a peasant? It would be a disgrace to royal dignity, wouldn't it? I beg to differ. Both literature and martial arts are simply personal pursuits. One cannot favor one over the other. Well, that is a matter for the royal family. And we must refrain from indiscriminate commentary to avoid attracting trouble. Tao Hong stuck out her tongue. Understood. I shall cease my discussions, miss. The sun is setting. Are you hungry? I am indeed. What shall we eat? You go to the kitchen and prepare something. I shall eat whatever you make. Tao Hong turned with a sigh. In such a grand general's estate, we cannot even afford a cook. She glanced at the cold stove and then returned. Miss, we are not far from the Qin family's first winery. We can still make it in time for a meal prepared by my mother. Her cooking is the finest. Come, Mississippi. Tao Hong's cooking was notoriously hard to swallow. And Chao Yun once joked that such a girl would struggle to find a husband likely destined to remain by her side forever. Thus, when Tao Hong suggested it now, Chao Yun readily agreed, after hastily washing up. She donned a water-green cloth skirt, securing a simple peachwood hairpin, looking as rustic as a country girl as she stepped outside, yet, no matter how simple her garb, it could not conceal her innate beauty. As they walked along the road, they occasionally encountered so-called talented individuals heading to the city gate. Upon seeing Qin Chao Yun's unadorned face pale as the moon, with eyes sparkling like stars, they were captivated. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, casually tied back, and she chatted merrily with Tao Hong, radiating an aura of elegance that made her the most striking figure on the street. Some remarked, "Whose daughter is this? After so many years in the capital, I have never seen her before." Indeed, she must be the daughter of a prominent family, rarely seen in public. A dandy, fanning himself with a folding fan, added, "Not necessarily. Her attire seems quite rustic, clearly not the garb of someone from a noble household." Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Tao Hong hurried outside to shield her mistress. "Miss, look how those rascals are ogling you. You ought to smear some soot on your face before venturing out. Not at all a beauty is meant to be admired." "Do I fear such gazes?" Qin Chao Yun replied, lifting her chin and striding confidently forward. The onlookers hurried to keep pace, eager to steal another glance at her. However, no matter how fast they walked, Chao Yun maintained her leisurely pace, and when they finally caught their breath and considered giving up, she had already arrived at the Qin family's first winery, pausing at the entrance with a beaming smile. "Esteemed guests, this humble establishment is mine. I am grateful for your escort. Please come in for a drink before you depart." With such eloquence, she not only praised them as gallant protectors but also subtly advertised her winery. One bold soul remarked, "So she is the daughter of the Qin family, but wait, I have seen the Qin family daughter before. And she did not possess such beauty. Pray tell, what is your name, and how are you related to the Qin family's first winery?" "I am Qin Chao Yun, the legitimate daughter of the general's estate. I hope to count on your patronage in the future. Forgive me, I must attend to other matters. Farewell." With that, Qin Chao Yun sauntered inside. The onlookers were left with mixed feelings, some begrudging and others gossiping. Despite their poverty, many still purchased a few pounds of wine to savor, dubbing it, "Today we drink, tomorrow we may have to barter." Zhang Chuer was overjoyed. Her mistress possessed an undeniable charm, and a simple stroll down the street had attracted customers. As she cheerfully served drinks to patrons, Qin Yong returned home. Zhang Chuer promptly assisted him, together hauling the cart to the back courtyard, unloading the millet into the brewing house, and then inviting her husband to dinner. Managing each task with efficiency, while Tao Hong had yet to prepare the meal, the lights were lit in the main hall, and Chao Yun began to explore the dining area, spotting the ledger on the counter. She began to peruse it. The elegant script revealed it was penned by Zhang Chuer. Every transaction was meticulously recorded, how much wine was sold and the corresponding payments, all clearly documented, upon their return. Qin Yong and Zhang Chuer found Chao Yun engrossed in the accounts and assumed she was auditing the records. He hurriedly spoke, "Miss, my father instructed that starting this month, the accounts from both wineries should be presented to you at the end of each month. Zhao Yun felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly clarified, "That is not what I meant. I merely admire how clear-headed my sister-in-law is with her accounts. How many women muddle through their finances, while she remains so astute." Upon hearing the praise from the young lady, Zhang Queer hurriedly responded with a smile, "When you expand your business, miss, may I serve as your accountant? That would be a most welcome opportunity." Just then, Tea Hongniang called out, "Miss, daughter-in-law, dinner is ready." The enticing aroma of home-cooked meals made Zhao Yun's stomach rumble, prompting her to follow Zhang Queer towards the back hall. At that moment, a robust man entered, exclaiming, "Innkeeper, do not leave. Bring me the finest wine." Zhao Yun and Zhang Queer turned to look simultaneously, and Zhang Queer quickly went to greet him. "Good sir, we have gentle daughter home, the strongest Xiaodao, and rich cellar-aged wine. What flavor do you prefer?" Upon seeing him, Zhao Yun recognized Huang Chao, a follower of Shao Chanye. Chapter 14. Let us compete for military achievements. Lord Huang, how have you been? Welcome to our humble establishment. I suggest you purchase a jar of each flavor to determine which you prefer for your next visit. What do you say? Miss Qin speaks wisely. Our commander has the same intention. Huang Chao grandly chose over a dozen jars of the finest wine, paying without haggling, leaving Zhang Queer astonished. However, the peculiar customer insisted that Zhang Queer label each jar with its price and characteristics. This small establishment lacked connections and could not supply the officials directly. They catered to the common folk, often squabbling over mere coins. Such a significant patron was unprecedented. Zhang Queer hurried to summon Qin Yong, instructing him to deliver the wine personally to their residence. As Zhang Queer departed, Huang Chao leaned closer to Zhao Yun and inquired, "Miss Qin, the imperial edict states that anyone, regardless of age or gender, with talent may join our commander's advisory council. Do you wish to participate?" "But I cannot leave," Zhao Yun replied despondently. "You have seen for yourself, I am already married, and to his aunt no less." "Oh, what a pity," Huang Chao remarked, shaking his head in regret. "Perhaps you could ask your commander to petition the emperor for a divorce, and once I regain my freedom, I would gladly join the council." "You have neither military achievements nor special circumstances. How could you petition the emperor?" "Indeed, if only I had military accomplishments," he lamented. "Then let us strive for military achievements together," Huang Chao encouraged. Qin Yong entered, stating, "Military officer, the wine has been packed, shall we set off?" He had no time to eat. The significant business transaction made by his young lady was a remarkable accomplishment, one that he had not achieved in months, and he had to ensure they were well treated. As Qin Yong pushed the wine cart alongside Huang Chao, he realized something was amiss when they arrived at the palace gates. Had they brought their business to the royal palace? This thought filled him with both joy and anxiety, making him hesitate outside. Huang Chao spoke a few words to the guards at the palace entrance before beckoning, "Innkeeper, please follow me." Only then did Qin Yong cautiously push the cart inside. He dared not glance sideways until Huang Chao halted, allowing him to carefully stop the cart. As he raised his head, he beheld a magnificent palace with 3 golden characters emblazoned above the entrance, Xuanwu Hall. He recognized it as the residence of the third prince, Shao Chanye. Huang Chao assisted him in unloading the wine to a corner of the grand hall. While unloading, they conversed. Qin Yong expressed his desire to serve his country, yet felt burdened by family obligations that prevented him from enlisting. Huang Chao sympathized with the young man, questioning why he had married so young. However, he restrained the words on the tip of his tongue and comforted him. "There are many ways to serve your country. Creating wealth and providing supplies for the front lines is also a form of service. I long to fight on the battlefield like General and the 2 young masters. But alas, I cannot leave." Their conversation caught the attention of Shao Chanye, who emerged from the rear hall to scrutinize the young man placing wine in the corner, under the bright palace lanterns. A broad-shouldered figure was carefully setting down a jar of wine, exuding the aura of someone well-versed in martial prowess. He recalled his own youth spent fighting on the battlefield at such an age. "What is your name? If you truly wish to serve and achieve military merit, you must first resolve matters at home, ensuring no worries linger before you march into battle. If you are determined, consider hiring several people to handle your affairs." Shao Chanye spoke leisurely. Qin Yong hurriedly approached, kneeling and bowing. "I am Qin Yong. Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance. I shall discuss this with my family." After finishing her meal, Zhao Yun lingered for a while. Though Tao Hong urged her several times to return to the general's residence for rest, she was reluctant to leave, waiting for Qin Yong's return, eager to learn of his experiences within the palace. When Qin Yong finally returned home, it was late, and he devoured his food like a ravenous wolf. Noticing everyone watching him, he sheepishly smiled. "Business has been declining year by year. To save a meal, I didn't even eat lunch." Zhao Yun felt a pang of sorrow. he was still just a 17-year-old boy, sacrificing even a meager meal for the sake of his family. To be honest, I was quite moved by what the third prince said earlier. Shin Yong remarked, chewing on a flatbread. What did he say to you? Zhao Yun inquired eagerly. He mentioned that serving the country can take many forms, not solely through battle but also by contributing to the nation's wealth and ensuring the supply of materials for the front lines. Which counts as service as well. Truthfully, I wish to fight on the battlefield. Darling, you must not go to war. What will happen to me and the children if you leave? What about your parents? What will become of the winery? You would be putting me in a dire situation, Zheng Queer cried, fearing for her husband's safety on the battlefield, where weapons show no mercy. I was merely speaking hypothetically. Why are you crying? Everyone rest assured, I will not go to war. I will do my utmost to manage all household affairs and take good care of the young lady, ensuring the general and the two young masters need not worry. I would like to earn military achievements, so the emperor might grant me a divorce, severing all ties with the Zhou family. Miss, I wish to join as well. I do not seek military accolades. I only desire to roam the world freely alongside you, Tao Hong declared with fervor. With the Defeng kingdom fully mobilizing for conscription, Qin Yong, you are at the age to enlist. You must go. Whether you wish to or not, I have an idea. Let us do it this way. But that is not advisable, miss. How can I bear such a burden? My martial skills surpass yours. I am merely taking your place. Besides, I am alone in this world. Should anything happen, no one would care. Nonsense. How can you speak such morbid words? I disagree with you taking my place in the battle. Qin Yong felt disheartened as the flatbread in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. I am the young lady. You must listen to me, Zhao Yun asserted firmly, but we have already shed our status as servants and will not heed your orders. Qin Yong countered stubbornly. Very well, I shall not go. Tao Hong, let us return. Zhao Yun had made up her mind. At the break of dawn, she would go to the city gate to enlist. With her abilities, she was determined to secure a position as a 1,000-man captain. Feeling rejuvenated by her newfound purpose, she slept soundly until dawn. Early the next morning, she set out with Tao Hong. Unfamiliar with the capital, they inquired their way to a tailor shop, where each purchased 2 sets of coarse clothing for men. Reasoning that they would wear soldier uniforms once they joined the army. Though the vision was promising, fate had other plans. Just as they completed their purchases, they unexpectedly collided with the Grand Princess. Accompanying her was Zhou Xiu. Zhao Yun and Tao Hong hurriedly lowered their heads, attempting to escape, but Zhou Xiu spotted them and, noticing the men's clothing in their arms, grew suspicious. Zhao Yun, who are you buying clothes for? Zhou Xiu asked, what business is it of yours who I am buying for? The Grand Princess then noticed Zhao Yun. Wait, yesterday you were dressed as a servant and looked rather plain. Today, although you have not applied any makeup, your face appears particularly beautiful. Jealousy washed over her as she recalled her own aging visage. Zhao Yun, buying men's clothing, are you secretly keeping a lover at the general's residence? Ha, why do you speak so harshly? Grand Princess, how would you know about lovers? Could it be? Chapter 15, even when beating a dog, one must mind the owner. Your family is but a dog raised by the royal family. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Zhao Yun struck a nerve with Xiao Wan, who retaliated with a sharp rebuke. During breakfast, the dagger-like gaze of her mother-in-law confirmed that her secrets were no longer hidden. Well then, since it is a dog raised by the royal family, one must consider the owner when beating a dog, correct? Zhao Yun stood her ground, recalling her reputation as a skilled debater during her time at Langya Mountain, where no senior could best her in argument. Enough, Zhao Yun, for the sake of the Zhou family and the general's residence, do not engage in further disputes with the Grand Princess. Zhou Xiu interjected, attempting to mediate. Quickly apologize to the Grand Princess, and this matter will be forgotten. Do not feign goodwill. Both Zhao Yun and the Grand Princess shouted in unison. They paused in surprise at their unexpected synchronization, a rare moment of mutual understanding between rivals. Zhou Xiu, however, smiled, recognizing the advantages of both a wife and a concubine. The wife could grant him power, while the concubine could enjoy her beauty and find joy. Zhao Yun, come with us to the Hanmo Academy. There are many people there, and it is better than starving at the general's residence. I heard you cannot even afford a servant or a doorman, let alone a cook. Why must one hire servants when one is capable? That would make me a burden, Zhao Yun retorted. Prince, do not engage with her. I have a way to deal with her. Xiao Wan uttered her discontent, declaring she would forego purchasing any garments, and made her way towards the door. Promptly ascending into the horse-drawn carriage, tomorrow she would return to her family, and today was initially meant for accompanying the princess to procure outfits for each of the royal princes and princesses. However, with the princess's departure, Zhou Xiu had no choice but to follow suit. He attempted to climb into the carriage but was met with a kick from Xiao Wan, who chastised him. Useless thing, get down, you can't even manage a concubine, and I'm left to endure this humiliation. I shall enter the palace to seek an imperial decree. She must return home. Reluctantly Zhou Xiu descended from the carriage in a rather disheveled manner. As a dignified top scholar, a newly minted official at the Ministry of War, and the current prince consort being so unjustly kicked by the princess was a blow to his pride, yet, as he watched the carriage galloping towards the palace, he swallowed his indignation. Last night he and the princess consummated their marriage, and this morning a maid came to collect the handkerchief, but he had not seen any signs of blood. He had long heard that Xiao Wan had established her household at the tender age of 20 and was often attended by beautiful young servants. Today, her familiarity with the topic of male companions indicated a complete lack of modesty, which clarified matters in his mind. Earlier that morning, when his mother wished to see the handkerchief, Zhou Xiu had snatched it away and thrown it into the stove to burn. The Zhou matriarch sensed something amiss, but noting her son's sullen expression, dared not speak further. With royalty, one must tread carefully. A misplaced word could cost one their head. Zhou Xiu had just been kicked, and the sight of Chao Yun and Tao Hong witnessing this brought a sense of satisfaction to them. They internally lamented, this is the advantage of climbing the social ladder. Zhou Xiu's countenance was far from pleasant. Yet upon seeing Chao Yun, a smile crept onto his face. Chao Yun, we are wed now. Please return home with me. Rest assured, I shall treat both wife and concubine equally, and you shall not be neglected. Zhou Xiu, at present, cared not about Xiao Wan's virtue. All he desired was to coax Chao Yun back, for she was the woman he had long yearned to marry. 3 years ago, a fleeting glance had revealed the gallant figure of Qin Chaoyun riding a peach blossom horse, and he had fallen for her at first sight. What if the princess bullies me? Can you support me? He questioned. Why can't you be more docile and avoid provoking her? What if she comes after me? As the Grand Princess, surely she wouldn't be so petty. Zhou Xiu felt a pang of guilt as he played the blame game. You see, if you are uncertain, how can I dare to take risks? Can you truly bear to let the Grand Princess bully me? How can you face my father, who once taught you martial arts? Your current position owes half its merit to my father. Do you acknowledge that? Chao Yun, let us not dwell on the past. There are countless grievances to discuss, and such matters can be hurtful. Please return to Han Mo Yuan. Can we not simply live our own lives? Zhou Xiu implored, reaching out to grasp Chao Yun's hand, only to be forcibly shaken off, nearly stumbling as a result. Chao Yun's strength was beyond his expectations. Tao Hong quickly interposed herself between them, declaring, do not bully my lady. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Suddenly, 2 black steeds galloped towards them, slowing upon noticing the group. Recognizing them, Chao Yun identified them as Xiao Changye and Huang Chao. Zhou Xiu, not paying close attention to their identities, continued to tug at Chao Yun in public. Such behavior is unbecoming. Release her. Xiao Changye swung his whip towards Zhou Xiu, who hastily leapt aside, narrowly avoiding a strike. Realizing he was facing the third prince, a formidable figure, Zhou Xiu quickly clasped his hands in respect, stating, Your Highness, this is my wife, Chao Yun. I am merely inviting her home, not behaving like a rogue. I care not who you are. In public, even as spouses, one must not be overly familiar, let alone resort to force. She bought menace clothing. Does she lack servants or kin at the general's residence? Why would she purchase menace garments? I must take her home for questioning. Just as Chao Yun was about to defend herself, Xiao Changye interjected, Your Highness, you are mistaken. Can a woman not don menace attire? While she may, as the esteemed daughter of a general, it is unbecoming for her to wear menace clothing. Your Highness, my lady is impoverished and cannot afford fine silks and satins, hence her choice of ordinary menace attire. She is truly constrained by financial woes, Tao Hong exclaimed, dropping to her knees. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Xiao Changye's eyes. Just yesterday, she had earned 1,000 taels from him, and now she claimed poverty. He continued, That I must trouble the prince consort to procure 10 fine garments for your lady. I will oversee the purchase, and once completed, you may escort her home. Thank you, Your Highness, for securing this benefit for me. Chao Yun expressed her gratitude, bowing gracefully to Xiao Changye. He chuckled inwardly. This girl certainly knew how to seize an opportunity. Dismounting, he turned to Zhou Xiu and said, Prince consort, let us proceed. As the situation escalated, and seeing Chao Yun's attire was indeed rather shabby, Zhou Xiu steeled himself. Let us purchase 2 outfits for now. We can always add more as the seasons change. That will suffice. Thank you, Prince consort, Chao Yun replied. Seeing her address him as Prince consort stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Zhou Xiu, yet in front of the third prince, he had to swallow his emotions and followed Xiao Changye into the shop of the shopkeeper. Having eavesdropped on their conversation, hurried to greet them upon their entrance, bowing low and exclaiming, I have the honor of meeting the third prince and the prince consort. Your visit today is a great honor for our humble establishment. How may I assist you? Rise. I require 2 outfits for ladies. please present the most suitable garments for this young lady. Xiao Changye instructed nonchalantly. Certainly, the shopkeeper replied briskly. With such distinguished patrons present, especially the third prince, he aimed to provide the finest garments available. He soon returned from the back room, carefully holding two exquisite outfits. Placing them on the counter, these are our prized possessions, crafted for the current imperial concubine during her outings. However, she deemed the colors too pale and declined them. Please allow the young lady to assess their suitability. The fitting room is available in the back. Chapter 16. Am I to buy clothes for your lady? The onlookers beheld one outfit in a delicate yellow and another in a serene green. Both made from the finest shoe silk, adorned with golden edges and intricate floral and butterfly embroidery, which was only discernible upon closer inspection. Upon seeing the material, Zhou Xiu recognized the value of each piece and inquired, "Shopkeeper, how much for these two outfits?" The shopkeeper hesitated, glancing at Xiao Changye, unsure how to quote a price. The shopkeeper cautiously replied, "Worry not. How could the royal family fail to pay for a few garments? To speak frankly, without interest, each outfit costs 500 taels of silver. Not much at all, Prince Consort. Do buy them," Xiao Changye remarked leisurely. Upon hearing the price, Zhou Xiu felt overwhelmed, although he was not concerned with money. He understood that his father, as a garrison commander, earned merely 1,000 taels a year. This meant that the entire yearly income of the garrison would suffice for just two outfits. Let us have Chaoyun try them on first. If they don't fit, we shan't purchase them. Zhou Xiu resolved firmly. The garments were pre-made, not custom-tailored, and as long as he declared they did not suit Chaoyun, the purchase would be voided. If he were compelled to buy, he would grit his teeth and settle for one outfit. Chaoyun found the situation amusing. She had no intention of wearing Zhou Xiu's clothes, yet with Xiao Changye standing up for her, she couldn't possibly deny him face. Thus, she took the garments and, accompanied by Tao Hong, proceeded to the inner room to try them on. Xiao Changye refrained from conversing with Zhou Xiu, instead circling the shop twice. The shopkeeper quickly served them fragrant tea, yet they remained silent, each lost in their thoughts. Just as impatience began to set in, Chaoyun finally emerged. They had yet to fully appraise her when she entered, but the shop was instantly illuminated. Chaoyun now donned a striking yellow outfit, twirling gracefully before them, her slender shoulders and delicate waist accentuated by flowing sleeves and a pleated skirt embroidered with matching flowers and butterflies. As she spun, the flowers and butterflies appeared to dance upon her skirt. The bright yellow of her attire, paired with Chaoyun's vibrant visage, made the colors all the more radiant. Xiao Changye, who initially wore a disinterested expression, was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the truth of the saying, "Clothes make the man," Zhou Xiu too was left speechless. He had always known Chaoyun was beautiful, yet he had never seen her in such exquisite attire. Now, could he possibly claim this outfit was ill-fitting? To do so would invite scorn not only from the third prince but also from the shopkeeper. "This outfit is worthy of purchase. Chaoyun, try on the second one." Xiao Changye commanded. "As you wish." Chaoyun resolved to fully cooperate, recognizing the third prince's intent to address those he found displeasing. This time, she changed into the green outfit with remarkable swiftness, reappearing shortly. Her makeup lightly applied, Chaoyun twirled once more, exuding an ethereal grace that was truly captivating. However, this time, all the men's gazes were not upon the attire but rather upon Chaoyun's radiant face. In the back room, the shopkeeper's wife had been awestruck by Chaoyun's beauty, recommending a light application of makeup for an even better effect. Chaoyun, eager to tease Zhou Xiu, readily agreed. The shopkeeper's wife, skilled in her craft, quickly enhanced her appearance. Her lightly drawn brows exuded confidence, her cheeks blushing like the first bloom of peach blossoms, and her cherry-red lips appeared irresistibly luscious. Notably, a lotus flower ornament was delicately affixed to her forehead. Serving as the finishing touch, Zhou Xiu took a moment to regain his voice, stammering, "Perhaps we should not purchase this outfit after all." His heart ached, filled with regret for lacking the funds. How could he refrain from buying it? This young lady appeared as beautiful as a celestial being in that attire. The shopkeeper sincerely praised her beauty. "Somewhat inappropriate. The waistline has expanded a bit." Zhou Xiu murmured that if he were to spend 1,000 taels of silver to buy two outfits for Chaoyun to take home, I fear his mother would devour him whole. What is inappropriate about this? I shall make some adjustments. The shopkeeper is not merely concerned about losing customers, he is infatuated with his craft and fears nothing more than a customer declaring something is unsuitable. He would much prefer a customer to say, "This clothing is splendid, but alas, I cannot afford it." Yet, how could Zhou Xiu possibly lament his poverty before Chaoyun and Xiao Changye? Chaoyun twirled again and remarked, "The color of this garment is quite befitting for someone of my age. The fabric is light and breathable, and with the skirt flowing gracefully, I find myself quite appealing. My dear husband, do purchase it for me." In her endeavor to tease Zhou Xiu, Xiao Yun deployed her enchanting voice to coax him, leaving Zhou Xiu at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiao Changye felt discomfort and interjected, "Zhou Duke, are you suggesting I should buy clothing for your wife?" Zhou Xiu initially contemplated retorting in the affirmative but reconsidered, realizing such words would muddle the relationship between Xiao Yun and the third prince. Thus, he swallowed his pride. "Xiao Yun, I have a condition. After purchasing the garments, you must return to my residence with me. Let us wait until the eldest princess returns before we discuss this further. You need not feel pressured. I would not accept clothing from any man, no matter the circumstances. If I desire to wear something, I shall earn the money to buy it myself." Qin Xiaoyan's expression turned cold as she retreated to the inner chamber to change her attire. When she emerged, her face devoid of makeup and adornments, she donned a simple coarse cloth dress. Xiao Yun and Tao Hong gathered the previously purchased outfits and departed. She had become somewhat bewitched, having been utterly disillusioned with that man. Why should she continue to sulk as though she were reluctant to part with him? Upon seeing Xiao Yun leave, Zhou Xiu followed suit but suddenly remembered Xiao Changye was still present, quickly clasping his fists and saying, "Xiao Commander, please continue as you see fit. I have business to attend to." Xiao Changye waved a hand dismissively, allowing Zhou Xiu to pursue Qin Xiaoyun. Qin Xiaoyun and her maid, skilled in stealth, had already traversed half a street, leaving Zhou Xiu behind to the shopkeeper's side in regret, lamenting, "Such a beautiful young lady, yet she lacks suitable clothing. What a pity." Xiao Changye exchanged glances with Huang Chao before stepping outside to wait. He could not possibly buy clothing for another man's wife without risking unflattering rumors. However, it would be entirely reasonable for Huang Chao to handle this task under the guise of enjoying the family's hospitality while bestowing upon her a couple of outfits as a gift. Clothing gifted by the royal family would surely raise no objections, nor could she refuse to wear them. Xiao Yun and Tao Hong delivered the garments to the general's residence before changing into male attire. This time, in addition to darkening their faces, they took care to block their ear piercings with flour. Realizing the flour did not match their skin tone, they hastily smeared a bit of mud over it. They then arrived at the first wine shop of the Qin family, only to find several guards stationed outside. Shortly thereafter, another guard emerged from within. The lead guard inquired, "Is everything ready?" "The conscription details have been delivered to Qin Yong, and he has agreed to enlist." Once the group moved on, Xiao Yun entered the shop. Zhang Chuyer was serving wine to the customers while weeping. Qin Yong sat with his head bowed. One patron sighed, "We are in dire need of soldiers. I heard they have lowered the conscription age by a year. Anyone who has reached 14, whether an only son or a student, must serve 3 years before anything else." "Do you think anyone will return alive after 3 years?" another patron added. "I also heard that anyone under 50 must sign up. I am 49 this year. Alas, I too must go to war." The conversations of these patrons solidified Xiao Yun's determination to join the military. Perhaps with her talents, she could help many avoid the devastation of losing their families, allow those like her father to enjoy their twilight years, and enable only children like Qin Yong to support their parents while raising their own children. Chapter 17. Impersonating to enlist. At the city gate, the Ministry of War had dispatched several individuals to register enlistees. There was a throng of people signing up for military service and those applying for advisory roles. Xiao Changye glanced over the list of advisory personnel and, seeing no one with the surname Qin, returned it and instructed the secretary, "Any individual with the surname Qin who comes to enlist in the advisory group must report to me. I shall be at the Fulai Tea House." "Yes," the secretary replied respectfully. Qin Xiaoyun refrained from conversing with Qin Yong, instead quietly exiting the shop with Tao Hong, heading towards the city gate. Since she was enlisting on behalf of her brother, she needed to register his name. If he were to enlist, it would be as a regular soldier. "Indeed, miss, let us proceed to the regular military registration office." After a long wait for the wine shop patrons to depart, Zhang Chuyer wept before Qin Yong. "If you leave, how will I manage this large family? My husband, can you not stay?" Qin Yong wiped a tear from Zhang Chuyer's face. "Everyone is in the same boat. Look at the lad next door. Only 14 and not even fully grown, yet he too must go to war. Alas, I still have my responsibilities." "Do not say another word." Zhang Chuyer covered her husband's mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. "I do not want you to die. I want you all to come back alive." Qin Yong gently pushed Zhang Chuyer aside. "The official has decreed that I must register at the city gate by noon. Time is of the essence. I will not allow you to go. I cannot live without you. This family cannot survive without you. Chuyer, let him go. The rise and fall of the nation is a shared responsibility." Alas, Qin Lu had arrived at some point. "At my age, I too should be heading to the battlefield. I have informed the army of our family's situation. You are the only son, and I must look after the general's residence, which is why I was not drafted." I shall assist with matters at the shop from now on. Father, you and mother must take care of yourselves. Please look after Chuyer and Xiaobao as well as my sister and the young lady. Do not worry about home, I will handle everything, Qin Lu said as he wiped his eyes and headed into the inner hall, only to find his wife silently weeping against the doorframe. He approached and quietly took Xiaobao from her. Tao Hong stepped forward, embracing her daughter-in-law with one arm and her son with the other, crying inconsolably. In the time that Qin Yong had delayed, Qin Xiaoyun had already completed her registration and returned. As they approached the general's residence, they found Master Shunzi waiting at the gate, accompanied by 6 armed guards. Oh, young mistress, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for an hour. Xiaoyun hurriedly bowed to Master Shunzi. I did not realize you had arrived. My apologies, please come inside. As her mind raced, Xiaoyun surmised that the imperial edict must have been solicited by the eldest princess. Though she was unaware of its contents, Master Shunzi entered with her, holding the decree in one hand and a feather duster in the other. The interior was pristine, the scenery unchanged, reminiscent of 10 years prior when he had come to announce a decree. However, the laughter of the populace was absent, leaving an atmosphere of desolation. Master Shunzi sighed inwardly. To accompany the sovereign is akin to being with a tiger. The emperor's intentions are difficult to discern. In those days, General Qin Han defended the borders and was undefeated. During an incursion into the desert to lure the enemy, he was trapped for several days and failed to return. Rumors subsequently circulated in the army, suggesting he had defected. Although General Qin eventually returned safely, he faced defeat in a battle against the Northern Di. The rumors intensified, alleging he had colluded with the Northern Di's Wanyan Zhuo and deliberately lost. Regardless of the truth, the current emperor Xiao Yuan believed the rumors and urgently recalled Qin Han to the capital, confiscating the title of general and demoting his family to commoners, never to be employed again. Xiaoyun's mother, having been secretly harmed by a concubine, suffered a miscarriage and was bedridden. Upon hearing this devastating news, she fell ill and, on the eve of the decree ordering their expulsion from the capital, took her own life. Xiaoyun invited Master Shunzi to sit in the main hall, while Tao Hong hurriedly served tea and prepared the incense altar. Only then did Master Shunzi rise to announce the edict. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed that Qin Xiaoyun, daughter of the current general, has failed to uphold her duties as a wife and has left her home to live elsewhere. She is hereby ordered to return immediately to Hanmo Academy. Should she resist this decree, her current residence shall be confiscated. Thus is the command. This old emperor has truly discerned Xiaoyun's sentiments. He knows she cares deeply about the existence of the general's residence and is certain she will not defy the edict. Accept the decree. Xiaoyun accepted the imperial edict without a hint of resistance, taking it into her hands. One's arms cannot overpower a thigh. She did not wish to court death. At worst, she could remain in Hanmo Academy until the day the soldiers departed. Master Shunzi was also aware of the matter between Xiaoyun and the eldest princess, understanding that she did not wish to be a concubine, and the eldest princess would never accept that role nor be a secondary wife. Hence, he felt sympathy for Xiaoyun. Once she entered Hanmo Academy, it would be quite difficult to emerge. Thus, he advised Qin Xiaoyun, I urge you to consider your father and brother in times of trouble. I believe there is no obstacle insurmountable, and justice resides in the hearts of the people. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master. I will tidy up and follow you back to Hanmo Academy. Qin Yong stepped outside to register for military service, only to be informed that someone had already registered on his behalf. That cannot be. Today is my first time out. The secretary picked up the roster and said, look here, your name is Qin Yong. Right, it is written here. You reside at the entrance of the Rongxian Alley on Jingwei Road, at the Qin family's first wine shop, correct? Everything is noted. It cannot be false, sir. Can you tell me what the person who registered for me looks like? With so many people registering today, I cannot recall, but it seems 2 young men came together to sign up. Thank you, sir. Is the other young man also surnamed Qin? Let me check. The secretary flipped through the pages and pointed to the name beneath Qin Yong's on the list. Yes, it is a surname Qin, named Qin Tao Peach. At this moment, Qin Yong became certain that the young lady had indeed registered him for military service. He dared not speak of the matter and could only walk home in silence. He firmly resolved that he could never allow the 2 young ladies to venture onto the battlefield, a place swarming with men, for even if nothing untoward occurred, the tarnishing of their reputations upon their return would be a grave concern. As he prepared to depart, the secretary informed him that all who enlisted would gather at the royal training grounds 3 days hence, with the new recruits departing for the western regions under the command of the 3rd prince in half a month. Upon hearing that they were destined for the western regions, Qin Yong felt a sense of relief. There, he would have the protection of a great general and two young masters. At noon, Xiao Changye emerged from the Fula tea house and approached the secretary registering for the think tank. Asking to peruse the roster, not finding anyone with the surname Qin, he set the roster aside, mounted his black horse, and rode toward the city. As he reached Hanmo courtyard, he chanced upon a group of guards escorting Qiao Yun and Tao Hong inside. Xiao Changye realized that his aunt was once again up to no good. In this time of national peril, the Grand Princess should not be endangering talented individuals. He must hasten to petition his father to retrieve Qiao Yun. Chapter 18, Seeking Qiao Yun's freedom. With the throne in his youth, Xiao Changye often played in the residence of Princess Xiaowan, where he learned of his aunt's formidable nature. Any maid or servant who erred would face extreme punishments, rendering their lives miserable. He had once brought this matter to his father's attention, but the emperor, having indulged his aunt, had never reprimanded her. As Qiao Yun was about to cross the threshold of Hanmo courtyard, she turned back and flashed a confident smile at Xiao Changye, assuring him not to worry. Before resolutely stepping into the courtyard, eunuch Shunzi turned back, saw Xiao Changye, and hurried over to pay his respects. Your servant greets the third prince. Is it once again my aunt reporting to the emperor? That is difficult to say. The servant dares not speculate. Very well, knowing you are tight-lipped, return to the palace. In the imperial study, Xiao Changye knelt before the emperor. You say you are willing to exchange the throne of Lushan for Qiao Yun's freedom? Have you lost your senses? Speak the truth. Do you have feelings for that girl? Yes, no. Xiao Changye lifted his head. I am captivated by her talents. She is skilled in martial arts and possesses great wisdom. The strategy for conscription was conceived by her. You mean to say you have been secretly communicating? That is a grave misjudgment, father. You may say that of me, but never of her. It would tarnish her reputation, which is unbecoming of the royal family. Rise, I know you are not a reckless child. Your presence ensures a fleeting peace for our nation. Your position cannot be altered. Let us wait 3 days and see. Your aunt has just sought a royal decree. She likely intends to discipline this disobedient concubine. The emperor cannot simply agree and then retract. Father, Qin Qiao Yun is worth half the kingdom. Should my aunt torment her to death, it would be a tremendous loss for the great phone. Ha, my son exaggerates. How much capability can the daughter of a mere general possess? Let your aunt train her for now. If she has talent, it will be your aunt who suffers, not her. Just wait and observe the spectacle. My son. A smile spread across the emperor's face. Honor has indeed been spoiled, and having someone to counterbalance her is undoubtedly a pleasing thought. However, father, I am willing to trade my title of Lushan king for her freedom. I wish for her to face no harm. Her intellect is meant for confronting enemies, not for engaging in palace intrigue. I am weary. I shall rest. 3 days hence, I too will attend the training grounds to observe the new recruits. Xiao Changye strode out of the imperial study, heading toward Xuanwu Hall. Huang Chao awaited him there. Marshal, the Empress Dowager has summoned you for lunch. Oh, did mother mention anything else? The Empress Dowager mentioned several eligible young ladies to choose from as the future Lushan princess. Portraits have been prepared for your selection. Xiao Changye shook his head. Alas, my dear mother, could you refrain from concerning yourself with my marital affairs? Absolutely not. The voice of Empress Dowager echoed from outside the hall. This is the only matter left unresolved in my heart. If you do not let me worry about it, who shall? Your father or you? Mother, I wish to handle it myself. If by 30 I have not found a suitable match, I shall then heed your arrangements. Is that acceptable? 30, you say. Who knows if I will still be here then? No, that will not do. Fearing you might refuse to look at the portraits, I came personally to escort you. Come, let us go view the beauties. The Empress Dowager reached out to pull Xiao Changye along, and he had no choice but to follow her toward Weiyang Palace. In the corridor behind them, they encountered the lovely Guifei Li. Oh, sister, where are you headed? My son has returned. I intend to dine with him, then I shan't accompany you, as His Majesty has summoned me for lunch, the lovely Guifei declared, strutting away with an air of superiority. In the hidden palace, when the Empress Dowager was still a consort, the emperor had taken a liking to her straightforward nature. However, since ascending to the throne, Xiao Yuan's demeanor had changed considerably, treating the Empress Dowager with indifference while lavishing affection upon other consorts, especially the lovely Guifei who bore the second prince. The lovely Guifei was the daughter of the late Duke of Jingguo and the elder sister of General Li Kuan, who was currently leading troops in the northern regions of the Great Fong, a formidable power in the military. Xiao Changye understood his father's intentions were to maintain peace in the harem and to ensure the Li family remained loyal, which is why he indulged the lovely Guifei daily. However, such sentiments could not be shared with the Empress Dowager. Perhaps she understood but chose not to express it upon arriving at Weiyang Palace. The Empress Dowager instructed her attendant Chunmei to fetch the portraits while also directing the kitchen maid Lin Yangzi to prepare the meal. Lin Yangzi was an efficient woman in her 30s, her hair wrapped in a floral scarf as she swiftly served the dishes. My son, look, this is the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Wang Tongji Ruilan. She is dignified and graceful, clearly a fine young lady. What do you think? Xiao Chanye casually replied, good, yet his gaze remained fixated on Lin Yangzi as she moved. Noticing his attention, Lin Yangzi smiled. Third prince, this is roasted venison, from a yearling sika deer raised in the royal hunting grounds. Its meat is tender and perfect for roasting. She gestured to another platter. And this is freshly caught yellow river carp, wild, ideal for sweet and sour carp. Mother, I am hungry. I wish to finish my meal before viewing the portraits. The Empress Dowager recognized her son's excuse to evade the matter and promptly insisted. Son, just one more portrait, only one. This child is skilled in martial arts and well-versed in literature, capable of being your virtuous spouse. This time, the Empress Dowager adeptly appealed to Xiao Chanye's interests, successfully captivating his attention. He picked up the portrait for a closer look, revealing a valiant woman wielding a long sword, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Mother, this one is unsuitable. I do not desire such a fierce woman. Her family background is commendable, provided by the lovely Guifei. She is the daughter of Li Koan, and she could support you well, ensuring your safety. As the Empress Dowager spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Alas, my own family is of little influence, unable to aid my son. Mother, fortunes can shift over time. Do not view me as a helpless chick. It is I who should protect women, not the other way around. Mother, I am hungry. I wish to dine. Upon seeing the stern expression in her son's eyes, the Empress Dowager understood he was upset when he addressed her as mother. She recognized his displeasure, while if he referred to her as mom or mama, it indicated his happiness and affectionate demeanor. Very well, let us eat. However, your marriage cannot be delayed. You are constantly on the battlefield, risking your life. As your mother, I wish for you to marry and establish a family. To enjoy some peaceful days, mother, until the barbarians are vanquished. How can I settle down? When the world is at peace, I will personally bring my future wife to you. Alas, look at the instability at the borders. Conflicts have persisted since the old generation, and they show no signs of resolution. If this continues for another decade or so, you will miss the chance to have grandchildren. My son, if the war persists, will you never consider marriage? Mother, if you insist, I shall not eat. Xiao Chanye feigned anger. All right, do not worry, let us eat. Alas, your offspring will have their own fortunes. I can no longer fret. Chapter 19. Allow me to test for poison in the dishes. Chaoyun settled into the warm Phoenix Pavilion of the Western Cross Courtyard. Gradually, people delivered coarse bedding, hot water, and the midday meal. After cleansing her hands, Chaoyun intended to eat. Although the meal consisted of mere 2 dishes and a soup, it was sufficient to soothe her long-starved stomach. Wait, miss, allow me to test the food for poison before you eat, Tao Hong exclaimed, pulling a silver hairpin from her head and inserting it into the dish. Hey, is your hairpin clean? How can we eat this food now? It is better than being poisoned, miss, there is no poison. It is safe to eat now. You underestimate the Grand Princess's temperament. She has brought me into her residence. Naturally, she wishes for me to submit to her. It would be impossible for her to poison me outright, miss. During these precarious times, we must remain vigilant. Caution ensures longevity. Let us eat. Mississippi, sit down. Let us dine together. It is acceptable in our residence, but if others see us here, they might say we lack decorum. I in my room, the rules are set by me. Why should I care what they think? Very well, miss, I have run around all morning and am famished. The 2 of them shared the 2 dishes, with each devouring a large piece of scallion pancake and drinking 2 bowls of hot soup until they were barely satisfied. Once the servants cleared away the dishes, the 2 of them leaned back lazily in their chairs, resting with their legs crossed. In the eastern cross courtyard. Has she eaten? Xiaowan gently caressed the exquisitely crafted golden armor, savoring her meal with evident delight. It was delicious, remarked the maid Qingfeng. She did not find it lacking in quality? Not at all. Of the 2 of them shared the meal and are now reclining comfortably, appearing quite satisfied, replied the maid Qingyue. They have never encountered such a lack of decorum. Their posture is more unrefined than that of common women. Xiaowan lifted her head and stated, only 1 dish and a piece of flatbread will be served tonight. As you command, Qingfeng responded, departing to make arrangements. Furthermore, summon her to pay her respects to me this evening. In the capacity of a concubine, yes, your highness, Qingyue replied. Having spent considerable time by the side of the Grand Princess, they were well aware of her methods of governance. First, she would restrict their rations, then mentally torment them, ultimately leading to their despair and demise. The afternoon hours were the most prone to drowsiness, especially since they had nothing to occupy them. Chaoyun and Tao Hong lay on the same bed. their heads touching as they slept through the afternoon, only stirring awake as dusk approached. A maid brought in a lamp. Qingfeng personally delivered a dish and a soup, along with a small piece of flatbread. Madam Qin, after your meal, do remember to pay respects to the Grand Princess, as she has instructed, in the role of a concubine, Qing Yue said coldly. My lady is lawfully married, having entered wedlock before your Grand Princess. So if anyone should pay respects, it ought to be your mistress to our lady, Tao Hong boldly retorted. How dare you? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Does she seek to court death? Qingfeng exclaimed, brandishing a broom in readiness to strike Tao Hong. Unfazed, Tao Hong continued, look at this, the two of us are merely a master and servant duo, yet you only send one dish and a soup. Who can survive on that? Is this not a blatant act of cruelty toward us? Your insolence warrants punishment. To teach you a lesson, Qingfeng declared, are you not afraid we might report this to the Duke, if you have the audacity to report? Go ahead, the food you are consuming is from the Grand Princess's dowry. Do you think the Duke has surplus silver to support concubines? Tao Hong scoffed, then let us go free. It's as if anyone is eager to cling to you. Qiao Yun had already taken a seat at the dining table, picking up her chopsticks. The dishes prepared by the cook are quite good, far superior to your culinary skills, Tao Hong. One should not disdain the food received through charity. There is enough to eat and not enough to starve. My lady, please refrain from speaking. Eating is of utmost importance. We still need to pay respects to the Grand Princess later. What is there to pay respects for? They have already withheld our rations, and you still manage to eat. How do you intend to survive in the days to come? My lady is truly unperturbed. The master and servant duo reluctantly consumed all the food. Even finishing the soup, Qiao Yun let out a satisfied burp and said, you are Qingfeng, correct? Please lead the way. I am off to pay my respects to the princess. Tao Hong hurried to follow, anxious to protect her mistress from harm. Despite her prowess in martial arts, even a hero cannot withstand the force of 4. My lady, do you have the Qilin whip? Tao Hong whispered. One must never be without a means of self-defense. Very well. Xiaowan indulged in sumptuous feasts daily, her recent marriage progressing smoothly, leading her to indulge in sleep. Once sated, she stroked her slightly protruding belly, feeling as though she had gained quite a bit of weight recently. Is that wretched woman yet to come and pay her respects? If not, I shall retire for the night. Your Highness, Madam Qin is nearly here. Xiaowan straightened her posture, muttering, now that is more like it. Announcing, Madam Qin has arrived. To enter, Xiaowan commanded with an air of authority. Qin Xiaoyun pays her respects to the Grand Princess. Here we go again with this formality. Qin Xiaoyun, can you not say something original? A concubine is still a concubine. Why the pretense of titles? Hurry and kneel to show your respect. What are you hesitating for? Your Highness, this is Hanmo Garden, not the Grand Princess's estate, she countered, her meaning clear. Your Grand Princess is a wife, not a bride brought into the family. Will you again bore me with tales of your earlier marriage? The Grand Princess is well educated, I am but a humble woman. There is no room for reason before me. Come, close the door. With a single command from Xiaowan, Qingfeng and Qingyue swiftly shut the door, each wielding a hefty stick. Strike. At Xiaowan's command, the two maids foolishly approached, swinging their clubs. Xiaoyun stood firm. Unyielding, the maids paused momentarily. Were they not always the ones to fight back? In that fleeting moment, Tao Hong had already snatched their clubs, playfully weighing them in each hand. This is child's play. I suggest the Grand Princess seek something more challenging. Perhaps find some martial instructors for a proper sparring match. Xiaoyun spoke nonchalantly. Xiaowan's eyes brightened. Excellent suggestion. Qingfeng, ride swiftly and summon the 5 martial instructors from my estate. I shall not rest until I have subdued her. Now, at once, immediately. Yes. Qingfeng mounted her horse and galloped into the dim light of the waning moon. By the time darkness fell, Zhou Xiu returned, weary from his duties. Recently, the Ministry of War had been recruiting soldiers, and the workload was overwhelming. Though several deputy ministers were present, he found himself in a whirlwind of activity. He had originally planned to take a 3-day honeymoon leave, but given the extraordinary circumstances and his new post, he opted to forego it. Upon entering Hanmo Garden, he was greeted by the sounds of clashing weapons. Thinking it was merely the guards practicing, he paid it no mind, however, as he ventured deeper into the inner courtyard. The commotion grew louder, and panic gripped him. Could it be assassins targeting the princess? His martial skills were commendable, and he hastened past the decorative wall, gripping his sword tightly as he moved forward. The courtyard was brightly lit, revealing 5 figures clad in black engaged in combat with a single woman. Though he did not recognize the 5 men, he was well acquainted with the one encircled in their midst, Qin Xiaoyun. Seeing her at this hour filled him with joy. It appeared she had come to terms with their relationship and was ready to embrace their union. Perhaps tonight he could discuss staying with her in her quarters. But seeing her in peril, he pushed aside those thoughts and drew his sword to join the fray. He positioned himself back to back with Qin Chaoyun. Chaoyun, I'll cover you, escape quickly. Chapter 20, Why do you stand by this wretched concubine? It's easy to summon a spirit, but difficult to send it away. I shall not depart, I have not yet had my fill of play. Chaoyun lashed out with her whip, taking down one of the black-clad men. Duke, which side are you on? Why do you speak on behalf of this wretched concubine? These are not assassins. Everyone, stand down. Zhou Xiu commanded sharply. The four martial instructors outside promptly halted, assisting the injured one aside. Duke, she has shown me disrespect. I am merely teaching her a lesson that cannot be interrupted until she submits, the Grand Princess declared, seated upon a gilded chair. Indeed, Zhou Duke, I still have not finished. Let them all come at me. You are the Grand Princess's husband. You must join in as well. I fear nothing. Under the flickering torchlight, Chaoyun's feet moved restlessly, her eyes alight with fierce determination, reminiscent of a cheetah poised to strike in the wild. Zhou Xiu, witnessing her spirited demeanor, felt a ripple of admiration within him. Such a combative nature, combined with the Grand Princess's jealousy, foretold a future of incessant turmoil within his household. Alas, the days of harmony may soon be lost. Martial instructors, strike her down. If she dies, it shall be on my account, the Grand Princess commanded fiercely. Yes. The remaining four martial instructors responded in unison, bowing as they gradually approached Chaoyun, accustomed to their arrogance. They had walked with a swagger both inside and outside the Grand Princess's estate. They assumed their martial prowess was unmatched, but after facing Chaoyun, they realized they had gained no advantage. One of their own had already fallen. Two wielded knives, and two brandished swords, all skilled in their own right. Exchanging glances, they shouted, "Charge!" As they swiftly launched their weapons, the two with knives came down from above while the others struck from the sides. Everyone present, except Tao Hong, thought that with such a coordinated attack, even if she possessed extraordinary abilities, she would surely be injured. In a flash, Chaoyun spun her Qilin whip, creating a black barrier that initially formed a small circle around her. As the whip expanded, it blossomed like a mesmerizing black lotus, shielding her within its protective embrace. The commotion in the courtyard drew all the inhabitants of the estate to witness the spectacle. Including Zhou Wang and Zhou Lian. Her mother, the wretched woman has returned. How did I not know? What of it? Skill is paramount, Zhou Wang replied coldly. I shall cling to the Grand Princess's favor, and I will stir trouble before her. Zhou Lian scoffed, feeling disheartened by her mother's disdain for Chaoyun. In my opinion, those four martial instructors cannot withstand her. That may not be the case. What of my brother? He is the champion of the current martial examinations. Are you certain your brother can defeat her? Zhou Wang, having witnessed her son's skills and having seen her husband practice martial arts, could discern some truths. As the Qilin whip danced like a serpent. It struck simultaneously at the wrists of the four martial instructors. The immense force caused them to lose grip of their weapons, resulting in a chaotic scramble to evade the flying blades. Uncertain whether it was a mere jest or an intentional act by Zhao Yun, a long sword suddenly hurtled towards Xiaoan, leaving her no time to scream as she watched the blade dart menacingly toward her throat. Zhou Xiu, fixated on Zhao Yun's every movement, felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of her being harmed. Should she suffer injury, his heart would surely ache, observing the chaotic flurry of weapons. He remained vigilant. With a slight bend of his waist, he assumed a ready posture, prepared to spring forth to extinguish the impending danger. As the sword aimed directly at Xiaoan, he realized that even the swiftest of movements would be insufficient to reach her in time. In a flash of inspiration, Zhou Xiu hurled his own sword into the fray. In an instant, the two blades clashed, producing a sharp, metallic sound. By the time the onlookers grasped the situation, the swords had already clattered to the ground. Xiaoan finally let out a cry, her face paling as terror gripped her, her stomach churning as dread consumed her. After a brief moment, she realized with dismay that her undergarments had become warm and damp. She had been so frightened that she had lost control. Who could she blame for this misfortune? Only her own malevolent heart could bear the brunt of heavenly retribution. The four martial masters displayed expressions of shame. Clasping their fists in gratitude, acknowledging that to be bested by the daughter of the general was a matter of pride, they understood that with Zhao Yun's whip skills, had the weapons slipped from their grasp, she could have directed them straight at their hearts. Moreover, should she choose to advance and lash out with her whip, they would certainly sustain injuries. As the saying goes, an expert needs only to extend a hand to reveal their prowess. Zhao Yun has been rude, my apologies. The martial masters offered their apologies. Meanwhile, Xiaoan's face was ashen, nearly toppling over, but she was steadied by Qing Feng and Qing Yu on either side. You, I will not let this go, she proclaimed, as the two maidservants assisted her away to change her garments. Despite the cover of night, the lantern light revealed the telltale stain behind the Grand Princess, evoking suppressed laughter among the onlookers. Though none dared to laugh aloud. "Miss, are you all right?" Tao Hong approached, pulling Zhao Yun this way and that, and upon noticing Zhou Xiu's concerned demeanor, she exclaimed, "Your estate treats us, your servants, poorly, providing only a single dish and a small piece of bread for a meal. If my lady were to be satiated, would their lives remain intact?" "What did you say?" "The kitchen failed to prepare meals for you. In our household, even the lowliest servant is well fed," Zhou Xiu retorted. "Enough, Tao Hong. Not a few days without food won't kill anyone. Come, let us return to rest." Zhou Xiu had initially suspected the girl was fabricating stories, but upon hearing it from Zhao Yun, he began to believe. He called out to the curious onlookers, "Who possesses such audacity to withhold provisions from the lady of the house? Do they wish to court death?" The chef fell to his knees, exclaiming, "This is not our doing. My lord, it was instructed by Miss Qing Feng beside the Grand Princess, and we dared not disobey. Remember this. Henceforth, the provisions at Nuong Feng Pavilion shall match those of the Grand Princess." "Yes, but," the chef hesitated, unsure whether to speak. "The Grand Princess's meals are to be supplied according to her status, consisting of 8 dishes and 1 soup per meal, funded by the princess's treasury. Who shall bear the cost for Nuong Feng Pavilion's share? Naturally, it shall be covered by my estate." "What nonsense is this? Just charge it to the accounts." Zhou Xiu, growing impatient, aimed to visit the Grand Princess and inquire if he might rest with Zhao Yun that night. Yes, the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhou Xiu's earlier demeanor and words had already been reported to Xiao Wan. Enraged, she resolved to bathe and attire herself properly before confronting Zhou Xiu. How dare he refer to that wretched woman as lady? Who granted him such audacity to confront her? Having been married for a day, it was high time to establish some decorum with the prince consort. Fuming internally, the Grand Princess ground her teeth. Donning her garments before sitting in wait for Zhou Xiu's arrival, Zhou Xiu, devoid of any visible worry, feigned concern as he asked, "Princess, are you unwell?" "Fear not, I shall not perish, all thanks to your little mistress." The Grand Princess's scornful remark ignited Zhou Xiu's ire. Was this princess raised in the back alleys to speak so coarsely? "Princess, why do you speak thus? Blades and arrows are blind. One can never predict their path." "Humph, do you think I am blind?" I witnessed the sword approach, her eyes gleaming and her lips twisting in a smirk that cannot be deemed her fault. "The crux lies in your summoning 5 grown men to confront a single woman, and yet failing to prevail. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon your subordinates for their lack of skill." Zhou Xiu's lips curled upward, barely suppressing laughter. The Grand Princess rose, charging at Zhou Xiu. "You heartless wretch, I bestow upon you wealth and honor, and yet you repay me this way. You refuse to assist me and instead defend an outsider. Is she truly your mistress?" With a resounding slap, Zhou Xiu struck Xiao Wan across the face, leaving a 5-fingered imprint upon her plump visage. You dare strike a princess? Do you wish for death?" Xiao Wan's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she retaliated fiercely against Zhou Xiu. "You dare strike me on our wedding day? I shall inform the emperor. You shall face the execution of your entire clan." Zhou Xiu, pushing Xiao Wan away, coldly inquired, "Grand Princess, what does little mistress mean?" He mused that should she be oblivious to the term's reference to his father's concubine, he would forgive her and humbly apologize. However, if she understood the implication and still uttered it, she would be deemed morally corrupt, an individual who defames the innocent. What else could little mistress mean but a mistress younger than your own mother? Xiao Wan sobbed, "You heartless fiend, for the sake of your little mistress, you dare to strike me. Do you know how your 3rd-rank military officer came to be? Had I not pleaded with the emperor, you would likely have been exiled to some desolate place." "Princess, cease your tears. I shall plead for forgiveness from the emperor, for all of this is solely my doing. I only ask that he does not hold my family accountable." Xiao Wan, alarmed, reacted swiftly. She had yet to lodge a complaint, and here he was preemptively seeking pardon that if he accused her before the emperor of being indiscreet prior to marriage and now resorting to insults, the emperor would surely deem her a disgrace to the royal family, offering her no defense. "Stop right there," Xiao Wan commanded, rising to wipe her tears away, her swollen eyes glaring at Zhou Xiu. "I shall lodge my complaint. It is not for you to do." Shoving Zhou Xiu aside, she made for the door, only to halt in shock at the sight before her. Lady Zhou stood with her 2 children and a throng of servants, kneeling in unison as they pleaded, "Please, Grand Princess, temper your wrath." Xiao Wan felt utterly humiliated. She had been so frightened by the sword that she had lost control, and now countless witnesses had seen her disgrace. With the prince consort's slap still fresh, she had no recourse for her grievances. Enraged at the gathering crowd, she approached Lady Zhou and kicked her fiercely, exclaiming, "It is your well-raised son who has brought this upon me." Lady Zhou collapsed to the ground, her insides churning painfully, a wave of nausea overwhelming her as she coughed up blood, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Zhou Jin and Lian Er rushed to support her, calling out, "Mother, are you all right? Do you need a doctor?" Lady Zhou had no intention of extorting the princess, The Grand Princess's wrath had simply been too fierce, her kick too forceful. Zhou Xiu emerged just in time to witness the assault on his mother. Though he harbored grievances against her for mistreating Zhao Yun, she was still his mother, and he could not abide such indignities. Zhou Xiu stepped forward to assist her, saying, "Mother, do not fear, I shall bear the consequences. If it comes to it, I shall renounce my title and return home to live as a recluse." Second brother Lian Er quickly helped mother back to her chamber and fetch a physician. Lady Zhou managed to catch her breath, crying out, "My son, how could you be so foolish? My suffering is trivial, but do not jeopardize your future. Quickly kneel before the Grand Princess and beg for her forgiveness." Lady Zhou's urgency led to a fit of coughing, causing her to spit up more blood. Zhou Xiu's heart ached for her second brother Lian Er. "Please summon a doctor for our mother. I must go to the palace to seek forgiveness." Zhou Xiu resolved not to allow the Grand Princess to seize the upper hand. In matters of familial disputes, the first to speak carries the weight of reason. "Stop right there," Xiaowan shouted, aware of the old adage that the wicked are often the first to complain. Zhou Xiu, undeterred, continued to stride ahead. Having already walked several paces, Xiaowan rushed forward, blocking his path, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Try to take another step, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. To fabricate a charge is but a trivial task." "Do as you please." Zhou Xiu's stubbornness flared, and he maneuvered around Xiaowan, pressing on. "You halt this instant." Zhou Daong was in his study, organizing his books in preparation for his impending return to duty. Hearing the commotion outside, he rushed out to investigate. Upon learning that his son had struck the Grand Princess, he could hardly contain himself, advancing to deliver a resounding slap to Zhou Xiu's face. "Scoundrel, apologize to the Grand Princess at once. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Zhou family?" Zhou Xiu, defiantly bristling, opened his mouth to protest, but Zhou Daong delivered a swift kick to his ankle, causing him to kneel. "Apologize." Zhou Daong was acutely aware of the dangers of courtly life. His son, fresh and naive, was unafraid of the tiger's den, yet now, having stirred a catastrophic incident, he remained blissfully unaware. "Refuse to apologize?" Zhou Daong struck Zhou Xiu again, asking, "Will you apologize?" "I will not." Fuming with rage, Zhou Daong threatened, "You have defied me. I shall see to your demise." Casting his gaze around, he spotted a guard with a sword at his waist. Snatching it away, "Will you apologize?" Lady Zhou lunged to shield her son, exclaiming, "My lord, please show mercy. Our son is young and foolish. I shall apologize to the Grand Princess on his behalf." Turning away as he spoke, he went to kneel before Xiaowan, pleading, "Your Highness, please spare me. I have failed to raise my son properly, and I come here to offer my sincerest apologies. Alas, it is indeed the children who bring trouble, and the parents who must bear the consequences." Zhou Daong sighed heavily, collapsing alongside the Zhou matriarch in front of the Grand Princess. At 20 years of age, he was no longer a child. He ought to understand right from wrong, and he must take responsibility for his own actions. The courtyard was in disarray, the commotion having already reached the warm Phoenix Pavilion in the western courtyard. Tao Hong called for the young lady to come and witness the spectacle. Although Chao Yun had initially intended to remain inside, her curiosity about the Zhou family's obsequiousness towards the Grand Princess compelled her to step out. Upon learning the details, she realized that it was indeed her own sword that had incited this chaos. She was reluctant to intervene, fearing that if the emperor took matters seriously, she too would bear some culpability. To resolve the issue would involve her in a situation she wished to avoid. Just then, she noticed Zhou Wangshe crawling towards her, clinging to the hem of Chao Yun's dress. "Grand Princess, if you must place blame, then let it fall upon this wretched woman. She is the one who has caused this trouble. She is the one who sought to harm you." Chao Yun tugged at her skirt, exclaiming, "Let go, I refuse to speak with you." Yet Zhou Wangshe held on tenaciously, insisting, "It is she. She is the murderer. Go raid her general's residence and annihilate her entire clan." How reckless one must be to ignore the consequences. Chao Yun ceased her struggles. Standing resolutely, Tao Hong bent down to pry Zhou Wangshe's hand away, declaring, "Are you not ashamed? 5 burly men are picking on our young lady, and they cannot even hold their swords properly. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon those 5 ruffians." Chapter 22. "You wicked slave!" Zhou Wangshe struck with a resounding slap, landing firmly on Tao Hong's face. Caught off guard, Tao Hong had been focused on prying Zhou Wangshe's hand away and was unprepared for the sudden strike. However, Tao Hong was no meek servant. Before the young lady could utter a word, she retaliated with a swift kick, causing Zhou Wangshe to spit out blood. "You vile slave, as wicked as your mistress, quickly seize them and deliver them to the authorities. Let them face justice for their entire family." Undeniably, Zhou Wangshe had successfully diverted attention, redirecting Xiaowan's ire towards this woman who dared to vie for her man. Her blatant desire for attention was but a ploy to capture a man's gaze. Very well, let her have it. In her fervor, she completely forgot that she was the one who instigated this affair. Bring this wretched woman to the brothel, and her maidservant too. Don't you wish to attract men's attention? There are plenty of men there. What, you dare? Zhou Xiu, disregarding her father's restraint, broke free and pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Wan, demanding, do you wish to create such a ruckus that the whole world knows? I will not tolerate such insolence. Such a wanton woman has no place in my residence. Are you truly intent on keeping her as your concubine? It was not only Zhou Xiu who chastised her. Even Zhou Daong joined in, yet Zhou Wangshe remained composed, regarding Zhou Daong with suspicion, asking, are you involved with this wretched woman? With a swift motion, Zhou Wangshe slapped Zhou Daong, causing his face to turn and blood to trickle from his mouth. Xiao Yan retreated 3 steps, stating, if the old hag cannot speak properly she should remain silent, spewing nothing but filth. You are indeed a match for her. Tao Hong, let us return indoors. Do not let them escape. Guards, apprehend them and send them to the brothel. Xiao Wan's voice rose to a near shriek. Who dares? I am the imperial village lord, a person of rank. If there are to be consequences, it must be by imperial decree, and the Ministry of Justice must be involved. You rabid dogs cannot dictate my fate. What of your title, little village lord? I can accuse you of treasonous intent and attempted murder. My royal brother is far too busy to concern himself with a mere speck like you. Then let us see, Xiao Yan declared, leading Tao Hong towards the western courtyard. Were it not for the imperial edict mandating her residence here, she would have scaled the walls to return to the general's residence. Refusing to endure such indignities, however, a group of 40 to 50 guards blocked their path. Xiao Yun and Tao Hong exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. They stood back to back, readying themselves for the impending assault. Miss, shall we fight to the death, or leave them a breath to spare? Tao Hong asked excitedly as she flexed her wrists. Since leaving Langya Mountain, she hadn't had a proper fight, and her fists itched for action. Her muscles feeling somewhat rusty, Xiao Yun unsheathed her Qilin whip, shaking it in her hand. Its dark surface glimmered ominously in the night. According to her master, the whip was crafted from the long hair of a practitioner of iron-headed techniques. Imbued with both resilience and lethal intent, fight to the death. 1 down is 1 less, 2 down is double the reward. Alright, let us begin, you trash, Tao Hong bellowed, yet the guards hesitated, daunted by the Qilin whip in Xiao Yan's grasp. All eyes were on the master and servant duo, allowing Grand Princess Xiao Wan to slip away unnoticed. Outside the gate, a swift horse was already prepared. Xiao Wan quietly mounted the carriage and set off down the broad street towards the palace. She intended to present her case that very night, demanding that Qin Xiaoyan be turned around and that the Zhou family face their due punishment. Such a commotion would have certainly reached Xiao Yuan by now. His spies were embedded throughout the various provincial offices, ready to report any disturbances to the capital. Seated in the imperial study, Xiao Yuan awaited the arrival of his favored son, having summoned Shunzi to fetch Xiao Changye. He wished to assess his son's capability in managing domestic affairs and to see if his predictions were accurate. Upon receiving the emperor's summons, Xiao Changye inquired of Shunzi, "What is this matter of such urgency?" Shunzi, serving closely by the emperor's side, had heard the reports from the spies but could not freely discuss royal matters. He merely replied, "Your Highness, follow me, and you shall see the outcome you desire." "What outcome do I desire? Is it the conscription of 100,000 soldiers, or perhaps Qin Xiaoyan joining the advisory council? In short, it is a favorable matter. Your Highness, please come with me." Shunzi, carrying a palace lamp, led the way to the imperial study, nearly colliding with Xiao Wan, who was approaching from the opposite direction. "How dare you, servant, to collide with this princess? Do you seek death?" Shunzi quickly knelt, bowing his head. "I did not know the grand princess was present. It is dark and I hope for your forgiveness." As a trusted servant of Xiao Yuan, Shunzi's status was notably higher than that of ordinary eunuchs. And he spoke with a deliberate calmness. Having endured a night of indignation in the calligraphy pavilion, Xiao Wan could no longer suppress her fury upon seeing Shunzi's demeanor. She slapped him across the face, spitting, "You, a mere castrated slave, dare to defy me? Do you wish to die?" Seeing his aunt arrive in the dead of night, Xiao Changye deduced that trouble was brewing in her household, undoubtedly linked to Qin Xiaoyun. "Aunt, you come to the palace at such an hour. Surely it must be a matter of state," he teased. "You child, always thinking of battles. Have you never considered the conflicts within the inner quarters? Oh, pray enlighten me. With whom in the inner quarters have you been at odds? I shall not waste my breath on a mere child like you. I must seek your father." At this moment, Xiao Wan regained a semblance of confidence before her juniors. Lifting her chin haughtily as she entered, Xiao Changye followed, calling after her, "Oh, let your nephew take a guess. Aunt, you must have had a skirmish with Qin Xiaoyun, have you not?" Xiao Wan turned in astonishment. How did you know? Have you planted spies in my residence, dear aunt? How could I forget? I am the esteemed Grand Marshal of the Southern Campaign, naturally endowed with analytical and predictive abilities. Otherwise, how could I lead troops into battle? Very well, I concede. I shall report Zhou Xiu and Qin Xiaoyun's misdeeds. Nephew, you are welcome to join me and witness how I seek vengeance. Your Highness, why do you come to the palace at this hour? Xiao Yuan had already been seated, patiently observing the exchange between the aunt and nephew. Brother, you must take my side. Upon seeing her elder brother, a wave of grievance washed over Xiao Yuan as she recounted the events of the evening. Embellishing her tale with distorted truths about Qin Xiaoyun and Zhou Xiu colluding to endanger her life, painting herself as the victim. Brother, that vile woman entered the estate today upon receiving the imperial edict and claimed I mistreated her. Denying her food. Do you think our royal family is so petty? That is hardly the case, Xiao Yuan replied with a smile, pleased that he had accurately predicted the consequences of his sister's household turmoil. It appeared that she had indeed suffered at the hands of Qin Xiaoyun. My brother, the most crucial point is that she attacked me with a sword, scaring me so much that I wet myself? Xiao Yuan looked on with keen interest, amused by the prospect of a great demon being subdued by a lesser one. Such words from you, sister, as a royal, how could you possess such little courage? Regardless, that wretched Qin Xiaoyun intended to harm me, while Zhou Xiu stood idly by and even struck me. Look, my face is still swollen. Let me see. Xiao Yuan feigned seriousness as he examined her. Sister, you have suffered greatly. I shall issue an order to strip Zhou Xiu of his official position, demoting him to a commoner, and he shall be sent back to the countryside to farm. You shall marry him, for one must follow their spouse, be it a chicken or a dog, to the countryside to make a living. Brother, I meant to lightly punish Zhou Xiu, but to thoroughly deal with that wretched Qin Xiaoyun. Oh, how do you wish for me to handle the village lord Qin? I want you to raid her home, imprison her entire family, and annihilate her clan. Xiao Yuan became intrigued by Qin Xiaoyun. For this woman had managed to best the arrogant and domineering Grand Princess and had captured the heart of his most favored son, seeking to exchange her freedom for her title. Surely she had become something extraordinary. Upon hearing the royal sister's decree for Qin Xiaoyun to meet her demise, Xiao Yuan found the words most unpalatable. Royal sister, you are surely aware that her family has taken to the battlefield. At this critical juncture, we must prioritize national affairs rather than indulge in baseless quarrels. Tell me, within the confines of my capability, what is it that you desire? I shall compensate you on their behalf. Royal brother, Xiao Yuan called out, yet found herself at a loss for words. She had married. Could it be that she had become like spilled water? Aunt, how about you grant me Xiao Yuan? The gleam of excitement sparked in Xiao Changya's eyes as he seized the moment. Recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to claim Xiao Yuan, what do you wish to do with her? Is she not a formidable fighter? I would have her join the fray on the battlefield. It would also serve as a means to avenge you, dear aunt. Absolutely not. I must personally torment her until she wishes for death itself. My dear nephew, do you possess any concoction that would strip her of her martial prowess? I desire her rendered powerless, at my mercy for reprimand. Aunt, do not squander talent. It is a grave waste. Xiao Changya sighed deeply. Suddenly, Eunuch Shun's voice rang from the entrance of the imperial study. Your Majesty. Zhou Xiu and his wife, Qin Xiaoyun, seek an audience. Moments prior, Zhou Xiu had witnessed the guards surrounding Xiaoyun and had shouted, "Who dares harm the village chief? Such a transgression is unforgivable," with no one daring to act. All eyes turned to the Grand Princess, only to see her hurriedly exiting the estate, lacking a leader, and with the prince shielding Xiaoyun, they dispersed, unwilling to invite trouble while serving in a noble family. Observing Xiao Yuan's retreat, Zhou Xiu understood she had rushed to the palace to report the incident and hastily took Qin Xiaoyun by the hand, pulling her away. What are you doing? Let go. Xiaoyun struggled to free herself from Zhou Xiu's grasp, but to no avail. Come. We must present ourselves before the emperor. What if the Grand Princess maligns us first? Our stance could determine the fates of over 100 souls from our two households. Prepare the horses, Zhou Xiu commanded. 2 steeds were soon brought forth, and he released Xiaoyun only upon reaching the main gate. He had contemplated riding double, but noticing Xiaoyun's grim demeanor, he relinquished the thought. Xiaoyun mount. Xiaoyun had no desire to go, yet a part of her wished to meet the emperor. After all, it was he who had conferred upon her the title of village chief. The two galloped forth, yet did not catch sight of Xiao Yuan, illustrating the weight of her resentment in the speed with which they drove the carriage. To breach the palace gates at such an hour would incur penalties. Yet they pressed on, believing that any punishment would fall solely upon Zhou Xiu. With Eunuch Shun's call, Xiao Yuan chuckled. It appeared that the praises heaped upon Xiaoyun by Ye had stirred her to impatience. Promising an evening of spectacle, announce, the Duke Zhou Xiu and the village chief present themselves. As Zhou Xiu entered, he knelt with a thud, pulling Qiao Yun down alongside him. Your Majesty, I trust the Grand Princess has apprised you of the events of this evening. I shall not provide excuses. I beseech you, let any punishment fall solely upon me, for it has not to do with Qiao Yun. From the moment Zhou Xiu pulled Qiao Yun down to kneel, Xiao Wan's displeasure was palpable. Now witnessing him still defending Qiao Yun, she exclaimed, even now you protect this wretch, royal brother. Do you see, the Duke has struck me to defend her. This is the epitome of favoritism. This wretch even attempted to assassinate me with a sword. Royal brother, swiftly decree her sale to a brothel. Your Majesty, permit me to clarify, it is not as the Grand Princess has claimed. Qin Qiaoyun was surrounded by her 5 martial instructors, and it was their weapon that inadvertently flew towards the Grand Princess. It bears no relation to Qiao Yun. As for striking her, I feel it unnecessary to elaborate. You may inquire of the Grand Princess. Oh, then let the royal sister elucidate. What did you utter that warranted such a slap? The curiosity in Xiao Yuan's eyes was palpable, yet Xiao Chanya chose not to regard his aunt or Zhou Xiu, instead focusing on the kneeling Qiao Yun. A slender figure, she had bested 5 martial instructors from the Grand Princess's household. Far exceeding his expectations. He had known her to be strategic and skilled, yet had not anticipated such prowess. Qiao Yun felt eyes upon her, akin to needles pricking her skin, prompting her to involuntarily squirm. Did I insult him? I cannot recall. Xiao Wan pouted. Your Majesty, if the matter pertains to me, may I speak? Qiao Yun raised her gaze, neither submissive nor arrogant. Since they dared not voice it, she would take the initiative. Speak, commanded Xiao Yuan. Years of psychological strain had left him restless at night. Thus, he sought to indulge in gossip, perhaps to lighten his mood and secure a good night's sleep. Your Majesty, the Grand Princess insulted me as Zhou Xiu's concubine. A term denoting the lesser wife of his father. What? The exclamation came simultaneously from 3 individuals, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Wan, and Xiao Chanya. Both Xiao Yuan and Xiao Chanya shared the same sentiment, as a royal princess. How could she utter such crude words? Xiao Wan was astonished. She had spoken those words in the eastern courtyard. How could Qin Qiaoyun have overheard? Could it be that she had placed spies among them? Were they courting death by eavesdropping on her conversations? You, as a royal daughter, speak so vulgar. You have brought shame upon the royal family. Xiao Yuan's fury was palpable. I hereby sentence you to a month of confinement in the Hall of Ink and Writing. Xiao Wan collapsed to her knees. I am wronged, royal brother. Those words were exchanged in jest, as is common in the streets. You have never punished anyone for such frivolities. Still obstinate, are we? 4 years I have indulged you. Since you refuse to comply, in addition to confinement, I shall also impose a year's worth of your monthly allowance as punishment. Royal brother, must you be so harsh? I know nothing of commerce or agriculture. Will you leave me to starve? There are provisions left in my princess's estate. Is it possible for me to be confined there? Impossible. From this moment forth, you 3 shall remain in the Hall of Ink and Writing and behave yourself. Your Majesty, I wish to take to the battlefield. Qiao Yun and Zhou Xiu replied in unison. Royal brother, witness their remarkable camaraderie. Am I wrong to have chastised them? I am indeed his legitimate wife, Your Majesty. As a martial champion, it is my duty to serve the nation. At this critical juncture, I do not wish to be mired in personal affairs. I seek to go to war and earn military merit. Thus deserving the title of Grand Princess. He did not wish to be perceived as having relied on her favor to secure his position as a third-rank official. Lord Zhou, wait a month before you head to battle. I cannot be so selfish as to disrupt a newlywed couple for the sake of the realm. Remember, you must care for the Grand Princess while also considering the village chief's feelings. Xiao Yuan hesitated to voice it, but the current state of Defeng country also lacked manpower. If both of them could conceive, it would bolster the nation's population. All right, you may all return. I too am weary, Your Majesty. I have a petition. Xiao Yuan, her legs numb from kneeling, persisted in bowing before the emperor. Speak, village chief. Your Majesty, I have practiced martial arts since childhood and understand that the fate of the nation rests upon the shoulders of its citizens. Although I am not a man, my heart beats fervently for my country. I am willing to exchange my abilities to spare the lives of a few soldiers. Spending my days languishing in the inner court is not my desire. I wish to dedicate my blood and fervor to ensure the peace of our nation. I implore Your Majesty to grant me a divorce from Zhou Xiu, restoring my freedom to serve the military and defend our country. As she spoke, she bowed 3 times, and Xiao Yuan was taken aback, rising to his feet in shock. Recently, the court had been rife with discussions of territorial concessions and marriage alliances, yet such passionate words were a rarity. Village chief, please rise and elaborate on your strategy. Your Majesty, I must be present on the battlefield to analyze the circumstances and devise a suitable plan. The emperor was eager to converse with Qin Chaoyun. Thus he inquired, Lord Zhou, do you wish to part ways with Qin Chaoyun? Your Majesty, although Chaoyun and I are wed, we have not yet consummated our marriage, our feelings run deep, and I do not wish for divorce. Chaoyun, you are merely sulking, are you not? Speak to the emperor and tell him you do not wish for divorce. You are simply vexed with me. Your Majesty, I harbor no resentment. All considerations are made with the greater good in mind. If you wish for me to strategize on the battlefield, then grant me a divorce. Chaoyun's tone hardened. Ha, are you attempting to coerce me? Do you truly believe that as a mere girl, you can vanquish our formidable enemies? I advise you to return and live a good life, serve your husband well, care for the Grand Princess, and be filial to your in-laws. That is the way of a good wife from now on. You and the Grand Princess shall be confined in the Hall of Ink and Writing for a month. In truth, Chaoyun's defiance was directed at Zhou Xiu, yet she found herself suffering the consequences. She could not help but lament her youth and lack of eloquence, realizing she must temper her emotions in the future. Chaoyun refrained from speaking, casting a pleading glance at Xiao Changye, hoping for his rescue. Receiving her silent plea, Xiao Changye bowed to the emperor. Father, I request that you permit Qin Chaoyun to divorce and allow her to join the Council of Strategists, otherwise the war will remain stagnant. And victory will elude us. Even you dare to threaten me. Do you think I would hesitate to demote you? Xiao Yuan's anger was palpable. Was his son truly so foolish? What business did he have meddling in this matter? Did he desire to be seen as vying for Qin Chaoyun's affections? Father, I have shared with you Qin Chaoyun's brilliance. I would exchange my title of prince for her freedom, for the sake of our nation. I implore you to reconsider. Each year, the state expends vast sums on officials. Can a mere maiden be of lesser worth? Do not speak further, for the day after tomorrow marks the training of the new recruits. We must conserve our energy to supervise. I am truly weary after a day of toil. You may all kneel and rest. Your Majesty is wise. Zhou Xiu gratefully bowed, filled with joy. He could hardly believe that after spending a month with Chaoyun, she would not come to love him. Was he not as handsome as Pan? And, Your Highness, do not depart just yet. I would rather not be confined to the princess's residence after leaving the Han Mo courtyard. That is not permitted. Xiao Yuan flicked his sleeves and strode towards the inner palace, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Everyone, please leave. I too must attend to the emperor's rest. Eunuch Shunzi swished his feather duster and followed suit towards the inner palace. You young ones may endure this late hour, but the emperor has surpassed 50. Can he withstand it? The emperor has been exhausted in recent years, teetering on the edge of health. With a sigh, Shunzi made his way to the inner palace. Zhao Yun gazed at Xiao Changye, who remained as striking as ever. His beauty was distinct from Zhou Xiu's. Zhou Xiu was a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, while Xiao Changye possessed a stark, austere beauty forged through the crucible of war. Zhao Yun approached Xiao Changye and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude for his kindness, asserting that her freedom was something she would strive for herself, and it was not worth trading for his throne. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. I, the village chief Qin Jiayun, take my leave. Jiayun stepped back 3 paces and turned to depart. Zhou Xiu promptly followed suit, clasping her fists in respect before turning away, leaving Xiaowan to stifle her frustration. What a turn of events! Not only did the complaint fail, but she also lost her monthly allowance and faced confinement. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhao Yun was awakened by the sound of a suona. Though the noise was not loud, it pierced the ears of martial artists with clarity. This was also why she could overhear Xiao Wan's curses. Last night, Zhou Xiu had insisted on staying the night after returning late, and Zhao Yun had driven her out with a few lashes. After a night of restless thoughts, the jarring sound caused her to frown and inquire, Tao Hong, what is that noise outside? Tao Hong had already risen and was preparing the items for washing up. As she placed green salt on the boar bristle toothbrush, she replied, Miss, I checked several times, and it appears to be a wedding procession. Strangely enough, there seem to be an unusual number of weddings today. Zhao Yun realized the implication. During each conscription, those who were to serve in the military often married before leaving, fearing they might never return and leave no heirs. A weight settled in her heart, banishing all traces of sleep. With her talents, she could surely ensure that several men survived to marry and bear children. Yet the emperor forbade her from seeking a divorce, and now she faced confinement. Miss, it's time to wash up. Tao Hong reached out to pull Zhao Yun up, but Zhao Yun remained inert, inadvertently pulling Tao Hong down with her. Tao Hong decided to lie there, chatting with her mistress as Zhao Yun leaned close and whispered in Tao Hong's ear, Tao Hong, with the new recruits reporting in 2 days, how shall we proceed? Miss, we could scale the wall and leave. Here, we are without kin, and if we disappear, no one would report us missing, Tao Hong suggested quietly. Then let us rest here for today, and depart tomorrow. Indeed, we shall depart tomorrow, while the two mistresses envisioned their escape. Chaos reigned outside. Numerous men preparing for military service were marrying, and the imperial guards began their activities at various noble residences. Decrees had been issued to all states and noble houses, commanding that each household provide soldiers for the front lines to train alongside the recruits tomorrow. Individuals had also arrived at the Han Mo courtyard, causing a commotion in the front yard, where Zhou Wan's piercing cries could be intermittently heard. Miss, should we go take a look? Tao Hong could hardly contain her curiosity. I just want to see the eldest princess's expression, witnessing so many soldiers being taken away, yet unable to voice her objections. Do not go, we must not invite trouble, let us simply rest and gather our strength for tomorrow's report. Very well, miss, rise and brush your teeth. After breakfast, we shall prepare to leave tonight, agreed. Zhao Yun lazily rose, free from the need to pay respects to the old witch or Xiao Wan. She could simply close her door and live her own life. After Zhou Shou's efforts and enduring the scoldings from her mother and Xiao Wan, they finally enjoyed a meal of 4 dishes and a soup for breakfast. It was the 3rd meal they had since entering the residence. And they were finally satisfied. After finishing their meal, the pair reclined comfortably in their chairs. They had devised a plan. A hearty meal and a good rest would give them the strength needed for training in the performance arena. From tomorrow on, I shall call you Qin Tao, Zhao Yun teased, and I shall refer to you as Qin Yong, dear brother, even though I am technically older than you by a year. Are you implying that you wish to marry? Why would you think that, miss? Clearly you are flaunting your age before me. Is it not true that you wish to marry? I shall never marry. I will accompany you until old age. Well then, I do not wish to spend my life with an old maid. I must find a dashing and devoted man to share my life with. My lady lacks humanity. The two of them exchanged light banter to pass the tedious hours of the day. As the night deepened, they prepared to set their plan into motion. Their desire for a peaceful existence did not mean that others would not keep an eye on them. The fierce Princess Xiao Wan arrived. Commanding Qingfeng and Qingyue to break down the door, as Zhao Yun and Tao Hong had no choice but to rise languidly. Where is the prince? Is he not resting in your quarters? He is merely your exclusive bed companion. I have no interest in such matters. Please, princess, do excuse us. Our humble abode is far too modest to accommodate you. Qin Zhao Yun's firm yet polite words incensed Xiao Wan. She was a woman who could not be without a man. Upon returning the previous night, she had not seen Zhou Xiu in her quarters. After sending Qingfeng to inquire, she learned that he had been seen heading toward Zhao Yun's courtyard. Whether he left afterward remained uncertain. But it must have been related to Zhao Yun. Step aside. Xiao Wan extended her chubby hand to shove Zhao Yun aside. I must investigate. Is there a cat that does not steal fish? She mused, fixating on Zhao Yun's exquisite appearance. Xiao Wan was convinced that Zhou Xiu had indeed spent the night with Zhao Yun, and since something had occurred, there must be traces left behind. Do not move, Tao Hong shouted. What if you try to steal anything from my lady during the chaos? Xiao Wan, exasperated, retorted. Do you think this princess has fallen so low just because my salary was reduced? Fear not, thin girl, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. I will not take anything from you. Tao Hong attempted to obstruct her, but Zhao Yun coldly interjected. Tao Hong, let her search. If she finds nothing to her liking, let her compensate us for our mental anguish. Search away. With a command from Xiao Wan, Qingfeng and Qingyue swiftly advanced, one lifting the tablecloth to check the drawers for hidden items, while the other rummaged through the cupboard for concealed figures. In a rather bizarre turn of events, the eldest princess pulled back the quilt, meticulously checking for any lingering scent of a man. Het princess, is this your zodiac year? Xiao Wan paused, realizing it was not her zodiac year. This year belonged to the dog. She was a snake, often referred to as a little dragon in folk tales. Her mother had once praised the auspicious nature of her zodiac, seeing Xiao Wan as foolishness. Zhao Yun lost interest in teasing her and asked, what is all this commotion outside? The prince may have gone to the morning court, and even if he is missing, the authorities must be notified to search for him. What do you know? Who wishes to find the prince? Do you think I cannot live without him? The court is conscripting soldiers for the front lines. Oh, aren't the soldiers you trained with your own funds? How could you bear to part with them? You must request some compensation from the emperor. Those who contribute 500 soldiers are promoted 3 ranks, 300 soldiers earn 2 ranks, and 100 soldiers gain 1 rank. Princes and princesses who contribute soldiers cannot be promoted, but they are awarded a piece of land. Indeed, princess, if you contribute 500 soldiers, would that not entitle you to a piece of land? The land I received from my miserly brother is situated far south, called Lingnan City, bordering Nanli. Do not expect to see any revenue from it. It may well incur losses instead. Why would there be losses? Zhao Yun feigned humility, eager to listen. Why am I even telling you this? We are at odds with one another. Zhao Yun deeply bowed, respectfully stating, Princess, if you trust me, I can manage Lingnan City for you. Ensuring it thrives, so I have no issue dispatching you. You are a thorn in my side, however. I fear you may act recklessly outside and tarnish my reputation. Princess, you must trust first. If you suspect, do not employ. Let us try to maximize our mutual benefit, and someone must yield first. I yield now. Grant me the opportunity to serve you. What do you gain by serving me? I merely wish for my freedom. Ah, the fox's tail is revealed. Once you are free, you will surely refuse my control, and where would you go to serve me? I shall not fall for your tricks. As Xiaowan spoke, she turned to leave. Infuriating Zhao Yun. At this critical moment, Xiaowan regained her intelligence and did not fall into Zhao Yun's trap. In the afternoon, Tao Hong went to the kitchen to gather some food and instructed the cook to set up a stove in the western courtyard. Peach Pink remarked that the young lady was unaccustomed to the flavors of the capital and wished to cook for herself, the chef eager to have them tend to their own meals. Hastened to provide them with a stove. Before leaving, Peach Pink instructed him not to send meals anymore starting tomorrow, as they would manage on their own. That night, the atmosphere in the Qin family's first winery was somber. Tomorrow marked the day Qin Yong would leave home, and his mother had prepared an elaborate feast, urging Qin Yong to fetch the young lady and Peach Pink for a reunion dinner. Upon inquiring at the gate of Han Mo Yuan, Qin Yong learned that the young lady had been confined for a month, although he was aware that she had registered him for military service. He had never intended for her to do so. He thought to himself that should they encounter each other on the battlefield, an explanation would be necessary. And now, with the young lady unable to enlist, he felt at ease going to war. He trusted that the young lady possessed the capability to manage a household and would ensure their family thrived. With a smile, Qin Yong returned home and shared the news of the young lady's situation. Concluding, thanks to her confinement, otherwise she and Peach Pink would also be heading to the battlefield tomorrow. Peach Pink was taken aback. These two girls were rather audacious, believing that a smattering of martial skills made them generals. No, I must stand guard at the prince's residence tomorrow to ensure the young lady does not go to war. In these days, whenever Zhang Chuya thought of her husband going to war, tears welled up, yet now she found herself unable to cry. Rubbing her swollen eyes, resembling ripe peaches, she said, Husband, for the young lady's sake, you must go to war. I will take good care of the children and the elderly at home. You can go without worry. Qin Yong embraced his wife, Xiao Banyang. You have worked hard. Zhang Chuyer couldn't help but weep anew. Husband, the battlefield is fraught with danger. If you must engage in battle, strike when you can and retreat when you cannot. Do not act recklessly. Rest assured, Chuyer, while I am off to the western regions, I will surely encounter the great general and the two young masters. With their protection, I shall not suffer. That night, the entire Defeng kingdom was a sleepless one. Newlyweds busied themselves with consummation in hopes of begetting offspring. Those who had been married for a while saw their wives laboring through the night to make cotton garments, so their husbands would not freeze in the cold northwest. As night fell, Xiao Changye arrived at Han Mo Yuan, bypassing the need for an announcement, and directly sought out the Feng Yi Tower where Xiao Wan resided. Surprised by her nephew's frequent visits, Xiaowan recalled that during their last meeting in the palace, he had not spoken favorably on her behalf and had sought to question her about Qin Xiaoyun. Thus she coldly remarked, Why are you not resting in Xuanwu Hall at this hour? What brings you here? From their previous conversations, Xiao Changye had gleaned that the freedom of Qin Xiaoyun lay in his aunt's hands. If only she would relent and release her. Even if Zhou Shou were reluctant, he would not dare to oppose. I have come to ask you for Qin Xiaoyun, he stated directly, foregoing any preamble. That wretched girl, ensnaring the princess' affections, is a calamity and ought to be sold to a brothel. Nephew, if you desire a consort, seek one from a respectable family. She is unworthy of you. Aunt, do not concern yourself with my intentions for her, simply answer me, will you release her or not? She is not to be released, Xiaowan replied with unwavering firmness. Aunt, Xiao Changye softened his tone. Consider this, you must be on edge, fearing she might steal the prince away from you. If you give her to me, you know my martial prowess. Should she disobey, I shall avenge you. What do you say? Absolutely not, no matter how you plead. Xiaowan turned her head aside, dismissing him. Xiao Changye then resorted to reason. Aunt, do you not know that our Defeng kingdom is on the brink of war on 3 fronts? That is a matter for you men, it does not concern me. Aunt Qin Xiaoyun is the daughter of the valiant general. Since the age of 8, she is trained under Master Wu Liang on Langya Mountain. Honing her skills in martial arts and military strategy for 8 years, she possesses the talent of a commander. She would not stoop to bickering with you over trifles, if a fair contest were to ensue. Even without employing many tactics, you would find yourself outmatched, and, during these tumultuous times, it would be wise to prioritize the affairs of the state. This would alleviate your concerns as well. Would it not be a twofold gain? Is she truly that capable? Show me her accomplishments. Xiao Changya had initially intended to mention that the idea for this military conscription had originated from her, but given the criticisms from the gentry regarding the conscription, and considering that his aunt had already contributed 500 troops providing land that yielded no returns due to the warfare, he decided against inciting animosity towards Chow Yun. Thus, he merely said, "She once offered me a strategy regarding the southern Li's Vine armored troops, which I believe is quite useful. I have informed Vice Commander Wang Dang, and results should be forthcoming. Let us see the results first. Once the Emperor permits the divorce, I shall release her. She is no longer under my jurisdiction. She falls under the Emperor's command. If you seek her, you are looking in the wrong place." Young man, Xiao Changya left, dejected, intending to head towards the western courtyard. He could not forego any opportunity to see Qin Chaoyun again. He sensed that this woman bore significance for the fate of the country. However, Qing Feng and Qing Yue quickly blocked his path. "Third prince, you have gone astray. That is the residence of the prince's concubine. A secluded area, and it is not appropriate to receive male visitors at night. The main gate lies that way. I shall guide you." Xiao Changya scoffed. "I was born here. How could I not know where the main gate is?" Insolent maid, scram. Seeing his aunt's maid speak so boldly, he deduced that she had been instructed by her mistress, and thus could not proceed to Chow Yun's quarters. Reluctantly, he made his way to the main gate. In the capital, silence fell only after the midnight hour. Qin Chaoyun gently nudged Peach Pink, who murmured in her sleep and rolled over, continuing her slumber. Miss, what has happened? Hot girl, today we must report for duty. Let us hurry." Their bundle had long been prepared, containing a few garments and a large pancake left uneaten from the night before. "Miss, shall we bring the 1,000 taels of silver?" Peach Pink inquired. "I left it at the general's residence." "Not necessary, there will be provisions and clothing in the army, plus military pay. Silver is superfluous." "Very well, then let us dress." Peach Pink rose first, retrieving the man's clothing from the bedside for Chow Yun to wear, and donned her own as well, clad in brown short attire, with narrow sleeves and fitted bodies, their hair styled into buns and wrapped with brown scarves. They appeared as humble innkeepers. Such attire, combined with their petite figures, rendered them inconspicuous among the towering men. Exchanging glances, they acknowledged that their disguise indeed resembled that of men, each carrying a bundle. They prepared to leave. "Miss, do not rush. We have yet to plug our ears. Quickly, we need flour, but there is no flour here. What shall we do?" "Miss, how foolish. Use the powder." Peach Pink hurriedly mixed some official flour with water, adding lamp oil so to achieve a skin-like hue. They smeared it on their faces haphazardly, resembling two who had just crawled from the stove. Once they had completed their ear disguises, Peach Pink suddenly remembered she had asked for flour from the kitchen earlier that afternoon. But it was too late. They had already achieved a satisfactory disguise, so she discarded the official flour and moved towards the door. From henceforth, they would dream of clashing swords and iron steeds. Their youthful beauty and fragrance no more. As they stepped into the courtyard, they locked the main gate behind them, using their agility to leap onto the wall, then to the roof, and finally outside the courtyard walls. The streets lay eerily quiet, with both those heading to military service and the weary townsfolk now lost in sweet dreams, leaving only the two of them traversing the cold streets, appearing exceedingly lonely. In October's chill, they wore thin cotton jackets, yet the deep autumn night left them shivering. But what did it matter? After all, they were free. Chow Yun took a deep breath, inhaling the sweet air of liberty, which filled her lungs. "Qin Yong, the hour is still early. Let us visit the general's residence to retrieve the 1,000 taels of silver for my father. It is safe at the general's residence." "Why the rush? Qin Yong, you do not understand. My hiding place is rather insecure. I fear that if we return after 3 or 5 years, the money may be eaten by rats, which would be a pity." "Where have you hidden it?" Peach Pink glanced around to confirm no one was watching, then whispered, "Under the first tile in the 3rd row of our room's floor." "Goodness, what a hiding spot. We must go back to retrieve it. If it attracts rats, my 3 golden ideas will have been wasted." Ahead, a squad of guards approached, prompting them to quickly duck into a narrow alley. Once the patrol passed, they cautiously made their way towards the general's residence along the road's edge. In the capital, a curfew fell at the hour of the pig. Anyone found wandering the streets at this time would be accused of being petty criminals, facing fines or even forced labor. Upon reaching the front gate of the general's residence, they pushed, but the door was bolted from within. Since Qin Chaoyun's return, Qin Lu had taken it upon himself to guard the entrance, and at this hour he had long since fallen asleep. They did not wish to disturb him, so they utilized their agility to enter the courtyard. However, a sudden bark from a dog startled them. and a dark figure lunged before them, causing them to scream in fright. Noticing a phoenix tree nearby, they quickly climbed up, while the dog barked incessantly below, threatening to continue until they descended. When did Qin Lu acquire a dog? The house has changed remarkably in just 3 days. Even though a girl may fear neither heaven nor earth, she cannot help but feel trepidation in the presence of unfamiliar dogs. Zhao Yun called out to the dog, howling loudly, yet the creature paid her no heed, continuing its cacophony. Zhao Yun recalled how her senior sister, Shangmei, adored dogs, particularly those with upright ears resembling wolves. It was in this manner that she would summon them. Upon hearing the howls, no matter how fervently they were uttered, the dogs would cease their cries and revolve around her senior sister instead. Do not howl, you might disturb others, and beware, I shall stew you. Tao Hong threatened. In the stillness of the night, the sound of barking could travel far. Should the patrolling guards hear it, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. Just then, a whistle pierced the air, and the dog abruptly ceased its barking, wagging its tail instead. By the faint moonlight, a middle-aged man approached. It was Qin Lu. Chapter 27. Third aunt swears never to marry. Miss, what are you and the girl doing up in the trees? Come down at once. This dog merely barks, it won't bite. I raised it outside the city to tend to the livestock. Since the young lady has returned and the household is short-staffed, I brought it back to guard the home. Second uncle, you have worked hard, Tao Hong exclaimed as she slid down from the tree, closely followed by Zhao Yun. Come, let us go inside so I can speak with you. The three ascended to the main hall and each found a chair to sit upon. Zhao Yun recounted the recent events to Qin Lu, concluding with, we shall take Qin Yang's place on the battlefield, allowing him to remain at home to honor his parents and care for his wife and children. He is far more adept at business than we are. As for the Western barbarians, I shall seize the opportunity to visit my father and 2 elder brothers, for I miss them dearly. That is out of the question. You are a young lady of noble birth. Father, spare me the formalities. We shall soon be heading to the training grounds, and I must fetch some silver for you. Tao Hong interjected, rising to exit. Zhao Yun then cautioned Qin Lu, second uncle, should anyone from Hanmo Academy inquire about our whereabouts, you must firmly insist you know nothing, simply state that since the day they called for us, you have not seen me. Remember. Very well, I shall keep that in mind. Mississippi being well at home is one thing, but venturing outside poses its own challenges. You must take care of yourselves. Both Tao Hong and I are skilled in martial arts. We need not fear common ruffians. Miss, there is one more matter that requires your opinion. Your second and third aunts visited during the day, expressing their displeasure that you, their niece, did not pay them a visit first. They came to see you instead. Tell them I have been placed under house arrest by the emperor for a month and cannot leave Hanmo Academy. I shall visit them and uncle as soon as I am free. Zhao Yun's maternal uncle is the current Minister of Revenue, Wen Ruhai. Her mother is Wen Rulan. Her second aunt is Wen Ruxin, who married a brother of the emperor and is now a consort to a leisurely prince. Wang Xiaoshan. Zhao Yun's third aunt is Wen Ruyan, gifted and beautiful, who in her youth had many suitors from prominent families. Her maternal grandfather once favored a newly risen scholar, the current Minister of Personnel, Wang Tongji, but Wen Ruyun steadfastly refused, insisting she would only marry a poor scholar who sold paintings on the street. Her grandfather had confined and starved her, yet she remained resolute, declaring she would endure a lifetime of hardship rather than relent. The stalemate between father and daughter lasted 3 years, during which that man waited. Eventually, her grandfather could no longer withstand her determination and consented to the marriage. After the wedding, the third aunt and her scholar relocated to the outskirts of the city. With her dowry, she purchased 3 acres of barren land to rent to farmers, hoping to secure enough grain for sustenance. Skilled in weaving and silkworm rearing, she occasionally sold paintings in the market. However, her husband remained at home, immersed in his studies, striving to bring honor to his family name and prove his father-in-law's choice correct. That year, he achieved the 3rd highest rank in the imperial examination. On the day the imperial edict was announced, he was overjoyed and invited his classmates to a tavern to celebrate. Indulging a bit too much. On his way home, inebriated, he stumbled into the moat and drowned. The third aunt was heartbroken, yet what could be done? She returned to her family home, waiting 3 years to choose another husband, though she once vowed never to marry, lacking in-laws to honor and children to rear. She felt compelled to remarry, for she could not linger at home as an old maid nor take vows as it was time for the third aunt to enjoy her fortune. The wife of the northern general, Li Kuan, had recently passed away, and Li Kuan was deeply moved by the third aunt's love story, prompting him to seek her hand in marriage. It was only natural that the third aunt became Li Kuan's second wife, bearing him a son, Liangshu, who is now 16 years old, his name signifying a hope for longevity. Indeed, one is a consort to a leisurely prince, the other a wife to a grand general. Both hold significant status and are elders to Zhao Yun. Logically, she should have paid her respects to them upon her arrival in the capital. However, with no elder to guide her and the past few days in disarray, flitting from Hanmo Academy to the palace, she had not considered the necessary formalities and felt somewhat at fault. Tao Hong emerged from the Anxiang pavilion with a banknote, handing it to Qin Lu, interrupting Zhao Yun's reverie. Father, this is 1,000 taels of silver. Please keep it safe until the young lady returns. No need for that, Tao Hong. What did I just say? We have military pay from the army. Once it is dispersed, we will return it to second uncle. Second uncle, if you are in urgent need of silver, do not hesitate to use it. Qin Lu accepted the silver, tucking it carefully into his bosom. Miss, I shall keep it safe for you, rest assured. I will take good care of the general's estate while you are away. The three exchanged pleasantries, and as the sky began to brighten, Zhao Yun and Tao Hong departed the general's residence, making their way toward the city gate. The training grounds lay beyond the city, and now that the curfew had been lifted, they walked boldly down the street. They needed to exit the city swiftly and find a place to hide, lest Xiaowan discover their absence from the warm Phoenix Pavilion and send out search parties throughout the city. As they stealthily approached the city gate, they found it already ajar, with early risers bustling about. Many young men were heading outside the city. They were likely new recruits bound for the training grounds. The training grounds were situated 5 li from the city, and Zhao Yun and Tao Hong employed their lightness of foot. Eager to register before Qin Yong and prevent him from going to the battlefield, they arrived in no time at all. The training grounds were impressive, featuring grand gates, courtyards, weapon racks, a platform for generals to address troops, and tents, spanning over 1,000 acres. The terrain included flatlands, rivers, and hills, accommodating tens of thousands of soldiers for simultaneous drills. In essence, the training grounds were constructed within a valley, advantageous for training new recruits. Calmly they observed from a distance as small groups of people made their way into the compound. To avoid drawing attention, they sought refuge behind a large tree not far from the main gate, their attire blending seamlessly with the bark, aiding their concealment. Those arriving to report for duty wore somber expressions, heads bowed, trudging heavily into the compound, oblivious to their presence. After a while, seeing no sign of Qin Yang, and with time still before the roll call, they noticed a small food stall nearby, steam rising from a large basket of buns. Tao Hong, shall we grab a bite to eat? We rose too early and I am quite famished. Tao Hong gazed at the steaming buns, swallowing hard. Qin Yang, we do not have much money, so let us not spend it. There will be large buns distributed at the training grounds later. Is that true? How do you know? Zhao Yun asked curiously. I have been asking people around the tavern these past few days. With each year of conscription, many sons from those families have gone to war, and they naturally know the ins and outs. Very well, we shall wait for the meal served inside then. Qin Yang, if you are truly hungry, there is a large pancake in my pack. Would you like some? No, thank you. Qin Yang, should we not go inside? If that Qin Xiar arrives, we would be the first to see him. That won't do. There are too many people inside, and most of the men look alike. I cannot distinguish Qin Xiar among them. Zhao Yun chuckled. You certainly have a knack for naming him. He is merely the tavern's errand boy. After all, he would be grateful for that name. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Yang, look over there. A group of mounted officials is approaching. Are they the officers here to train us today? Who do you suppose they are? Chapter 28. The third prince personally oversees the drills. Tao Hong speculated. Perhaps it is the Minister of War? Or a deputy minister. Surely it cannot be the third prince himself overseeing the drills. Zhao Yun replied, given the current need for personnel, I believe the likelihood of it being the third prince is quite high. Leading the mounted group was Minister of War Li Jihuan, accompanied by 6 of his subordinates, including one they recognized, Zhou Xiu. Upon spotting Zhou Xiu, Zhao Yun and Tao Hong instinctively retreated behind the large tree. Qin Yang, look, they have all entered. Let us go inside as well, for the dawn hour is drawing near. Zhao Yun peeked out, noting that few remained outside to enter. Throughout the morning, she had yet to catch sight of Qin Yang. Could it be that he had no intention of coming at all, or perhaps he had already gone in? If they delayed any further, it would be quite awkward for just the two of them to enter alone. With a wave of her hand, Zhao Yun signaled for Tao Hong to follow her as they hurried toward the courtyard. The courtyard was already packed with people, a commanding figure directing them to line up properly. In front of them, a long queue formed, flanked by others on either side. Gradually more individuals joined behind them, resulting in a lengthy formation that was quite the spectacle. At the training grounds, as the hour of the hare arrived, Minister of War Li Jihuan bore a striking resemblance to the famed warrior, with a thick beard and a boisterous demeanor. He perused the roster in hand before distributing it to the 6 deputies. Ascending the prominent platform, he boomed, the soldiers gathered here today include regular troops, garrison troops, and the think tank. Now let each minister call the roll. or is Minister Zhao Fuyong here? A voice from the audience responded loudly. Step forward to call the roll. Yes. Minister Zhao climbed up to the platform and opened the lengthy roster in his hands, revealing a long string of paper. And now, everyone whose name I read shall stand to the east and line up behind the front row. You are the first team. Minister Zhao began to read a long list of names, and his roster seemed to inch upward, causing Zhao Yun to fidget anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. She had merely thought that upon arriving at the drill ground, a casual headcount would suffice before they could commence training. Alas, she was still too young. At this moment, she only hoped that the name Qin Yang would not be called by Zhou Xiu. As one minister after another read out names, assigning groups of people to the east, west, and south, Qin Yang's name remained unmentioned. With only a few people left, Zhao Yun suddenly spotted Qin Yang standing not far ahead. Looking around anxiously, Qin Yang was equally troubled. At this point, with the young lady not appearing, he feared for their safety, yet found some solace in the thought that they would not have to join him on the battlefield. As he scanned the surroundings, his gaze met Zhao Yun's, filled with surprise. Though her complexion did not resemble that of a young lady, the brightness of her eyes left no doubt in his mind. He gestured for them to retreat, indicating that if they moved to the back, they could exit through the main gate. However, Zhao Yun signaled for him to walk away and not enlist. Both stubbornly resisted. Engaging in a silent war of glances and gestures, Zhou Xiu, the youngest, was the last to ascend the platform. Brothers, I am the martial champion Zhou Xiu, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of War. From today onward, all those under my command must heed my orders. I shall lead your training and take you into battle. Qin Yang, here. Two voices responded from below. Everyone turned their gaze in this direction. In truth, there were many names on the list that were common, so it was not surprising, such as Zhang San Wang Si and Li Wu. However, Tao Hong was startled and quickly tugged at Zhao Yun from behind. Signaling her to remain silent, Zhao Yun realized this and lowered her head to diminish her presence. Qin Yang, from now on, you are the head of the fourth team. Stand in the northwest direction. Yes. Qin Yang glanced back at his young lady, his expression conveying a silent message. May fortune favor you. Before he proceeded towards the northwest, Zhou Xiu continued to call out names. Qin Tao. Is Qin Tao present? Everyone turned their attention this way, and Tao Hong also kept her head down, refraining from answering. She had no intention of responding. Since the young lady was not enlisting, what use was it for her to serve? Zhou Xiu, noticing the prolonged silence, continued down the list. In fact, many who had registered were absent. Some had bribed their way out of service, others feared enlisting, and some, being solitary, had fled without concern for familial ties. There were even those who deliberately broke a leg or arm to avoid enlistment, and the list went on. Finally, when Zhou Xiu finished reading, Minister of War Li Jihuan produced a long sheet of paper and said, the remaining individuals are likely from the think tank. Correct. You shall remain still while I call your names. This method of skimming the waters proved effective. Voices rose and fell as Qin Zhao Yun and Tao Hong managed to evade detection while hiding among the crowd. Truly, this was the irony of intent. One seeks to cultivate flowers, yet they do not bloom, while another aims to plant willows, and they flourish. They had originally desired to join the think tank, and by a twist of fate, they found themselves in it. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from outside. The emperor has arrived. The crowd hastily parted to make way, and Tao Hong and Zhao Yun swiftly concealed themselves among the throng. The emperor, clad in a fitted yellow robe with a yellow ribbon at his waist, rode forth on a yellow steed. Following him were his three sons, also mounted, exuding an air of authority, although the crown prince Xiao Changping appeared somewhat timid. He still held his head high before the lowly soldiers, thus presenting an imposing figure. The second prince, Xiao Chang'an, donned a white satin robe embroidered with plain peonies, his hair meticulously styled with osmanthus oil. Upon entering the drill ground, his eyes darted around restlessly. The third prince, Xiao Changyi, was draped in a dark cloak over a fitted black outfit, riding a black horse. His stern features made him resemble a fearsome deity descended upon the earth. The emperor dismounted and approached the platform, supported by Shunzi, and took his place. Minister of War Li Jihuan promptly brought a chair for the emperor to sit. Your Majesty, I report that the roll call for all four teams is complete. And the roster for the think tank has also been called. However, I have discovered, Li Jihuan's voice lowered, audible only to the three accompanying princes, I have found that there are two more individuals than listed. Hearing this, Xiao Changyi perked up, thinking perhaps Zhao Yun and her maid had also arrived. Could they be spies from an enemy nation? Xiao Yuan inquired. All eyes turned towards the area where the think tank was stationed. A sea of black, indistinguishable. My think tank, let me train them. I shall see precisely what sort of troublemakers have infiltrated. Xiao Changyi lifted his cloak and gracefully leaped down from the high platform. landing soundlessly, showcasing his exceptional martial prowess. Throughout this duration, Zhao Yun had kept her head bowed, fearing recognition from those on the platform. By the time she sensed danger approaching, it was already too late. Xiao Changyi had grasped her by the neck reluctantly. Zhao Yun raised her gaze to meet his. She nodded at Xiao Changyi, then shook her head, her eyes filled with urgency, imploring him not to expose her. Confirming her identity as Zhao Yun, a smile spread across Xiao Changyi's face as he gently released her neck and asked, "Speak, what is your name? Why is your name absent from the think tank's roster?" "I humbly report, my name is Qin Xiaoer. I came here accompanying my brother Qin Tao. My brother registered as a common soldier, but I believe our talents are worthy of the think tank. Thus I stand here. Oh, Qin Xiaoer, what a splendid name. Henceforth, you shall be a member of my think tank." Ministerly, Xiao Changyi called out to Li Jihuan on the platform, "Please add the names Qin Tao and Qin Xiaoer to the think tank's roster. And remove Qin Tao's name from the common soldiers." "Yes." Li Jihuan quickly made the changes and reported. "Report to General Xiao, the amendments are complete." Xiao Changyi was astonished. The girl he had longed for had unexpectedly entered the path he had envisioned. To outsiders, he and Zhao Yun appeared quite intimate, raising Zhou Xiu's suspicions. Xiao Changyi whispered, "Remain here and behave well, I will arrange for you shortly." Chapter 29. Could it be that she is a rival in love? Zhou Xiu, upon reflection, sensed something amiss. How could there be so many individuals with the surname Qin? Why must they all share this surname? Such a coincidence. Xiao Yuan stood up and proclaimed, "Soldiers, from this day forth, you are all to receive military pay. You must prioritize the nation and safeguard it. Under a crumbling nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? Only with a nation can there be a family. Only when external foes do not insult us can our homes be secure. I hope all soldiers will fight valiantly on the battlefield, restoring peace and prosperity to our great Feng nation." Xiao Yuan's personal address to boost morale was indeed uplifting, eliciting enthusiastic applause and cheers from the crowd. Seizing the moment while the emperor spoke, Zhou Xiu quietly stepped down. This time, Zhao Yun's attention was wholly on the emperor. And by the time her instincts detected the imminent danger, it was too late. Upon raising her head, she beheld Zhou Xiu's handsome face. It was indeed Zhao Yun, even with her face disguised by makeup. Her aura and gaze unmistakably revealed her true identity. Just as Zhou Xiu reached out to grasp Zhao Yun, someone unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Turning to see, it was Xiao Changyi. This persistent rival, Zhou Xiu inwardly cursed. He was certain that Xiao Changyi had been coveting Zhao Yun's beauty. Was he not a rival in love? Zhou Xiu lowered his voice. "I report to General Xiao. She is my wife. I must take her home." Silence. "Do you wish for all the soldiers to know? Yet she is under house arrest by imperial decree. Being here now is tantamount to treason. Since you are aware of the treasonous nature of this, the emperor is seated above. Do you wish for her to lose her head? She is now Qin Xiaoer. I warn you, do not provoke a calamity." Zhou Xiu had no choice but to retreat from the crowd, feeling disgruntled, his discontent evident. Below, tension simmered while the speech on stage continued. Now it was Minister of War Li Jihuan addressing the assembly. "Soldiers, it is time to feast on your rations. After the meal, we will conduct intensive training." Several guards entered carrying numerous baskets filled with large white buns. Some individuals quietly swallowed, for those from humble backgrounds rarely enjoyed white flour. Such large buns could easily be consumed in quantities of 5 or 6, even without any side dishes. Those without sufficient nourishment found their appetites particularly large. Each person was allotted 2 buns, a piece of pickled radish, and a pouch of clear water. Having rushed to this location since early morning and having had an unsatisfactory meal the night before, they were now famished, their eyes glimmering at the sight of the white buns. Eager to devour them immediately, Zhao Yun took a bite of her bun and nearly choked, stretching her neck as she exclaimed, "Qin Tao, I suggested we eat large buns outside, but you wouldn't allow it. Now look at us, gnawing on dry buns. Having any food is fortunate, do not speak." Tao Hong had been terrified earlier and was now fearful that their conversation might reveal their true identities. Just moments ago, acquaintances had come looking for the young lady, but she had not dared to speak up, and now, she forbade the young lady from speaking, fearing that their feminine mannerisms might be discovered. Some sat on the ground while others crouched, gnawing on buns. To avoid drawing attention, Zhao Yun and Tao Hong also crouched down, each holding 2 buns in one hand and a piece of pickled radish in the other, finding it difficult to swallow. Although their circumstances were not the best, they had never eaten cold buns, especially in this late autumn. The hard, cold buns were a challenge. The emperor too had not departed. He began to eat on the platform, justifying it as sharing hardship and unity with the soldiers. In contrast, he was served 4 hot dishes, accompanied by freshly steaming buns. The officials and the 3 princes dined on the same fare as the soldiers, buns and pickled vegetables. The crown prince and the second prince found their meals difficult to swallow, frowning and grimacing, furtively glancing around to see if anyone noticed their discomfort, discreetly nibbling a little and secretly hiding it in their sleeves. In stark contrast, Xiao Changye, like the soldiers, consumed the same buns and pickled vegetables, washing them down with a jug of cold water. He appeared unfazed, even relishing the meal. How fortunate it was to have something to eat on the battlefield. It seemed he had endured considerable hardships. As Xiao Yuan observed the soldiers while eating, he noticed some devouring their meals with gusto, likely children from impoverished families. Others struggled to eat, presumably the garrison troops and the sons of high-ranking officials eager for military accolades. Xiao Yuan then shifted his gaze to the officials, including Zhou Xiu, who all bore expressions of distaste. Only the Minister of War, Li Zhihuan, heartily devoured 3 large buns with one hand while clutching a large pickled radish with the other. Relishing it with gusto. A smile crept onto Xiao Yuan's face. He was indeed a valiant general. His gaze then fell upon his 3 beloved sons, noticing the eldest and second sons were having a hard time eating. Clumsily attempting to hide their food in their sleeves. A frown creased Xiao Yuan's brow. Were they unaware of the current financial difficulties of the state? It was already generous of him not to serve the soldiers stale cornbread. His eyes shifted to Xiao Changye, who was enjoying his meal, providing him with a modicum of solace. He thought to himself that he must treat this son well, were it not for his interception of the fiercest southerly enemies in the southern frontier. Perhaps there would be no great Feng kingdom today. He was safeguarding half of the realm. Xiao Yuan resolved to confer a title upon Xiao Changye tomorrow before they set out for battle. To inspire and motivate him, when his gaze landed on his brother-in-law Zhou Xiu, he observed him absent-mindedly nibbling on a bun while his eyes wandered towards the soldiers, clearly not focused on his food. Following Zhou Xiu's gaze, Xiao Yuan saw a sea of dark figures below, making it impossible to discern one from another. Zhou Xiu seemed to sense someone watching him. When he looked up, his eyes collided with Xiao Yuan's. Fearing to offend the imperial majesty, he quickly averted his gaze but couldn't help but glance back at the spot where Zhao Yun was crouching. Xiao Yuan was certain this lad was hiding something. Though he couldn't discern what, or for the sake of his sister's happiness, he would interrogate him upon their return. The meal concluded under the watchful eye of the emperor, leaving Zhao Yun feeling heavy-hearted and uneasy. During her training, she had once faced the punishment of fasting from her master, yet, at mealtime, her fellow disciples would provide her with warm food. Now, consuming cold buns with cold water felt disheartening, judging by these conditions. She had come here with sheer bravery, uncertain whether she could endure on the battlefield. Once the soldiers finished their meal, they prepared to commence training, including the strategists. Everyone was to follow the instructor's lead. Xiao Yuan had descended from the command platform, standing among the soldiers, inspecting each one. This one has a commendable spirit, and that one possesses a robust physique, truly promising recruits for the military. On the platform, the instructor managing the training ground was Wu Bin, the third son of the Right Chancellor Wu Renyuan, in his 30s and in the prime of his strength. He removed his outer garment, clad only in a short-sleeved tunic. His muscles straining against the fabric, with a voice like thunder he commanded, "Now let us begin by practicing the horse stance." With a resounding shout, he stepped forward with his left leg, continuing, "Feet apart, shoulder width." The soldiers echoed his command. Stepping forward with their left legs, calling out, "Feet apart, shoulder width." Toes pointed forward, body erect, tighten your core, squat down. The soldiers followed suit, repeating and performing the movements. Zhao Yun and Tao Hong were adept at the horse stance, executing it flawlessly. Whenever they misbehaved, their master would impose this as a punishment, thus they squatted deeply with solid footing. This exercise would strengthen their legs and stabilize their lower bodies. Everyone persevered. After completing the horse stance, instructor Wu Bin taught various footwork and boxing techniques, astonishing those unfamiliar with martial arts. At this moment, Xiao Yuan turned his attention to Qin Zhao Yun, momentarily captivated by her earnest practice. Why did her gaze seem so familiar? Startled, Zhao Yun dared not breathe, her heart racing like a deer. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan only glanced at her before turning away. Some people simply have faces or eyes that are common for an emperor who had seen countless faces. Encountering familiar ones sparked little curiosity as Zhou Xiu, not far away, watched with trepidation, torn between hoping the emperor would recognize Qin Zhao Yun, allowing her to return home, and fearing the emperor's discovery would lead to her punishment once more. Alas, the tumult of conflicting emotions. Xiao Changye, coldly observing the soldiers training from the command platform, let his thoughts drift far away to the southern frontier. These pampered youths transformed into fierce tigers on the battlefield. These tigers, in their battles against wolves, could sustain injuries or even lose their lives, yet they were merely children of 15 or 16, most still unwed. to perish on the battlefield. Ugh, Xiao Changye longed for the war to end swiftly so these fine young men could marry and lead peaceful lives. He glanced once more at his father's position, a bit farther from Qin Zhaoyun. His own heart had also wrestled with conflicting desires. He wished for his father to recognize Qin Zhaoyun so he could confess his wish for her to join the strategists. Yet he feared his father would be unable to protect her. After an hour of practicing punches and kicks, the soldiers were fatigued, their strikes lacking vigor akin to cotton. It was no wonder, as it was their first day of training. And they needed time to adapt to the intensity. Wu Bin ordered them to rest in place. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the training ground, crisp and melodious. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where a tall black steed raced forward. A burly man atop the horse shouted news from the southern frontier. The Great Feng Kingdom has triumphed over the southern Levine armored troops, inflicting heavy losses. Upon seeing the commotion, Xiao Changye swiftly leaped to the man's side. In recent years, bandits had roamed freely. He feared encountering an assassin here, jeopardizing the lives of many. Similarly prepared was Qin Zhaoyun. Instinctively gathering those around her behind her, adopting a protective stance akin to a hen shielding her chicks, the burly man dismounted with a roll, and upon recognizing him as one of his subordinates, Xiao Changye personally took the reins of his steed, a swift horse capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day, after receiving Qin Zhaoyun's strategy at the Fula tea house. He had dispatched someone on his swift horse to deliver the message, yet he found it strange that his attendant had not returned, but now was not the time to inquire about his safety. Xiao Changye handed the horse over to his aide, Huang Chao, who understood and hurriedly led the horse away to exercise and feed it. Yuan, is the news accurate? Xiao Changye inquired urgently. The deputy commander, named Yuan Tianfang, was known for his valor and martial prowess. Upon seeing Xiao Changye, Yuan Tianfang clasped his fists in respect, tears welling in his eyes. I pay my respects to the Grand Marshal. We have finally won a battle, and it's a resounding victory, a tremendous triumph. Witnessing the weathered face of his subordinate, now celebrating victory, Xiao Changye felt a surge of emotion and embraced Yuan Tianfang's shoulder, shaking him with excitement. Is it true? Did my strategy truly succeed? Quickly, tell me the details of the battle, Marshal. I first went to the palace upon hearing the Emperor was here. I then hastened back to share the good news to boost morale. I must first report to the Emperor, and I will provide you with the details shortly. Qin Zhaoyun stood nearby, noticing his cracked lips. Without a second thought, she opened her water pouch and offered it to him. Yuan Tianfang accepted it gratefully, saying, "Thank you," and gulped it down before heading towards the Emperor. Despite Xiao Changye's reluctance, he released his grip, allowing him to approach the Emperor. At that moment, Xiao Yuan had ascended back to the command platform. Observing Yuan Tianfang enter through the main gate and hearing his exclamation, he watched them converse, uncertain, as their voices were too low and the distance too great to discern any words, even as he craned his neck in curiosity. If what the officer declared was true, that their soldiers had achieved a resounding victory, how wonderful that would be. He would lavish rewards upon them, even if it meant exhausting the state treasury. Yuan Tianfang knelt before the command platform, gazing at Xiao Yuan, his voice choked with emotion as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, we have finally won a battle, a momentous victory." The confirmation of the victory sent Xiao Yuan into a state of elation. Rising with trembling voice to inquire, "Is the situation genuine?" "It is as I witnessed with my own eyes, absolutely true. We have indeed secured a resounding victory. We annihilated over 10,000 enemy vine-armored troops, sustaining only 100 casualties, with not a single loss of life. Heaven above, our great Feng Kingdom is finally saved." Xiao Yuan raised his hands high above his head, tears streaming down his face. This victory was hard-won, yet it came at the perfect time to boost morale. Quickly ascend the command platform, share with all these soldiers how you triumphed over the southerly. Yuan Tianfang rose and climbed the platform, kneeling once more to bow to the Emperor. "I, Yuan Tianfang, pay my respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty live for eternity." By now, the soldiers were all standing, rejoicing in the victory at the front. Qin Zhaoyun's heart raced with joy. Her brilliant strategy had led to the annihilation of over 10,000 enemy troops. What a breathtaking sight that must have been, as Yuan Tianfang stood on the command platform. A hush fell over the crowd, all awaiting him to recount the exhilarating tale of their triumph. Unexpectedly, just as the child was about to speak, he burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Yuan comforted him, saying, "Do not cry, my dear minister. I am pleased." Yuan Tianfang choked out, still weeping fervently. Observing his intense sorrow, Xiao Yuan was eager to hear the battle reports and threatened, "If you continue to cry, I shall demote you 3 ranks." Your Majesty, allow me just a moment longer to weep. Yuan Tianfang replied. Thus, the entire performance venue echoed with his lamentations, reminiscent of an old ox's wail, seeing that his intimidation could not quell the tears. Xiao Yuan recognized how hard-won this victory truly was. He decided to let him cry. After all, it is no shame for a man to weep in the face of triumph. Xiao Changye, watching from below the stage, was reminded of the mastermind behind this plan who deserved the highest accolades. He resolved to leverage this achievement to secure her freedom. After a moment, when Yuan Tianfang's sobs showed no sign of abating, Xiao Yuan's patience wore thin, and he barked, Yuan Tianfang, if you continue this incessant blubbering, do you believe I will have you thrown off the platform? Indeed, Your Majesty, but I simply cannot stop, Yuan Tianfang gasped, struggling to rein in his tears, his voice trembling with emotion as he addressed the crowd. When the people of Nanli learned that Commander Xiao had returned to the capital to report on his duties, they launched a full-scale offensive. Among them, the most audacious was the vine-armored army of over 10,000 men. Everyone knew that the south was abundant with water, and their vine armor was coated with ample tung oil, both to waterproof and to render them impervious to blades, effectively allowing them to float on water as life jackets. Such impenetrable vine armor required 5 years to craft, necessitating multiple applications of anti-corrosive lacquer and tung oil. Thus, for the soldiers of Nanli, possessing this armor was akin to wielding invulnerability. At this point, Yuan Tianfang's sobs ceased entirely, replaced by fervent oratory of fellow warriors. If you were to encounter such a vine-armored army, what strategies would you employ to counter them? The audience fell into an anticipatory silence, each one racking their brains, yet shaking their heads in response. Xiao Yun suppressed a smile. This general certainly knew how to build suspense. It was our illustrious third prince, Commander Xiao, who had his steed gallop forth with news in just 2 days. At that time, we were retreating in disarray to a small town, and the messenger risked his life to deliver the message. As Yuan Tianfang spoke of this, his voice again caught in his throat. He was covered in blood yet still managed to deliver the message. It was during the siege by the Nanli forces that he provided us with the bamboo tube strategy. Our archers' arrows struck their vine armor, yet failed to penetrate. It was Commander Zhao's ingenious plan. Xiao Yuan, anxious for the details, urged him to speak quickly, wanting to know what brilliant stratagem Sanner had devised. However, in such a moment, he could not hasten him and instead leaned in attentively. Our wise Commander Xiao had written in the bamboo tube message, when encountering vine-armored troops, employ fire. Upon reading this, Deputy Commander Wang Dang executed the order promptly. He commanded his subordinates to tear apart their cotton blankets, dipping the fabric and cotton into tung oil and cooking oil to bind to the arrowheads for shooting at the enemy below. Indeed, when the vine armor met fire, it ignited. Countless lives were lost or injured, with reports of over 10,000 dead left on the battlefield, and countless wounded soldiers fleeing. Most touching was that as the soldiers' bedding was consumed, many civilians, upon learning of it, tore their own bedding to provide us with fuses. Truly moving. As Yuan Tianfang recounted this, his voice broke again. Chapter 31. This is a matter of seizing glory. The audience, enraptured by Yuan Tianfang's speech, envisioned a breathtaking tableau, replete with bloodshed, flames, and the desperate flight of their enemies. The crowd's fervor ignited, and before long someone began to chant, "Long live the Emperor, long life Commander Xiao! Long live the Grand General!" Xiao Changye could not help but shed tears. If Deputy Yuan's words were true, it was likely that his attendant had perished on the battlefield. Qin Xiaoyun, equally stirred, had not anticipated that a strategy merely read in books could enable the Defeng kingdom to regain the upper hand. And thus she joined in the chant, "Long live Defeng, long life Commander Xiao, the one who devised the plan is even more glorious." Standing beside her, Xiao Changye felt his sorrow ease slightly. He longed to ruffle the girl's hair affectionately. However, he maintained a stern demeanor and admonished, "Do not celebrate too soon. The battlefield is fraught with peril, and there are not so many clever strategies." "I care not, everyone is elated, and so am I, do not dampen their spirits," Qin Xiaoyun retorted boldly, unafraid of his ire. From their interactions thus far, she had discerned that he was but a paper tiger, stern in appearance yet warm-hearted within. The Emperor, wishing to set an example for all, inquired of Yuan Tianfang, "Have you finished speaking?" "Yes, I have. Pleased your Majesty, give your edict. You must be famished after your journey." "I am indeed. To convey this good news over 3,000 miles. I have eaten but one meal, and my steed has had only 3 meals, as it eats but once a day. I must attend to my horse." Those who have shared life and death with their war horses understand that the horse's life takes precedence over their own. Even if they must forego nourishment, their steed must be well cared for. Xiao Changye interjected, "Deputy Yuan, I shall tend to my steed. I have already taken it to be fed." Xiao Changye implied that Yuan should remain and listen to the Emperor, for there might be a reward in store. bring forth 2 steamed buns and a piece of pickled vegetable for the famished deputy, the emperor commanded sternly. Whispers circulated among the crowd, having achieved great merit. Surely he should be treated to hot dishes, yet they were surprised the emperor offered him only cold buns and pickles, which seemed rather ungracious. Someone quickly brought forth the remaining large steamed buns and a pickled radish. Those close to the platform could see Yuan Tianfang's eyes gleaming. Before the emperor could grant him permission to eat, he snatched 2 buns and stuffed them into his mouth, when offered cold water. He drank without a hint of hesitation. The crowd watched in awe as he devoured 8 buns, 5 pickled radishes, and 3 pouches of water before finally pausing, patting his belly and bowing to the emperor, saying, "Thank you, your majesty, for your generous feast. I am now full." Yuan Tianfang exhibited no pretense. His demeanor and actions conveyed his sincerity. Who could doubt him? "Could you eat 8 buns at once?" The emperor cast a glance at the crowd and declared, "This is the valor of my Defeng warriors. Can such a commendable general be rewarded?" Indeed, the crowd responded in unison. Qin Chaoyun was astonished. They had been reluctant to eat the cold food. Yet the general at the front lines regarded it as a delicacy. How profoundly moving. Xiao Yuan raised his hand for silence, calling, "Draft the edict." "Yes," eunuch Shunzi responded, retrieving the writing supplies from behind him and laying a decree upon the table. Shunzi prepared the ink, and Xiao Yuan personally wrote while reciting aloud, "In light of the great victory in the southern frontier, morale is high. I hereby promote Deputy Marshal Wang Dang to Marshal. Elevate all deputy generals to full generals, and reward each participant in the campaign with 50 taels of silver and a residence. From this day forth, I command General Yuan Tianfang to lead supplies to the southern frontier to reward the troops." Thus decreed, the emperor's generosity was not born out of stinginess but rather the empty state of the treasury. With thousands engaged in battle, 50 taels of silver per person was a substantial sum. In these times of rural depopulation, should they all return alive, they could simply be assigned a vacant house. If they fell in battle, the house would remain an unfulfilled promise. Nevertheless, this reward was considerable in the context of their poverty. And the crowd erupted into applause. After completing the decree, Xiao Yuan personally presented it to Yuan Tianfang. The general hastily knelt, raising both hands above his head to receive the edict, proclaiming, on behalf of all the frontline soldiers, "I thank your majesty for your bounteous grace." Upon hearing this uplifting news, the crowd began to murmur excitedly. If they were to go to war, they would strive for military achievements, for rewards of land and titles awaited them. Even if they fell in battle, it would be in loyal service to their country, earning them a place in history. Yet whispers arose in the audience. Deputy General Yuan had just credited the victory to Commander Xiao Changye's brilliant strategy. What rank, they wondered, would be bestowed upon Xiao Changye? Their anticipation was palpable. The emperor, perhaps sensing their thoughts, decided to confer titles upon both of his sons that day. He stood to announce, "Shunzi, draft the edict." Seeing the emperor's intent, Shunzi took out a beautifully adorned decree and knelt respectfully before the table, grasping a brush to write. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees that Xiao Changye, with unparalleled wisdom and the talent to stabilize the nation, shall be conferred the title of Duke of Lianshan, with lands in Lianshan County, Langya County, and Taizhou." Applause erupted from the audience, yet Xiao Changye's face flushed with embarrassment. This was a matter of seizing glory. However, he could not openly voice his discomfort in this setting. Thus, he knelt on the platform and humbly expressed, "Thank you, father." Xiao Yuan glanced at his second son, Xiao Chang'an, whose expression betrayed a hint of discontent. "Very well, let us confer a title upon you today as well. You are of age and have taken a wife. It is time to establish yourself in your own fief." He declared, "Shunzi, draft the edict. I hereby appoint my second son, Xiao Chang'an, as the Prince of Anning, with fiefdom in Nanyue County, and command him to depart the capital immediately for his new residence." At first, Xiao Chang'an felt disgruntled hearing his brother's title of Duke of Lianshan, but as their father announced his own title, he felt a surge of joy. He had no desire to remain in the capital, where he felt constrained. However, upon hearing the title lacked grandeur and was merely meant for him to live in peace, especially since the fief lay on the southern frontier, it seemed a matter of courting danger. Thus, he refrained from kneeling to express gratitude until his elder brother, Crown Prince Xiao Changping, pulled him aside and whispered, "Do you wish to defy the edict?" Only then did he kneel, albeit begrudgingly, to offer his thanks. The emperor was indeed weary, prompting him to request Xiao Changye to escort him back for some much-needed rest, while the Crown Prince and Prince Anning would remain to continue their training. He did not require a docile and obedient son. In these tumultuous times, what he needed was a son as fierce as a tiger, like Xiao Changji. As Xiao Changye cast a glance back at Qin Chaoyun, She was now fully immersed in her training, passionately shouting slogans of encouragement. Hey! Supporting his father, Xiao Changye helped him depart. When they reached the imperial steed, Xiao Yuan attempted to mount twice but failed. With a gentle nudge from Xiao Changye at his shoulder, he finally managed to ascend, lamenting, "Alas, I am truly growing old." Chapter 32. A son has something to say. A procession of horses meandered towards the palace gates. Xiao Yuan remarked, "You should also take a rest. In a few days, we must head to Shirong to assist Qin Han." "Father, I have something to discuss with you." "Then speak here. Your father is fatigued and wishes to return to rest." "Father, the matter concerns the fate of the nation. It is not convenient to speak of it here." "Very well, then accompany me to the imperial study." As they entered the palace, Xiao Changye assisted his father down from the horse and guided him into the study, where palace maids and eunuchs had already prepared warm water for them to cleanse their faces, followed by fragrant tea. After taking a sip of the hot tea, Xiao Yuan said, "There are no outsiders here. Please sit down." "I dare not sit," Xiao Changye replied respectfully, while pondering how to articulate his thoughts without inciting his father's ire. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yuan understood his son's intentions. Are you waiting for your father to speak first?" "I do not dare," Xiao Changye replied, kneeling down, "but I still wish for Qin Chaoyun to join the think tank. Do you absolutely insist on her?" "I do. Do you not realize she is like a punching bag for your aunt and serves as her balance? Without her, who knows what mischief your aunt might concoct?" "Father," Xiao Changye said with a firm expression, "you must prioritize the greater good. Are you satisfied with today's victory?" "Very satisfied." After a pause, Xiao Yuan suddenly realized. "You wouldn't be trying to plead for her with your military achievements again, would you? What if I am not permitted? And if I am not, as long as it does not involve trading her freedom or your royal position for military merit, I will grant you anything." "Father, do you still remember that I previously mentioned she not only devised a conscription strategy for me but also a plan to defeat the Vine-armored troops?" After a moment of thought, Xiao Yuan acknowledged, "I remember." "Then, Father, I cannot take credit for the accomplishments of the Vine-armored army. Is it acceptable for her to seek a divorce using her merits?" The term divorce implies a peaceful separation. What good is it for Qin Chaoyun to desire a divorce? If Zhou Xiu does not consent, it cannot be achieved. "Then let father grant the divorce." Suddenly a sharp voice rang from outside the hall. "The Grand Princess, the Emperor is discussing state affairs with King Lizhan. Wait until I finish the announcement before you enter." "King Lizhan? Who is King Lizhan?" The Grand Princess's sharp voice echoed from outside. "Just now, the Emperor conferred the title of King Lizhan upon third prince, and second prince is to be named Prince Anning. Tomorrow, they will enter the ancestral temple to be recorded in the family tree." Xiao Yuan was quite disturbed by the commotion outside, exclaiming, "Let her in." "Yes." The attendant replied from outside, then called out, "Please allow the Grand Princess to enter the hall." The Grand Princess stormed in, her face flushed with anger, her somewhat plump figure swaying as she huffed and puffed. "I told you to stay indoors. The 3 days are not yet over. How did you manage to escape?" Xiao Yuan said with displeasure. "Your Majesty, you ordered me and Qin Chaoyun to be confined, but she ran away," she retorted. "This morning, I wanted her to pay her respects, but the door to the west courtyard was locked from the inside. I thought she was up to some nefarious activities, so I had someone kick the door open. Upon inspection, I found the men's clothing she purchased missing, yet not a single piece of women's clothing was taken." Xiao Yuan suddenly recalled the pair of eyes he had seen in the think tank, eyes bright like stars, distinctly different from those of Men. It was not an ordinary gaze but rather that of Qin Chaoyun. He looked meaningfully at Xiao Changye, who shrugged, indicating his ignorance. "Sister, you are not a child anymore. I trust you can handle matters in the inner quarters without troubling me. I am utterly exhausted after today's events. You all may kneel in peace." "Well, she has already escaped, so my confinement is no longer valid." "Very well, I lift your confinement. Now hurry back." Xiao Yuan waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to leave. Xiao Changye felt a surge of joy at his father's silence regarding Qin Chaoyun's whereabouts but concealed it well. Pulling Xiao Yuan to kneel and bow, "We take our leave, Your Majesty." Reluctantly, Xiao Yuan allowed herself to be let out. Once outside the imperial study, Xiao Yuan broke free from her nephew's grasp, exclaiming, "Do not pull me. Is that wretched girl someone you helped escape? Perhaps she is hiding in your chamber?" "What are you saying, Aunt? Am I that sort of person?" Xiao Changye feigned innocence, shaking her arm. "Aunt, please let her go. By doing so, you are letting yourself go as well. From now on she will no longer provoke your ire, and you will be free from her sight and worry. Isn't that a win-win situation?" "Very well, I shall let her go, but she cannot be allowed to divorce. I will keep her dangling, curious to see what mischief she will conjure." Seeing her relent, Xiao Changye felt elated. He decided to take it one step at a time. believing that with Qin Xiaoyun's capabilities she would manage her own marriage well, and, since returning from the southern frontier, I have been swamped with duties. I have trained all day at the drill ground and am truly exhausted. I wish to return to Xuanwu Hall to rest, please excuse me. Xiaowan huffed and left, determined to investigate where that wretched girl had fled. If she were to catch her, oh, she would not let her off lightly. Upon returning to Hanmo Courtyard, Xiaowan's anger towards Qin Xiaoyun simmered, yet she realized her visit to the palace was not in vain, for her confinement had been lifted. A flicker of joy brightened her heart. But then she recalled her handsomely chosen husband, who had not returned home since their wedding night. They had yet to share a second intimate moment, which only fueled her irritation. Qingfeng, at your service. Go find out where the prince has been staying these past few days. I have already inquired. I did not report back because you did not ask. Speak. The prince wished to stay at the West Courtyard the day before yesterday but was expelled by Qin Xiaoyun. Embarrassed, he did not exit through the main gate, hence we did not see him. The prince is quite skilled. He scaled the walls to leave, which was witnessed by the patrolling guards. Since yesterday, I instructed the guards to investigate. And this morning, the prince was seen exiting the Ministry of War, accompanied by the Minister of War and 5 other officials. After he left, the guards inquired at the door and learned that they were all busy with conscription duties, spending all their time at the ministry, eating and sleeping there. There are special beds for those working overtime, and during mealtimes, waiters from nearby taverns deliver food, so there is no need for concern. Your Highness. The prince is so capable. What concern is that of mine? I have no reason to worry. As evening fell, the new recruits at the drill ground, weary and hungry, gathered for dinner. Wu Bin allowed everyone to rest in place and enjoy their evening meal. Chapter 33. The song you sang that day was beautiful. The meal this time was quite satisfactory. Once seated, each recruit received a bowl of hearty cabbage stew with fatty meat along with 2 steaming buns and unlimited hot soup. With no officials present, the atmosphere was lively as everyone dined heartily. Team members introduced themselves to one another, knowing they would soon be comrades. Arms. In the think tank, where Qin Xiaoyun was, there were now over 100 individuals. They exchanged introductions while enjoying their meal and engaged in lively conversation. They praised Xiao Chanye for his clever strategy in burning the Vine armored troops, expressing admiration for his youthful ingenuity. Among them was a young man, about 20, dressed in rags and sporting a face adorned more flamboyantly than Qin Xiaoyun's. Peach Blossom, recognizing him, said, "You are the one who shouted at the entrance of Hanmo Courtyard, right? Ah, you saw me that day?" The young man's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, both I and Qin Xiaoer witnessed it, right?" Xiaoer. Peach Blossom nudged Xiaoyun's arm. Startled, Xiaoyun recalled her wretched mood that day, hardly noticing what the beggar looked like. Nevertheless, to bond with her comrades, she smiled and said, "Aha, yes, the song you sang that day was beautiful, really. Then during our leisure moments in battle, I shall sing it for you. What is your name?" "I am Qin Xiaoer." Qin Xiaoyun introduced herself. "I am Zhang De. I am older than Xiaoer, so you can call me Brother De." "Alright, Brother Zhang, what are your main skills? Are they martial prowess or literary talent?" "I can do a bit of everything. It will depend on the leader's arrangements. I wonder how our think tank will be organized in the future." Peach Blossom interjected. No need to worry too much. The think tank will require evaluations. As Wu Bin was inspecting their surroundings, he interjected, stating that General Zhao's think tank only required 5 to 10 individuals, while the remaining personnel would be assigned to the ordinary soldiers' camp as clerks, responsible for the daily affairs of the soldiers and offering suggestions to the deputy commanders. Those with exceptional ideas would still have the opportunity to be promoted to the think tank. "Instructor Wu, how shall we be evaluated?" inquired Qin Xiaoyun. "That decision rests with General Xiao. Your task is simply to engage your minds and contemplate the potential scenarios on the battlefield, determining the optimal responses. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Wu." Qin Xiaoyun and the others expressed their gratitude in unison. It felt akin to receiving a leak of examination questions prior to a test, warranting heartfelt appreciation. Minister of War Li Jihuan had returned to the ministry due to official duties, taking 5 attendants with him and leaving 1 behind. Zhou Xiu voluntarily chose to stay, proclaiming that as a newcomer, it was only fitting to gain experience at the grassroots level. In recent days, with the conscription efforts ongoing, the attendants had been struggling with poor food and lack of sleep. Eager to return home for some rest, Zhao Fuyang remarked, "Your presence here is much appreciated." Your Highness. Zhou Xiu had ulterior motives for remaining. He longed to speak with Qin Xiaoyun and persuade her to return home. However, she was never short of conversation partners, which left him feeling both envious and anxious. After enduring the meal, when they were finally allowed some free time, others began arranging tents for the new recruits and distributing military uniforms. Everyone joyfully received their outer garments and padded clothing, which indeed made them appear quite formidable. Wu Bin ascended the command platform to address the soldiers. From tomorrow onward, you shall officially be soldiers. Soldiers abide by their own rules. Shortly, your squad leaders will inform you of what you may and may not do. Tomorrow, we shall dine at the end of the Yin hour and commence drills at the beginning of the Mao hour. For now, you are free to move about, sleep at the Yu hour. Today's meeting is adjourned. As Wu Bin descended the platform and noticed Zhou Xiu lingering, he inquired, "Is there an urgent matter for you?" "Deputy Zhou, I have no pressing concerns. Minister Li asked me to stay behind to see if there is anything I can assist with during the new recruit training. I generally remain here on duty." "There is nothing for you to attend to, so you may return to the city." With no more excuses to stay, Zhou Xiu was about to take his leave when he heard the sound of two horses approaching the entrance. One horse was ridden by Xiao Chanye, while the other was mounted by his aide, Huang Qiao. Wu Bin hurried to greet them, assisting Xiao Chanye in dismounting. However, Xiao Chanye required no assistance, elegantly leaping down on his own. "General Xiao has arrived at night. Is there a significant matter at hand?" Xiao Chanye glanced at Zhou Xiu. "Deputy Zhou, are you not returning? The city gates are about to close, and why are you not fearful of the gates closing?" Zhou Xiu countered, "Who is afraid of whom? I am still your uncle by marriage. I shall be staying here tonight as the supreme commander of the Western Aid, to oversee the troops. Is there an issue with that?" Xiao Chanye stepped closer, his eyes glinting with playful mockery. "Very well, as the sole remaining attendant of the Ministry of War, it is only right that I stay until the troops depart. Minister Wu, please arrange a tent for me as well. You seek reasons to stay, yet I cannot do the same. Let the two of you rest in my tent first. I will go arrange matters." In Wu Bin's tent, Xiao Chanye casually remarked to Zhou Xiu, "Tonight, I intend to assess the members of the think tank. I have heard that Deputy Zhou is well versed in various subjects. Would you like to serve as an examiner?" "Certainly," Zhou Xiu replied without hesitation. With his prowess as a martial champion, he doubted anyone could challenge him. In fact, his primary goal was to make things difficult for Qin Chaoyun. He had already devised a plan to ensure that she would sustain minor setbacks during the evaluation, preventing her from joining the main forces. Men, after all, are easily stirred by the presence of women. Huang Qiao, instruct everyone from the think tank to gather before this tent. Understood. Huang Qiao exited the tent, only for Wu Bin to return, asking, "General Xiao, is there an instruction for me? I too can serve as an examiner, for evaluating over 100 individuals myself would be quite the task. For now, prepare 3 sand tables for me, using the terrain of this area. Place the sand tables in 3 different tents, with 50 individuals outside each. I will present the questions, and they shall answer one by one. You Zhou Xiu, and I will serve as the 3 examiners. Let us not show favoritism and allow any capable strategist to slip through." "Understood." Wu Bin and Zhou Xiu replied gravely in unison. They were well aware that every army has its strategist, supported by aides who serve the strategist. Each battle requires meticulous calculations from the outset regarding how to engage and secure victory, relying on more than mere theoretical knowledge. Considerations of timing, terrain, and morale are paramount. The sand tables had already been set up, as they represented the terrain map of the training ground, where each batch of soldiers must endure 3 months of rigorous training before they can face the battlefield. Wu Bin arranged 3 additional sand tables in the other 2 tents. "General, the personnel have assembled. How shall we proceed?" Wang Qiao inquired upon entering. "Instructor Wu." Deputy Zhou observed. Xiao Chanye gestured towards the map. "Let us assume that I am the commander, and my tent is located here, with few soldiers guarding it." He inserted a small red flag. "We are besieged by the enemy." He placed a green flag to represent the enemy. "Our soldiers are positioned here, needing to traverse this river." He inserted another red flag, indicating the river. "There is no bridge, and we must scale this mountain." He placed yet another red flag. "Moreover, the mountain is covered in heavy snow. Nearby our army's position," he inserted a red flag, "lies the enemy's command tent," placing a green flag, "which is also heavily guarded. What strategy must we employ to rescue me with the utmost speed?" Continuing, Xiao Chanye asserted, "As examiners, you too must act quickly to select those whom you deem worthy of being strategists and bring them before me, excluding the Qin Chaoyun. She shall be the last." Understood. Zhou Xiu and Wu Bin eagerly set off to arrange the evaluations, their minds racing with ideas on how to devise a battle strategy. A long line formed outside Xiao Chanye's tent, with Tao Hong and Qin Chaoyun placed at the end. Upon seeing Xiao Chanye arrive on horseback, Qin Chaoyun felt a glimmer of hope. Tonight's evaluation would surely be aimed at her, a chance to showcase her abilities and secure her place in the think tank. Qin Xiao, I am scared. Tao Hong reached out. Qin Xiaoyun grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not fear, simply follow the strategies Master taught us, and you will surpass the majority. But I am still afraid, then return home. I will manage here, Qin Xiaoyun urged. Xiao, do not even think about abandoning me. As they conversed, several individuals had already entered and exited, their spirits visibly deflated. All participants in the think tank were well versed in military texts, and those attempting to infiltrate were swiftly dismissed after only a few words. The knowledgeable candidates offered various suggestions, some urging haste in their rescue efforts while others proposed capturing the enemy's commander to exchange for their own. Hearing such remarks made Xiao Changye's lips twitch. If such a scenario were to unfold, he might very well find himself at the mercy of these inept strategists. The chaos of the battlefield is ever-changing. How could one guarantee that capturing the enemy's commander would yield a live exchange? Furthermore, with his pride, he would rather take his own life than be captured. I have not yet lived enough to entertain such morbid thoughts. Frustrated, Xiao Changye decided to leave the matter of military intelligence to Huang Chao, while he remained seated with his eyes closed, listening intently. Eventually, it was Tao Hong and Qin Xiaoyun's turn. Xiao Changye instructed them to enter together. The crowd was left bewildered. They had all entered one by one for evaluation, so why were these two allowed to enter together? It seemed unfair, yet no one dared voice their concerns, as their own performances had been so dismal that they had barely been allowed to finish their responses before being dismissed. Huang Chao relayed the question to Qin Xiaoyun and Tao Hong. Consider your responses carefully. Huang, please summon Deputy Zhou and Instructor Wu. Huang Chao promptly exited. Upon receiving the question, Qin Xiaoyun quickly began her calculations and strategizing, while Tao Hong assisted with measuring distances on the sand table using a tape measure. Swiftly computing in her mind, Qin Xiaoyun moved the flags several times, then promptly returned them to their positions. Xiao Changye observed Qin Xiaoyun intently, and his eyes brightened. She had not placed him in jeopardy but rather devised a plan for his rescue. He exhaled deeply, as if he had just escaped from the brink of death. Zhou Xiu and Wu Bin arrived, accompanied by 5 individuals they had meticulously selected, including Zheng De. Let them all exit. I wish to first hear the strategies of Deputy Zhou and Minister Wu. Qin Xiaoyun and Tao Hong were also asked to leave, leaving only Xiao Changye, Huang Chao, Zhou Xiu, and Wu Bin. Wu Bin remarked, General Xiao, I am only responsible for physical training. Historically, the generals who led the troops were the ones who trained them. However, none of them faced such perilous scenarios. This question seems utterly unsolvable. Zhou Xiu added, either our commander is captured or the enemy's commander is captured. It is entirely impossible to capture the enemy's commander while simultaneously rescuing our own. Very well, let Qin Xiao enter. Let us see how she resolves this dilemma. Upon entering, Qin Xiaoyun was followed closely by Tao Hong, as they would need to work closely together. Qin Xiao solved the problem. You must not disregard the safety of our esteemed commander like those others, Xiao Changye teased. How could that be? A commander is the heart of the army. It is better to lose a city than to lose a general. This emphasizes the paramount importance of a leader in the military. The military texts also state that a commander is the soul of an army. With the commander present, the morale is united. If the commander falls, the troops will scatter. This leads to a situation akin to a headless dragon. Therefore, in warfare, the commander must never be placed in a perilous situation. The 3 listened intently, nodding frequently. Enough of your scholarly displays. This is not the time for idle theoretical discussions. We are to conduct practical exercises on the sand table, engaging in real combat scenarios. Look, I am right there, waiting for your rescue. Xiao Changye pointed to the red flag he had initially planted, his tone imbued with a plea. Even was that a hint of petulance? Wu Bin was astonished to see the typically icy prince. Xiao Changye behaving playfully before Qin Xiao. Indeed, it was playful. All right, Tao Hong, Qin Tao, please enlighten everyone on the most fundamental calculations. Tao Hong, unperturbed, explained that the sand table exercises were the most basic skills learned atop Langya Mountain, and she could play it all day long with her young lady. Measuring the distance from the enemy camp to our command tent, she said, the enemy is nearly 10 miles away from our command tent. In a situation where the commander cannot move, and the enemy advances 1 meter with each step, that 10 miles translates to 5,000 steps. If they march at a quick pace, they would reach the command tent in less than half an hour. Tao Hong then measured the width of the river, stating, the river spans over 10 meters, such a wide expanse of water must be quite deep. Without a bridge, we must construct a floating bridge, which would take at least 2 hours to build. As for the snowy mountains, disregarding the treacherous terrain, merely ascending such heights would also require 2 hours. Furthermore, reaching the enemy camp entails another 10-mile trek. Thus, to rescue our commander, our troops would need to march tirelessly for 5 to 6 hours, or perhaps even longer, while the enemy could reach our command tent in merely half an hour. Are we thus trapped in a deadlock? Zhou Xiu and Wu Bin inquired simultaneously. It is up to Qin Shao to unravel this conundrum. I am merely responsible for measuring and analyzing, Tao Hong replied proudly. At this moment, Zhou Xiu finally regarded the young girl properly. Tao Hong was indeed quite lovely, albeit her face was smeared with disguising powder that rendered her indistinguishable from the common soldiers. It appeared that a formidable commander had no weak soldiers. The daughters of the general's household were superior to those who had officially entered the battlefield. Speak up, let us see how you intend to resolve this. Qin Shaoyun coughed lightly and remarked, this problem is inherently unsolvable. Zhou Xiu was the first to take offense. Then why keep you until the end, if you are as useless as the rest of us? Why not hurry home to enjoy your little life? Chapter 35, A heavy burden on a greenhorn. Wu Bin was utterly perplexed. Zhou Duke, why do you speak of the new recruit in such a manner? Including you and me, we cannot solve this conundrum. Do you truly wish to place such a heavy burden on a novice? How absurd. Hold your horses. Qin Shao has yet to finish speaking. Right, Shao Chanya gently asked Qin Shaoyun. Indeed, Shao Commander. Qin Shaoyun, having been abruptly interrupted by Zhou Xiu, was quite irritated. Enjoying a little life? What nonsense, she retorted angrily. Shao Commander, could you please escort the Duke outside? The young soldiers are terrified to see him here. Even if he had a brilliant idea worth 1,000,000 soldiers, he would scare it away. Zhou Daren, did you hear that? Please step outside. I shall lead my own think tank. Zhou Xiu was utterly frustrated. He could not manage his own wife and now faced others poking fun at him. Yet, as a martial champion, he was naturally invested in military strategy. Such an unsolvable problem ignited his curiosity about how Qin Shaoyun, a mere girl, would tackle it. Since he wished to remain and hear her solution, he decided to humble himself. Zhou Xiu clasped his fists and said, Qin Shao, I apologize for my rudeness. He then turned to Shao Chanya and bowed, saying, as a martial champion, Shao Commander, allow me to hear your resolution. It may prove useful in future battles. Shao Chanya saw Qin Shaoyun's consent with a glance. Reluctantly she replied, then I ask the Duke not to interrupt my thoughts haphazardly. If the commander is indeed captured, that would be your fault. Zhou Xiu bowed again. Zhou Xiu was all ears. Since he had lowered himself to such an extent, Qin Shaoyun felt unable to dismiss him and said, my method of solving this problem will first require the cooperation of Shao Commander and Duke Zhou. Oh, what do I have to do? Zhou Xiu queried, puzzled. Excellent. Shao Chanya had already risen and positioned himself at the sand table, taking on the role of the commander's tent. Shao Commander, how many troops can you allocate to me for an incursion into the enemy camp? Shaoyun inquired. 5,000. Shao Chanya replied. Is this a long-range assault on the enemy stronghold? Why such an arrangement? Shaoyun pressed. Well, the commander intends to capture the leader first. Very well, then bring back the leader, Duke Zhou. You shall now play the part of the enemy raider, currently advancing toward our command camp, precisely where Shao Commander stands. Wu Daren, you are now the enemy general, stationed within the enemy's command tent. It is currently nightfall. I lead 5,000 soldiers, situated 10 miles away from you. The enemy general, like Shao Commander, also aims to conduct a long-range assault to capture the enemy commander. Therefore, the solution to this deadlock hinges on the synergy between their respective leaders. The strategy one have devised cannot be employed by you, nor shall I borrow your tactics. Now let the war commence. Everyone absorbed Qin Shaoyun's explanation. Stepping into their roles, it was time for them to showcase their military prowess. To ensure fairness, Duke Zhou, please go first. Shaoyun graciously waved to Zhou Xiu. Zhou Xiu rejoiced. Was this not a game of who could capture the leader first? He had played such games as a child. Now, with his position only 10 miles away from Shao Commander, he could reach him within half an hour at a brisk pace. Just imagining it brought him delight. Thus, he moved the little green flag and declared, I am rapidly advancing my troops. In less than an hour, I shall see Shao Commander. Very well, I will light the signal fire 10 miles from the enemy command. I continue to run. Wu Daren, upon seeing the signal fire, what will you do? Shaoyun inquired. I suspect an enemy ambush and will quickly prepare defenses. Not spotting any enemy scouts within 10 miles, I suspect this is a ruse. The lighting of the signal fire is a deliberate ploy to lure out the enemy commander. I will divide my 5,000 troops into 3 tiers. The first tier of 2,000 will rush to the enemy's command tent 10 miles away, the second tier of 1,000 will wait here to support the first, and the third tier of 2,000 will spread out around the signal fire. Once the enemy sees the fire, they will be encircled. Wu Daren, will you wait in the command tent to be captured? Or will you take the initiative? I choose to take the initiative. Note, if I do that, I would fall into your trap. I cannot simply sit idle in my tent, upon hearing of your approach. I will retreat while resisting. Yes, that aligns with reason, Duke Zhou. Upon seeing the signal fire I lit, being 100 miles away, what will you do? Naturally, I would retreat to our stronghold, but before that I must capture Xiao Commander. Xiao Commander, it is now your turn. The challenge returns to the one who posed it, as Qin Shaoyun observed Xiao Changye with a calm demeanor, eager to see his response. In fact, when I devised the long-range assault plan, I had already arranged for my base. I dug trenches around the command camp and placed deer antler traps at the gates. My deputy generals have each led 1,000 elite soldiers to lie in ambush 10 miles from the command tent. Should any enemies approach, the area within 10 miles becomes a vast ambush zone, with me merely serving as bait to lure the enemy into a trap. So Duke Zhou, if there are soldiers of Xiao Commander within 10 miles, can you still advance? What can I advance for? I have been encircled. Zhou Xiu chuckled bitterly. This is not how one plays. If this continues, I might as well rely on my martial prowess to personally capture Xiao Commander. Very well, now you shall engage in a duel to see who prevails. Xiaoyun observed the unfolding scenario without concern. I shall not fall for your trickery. Similarly, when our troops advanced, we also established defenses around the command camp. Thus, when you approach, no, even at 20 miles our troops would have already surrounded you. Zhou Xiu protested. Nonsense, anyone can make such claims. If you set up defenses in advance, why should we not prepare as well? Now it is up to you to find a way out. I shall capture Duke Zhou first. Xiao Changye laughed. Such is the nature of the battlefield, ever-changing. The challenge now lay with Qin Shaoyun once again. Rubbing her head, she remarked, Duke Zhou, I was the first to outline the rules, and you have disregarded them. Thus, you cannot borrow our strategies. You did not establish defenses like that before, did you? I will not defend myself now. What of it? Aren't you quite capable? Zhou Xiu taunted gleefully. Very well, then I shall capture the leader first. My 5,000 elite soldiers are my well-trained cavalry, capable of taking on 10 men. We have surveyed the terrain beforehand. I shall lead the first tier of 2,000 troops for a swift assault. We will take a shortcut to the enemy camp, surrounding it in 2 teams. The enemy's defenses are composed of animal hide tents. Should they catch fire, it would be nearly impossible to save them. I ignited the commander's tent with the oil arrow first. Master Wu, what will you do? I can either flee or call for help to extinguish the fire. Master Wu, quickly abandon the tent and retreat to the rear, Zhou Xiu urged anxiously. Yes, Master Wu, retreat at once. Xiao Changye chimed in with a smile. However, when arranging the enemy's camp, Commander Xiao designated this valley. If we retreat, we must climb the valley and cross over to be safe. I fear we would scarcely have taken a few steps before being captured alive. In that case, I shall choose to confront the enemy. Wu Bin replied helplessly. Just as I wish. Qin Shaoyun circled on the sand table, directing the second and third waves of troops to circle in and out, systematically annihilating the soldiers that Zhou Xiu had arranged. Xiao Changye craned his neck to watch. Zhou Xiu clicked his tongue in admiration, while Wu Bin was left bewildered. In the final battle, it was Zhou Xiu and Qin Shaoyun in confrontation, though it was but a sand table. Wu Bin's heart raced with fear. He seemed to hear the clash of weapons and the echoes of battle cries, each resounding with the capture of enemy leaders. As the battle cries and clangs gradually faded, silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Xiu was drenched in sweat, while Qin Shaoyun remained calm and composed. If either of these two were enemies of the Great Feng Kingdom, they would pose a grave threat to the nation's very existence. Chapter 36. From now on, I shall follow your lead. I have lost with complete acceptance. My lady, from now on, I shall follow your lead, Zhou Xiu declared earnestly. What, my lady? Voices were heard from outside the tent. Just as everyone was taken aback, Xiao Changye had already dashed out, swiftly grasping a soldier by the throat. Who are you? Why were you eavesdropping on our conversation? I am the new recruit Zhang Di. Commander Xiao, please release me. You're about to choke me to death. Xiao Changye immediately loosened his grip. This person was familiar to him. He had sung joyous songs at his aunt's wedding, observing his sharp gaze and the bulging of his temples. He appeared to be a trained martial artist. Why would a person skilled in combat end up as a beggar? There must be some hidden motives to in this chaotic world. One fears the infiltration of spies from rival nations into the capital. Hence he instructed Huang Chao to follow him. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Zhang De suddenly turned to Huang Chao and said, My name is Zhang De, not a spy from an enemy nation nor a rogue. I originally came to seek employment with my relatives in the capital, but alas, they moved, and I could not find them. Having exhausted my funds, I blended in with the beggars, relying on my talents to earn a meal. I know you are an official. Rest assured, I have now signed up for military service and will have food to eat, Zhang De declared passionately before turning to leave. During the conscription process, Huang Chao had specifically checked on Zhang De and found that he had signed up for the think tank. Xiao Changye remarked, "Were you not told to stay away from the tent? Did you not realize we were discussing confidential matters inside?" Zhang De coughed a few times, clearing his throat before responding. "But Qin Shao is a new recruit just like us, seeing how seriously you regarded him during the sand table simulation. We knew he had clever strategies, so we all came to eavesdrop." It was then that Xiao Changye noticed a crowd of over 100 members of the think tank surrounding the tent. Nearly blocking it off with his skills, he could have easily detected their presence, but they had been so engrossed in their sand table simulation that they were oblivious if so many were enemies. Xiao Changye dared not contemplate further and said, "Zhou Duren's calling you my lady is merely his catchphrase. Please do not take offense. Now, the 5 victors shall accompany me into the tent for arrangements. Master Wu, please ensure the remaining individuals are assigned to their respective teams and groups promptly. Hurry and get some rest. This meeting is adjourned." Xiao Changye led the 5 into the tent and asked them to introduce themselves. Zhang De was the first to introduce himself, sticking to what he had told Huang Chao about being forsaken by relatives and thus joining the army. His notable trait was not wisdom, but rather Wu Bin admired his decisiveness in battle. The remaining 4 had distinct characteristics. One pair were twins, the elder named Zhang Zemin and the younger Zhang Zijuan, nearly identical in appearance. According to their own words, the elder excelled in land battles, while the younger excelled in naval warfare. Their victory stemmed from clever ideas during their crossing of the snowy mountains and rivers. Another, somewhat disheveled and short, with a hunched back, appeared even smaller and more awkward. His name was Luo Qiubang. It seemed he had been frail in his youth, and his parents hoped his illness would dissipate as others spoke his name. Luo Qiubing articulated his thoughts clearly, and his sand table analysis was significantly more advanced than the average person. The last individual was tall with prominent brows and large eyes, his dark, glistening eyes darting about like a thief scouting for routes. He introduced himself as Shirbu Jizi, as his mother died from excessive bleeding at his birth, and his father resented him, naming him after his ill-fated destiny. Forever hungry, his strategy revolved around the notion that the commander had long been replaced by a puppet, with the real commander lying in ambush outside. This idea was nearly identical to Xiao Changye's thoughts. These 5 individuals indeed possessed their own unique strengths. From this day forth, you 7 shall be members of the think tank. Besides daily training, you shall also collaborate on strategies and tactics to address issues arising during training. Your leader shall be Qin Shao, who is my military advisor, while you all shall serve as my deputy advisors. Excellent, I can finally shed my identity as a beggar, Zhang De exclaimed joyfully. I look forward to the guidance of Commander Xiao and military advisor Qin. Zhou Xiu, however, was not pleased and tugged at Qin Shaoyun. Are you truly going to join the army? Is there any doubt? Do you not see that I am already the military advisor to Commander Xiao? But you, enough, Prince Consort, cease your nonsense, lest you attract calamity upon yourself. Qin Shaoyun warned. Zhou Xiu was 100 times unwilling to let his newlywed wife depart so soon. They had yet to consummate their marriage, and now she was leaving, with no certainty of her return in years to die in the chaotic battlefield where blades and arrows are indiscriminate. Was this a wish for his demise? Zhou Xiu suddenly conceived an idea. He would return to report to the Grand Princess, urging her to bring Qin Shaoyun back. Thus, he clasped his hands and said, I just remembered there is an urgent matter I must attend to at the residence. I must take my leave now and will return for training tomorrow. Xiao Changye waved him off, and Wu Bin followed suit. I have already arranged for the tents. Master Zhou, you are quite busy. Allow me to see you off. With only 9 individuals remaining in the tent, Xiao Changye addressed everyone. Listen well, in the face of enemy threats, we must unite against the common foe. I absolutely will not tolerate any treachery from my military advisors. Now you have all had a long day. Please rest. After Zhang Di and the others departed, Xiao Changye called Qin Shaoyun aside. You stay for a moment. The others looked at Qin Shaoyun in confusion. He shrugged, indicating he too was unaware. Zhang De could only suppress his curiosity and exited, not wishing to be choked again by Xiao Changye, an experience he found quite unpleasant once the others had moved far away. Xiao Changye gestured to a chair. Sit. Yes. Qin Shaoyun sat down promptly and asked, What further instructions do you have, Commander Xiao? Alas, my attempts to exchange your freedom for military merit have not succeeded. Nor have I managed to secure your release using your brilliant strategy involving the burning of the vine armor. The Emperor remains unyielding. His intention is to refrain from interfering in your marriage. His notion of separation entails both of you amicably divorcing, and your consent alone is insufficient. I understand. Thank you, Commander Xiao. But if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest. Very well. I in the Hanmo courtyard. Thingy Tower. Zhou Xiu hurried into the capital just before the city gates closed. Presently, he was enduring the furious wrath of the Grand Princess. What, you want me to retrieve that little wretch for you? Prince Consort, why do you not think of something better? Must you desire something unattainable? I am now a princess, and you are a subject. Kneel before me. Zhou Xiu had no choice but to kneel with a thud. How could you hang me out to dry right after our wedding? Fortunately, my royal brother allowed you to remain in the residence for a month. You could have stayed in the residence. But instead, you went to the Ministry of War. I could understand that, yet why do you still cling to that Qin Chaoyun? Were you following me? It seems Commander Xiao's conscription advice was still insufficient. Recently Xiao Wan had meticulously tracked his movements, undoubtedly dispatched by her to investigate why. Is it not permissible to want to know what my newlywed husband is up to? Xiao Wan leaned closer to Zhou Xiu. Her round face inches away. We only shared the same bed on our wedding night. It has been 2 days since then. Do you not miss me? They say a moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. My waist is aching from today's training. I should perhaps retreat to the study for a nap. A pretty face without substance. Get out. Never come back to my chambers again. Chapter 37. Utilize her authority to retrieve that wretch. Xiao Wan was confident that he would not be able to resist and would return to find her. This was a classic case of desire to capture by letting go, and over the years she had deciphered the nature of men well, since that wretch was not at home, and since he sought to utilize her authority to retrieve that wretch. He would inevitably come to beg her for assistance. Today, she had dispatched her personal bodyguard, Cheng San, to follow Zhou Xiu and had observed him among the new recruits for an entire day. There, Cheng San had spotted a familiar face, therefore he hurried back to report. After a day of deliberation, Xiao Wan had finally located that wretch and discovered why her newlywed husband was so enamored that he failed to return at night. Since that little wretch does not wish to return, she shall naturally be left to the battlefield, and let her perish there. She would not allow the prince consort to go to the battlefield. And surely she would not permit her beloved royal brother to go either. She delights in breaking up couples and relishes her role as the villain. The sight of others in distress fills her with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Indeed, being a villain has its perks. She takes pleasure in watching the prince consort yearn for what he cannot have, wringing his hands in frustration. As expected, within a mere quarter of an hour, the prince consort knocked on the door of the grand princess. Xiao Wan's heart leapt with joy, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and she instructed Qing Feng to inform the prince consort that he must kneel in the courtyard for an hour. And only after washing himself clean should he come to attend to her. Zhou Xiu returned to his study, contemplating that perhaps it would be wise to first bow and admit fault. To bring Qin Chaoyun back before discussing anything further. He went back to seek out the grand princess, only to find her so merciless, demanding he kneel for an hour. He had to perform on the drill ground tomorrow. Would he not get any sleep? Moreover, a man's knees are worth gold. Even if she is a princess, she is still his wife. Why should he kneel before her? The more Zhou Xiu thought about it, the angrier he became, kicking the door in frustration, which swung open and nearly caused him to stumble. Let us part ways, Zhou Xiu declared, just 3 days into our marriage and already causing a ruckus. I no longer wish to live this way. Do you not desire wealth and honor? I earned my title as the top martial scholar through my own merit. If I wanted wealth and honor, I would strive for it myself without needing your protection. Princess Zhou Xiu asserted firmly. I wish to see my royal brother. You humiliate me like this, and I shall ensure your entire family accompanies you to the grave. After just 3 days of marriage, I have heard you utter such threats multiple times. The days ahead are long, and who knows how many more such declarations you might make. If you intend to send my family to the grave, then let it come sooner rather than later. You are utterly unreasonable. Qing Feng, prepare the carriage. I must enter the palace. Hot grand princess, you have lowered yourself in marriage. How can you threaten me daily and expect me to function? How can I strive for accomplishments when you constantly seek your royal brother's intervention? Do you not possess even a modicum of independent thought? What are you trying to express? If you wish to share your life with me, you must prioritize your husband. As the saying goes, one follows the father at home, and the husband when married. What are you truly trying to convey? I want you to bring back Qin Chaoyun. Once she is back, I shall demote her to a concubine, ensuring she cannot escape the residence and will be at your beck and call. What do you think? Xiao Wan's eyes twinkled as she considered. Going to the palace at such a late hour would surely invite her royal brother's lecture, so it would be more delightful to have that wretched girl return and endure her daily torment. Therefore, she said, that will depend on your performance tonight. Now hurry and wash up to come serve me. Zhou Xiu frowned deeply at her words, realizing the grand princess was quite experienced in matters of intimacy. During their first encounter, he had complied with her every demand, exhausting himself multiple times throughout the night. Zhou Xiu, being a good child raised under strict moral teachings, had never overstepped boundaries. When he occasionally heard his reckless brother Zhou Jin speak of the pleasures of courtesans, he would blush. He felt as though he were merely a plaything for the grand princess, subject to her whims. Yet, for the sake of Qin Xiaoyun, he had made a considerable sacrifice. Was it not simply a matter of playing the role of a concubine once more? Very well, he would play that role again. Qin Xiaoyun, to prevent you from suffering on the battlefield, I do not seek your gratitude, I merely wish for you to heed my words in the future. For a husband and wife should support one another. With his resolve firm, Zhou Xiu hastily summoned a servant to warm water, disregarding the cold, and quickly prepared himself to attend to Xiao Wan. As a martial artist, he naturally possessed an impressive physique, his abs well defined. When Xiao Wan touched him, she felt a rush of heat within her. Without needing to elaborate, the night was filled with fervor. With passion rising and falling like the tide, Zhou Xiu, utterly spent, collapsed, leaving Xiao Wan gasping for breath. Before long, the two slipped into slumber. The next morning, Zhou Xiu awoke leisurely at the hour of the rooster. Noticing the sun had risen high in the sky, alarmed, he shouted, "Oh no, I'm late, I'm late." Xiao Wan, with her delicate arms wrapped around him, said, "A prince consort, I still want more." Zhou Xiu shrugged off her embrace, stating, "I do not have to attend morning court these days, but I must report to the drill ground. How can I manage this now that it is so late? Husband, I've already sent Cheng San to request a leave for you. You can enjoy yourself without worries," Xiao Wan replied, as her pudgy hand reached out to him, stirring a flutter in Zhou Xiu's heart. He had needs of her. Since she desired it, perhaps he should indulge her once more. They succumbed to exhaustion and once again fell asleep until noon. Zhou Xiu gazed at Xiao Wan with newfound tenderness. If she were not so haughty and domineering, having such a spirited partner could be delightful. If only there were beautiful concubines to share in their joy, how fortunate he would be. He envisioned a life of shared pleasures. The servants had prepared breakfast, but they had not eaten, so a more sumptuous lunch was laid out. Zhou Xiu munched on roasted chicken while glancing at Xiao Wan. "Princess, about what you promised me last night, rest assured, Prince Consort. I will go to the palace shortly to ask my royal brother to bring back Qin Xiaoyun. We shall discuss it this afternoon. I'm exhausted and need to rest after lunch," Xiao Wan said, casting a sultry glance at Zhou Xiu, increasingly enamored with her chosen prince consort, finding him far more appealing than those delicate-faced concubines. This was precisely why she had selected a martial scholar. "Very well, I must head to the drill ground. Duty calls, and I cannot keep asking for leave. You only wish to see your little concubine, do you not? Fear not, I have promised you, I will ensure it is done. If you cannot bring her back, there are others who can. All right, let us act separately as husband and wife. I will go to work, and you will go to the palace. We shall not interfere with one another. Prince, do not indulge in both worlds. For the first month of our marriage, you are not permitted to touch her." Zhou Xiu, feeling guilty, glanced at the maids attending them and whispered, "Princess, please do not speak so harshly about such intimate matters in front of so many people. It is best discussed behind closed doors." Xiao Wan pushed her bowl aside, chuckling, "How old-fashioned. I have finished eating. You may leave, for I need to stroll in the palace as well." Having made up her mind, Xiao Wan was determined to rid herself of Qin Xiaoyun. Such an excellent prince consort would be hard to find. She could not allow Qin Xiaoyun to squander him. She lacked the generous heart to share her husband with another. Chapter 38. A prince's merits surpassing his sovereign. Zhou Xiu arrived at the drill ground, where training was underway. Today, they were issued red tassel spears, and a straw man was erected before each soldier. They shouted "kill" as they thrust at the straw targets, displaying their prowess in combat. Zhou Xiu was not concerned with their training. He sought only to find the familiar figure of that enchanting girl. After searching the grounds for quite some time, he could not locate Qin Xiaoyun or Tao Hong. Nor did he see Xiao Changye. Upon noticing Zhou Xiu's arrival, Wu Bin approached him. "Prince consort, did you not take a leave? I heard you were ill last night. Is it serious? Do you need to rest a few more days?" Zhou Xiu felt a surge of anger. This princess was wishing him ill. If he were truly ill, it would take at least 10 days to recover, and how could one recover after such a frenzied night? "Wu Darren, where is the think tank that was selected last night?" Those think tank members were led by General Shao to observe the terrain on the sand table last night. They should be at the enemy camp by now. But do not worry, they rode horses there and will surely return tonight. Good, I am fine. I will check on the training situation. You may carry on with your duties. Xiao Changye led 8 men on the way to the enemy camp, analyzing the geographical features along the route, discussing troop deployment and ambush strategies, while sharing his own experiences of war. At the end, he turned to Qin Xiaoyun. "Qin Xiaoer, during last night's sand table exercise, I felt as if you had truly been on the battlefield. Reporting to General Xiao, my father once led a rapid march over 1,000 miles, forcing the enemy's Khan to retreat beyond the borders. He recounted the details to me upon his return, explaining how to handle such situations in the future. Thus, I combined all predictions and experiences into my analysis. However, my father did not have the benefit of a commander as wise as you. Upon his return, he discovered he had been falsely accused of collusion with the enemy and was hastily taken to the capital for interrogation. Ultimately, after investigation revealed no evidence, the emperor demoted my father to a commoner. Listening to this tale, Xiao Changye recalled his father mentioning that no regional governor could remain long at the border to prevent treachery, yet he could not betray his father and thus replied, "Fortunately, your father has regained his position, albeit as a deputy general, but the one who falsely accused my father now serves alongside him as a deputy general. I am deeply concerned for my father's safety." Wishing he could depart for the Western Rome immediately. I plan to hold a martial competition at the drill ground tomorrow to select soldiers skilled in close quarters combat and send them to the battlefield for support. You must exercise patience for a few more days. Thank you, General Xiao, for your understanding. Xiao has no way to repay your kindness except to contribute more good ideas to enhance your military achievements. Ha! Are you not aware of the saying that a prince's merits may overshadow his sovereign? As Xiao Changye spoke, he galloped ahead. Qin Xiaoyun stood dazed for a moment, pondering whether a prince's merits indeed surpassed his sovereign's. After finishing her meal, Xiaowan returned to sleep, dawdling until nearly sunset before remembering to enter the palace. As the carriage rolled to a halt at the palace gates, Xiaowan leisurely descended. Massaging her aching waist, she appeared genuinely aged, for after only a few exertions her body could hardly bear the strain. Suddenly the steed of purest white surged forth from behind, its rider bellowing, "Make way for non-essential personnel. There are urgent military matters at hand." Attendants Qingfeng and Qingyue promptly assisted Xiaowan, whisking her away from the center of the thoroughfare. The horse galloped past and skidded to a stop directly in front of Xiaowan. Blocking her path, the rider, bearing the marks of a long journey, was evidently just returned from the battlefield. Is he in such haste to meet his demise? Xiaowan muttered under her breath. The man was engaged in a conversation with the guards, requesting an audience with the emperor. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Princess, a piercing gaze shot towards her, slicing through the air like a dagger. Alarmed, Xiaowan instinctively touched her neck. It was said that those who traverse the gates of the underworld carry with them an aura of malevolence. And this man exemplified that notion. Choosing silence, she maneuvered past him, casting a glance back, as if to say, "No need for an announcement. I have already approached you. What is there to be so proud about?" The man, too, was ushered through the palace gates, making his way directly to the imperial study. Xiaowan, with her smaller strides, soon fell behind. Shun Zi, the chief steward by the emperor's side, swiftly reported the urgent military situation to Xiao Yuan. "Let him in at once," Xiao Yuan commanded eagerly. After years of relentless warfare, he dreaded hearing ill tidings. Could he not relish the triumph of yesterday's victory in the southern front for just a few more days? Rubbing his temples, he gazed at the robust figure entering the chamber. "What is your name? From which battlefield do you bring news, Your Majesty?" The man replied, "I am Peng Yin, the younger brother of the late Grand Marshal Peng Bang, now serving as the left vanguard. Since the gallant General Qian Han assumed command in the western regions, he has employed the tactics of rapid advancement once more, yet he has not returned after 10 days. Though he was expected back within 5. Here is a letter from Deputy Commander Xue. Please take a look." Shun Zi dutifully received the letter and presented it to the emperor. As Xiao Yuan unfolded the correspondence, his agitation grew, and suspicions multiplied. Was Qian Han employing the same old tricks, or was Shui Yuanba once again plotting treachery? 10 years prior, Qian Han had been the commander against the northern Di, and Shui Yuanba, the son of the left chancellor, had served as his deputy. Due to Qian Han's previous rapid maneuvers, many troops had met their demise. Shui Yuanba had claimed that during one such advance, Qian Han had colluded with the northern Di king Wan Yanzhur, resulting in the loss of countless soldiers. Nonetheless, that very advance had silenced Wan Yanzhur for several years, which was indeed true. The incident lacked concrete evidence. Following the principle of distrust, Xiao Yuan demoted Qian Han to commoner status and reassigned Shui Yuanba to the border of the western regions as deputy commander. Xiao Yuan remained cautious, pondering whether Shui Yuanba might be the sort to cry foul first. Should that be the case, he would be unfit for significant command and would have to remain in a subordinate position. Since the death of Grand Marshal Peng Bang in the Western Campaign, Xiao Yuan had contemplated promoting Shui Yuanba to the position of commander, but once the seed of distrust took root, it became difficult for him to change his mind. And now, with urgent military matters at hand and no one else available, He reluctantly reinstated Chen Han Da in his haste. He had overlooked the enmity between Qian Han and Shui Yuanba, and by the time he recalled it, Chen Han had already led his two sons to the border town. He could only hope they would prioritize the nation's affairs, but little did he expect that within less than a month, the same situation would occur. This was undoubtedly no coincidence. Quickly summon King of Lushan Xiao Changye to the palace. Yes, Shunzi hurriedly departed to make arrangements. Upon returning, he found Xiaowan pacing anxiously outside the imperial study. Shunzi, please convey my urgent matter once more. I truly have something pressing to report. Grand Princess, if your matter isn't urgent, it would be best to postpone it today. Did you not see the urgent dispatches from the border? My matter is also quite urgent. It is but a two-sentence affair. Please, I implore you to relay my request again. Can you do that for me? Shunzi, having grown up in the palace under Shunzi's watchful eye, Xiaowan shared a bond with him. Seeing her plead, he relented, saying, I will inquire on your behalf. If the emperor truly has no time to meet you, you must return. Thank you, good sir. I knew you were the best. Very well, I shall report back. Shunzi entered the chamber, bowing as he addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I have sent guards to summon King of Lushan outside. The Grand Princess requests an audience. Let her wait. I have no time for her trivial matters. However, she claims it is merely a two-sentence affair. Perhaps allow her to speak briefly and then dismiss her. Fine, let her in. Announced Grand Princess Xiaowan enters the court. I'm here, dear brother. I have no time. I am currently attending to state matters. You said it would be 2 sentences. You may speak now, but only 2. Brother, 1 sentence will suffice. Xiaowan exclaimed joyfully. Point 1 It is, Chapter 39. Brother, swiftly decree punishment upon her. Just as Xiaowan was about to speak again, she suddenly realized that would waste her single sentence. Hurriedly, she concocted her words in her mind, striving to articulate them as swiftly as possible. Brother, did you know that Qian Han's daughter has defied your house arrest order and disguised herself as a man to enlist in the army? She is currently in the western city drill grounds. You must issue a decree to punish her. Having uttered her words, she nearly gasped for breath. Feeling as though she might faint, taking a deep breath, she awaited her brother's response. Oh, who informed you of this? Xiao Yuan replied, a mix of anger and amusement in his tone. Though strict, he could not allow his younger sister to suffocate. It was the prince who witnessed it firsthand while training the new recruits. I assure you, this time I speak the truth. Very well, I am aware. You may leave now, Xiao Yuan declared impatiently. Your brother, she is one of our Han Mo Yuan members and, as a woman, cannot be on the battlefield. I implore you to issue a decree for her to return home swiftly. It is perilous. Why is my sister suddenly so benevolent? I have always been a kind Grand Princess, Xiaowan replied. Her expression unwavering. I understand. Once I have resolved the border matters, I shall attend to your family's affairs. Rest assured, I will provide you with the most favorable decree. Seeing that her brother truly wished to dismiss her, Xiaowan took her leave, reminding him as she exited, do not forget the brother. Xiao Yuan, weary of the conversation, merely waved his sleeve, urging her to depart. As Xiaowan exited the palace gates, she spotted Xiao Changye galloping towards her on a black steed. He merely called out aunt, before riding swiftly past her into the palace. Xiaowan, filled with curiosity about the urgent military situation, feared her brother might once again neglect to address Qin Chaoyan's matters. However, perhaps it was for the best, out of sight, out of mind, and the prince's focus would be solely on her. Xiao Yuan commanded, come, provide a seat for General Pang. A maid swiftly brought a small stool. And after expressing gratitude, Pang Yin took a seat. Noticing Xiao Changye burst into the hall and quickly rose to pay his respects. I pay my respects to Commander Xiao, no need for formalities. Quickly, tell us the situation at the front. It turned out that Pang Yin was subordinate to Xiao Changye, with a temporary cessation of hostilities in the southern front and tensions escalating along the western border. He had dispatched a portion of troops to assist there, Your Excellency, while our forces in the south were united in purpose against the enemy. I am uncertain about the situation on the western front concerning Deputy Commander Shui's strategy. Pang Yin explained, glancing at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, ever perceptive, interjected, Shunzi, escort everyone else out. Yes, Shunzi gestured, and the guards and maids withdrew. Only the 3 of us remain. Speak freely, Your Majesty. Commander Xiao, I lead the troops to the western border not only to assist but also to honor my fallen brother. Peng Bang, when I arrived, General Qian Han and his 2 sons were also present. To be honest, the 3 of them fought like tigers descending from the mountains, achieving 3 consecutive victories. Why has he not reported back about these triumphs? Logically, with Qian Han reinstated, he would be eager to claim his achievements, yet he has not sent news. It is indeed peculiar. I too find this behavior strange. I had intended to inquire, but he received news from scouts that the western region Khan Antiali was encamped on the Shilua Prairie, 600 miles away, presenting a prime opportunity for a surprise attack. He arranged for his eldest son, Qian Shaofeng, to lead 2,000 troops on the left flank, while the second son, Qin Shaogang, commanded another 2,000 on the right, with instructions for Deputy Commander Shui to advance 300 miles in 2 days for support. General Qianhan then led 5,000 cavalry towards the Shilua Prairie. Oh, did Deputy Commander Shui send troops for support 2 days later? Not at all. This is precisely what perplexes me. Peng Yin refrained from voicing his deepest suspicions, but he harbored doubts that his elder brother, Peng Bang, had met a similar fate. We waited for 10 days, yet the Qian family has not returned during this time. I implored Deputy Commander Shui to dispatch troops to rescue them, but he dismissed my concerns, expressing disdain for my incessant chatter, and sent me to deliver this message instead. Understood, you may take your leave and rest. Yes, I. Peng Yin bid farewell, as Peng Yin cast a final glance at the ever-silent Xiao Chanye. He exited the hall, aware that the matter would not escape his attention. Chanye, here is a letter from Shui Yuanba. Take a look. Xiao Chanye accepted the letter with both hands and read its contents, which contradicted Peng Yin's account. Shui Yuanba claimed that Qian Han and his sons harbored treasonous intentions, noting that Qian Han had not returned for 10 days. This time, he possessed irrefutable evidence, having apprehended the scout who had delivered the news. Upon interrogation, the scout revealed he was the messenger between Qian Han and Antiali. The letter further stated that, to prevent the Qin father and son from escaping to enemy territory, he had already encircled Qin Shaofeng and Qin Shaogang with 20,000 elite troops. However, they continued to resist stubbornly, disregarding his plans to mobilize troops, waiting only for the emperor's summons to return to the capital and plead for mercy. As for Shui Yuanba and Qin Han, whom should one trust more? Yet, observing the current situation, it was evident that the Qin family was at a disadvantage. Xiao Chanye pondered for a long time and then said, Father, tomorrow I shall lead the soldiers skilled in martial arts along with the think tank to set out. For those who engage in such deceit, we cannot make hasty decisions without confronting them in person. I share your sentiments. Let the Golden Armored Guard summon the 3 members of the Qin family to return to the capital for an audience. If we cannot reach Qin Han, let his 2 sons return instead, with both of them as hostages in the capital. I cannot believe that Qin Han would disregard his own children. Father, I shall go prepare. Wait a moment, let Qin Shaoyan from your think tank return to Han Moyuan to avoid your aunt pestering me daily. Your Majesty, she has military achievements and once saved my life. She is a remarkable woman, unlike those from the inner courtyard. Your Majesty, in this crucial time for employing talents, I sincerely hope you will grant her military merit to serve the nation. My son, your words are misplaced. With so many strong men fighting on the battlefield, we do not require a single weak woman. Do not speak further. Prepare for tomorrow's troop deployment. But Father, Sha Yuan ceased to engage further and rose to head to the rear palace. He had not been intimate with Consort Li for several days and intended to warm her heart tonight. As he approached the Empress's Weiyang Palace, he could not resist taking a glance. Under the bright palace lanterns, Empress Gao was stitching by the light. The garments she crafted were battle attire designed to be worn under armor, made of a reddish-brown cotton fabric, with wide shoulders and narrow sleeves. Meticulously sewn, Xiao Yuan stood at the doorway, a pang of sorrow hitting him. Once upon a time, he had shared a deep bond with Gao Zhener, yet for the sake of harmony in the harem, he had to distance himself from her. She had not cried or made a fuss, managing the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards with grace, and in her spare time, crafted battle garments for year. It was indeed a heartfelt stitch. Fearing a delayed return, proclaimed the decree, I shall dine with the Empress tonight. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's voice, Empress Gao turned, a bitter smile gracing her face. You burdened with state affairs. Yet I am hastily crafting Yi's battle robe. There is no need for such concern. You should attend to whoever requires your presence. Tonight, I shall remain by your side until dawn. Gao Zhener understood that this was Xiao Yuan's customary ploy to ingratiate himself with whomever he chose. Ye are going to war. Tomorrow, we select soldiers. The day after we depart, then I cannot entertain you. I must finish his clothing first. You should rest with Consort Li. I have noticed that since you bore a son, I seem to have faded from your sight. Xiao Yuan remarked languidly. Alas, none can blame the other. All is destined by fate. How is Chanxi faring lately? Oh, do not mention that girl. She has been quite mischievous. Ever since she began studying medicine with the Taoist priest Qi Wang in Xishan, she has shown no desire to return. Each time she comes back, she corners someone and asks, do you have an ailment? Let me check your pulse. Who truly has the ailment, I wonder? Chapter 40, Tasting Blood on the Blade. Xiao Chanye hurried through the night to the relay station to find Peng Yin. Though Pang Yin had been on the road, thoughts of the many suspicions surrounding his elder brother's death kept him awake. Upon hearing that Xiao Changye had arrived, he swiftly rose to open the door. Pang Yin's family remained in their hometown and had not yet moved to the capital. His elder brother Pang Bang's residence was in the capital, but with a widow at home, it would be inappropriate to disturb them so late. Xiao Changye punched Pang Yin playfully and embraced him. "I guessed you would be at the relay station. How have you been?" Pang Yin returned the embrace and hurriedly offered a seat to Xiao Changye. "Those who tread the edge of danger are all the same, are they not? When I was in the imperial study, I noticed your unusual demeanor. Are you suspecting that Peng Shuai's death is also shrouded in mystery?" "Indeed, Commander Xiao, the suspicions are manifold, almost identical to the circumstances of General Qin's rapid advance." Xiao Changye pondered. Shui Yuanba, son of Left Chancellor Shui Yan and brother to Crown Princess Shui Shui'er, had previously discussed a marriage alliance with the Grand Princess but had not succeeded for reasons unknown. He was undoubtedly allied with the Crown Prince now, yet, why would they harm the high-ranking officials stationed at the border? Would he not desire a stable and prosperous nation for himself in the future? However, concealing his thoughts, he said to Pang Yin, "General Pang, tomorrow I shall tally the new recruits and take those skilled in martial arts along with the think tank. We plan to depart as soon as the day after. I shall accompany you, until the barbarian threat is extinguished. How can I call anywhere home? I will first visit the widow to comfort my nephew, and then join you at the drill grounds the day after." "Good brother." Xiao Changye playfully punched him again. Noticing the hour was late, Xiao Changye bid farewell to Pang Yin, needing to exit the city before the gates closed. He galloped alongside Huang Chao down the bustling Taidua street of the capital, the sound of hooves echoing on the cobblestones. In the stillness of the night, with dangers looming at the borders, he aimed to reach the frontier swiftly to neutralize the impending crisis. Xiao Changye burst through the city gates and arrived at the drill grounds. At this hour, the new recruits had turned in for the night, and the drill grounds lay in silence. Dismounting, a guard took his horse, and he hurried into his tent, instructing, "Call for Qin Shower." A guard promptly responded and turned to the tent where the think tank was resting. Qin Xiaoyun and Tao Hong shared the same tent. Upon hearing her name called, Qin Xiaoyun sprang up and rushed outside. Since their arrival, they had not once slept without their clothes, always bundled up. "I'll go too," Tao Hong exclaimed. "Commander Xiao only called for me, not you. Remember, in the army, one must obey orders and follow instructions." "Very well then, take care, Miss." Qin Xiaoyun emerged from the tent, tidied her hair, and after ensuring there were no flaws in her appearance, made her way towards Xiao Changye's tent. The soldiers' tents were simple, containing only a mattress and a quilt. The officers' tents, known as the Central Command Tent, were furnished with a table, benches, and a large military cot, serving as both a small office and sleeping quarters. Report: Qin Xiao requests an audience. Enter. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyun enter, Xiao Changye gestured to the bench before him. "Sit." "Yes." Qin Xiaoyun sat down without hesitation. "May I inquire why Commander Xiao summoned me at this late hour? Is there something urgent?" Xiao Changye gazed into Qin Xiaoyun's eager eyes, a mix of emotions swirling within him. She had not experienced a single day of happiness in the past decade, initially believing she had married a good man. She found herself with a worthless partner, who pursued wealth and status, forgetting his first wife. Her father and brothers had just been appointed and now faced impeachment. How would he address her? Your father has once again ventured deep into enemy territory." Is it similar to the situation in Beatty? Almost. Has he been impeached again? How do you know? Xiao Changye was taken aback. Qin Xiaoyun's expression turned somber. "Are my father and brothers safe? Your father, as fate hangs in the balance, while your two brothers hold their positions at the front lines. Shui Yuanba has ordered their retreat, but they refuse to budge. If my father has not returned, how can they retreat? A rapid advance requires strong support. Why does General Shui resort to old tactics to impeach my father? Isn't that rather despicable? The emperor has already decreed that the golden armored guards take the summons to the front lines, instructing your father and brothers to return for an audience. If your father cannot be found, then let your two brothers return to the capital first. I plan to gather the soldiers skilled in martial arts tomorrow and set out the day after. I wish to go too." "Alright, prepare yourself. It may be a bit challenging for you, but no matter the difficulties, I will ensure you accompany us. Rest assured." Xiao Changye's eyes sparkled with determination. Qin Xiaoyun stood and solemnly bowed to Xiao Changye. "Thank you, Commander Xiao. Has Zhou Xiu come looking for you again today? I heard from Lord Wu that he did, but we were not back yet, and he left in the dark. Make an effort to communicate with him. Even if he wishes to dismiss you, you must agree. Understood. Do not worry, Mingzhu will not remain buried in the sand for long. She will eventually encounter a worthy individual," Xiao Changye said meaningfully. "And now go rest." I will grant you a day off tomorrow to sort out your affairs before we depart the day after. Yes, as Qin Shaoyun turned to leave, tears fell uncontrollably. Her father and two brothers were loyal patriots. Why must they always fall prey to treachery? Thanks to Xiao Changya's comforting words, she regained her confidence. She resolved to return to Han Mo Yuan early the next morning to resolve her marriage with Zhou Xiu. In the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Xiao Changping also could not sleep. At that moment, he was embracing Princess Shui and engaging in conversation. Shui, do you think Qin Han will succeed in his swift advance this time? When I visited my family today, I heard my father say that the situation faced by Qin Han and Peng Bang is eerily similar. I fear the outcome may not be favorable. Such fine generals cannot be utilized for my cause. Alas, what a pity! Princess Shui draped her snow-white arms over the crown prince's shoulders. Your Highness need not worry, rest assured, with my father and brothers supporting us, the throne will never fall into the hands of the second or third princes. You remind me, since Peng Bang and Qin Han are close to the third brother, it would be easy to eliminate such ungrounded commanders. However, the second brother's background is too formidable. His uncle is the northern general Li Kuan, a powerful regional lord. His princely consort, Wu Mingjiao, is the granddaughter of the Right Chancellor. Every 3 years, he oversees the imperial examinations, and each successful candidate becomes his disciple, resulting in a multitude of students, many of whom hold significant positions within the court. Furthermore, his mother, the beloved consort Li, is the favorite of the emperor. A mere whisper in her ear could jeopardize my position as crown prince. Your Highness, rest assured, for the Right Chancellor Wu Renyuan has numerous scholars under his tutelage, while my father, the Left Chancellor, also has his own students, all of whom excel in military affairs. Most of the military officials throughout the nation hail from my father's ranks. So, which is truly more formidable, the civil officials or the military generals? Shui gazed at the crown prince with a shy demeanor, expressing her hope that once you ascend to the throne, you shall not forget my father's contributions, nor the promise of the title of empress granted to me. Haha, how could I ever forget? Even if I were to forget myself, I would never overlook the merits of my beloved consort. Chapter 41. You shall not escape. Qin Shaoyun and Tao Hong rose early to seek leave from Xiao Changya. However, Xiao Changya had already gone to each squad to inquire about their conditions and was not present in the camp. Since he had instructed her to resolve her own matters at home, she decided to return without requesting leave. Upon returning last night, Zhou Xiu found Xiaowan sulking and smiled, saying, Princess, if things cannot be resolved, is it worth getting angry? It's all your fault. I was ready to give up on Qin Shaoyun, but you insisted I seek my brother's help. He mentioned that he would issue me a most advantageous decree in the coming days, but I have no idea what benefits it might bring. Alas, I am at a loss. If you truly desire Qin Shaoyun, you must plead on your own behalf. As a grand princess, it is beneath my dignity to plead daily for a worthless person. Worry not, princess, let fate take its course. Shall I accompany you to sleep this evening? You shall not escape. Zhou Xiu endured Xiaowan's antics throughout the night and continued to sleep soundly until dawn. Qin Shaoyun carefully wrapped the Qilin whip around her waist and entered the city early with Tao Hong, heading straight to the entrance of Hanmo Courtyard to knock on the door. The doorman had already reported to Madame Zhou Deong had returned to his post in Langya County, and at this moment Zhou Xiu and Xiaowan had yet to rise, since Qin Shaoyun had returned. It fell upon the matriarch to receive her. Let that worthless girl in. Yes. The doorman swiftly exited, and before long, Qin Shaoyun arrived. Acknowledging her status as an elder and their marital ties, Qin Shaoyun respectfully performed a kneeling salute. Good morning, old madam. Although Madame Zhou harbored disdain for her, she recognized Qin Shaoyun's status as the daughter of a general and could not afford to offend her. Seeing her humble demeanor, she reluctantly replied, Rise. As Qin Shaoyun stood, she gently inquired, Old madam, has the prince not awakened yet? I seek him for a matter. Madame Zhou's expression darkened. Where have you been these past few days? Did not the emperor order you to remain confined at home? You wander the capital alone without fear of death, but do not involve my family in your troubles. Rest assured, old madam, it shall not happen again. That's more like it. From now on, tend to your husband and children. Engage in needlework. A woman should embody femininity. Wielding weapons is a man's duty. Old madam, you misunderstand. I have returned to seek a divorce from the prince. Could you kindly summon him? Divorce is a matter between me and Zhou Deong. Do not involve the grand princess. What, you still wish to divorce? Has my Zhou family wronged you? Madame Zhou's tone was sharp but laced with fear. No, it is my family that does not match yours. My father and brothers have encountered trouble, and I fear I will bring calamity upon you. It is better to part ways early. What exactly has happened to your father and brothers? I must speak of it before Zhou Deong. Please summon him. Madame Zhou hastily instructed a maid by her side. Xinger, go fetch the prince, and say that Qin Chaoyun requests an audience. Xinger hurried to the back courtyard and knocked on the door of Fengyi Tower. Typically, Fengyi Tower did not engage with the front courtyard, as their kitchens operated independently, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law rarely saw eye to eye. At her advanced age, Madame Zhou resented the need to kneel before the Grand Princess. And even if she wished to curry favor with her, the Grand Princess looked down upon her, considering her to lack the grace of a noblewoman. When Zhou Xiu and Xiaowan heard the report from the servants outside, they were taken aback. They had been devising ways to send her away, yet now she presented herself at their door. Did she regret her decision to join the military? Zhou Xiu quickly dressed, hastily wiping her face, and rushed out, provoking Xiaowan to scold her. You wretched creature, upon hearing that little vixen has returned, you rush out without delay. Xingfeng, Qingyue, quickly assist me in changing. I shall see what trick she has up her sleeve. Upon seeing Qin Chaoyun, Zhou Xiu's face lit up with joy. Though she still wore the attire of a servant, her sparkling eyes shone as brightly as they did 3 years ago, akin to stars in the night sky. Xiaoyun, you have finally returned. From now on, let us harmoniously lead our lives together. Fear not, I will treat you well. As Zhou Xiu reached to grasp Xiaoyun's hand, she was abruptly rejected. Please, Prince Zhou, exercise restraint, since Zhou Xiu had become bold after her union with Xiaowan. She understood that women often feign refusal while welcoming advances, thus she attempted to grasp Qin Chaoyun's wrist again. Enraged, Qin Chaoyun twisted her wrist, pinning Zhou Xiu's hands behind her back, and admonished, Listen, I have come to seek a divorce for the sake of the Zhou family. Do not compel me to take action. Zhou Xiu winced in pain and pleaded, Madam, let us speak amicably. Qin Chaoyun released her grip, prepared to speak, when suddenly the voice of Xiaowan rang out from outside. Oh, Prince, you just professed your undying love for me, and now another wife appears. Did you not say you would personally demote her to concubine upon her return? At your age, how can you not honor your word? Zhou Xiu blushed with shame, realizing that her image in Qin Chaoyun's eyes had likely been shattered by Xiaowan's remarks. Chaoyun, it is not what it seems. Let me explain. That he anticipated that Qin Chaoyun would be angered. She had previously been reluctant to be a concubine, but since he became the prince, she had relinquished that desire from the moment she stepped through the door, though he remained oblivious to it and would never have known to be angry. There are countless flowers in the world. Why did you foolishly fixate on Zhou Xiu? What a stroke of misfortune indeed. Prince Zhou, I have inquired and learned that a divorce requires a report to the authorities. Let us complete the process today. You are aware that I wish to head to the frontier to find my father. Your father and 2 brothers will soon enter the capital for official duties. You need only wait at home. How did you come to know this? Qin Chaoyun was astonished. Was this not a matter of state secrecy? How could it be common knowledge? The Grand Princess heard it in the palace last night. Your father has once again fallen into the old habit of seeking personal glory recklessly. Alas, at such an age, cannot he exhibit more prudence? You know nothing of the situation. Do not speak carelessly of my father. Just say whether we shall proceed with the divorce or separation. I shall accept either. What if I refuse both options? Alas, Chaoyun, I have endured much for you. How can you be so ungrateful? Zhou Xiu felt aggrieved. He had been subservient before Xiaowan for Qin Chaoyun, lacking any semblance of masculine dignity. Since you are aware of the risks involved, for the safety of the Zhou family, it would be best if I departed. What? Your family is once again in trouble? It seems to be far more serious than before. Last time, only my father faced punishment, but now my 2 brothers are implicated as well. Qin Chaoyun spoke with an air of indifference. Madame Zhou, disregarding her dignity, seized Zhou Xiu's sleeve and urgently asked, Xiu'er, is it true? Just then, the doorman approached with news. Report to all masters. Earlier there were golden armored guards urgently departing the city, shouting about the second imperial edict. Urgently summoning Qin Han and his son back to report for duty. Even Qin Chaoyun, who remained composed, felt her heart surge with tumult at this news, wishing fervently to fly to the battlefield to alleviate her family's burdens. Chapter 42. A blessing. Unwanted. Qin Chaoyun suppressed her inner turmoil and feigned calmness, saying, Thus, you must agree to the divorce. Keeping me would truly be of no benefit to the Zhou family. But Zhou Xiu looked at Qin Chaoyun. Feelings from 3 years surged within him. That day during the martial arts examination, he had smiled proudly, only to turn and see Qin Chaoyun clad in vibrant red. Riding a white horse, she was so spirited and radiant, akin to the bright morning sun. He fell in love with her at first sight, which prompted him to seek her hand in marriage. His parents had opposed their union, yet he persevered, insisting on marrying her, which eventually led to their marriage. Now, with a single sentence, she wished to divorce. How could he bear it? Prince, this worthless woman thinks divorce will come easily. You must dismiss her, ensuring she bears a stain on her reputation, making her less desirable to others, marked by the 7 reasons for divorce. Ha, since the Grand Princess has said so, pray tell. Which of the 7 reasons have I violated? The Grand Princess silently recited the 7 reasons, finding that no offspring could not apply, as she had been married for less than a month and had not yet consummated the marriage. An inspection by the authorities would reveal this. As for promiscuity, she was even less guilty of that illness. She was healthy enough to take down 2 tigers with one hand. Quarrels, aside from banter with her. She was quite a tranquil presence. Theft, that was an absurd allegation. Even if she wished to frame someone, no one would believe it. Moreover, she would not stoop to such actions, thus, they could only falsely accuse her of being unfilial to her parents. Xiaoyan cast a glance at her mother-in-law, Lady Zhou Wang, and declared, "Then let us proceed with the divorce on the grounds of my supposed disloyalty to my in-laws." Excellent, I eagerly await her swift departure. Lest her presence ensnare us, Lady Zhou Wang retorted fiercely. At that moment Zhou Jin and Zhou Lianer also rose from their slumber, their faces lighting up at the prospect of casting aside Qin Xiaoyun. Zhou Lianer clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "At last, we shall rid ourselves of this shrew. Before she leaves, I long to slap her a few times." Zhou Jin, however, shook his head in regret, lamenting, "Alas, such a beautiful visage wasted. If my brother does not want her, I would gladly welcome her into my chamber. Does young Master Zhou think he can bully our general's household due to its lack of defenders? Speak again, if you dare." Tao Hong raged, "You, a mere maid, should not meddle in matters of your betters." Zhou Jin shot back defiantly. As for the matter concerning the young lady, it is indeed my affair. Should you wish to torment her, you must first reckon with my fists. Tao Hong brandished her small fist, pointing it threateningly at Zhou Jin's nose. Ha, what strength can a little maid possess? One shove and you'll topple, Zhou Jin scoffed, attempting to swat Tao Hong's fist aside. In a swift motion, Tao Hong withdrew her fist, evading his attempt, and landed a sudden blow on Zhou Jin. Catching him off guard, her fist struck his nose squarely, causing blood to gush forth. Zhou Jin touched the blood in shock, exclaiming, "My heavens, this insufferable maid possesses quite the strength. I am intrigued. If you have nowhere else to go, I might as well take you into my quarters as a cohabitant." You. Tao Hong was poised to strike again, but Xiaoyan, fearing further chaos, intervened, grasping Tao Hong's arm and saying, "Tao Hong, hold your temper. Let the divorce proceed without further ado." "I have no objections, young Master Zhou. Please provide me with a divorce decree at once." "Are you so eager to leave?" Zhou Xiu replied, his heart heavy. "Asa man, is it wrong to desire both career and beautiful concubines? The sooner, the better. The troops are set to depart tomorrow. Should I encounter any mishaps in the future, it shall be of no concern to you. Hurry and write it, then you must personally grind the ink for me. Whatever it takes to resolve this matter swiftly, I shall do as you ask." Servants brought forth ink and brushes, and Qin Xiaoyun, adding a few drops of tea to the inkstone, rolled up her sleeves to grind the ink. The contrast of her fair wrist against the dark ink was striking. Her expression was serene, as if she were not the one writing her own divorce decree. Zhou Xiu observed her with a complex gaze. Had she been an ordinary woman, she would have pleaded and wept upon being cast aside by her husband, yet here she was, calmly grinding ink, as if she had been serving him in this manner for ages. Since the day Zhou Xiu had developed feelings for Xiaoyun, he had envisioned a harmonious marriage, but now the dream had finally come to fruition. The red sleeves were filled with fragrance, while he himself was unworthy of such fortune. Zhou Xiu steadied himself. Having read extensively about the consequences of a woman being divorced, he understood the stigma attached to it. If the decree included the charge of being unfilial, she would be scorned by future husbands and shunned by neighbors. A lifetime of shame. Thus, he turned to Xiaoyun and asked, "Are you certain you wish to be divorced? Do you understand the consequences?" "I do. At worst, I shall remain unmarried for life." Is this insufficient? Zhou Xiu shook his head, realizing that the day he had dreaded had finally arrived. The third condition he had mentioned before the emperor seemed destined for his own execution. The emperor would not dare offend his beloved sister. After a moment of contemplation, he began to write, "Divorce decree." Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. He was writing a decree of separation, not a simple divorce. Zhou Xiu continued to write fluidly, "This decree of separation is established by Zhou Xiu and Qin Xiaoyun. Due to incompatible personalities, and is mutually agreed upon, all dowry brought by Qin Xiaoyun shall be taken with her. From this day forth, we part ways amicably, with no debts owed to one another." This document serves as proof. Zhou Xiu signed his name at the bottom and pressed his seal. Xiaoyun, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Zhou Xiu, grateful after so many days of waiting. He had not abandoned his conscience and granted her a decree of separation. After harboring disdain for Zhou Xiu for so long, she finally let go of her grievances in her heart. She had not been blind. Zhou Xiu had acted with integrity. It was simply that she did not fit into this society. Zhou Shou wished to wipe the tears from her face, but upon glancing at the jubilant expressions of the family, he felt a tumult of emotions. Did they truly despise Chow Yun so? Had they not bullied her daily? She would not have been so adamant about leaving Da. He believed he loved her and could warm her heart. Were they the ones to cast her aside? In truth, had she not already severed ties with them in her heart? Chow Yun, quickly sign your name and press your seal, Zhou Shou urged, fearing further incidents, wanting to complete all formalities before they could react. At last, Qin Xiaoyun came to her senses. Very well, I, Qin Xiaoyun, owe you a favor. I shall repay it in the future. Qin Xiaoyun hastily signed her name and pressed her seal, carefully folding the decree and placing it within her sleeve. When shall we report this to the authorities? To avoid delaying your plans, let us go at once, Zhou Shou declared, striding purposefully out the door, exuding a sense of resolute determination. Chow Yun and Tao Hong quickly followed, their pace rivaled that of a military march. Leaving the Zhou family stunned and speechless, after they had exited and gone some distance, they finally began to murmur, is Zhou Shou truly divorcing Qin Xiaoyun? Why are they leaving together? Are they even reporting to the authorities? One does not need to report a mere concubine's dismissal to the officials, given the current situation. Could it be a separation? Xiaowan rushed after them, unable to tolerate the thought of this woman, who had never so much as glanced at her, departing with such ease and swiftness. By the time she reached the Ministry of Personnel, Qin Xiaoyun's retreating figure had become a distant silhouette. Zhou Shou watched as that silhouette gradually faded from his heart. She was the first person to ever stir his emotions, and yet she left without a trace of longing, not even glancing back. Why did you choose to separate from her? Wasn't it to cast her aside? Does this not embolden her and diminish our family's stature? Zhou Shou smiled bitterly. Your Highness, do you wish for me to become a heartless individual towards all? Except for you, I wish for you to be heartless towards everyone, save for me. A smile spread across Xiaowan's plump face. Very well, from this day forth, I shall devote myself solely to you. Zhou Shou replied insincerely. Henceforth, he would be wholly devoted to Xiaowan, believing he could not fail to achieve greatness. When that time came, perhaps Qin Xiaoyun would seek to return. Chapter 43. The binding marriage finally concludes as Qin Xiaoyun walked along Taihua Street. She felt an unparalleled sense of liberation. The marriage that had bound her for so long was finally over. Miss, are you happy? If so, let us go to a restaurant for a fine meal. Once we enter the military camp, it will be difficult to come out again. You only think of food. As we head to the battlefield, do you not wish to see your parents, sister-in-law, and little nephew one last time? I do. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The two of them bounced down the street towards the first wine house of the Qin family, unaware that Xiao Changye and Huang Chao were approaching from the other end of Taihua Street. Xiao Changye shook his head, observing, it seems the matter of the separation has been settled. General Xiao, the emperor has issued 3 urgent edicts within a day, summoning General Qin back at once. We must hurry to the palace. Huang Chao urged. We are set to depart tomorrow, let us not linger. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Changye was feeling a stir of emotions. Huang Chao, who had once had a wife, recognized the look of a man smitten and feared for his commander. Hastily changed the subject. Regardless of how exceptional Qin Xiaoyun may be, her past marriage will not pass muster with the royal family. Since this affection is unattainable, why delve deeper? It would be better to let go now than to suffer later. Agreed. Xiao Changye spurred his horse toward the palace, intent on questioning his father about the reason behind the insistence on recalling the Qin family. Upon reaching the palace gates, he discovered a long line of officials kneeling, with the left chancellor, Shui Yan, and the right chancellor, Wu Runyuan, at the forefront. Behind them, several other officials knelt, and at the back stood 8 or 9 soldiers holding horses, their titles unclear, but they bore the signs of having just returned from the frontier. Xiao Changye nodded slightly to the officials before making his way inside. In the study, Xiao Yuan was furiously smashing a teacup, coughing in anger. Shun Zi hurried to his side to soothe him. A palace maid knelt nearby, cleaning the mess, while the crown prince, Xiao Changping, and the newly appointed Prince Anning, Xiao Changyan, knelt beside her. Upon entering, Xiao Changye took in the chaotic scene. Father, what grave matter has transpired? You appear quite agitated. Do take care of your health. My son, this morning during court, news arrived from the border that Qin Han has rebelled, slaughtering all who attempted to capture him. Furthermore, Tu Lai has mounted a counterattack, defeating Shui Yuanba decisively. In his memorial, he claims the Western Rome wished to marry your imperial sister, Qinshi, to secure peace along the borders for decades. Both chancellors have advised that only through marriage can we ensure stability. While you are busy training the troops, I have summoned your 2 elder brothers to discuss strategies. Can you guess what brilliant suggestions they have come up with? Having been emperor for many years, Xiao Yuan had witnessed the fickleness of human nature. And he had never seen such spinelessness in his two sons. Xiao Changye cast a glance at his brothers, and as his sharp gaze met Xiao Changping's, the latter quickly averted his eyes. Yielding, I merely suggested that whatever father deems appropriate should be done. However, father is incensed and insists I provide a suggestion. I said if the former officials agree to the marriage, then let it be so. But father insisted I offer my own opinion. Brother, you know me, I hold great respect for father and the former officials. Enough with the excuses. Second brother, quickly share your brilliant idea with your third brother. Xiao Chang'an glanced at Xiao Changye, spreading his hands in helplessness as he remarked, I spoke with the greater good in mind. If merely marrying my younger sister could ensure decades of stability for the great Feng kingdom, why would I not embrace such an opportunity? Yet, father scolds me for lacking humanity, claiming I am unworthy of being Changxi's brother. After all these years of being her brother, how can I suddenly be deemed unworthy? I have never treated her harshly. Xiao Changye, equally incensed, spoke coldly. So both of you brothers agree to marry our little sister off to the savage warriors of the Western Rhone, Northern D, or Southerly? The two responded in unison. Indeed, Xiao Changye was furious. That was his cherished little sister, a delicate flower of a girl. How could they bear to send their own flesh and blood into the hands of barbarians? His trembling finger pointed at them. Are you truly her brothers? If you cannot even protect your beloved family, what use are we men? Xiao Changye's words stirred tumultuous thoughts within Xiao Yuan. Historically, heirs were chosen for their capacity to shoulder the responsibilities of the nation. Yet, at that time, he had been swayed by the council of the chancellors, favoring the eldest over the youngest, leaving him without a robust ally. Now, Xiao Changye was indeed capable, but the current crown prince and second prince were steadily gaining influence. Their outward appearances, one obedient to a fault, the other indulging in revelry, failed to disguise their ulterior motives from him. In the past, he had concealed himself for many years in the quietude of the imperial study while 9 brothers vied for the throne. Yet, he remained uncertain of Xiao Changye's intentions. The boy's forthrightness in discussing matters openly was commendable. Such candor suited a grand marshal well, yet, a ruler must navigate with subtlety, lest he suffer repercussions. Very well. Year, return and prepare for tomorrow's expedition. I shall see you off, he concluded. Yes, father, however, I came to inquire about something. Why were there already 3 individuals with gold medals heading west along the road by the training grounds today? Demanding for Qin Han to return and report it. Year, do you see those soldiers behind the chancellors outside? They are messengers from the Western Rhone border. We cannot afford to offend the current border generals. So if they have a request, we must respond accordingly. Father, I investigated, including the 3 gold medals sent earlier. There are still 9 soldiers awaiting your issuance of medals outside today. Indeed, Shui Yuanba is pressuring your father to summon Qin Han back to the capital. Year, see if you can devise a means to appease Shui Yuanba while still ensuring Qin Han serves my interests. This Xiao Changye cast a glance at his elder brothers. Xiao Yuan understood. You 2 useless fellows. Leave us. Perhaps in the haste of speaking, Xiao Yuan began to cough again. Yes, the crown prince and Prince Anning bowed out, yet the envy and resentment in their eyes did not escape Xiao Yuan and Xiao Changye's notice. Xiao Yuan then dismissed the attending eunuchs and palace maids, and it was only then that Xiao Changye spoke. Father, let us mend the roads openly while secretly maneuvering. Oh, how shall we execute this? Perhaps you could issue several edicts outlining your concerns, allowing me to act as the situation demands. Very well. Tomorrow, I will personally deliver them to the training grounds. Year, your mother has prepared a battle robe for you. Go to Weiyang Palace and fetch it. As Xiao Changye beheld the tenderness in Xiao Yuan's eyes, warmth enveloped him. His father, now graying at the temples, bore the marks of age. Upon exiting, Xiao Changye hastened towards Weiyang Palace. Upon entering, he found his mother diligently biting a thread. The Empress Dowager, upon seeing her son, was filled with joy, rushing to embrace him. My son, come and try on the battle robe I made for you. Does it not look splendid? Xiao Changye smiled wryly. Amidst the blood and chaos of the battlefield, even the finest attire would be rendered unremarkable in the harsh, dusty terrain. Embracing his mother, he replied, Mother, to wear the garments made by you on the battlefield would indeed be a blessing. Tomorrow, I shall set forth for battle. Please do not quarrel with father while I am away. Take care of your health. You shall eventually enjoy the fruits of your son's labor, he said earnestly. Chapter 44, Mother has found a good match for you. The Empress Dowager squinted to examine her son, whose sharply defined features bore a hint of stubble. Clinging to her, his arms were strong and solid. My son has grown. It is indeed time to discuss your marriage. Her greatest hope now lay in having grandchildren around her. I have found a good match for you, the daughter of Minister Wang Tongji. Named Ruilanda. I have inquired about her, and she is elegant and poised, embodying the grace of a noblewoman. You saw her portrait the other day. She is quite fair. Yes. once you depart, I shall arrange the engagement. Mother, I believe I should decide my own marriage. If I do not find her appealing, even if we wed, it would lead to a lifetime of misery. Please refrain from mentioning this for now. Were you not seeking a girl skilled in martial arts, you could consider Lady Li Yuan, the niece of concubine Li. You could marry 2 consorts, one for grace and the other for martial prowess. Mother, are you truly concerned for my happiness? Xiao Chanya protested. I depart for battle tomorrow. The Empress Dowager, realizing her son's displeasure at being addressed as mother instead of Empress Dowager, conceded, very well, you are grown and no longer beholden to your mother. When you find someone suitable, I shall certainly support your choice. Mother, will you consent to whomever I choose, regardless of her looks or past? Xiao Chanya playfully tugged at the Empress Dowager's sleeve. Rest assured. Anyone you choose will undoubtedly possess her merits. I will wholeheartedly support you. Shall we seal the pact? Agreed. The Empress Dowager smiled indulgently, ruffling her son's hair. It had been years since they had made such a pact, perhaps not since he was 10. For a request she could no longer recall, something rather amusing, if memory served, both extended their hands, chanting in unison, Pinky swear, 100 years, no changing. As the sunset streamed through the window, dust motes danced in the beams of light. Their conversation creating an atmosphere of tranquil joy. Qin Chaoyun and Tao Hong entered the first wine shop of the Qin family, the rich aroma of wine wafting through the air, intoxicating in its essence. Father, mother, we are back, called Tao Hong. Second mother, second uncle, we have returned, Qin Chaoyun eagerly exclaimed. Qin Chaoyun felt the lively atmosphere of the shop, complete with family members, which embodied the true essence of home. Qin Lu and Tao Hong's mother rushed out upon hearing their calls. She embraced them both, tears of joy streaming down her face. Oh, my dears, I thought it would be ages before I saw you again. How delightful that you are both home. Old man, hurry and prepare some meat. I will make dumplings for you. Zheng Chui'er, noticing their return, peered behind them but found no one she wished to see, prompting tears to well in her eyes. Qin Chaoyun, spotting Zheng Chui'er's distress, rushed over to comfort her. Sister-in-law, I am so sorry. I initially signed up under Qin Yang's name, but by a twist of fate, he was called before me, and I did not see him when his name was called. We both shouted present together, and fearing unnecessary trouble, I did not dare contest. Zheng Chui'er wiped her tears and resolutely replied, Do not apologize, miss. It is not your fault. All the able-bodied men from our neighborhood have gone to war. He cannot receive special treatment. Qin Yang is skilled in martial arts. Who knows, he might earn some official position, right, Miss? Qin Chaoyun was taken aback, surprised that her seemingly carefree yet astute sister-in-law could speak such profound words. Sister-in-law, how noble you are, she exclaimed, sincerely recognizing Zheng Chui'er as a remarkable woman, sharp as a tack, much like the best accountant in the capital. Stop joking, miss. Let us go make dumplings, as the saying goes. Dumplings on the way, noodles upon arrival. Those who leave home wish for good omens. Dumplings, encasing the filling, resemble ingots, symbolizing that those away earn wealth but must not forget the reunion. Zheng Chui'er encouraged her mother-in-law to knead extra dough, stating she would personally deliver dumplings to Qin Yong later. As they all prepared the meal together, Qin Chaoyun learned to roll out the dough and wrap the dumplings, although her creations resembled flat ducks lacking form. She felt a sense of accomplishment. One must master both the hall and the kitchen. Even if living alone, it is not a great burden. Knowing how to do everything ensures one will not starve to death due to an inability to cook. That would be a joke. During the dumpling-making session, Qin Chaoyun shared her divorce news with Tao Hong's mother and Qin Lu, who were all delighted, urging Tao Hong's mother to prepare more dishes. Elated, she complied, hastily returning to the stove. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a voice called from outside the shop, Is anyone there? Coming, Zheng Chui'er responded and dashed outside. The voice sounded oddly familiar to Qin Chaoyun. Tao Hong also recognized it and stepped out holding her bowl. Qin Chaoyun, caught up in the moment, imitated Tao Hong and brought out half a bowl of dumplings. Upon raising her eyes, she spotted Xiao Chanye and Huang Chao. Retreating was not an option. Qin Chaoyun could only stand there awkwardly, smiling with her bowl in hand. Xiao Chanye inquired, What are you eating? Dumplings. Your family seems quite particular. My mother only made me a battle robe and did not prepare dumplings for me. Would you like to have some? Then I shall not be polite. Tao Hong's mother and Qin Lu were taken aback. She had just peeked through the back door and knew that was the third prince. How could he partake of commoners' food? But since he had asked, it was only right to serve them dumplings. Peach Blossom, with a heart full of concern, brought out 2 bowls of dumplings meant for her son. Presenting them with both hands, Qin Lu promptly fetched chopsticks and garlic paste. I shall prepare 2 more dishes for you, Peach Blossom declared, wringing her hands. No need, second mother. Dumplings are sufficient, Huang Chao replied, unceremoniously squatting down with his bowl to devour the dumplings. Meanwhile, Xiao Changye sat at the counter, savoring his bowl of dumplings. How many years had it been since he had tasted dumplings made at home? It seemed that the common fare was beyond the skills of a royal chef. Noticing him lost in thought over a dumpling, Qin Xiaoyun felt a flush of embarrassment. I made them. They may not look appealing, but rest assured, the filling is ample. Xiao Changye lifted his gaze to Qin Xiaoyun. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Oh, then I must certainly give them a try. Seeing them eat with such fervor, Peach Blossom, feeling the lively atmosphere, joined in with gusto. Qin Xiaoyun wanted to say that the poorly made dumplings should be hers to eat. But before she could voice it, Xiao Changye had already popped a dumpling into his mouth. With only one bowl of dumplings, they relished it as if it were a grand feast. The rhythm of the moment swept Qin Xiaoyun along, and she too began to eat heartily. The four of them finished the dumplings in a flurry, and Peach Blossom collected the bowls and chopsticks. Are you all satisfied? She inquired a second. Mother, we still have to eat at the school performance venue. We depart tomorrow, and tonight's feast must leave room for the grand banquet. Xiao Changye echoed Qin Xiaoyun in addressing Peach Blossom as second mother, leaving her momentarily speechless. You flatter me, good lady, simply call me Peach Blossom. Or you may refer to me as Madam Qin. Upon seeing the third prince consume the dumplings intended for her husband, Zhang Chuier felt a surge of anger. She had hoped to see her husband once more, but now that opportunity was gone. Mother, let my sister and the young lady entertain the guests. We should prepare more dumplings for Xiao Bao's father. As mother and daughter spoke, they headed towards the back hall. Xiao Shuai, you are not one to visit without purpose. Surely you are not merely here to indulge in dumplings. Qin Xiaoyun remarked, your family's wine is exquisite, yet I remain curious about your stock. I wish to procure some to reward the troops. We must reach the battlefield promptly. Carrying wine will slow us down, she stated matter-of-factly. We will send an elite force ahead, while the soldiers departing from various prefectures will converge later. Finally, new recruits will bring the provisions for the troops. Very well, how many jars of wine do you intend to acquire? Whatever quantity you possess, I shall take. Hearing of such a substantial order, Zhang Chuier rushed out, exclaiming, we have 2 wineries and can gather 500 jars of fine wine. Should you require more, I will consult my peers. 500 jars it is, ensure delivery by tomorrow. Indeed, Zhang Chuier responded with glee, rushing back into the back hall, joyfully calling out, Mother, I can now visit Xiao Bao's father with legitimacy tomorrow. Do not rush to make dumplings, as night falls and it would be unwise for me to venture outside the city. Her voice was not soft, and those outside heard her clearly rather than mock her. They wore serious expressions. If only there were no war, we need not shed tears over separation. Chapter 45, Riding Together with All Matters Arranged. Peach Blossom and the young lady returned to the school performance venue with dumplings in hand. Upon seeing them walking, Xiao Changye extended his hand from his horse, intending to assist them in mounting. Qin Xiaoyun, feeling awkward, interjected, I am a divorced woman, my reputation is not pristine, riding together will tarnish your honor. Xiao Shuai, we are all children of the rivers and lakes, why the formalities? Huang Chao insisted, you take Peach Blossom. Without further ado, they hoisted the two onto the horse, nearly causing Peach Blossom to drop the dumpling she had wrapped in cloth. Hey, slow down, Deputy Huang, you are called Tao, Qin Tao, right? Hold on tight. The four of them galloped down Taihua Street, the evening sun casting a warm glow upon the blue bricks and dark tiles, with houses, people, and horse-drawn carts whizzing by in a blur. Qin Xiaoyun felt as though she were in a dream. Just that morning, she had been entangled in a messy divorce with one man, and by afternoon, she was riding alongside another. Was she not being a bit too frivolous, yet, nestled within this man's embrace, she felt warmth and safety, a sensation she savored deeply. She gazed up at the sky, where a flock of wild geese honked as they flew southward, leaving only a vast expanse of blue above. Xiao Changye, unaware that he had already fallen for this girl, merely thought that she looked weary from her walk to the venue and wished to offer her a ride. However, the moment her warm body settled against him, a hollow part of his heart felt instantly filled. That sense of fulfillment was akin to the joy of victory in battle. Xiao Changye's hand slipped beneath Qin Xiaoyun's arm, grasping the reins, and the warmth enveloped her swiftly. How long had it been since she had experienced such a feeling of security? It seemed to hark back to the days when her mother was still alive. But that was long ago, and everything had changed since. Usually the four of them shared everything without hesitation, but now, with two men blushing as they rode and two women feeling bashful, an indescribable tension filled the air. Threatening to overflow, yearning for expression yet confined to their hearts, they galloped beyond the city gates, racing across the fields. The early winter breeze was slightly chilly, yet the fervor within them countered the embarrassment that flushed their cheeks. As they neared the entrance of the performance venue, Qin Xiaoyun suggested, Xiao Shuai, let us dismount. It would not be proper for the soldiers to see us. Very well, Xiao Changye conceded, for the sake of avoiding unnecessary complications. He carefully lowered Qin Xiaoyun, as though handling fragile glass, fearing that should he loosen his grip, she might tumble and shatter. Qin Xiaoyun could have leapt down herself, but some inexplicable impulse encouraged her to linger in his touch. And so she remained silent. However, Huang Chao encountered an awkward situation. Intending to gently place Peach Blossom down, he was startled when Wu Bin appeared, causing him to release his hold abruptly. Peach Blossom landed abruptly on the ground. Scattering dumplings everywhere. Those were for my brother. You owe me, Peach Blossom exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and gripping Huang Chao's reins tightly, entirely abandoning the pleasant moment from before. Huang Chao had no choice but to halt his horse. Watching helplessly as Xiao Changye's steed galloped away, alas, the master is far more composed. Qin Tao, release it. What sort of conduct is this outside the military camp? Wu Bin bellowed. Huang Chao, as the third prince's representative, was not one to be trifled with, even if he was in the wrong. He had to yield in words. My apologies, Qin Tao. When I have time, I shall invite you to the largest restaurant in the capital, Fu Manlu, to enjoy dumplings, Huang Chao promised as he sped off, chasing after Xiao Changye. Qin Xiaoyun approached Peach Blossom to offer comfort. Do not fret. Once we secure a grand victory, we will personally make dumplings for your brother. Well, in light of his bringing us back, I shall forgive him. What time is it? Hurry and head inside, Wu Bin commanded sternly. Yes. The two girls, startled, stretched their necks and hurriedly fled. Wu Bin frowned, pondering how such diminutive soldiers could fare in battle. Thankfully, they were part of the strategists, thus spared the direct combat. That night, in addition to their regular rations, each of the 50,000 soldiers received a large chicken leg, 2 pieces of braised meat, and ample communal dishes. This was what Xiao Changye referred to as a grand banquet. After dinner, they intended to seek out Qin Yong and the 4th Brigade, but upon seeing the courtyard and the mountains filled with tents, they felt dizzy and abandoned the search. Of that night, Qin Xiaoyun dreamed of her father and 2 brothers returning victorious. In her dream, she too had remarried, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal robe, exuding grandeur. Yet, beneath the wedding veil, she could not discern her groom's face, though his figure resembled Xiao Changye's too closely. Xiao Changye, meanwhile, found himself restless. The lingering scent of the woman remained in his arms, particularly the fragrance wafting from her hair, clinging to his senses and refusing to dissipate. Rising, he practiced martial arts in the courtyard until perspiration beaded on his brow. Feeling fatigued, he returned to wash up, hoping to finally find sleep. At the break of dawn, the trumpet sounded, calling the soldiers to rise. Qin Xiaoyun and Peach Blossom scrambled out of their tent, swiftly dressing and preparing. The cooks had already prepared breakfast, and everyone feasted before assembling in formation at the training ground. The strategists did not line up in the ranks but stood beside the command platform, awaiting orders. Wu Bin ascended the platform, holding the list of personnel he had compiled over the past few days, and announced, Qin Yong stepped forward. Qin Yong, who had showcased exceptional prowess in the 4th Brigade, demonstrated literacy and martial skills, proving himself a promising talent. This time, he led a contingent of approximately 10,000 men. Yes, Qin Yong strode confidently to the command platform, exuding an air of authority. Gather the soldiers proficient in martial arts and form a line to the east. Yes, in a short while, several groups of soldiers exchanged positions, all skilled in martial arts, gathering around Qin Yong, who then led them to the eastern side of the command platform. Gradually, Wu Bin divided the remaining soldiers into 2 tiers. The first tier comprised around 20,000 men, set to depart after 2 weeks of training, while the second tier, also consisting of 20,000 men, would depart a month later. They needed to await the court's allocation of military funds and supplies before setting off. At that time, they would carry provisions and livestock to the front lines to reward the troops. Xiao Changye ascended the platform to discuss the expedition details and instructed Wu Bin to continue training the remaining soldiers. Just after the hour of the rabbit, a messenger arrived reporting to Xiao Shuayan, instructor Wu, the emperor has come in person to send off the troops to bolster their morale. The generals hurried outside to receive him. Followed closely by the strategists, the remaining soldiers quickly cleared a path for the emperor's entrance. Xiao Yuan did not ride a horse this time. His expression was noticeably more fatigued than when he had arrived earlier. Father, is your health all right? Why does your face appear so pale? I am unscathed. It is merely the result of insufficient rest lately. And now, how is the assembly of the troops progressing? Your Majesty, the quality of this conscription is evidently superior to any previous endeavor. We must extend our gratitude to the individual who proposed this. A fleeting glimmer of amusement flashed in Xiao Changye's eyes, but Xiao Yuan successfully perceived it and replied, if we can resolve the troubles posed by the Western Rhone this time, I shall surely bestow upon her a promotion and rewards. I thank you on her behalf, father." The conversation between father and son was inaudible to the distant soldiers but was overheard in its entirety by Qin Chaoyun. From this point onward, the members of the think tank were to remain by Xiao Changye's side, and as she was his strategist, her proximity would become a common occurrence. "Father, she divorced yesterday. When my aunt visits you again, please pretend to be unaware of this matter and simply issue a decree." As Xiao Yuan allowed Xiao Changye to assist him toward the military platform, he scanned the surroundings and spotted Qin Chaoyun. Chapter 46, bestowing Qin Yong the title of Deputy Commander. Xiao Yuan frowned, yet he uttered not a word. Her father and brother may have betrayed their allegiance or might be suffering under Shui Yuanba's oppression. But upon seeing her sincere gaze, what could he possibly say? Alas, in this time of need, one additional ally is better than none. Had it been in the past, his suspicious nature would have led him to detain Qin Chaoyun in the capital as a hostage. However, reflecting on the present, it seemed far more advantageous for her to remain by Ye Er's side. Not only could she offer strategies, but Ye Er's martial prowess would also allow him to manage her easily. Yet Qin Chaoyun had words to share. She stepped forward and addressed Xiao Yuan. "Your Majesty, regardless of my father and brother's circumstances, I will strive through my achievements to earn your forgiveness for them." "Very well, may you fulfill your promise." With the support of Xiao Changye, Xiao Yuan ascended the military platform and had Shunzi present a decree for reading. "By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, today, thousands of soldiers embark. May you prioritize the nation above all, fighting valiantly on the battlefield to achieve great accomplishments for the prosperity of your descendants. In light of your commendable performance, each soldier shall receive an additional 5 taels of silver this month, to be distributed by the local authorities to every household. Furthermore, I shall dispatch a large army to the front lines to reward the troops. I hereby appoint Qin Yong as Left Deputy Commander, leading 5,000 elite soldiers at the disposal of Xiao Changye. I appoint Cheng Si as Right Deputy Commander to march together to the front lines. Thus it is decreed." Qin Yong was momentarily taken aback. How could he receive a title before even departing? He hurriedly exited the ranks and knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your great grace. I shall not disappoint your trust, fighting fiercely to establish my merit." Cheng Si, a guard from the Grand Princess's residence, had been serving alongside his brother Cheng San during this conscription. He had advised his brother to remain at home, for Cheng San had just married. While he was still single and free to serve, notably, he was one of the 5 martial masters previously defeated by Qin Chaoyun with the Qilin whip. Cheng Si promptly stepped forward, kneeling to express his thanks. "I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's promotion. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to repay your kindness. Now, I promise that every soldier who returns after 3 years of service will receive 100 taels of silver, 10 acres of land, and a residence, allowing you to marry and raise families in peace." "Excellent. This policy is truly worry-free." Cheers erupted from the crowd below as they knelt to express their gratitude. "Long live our Emperor. As the saying goes, under great rewards, there will surely be brave men." Based on a decade's worth of wartime experience, it was reasonable to anticipate that out of every 10,000 soldiers venturing forth, returning 2,000 would be commendable. The Emperor's ability to promise such generous rewards was a testament to his acumen. After encouraging the soldiers, Xiao Yuan descended the military platform and entered Xiao Changye's tent to speak privately. "My son, I have instructed the Ministry of Rites to commence preparations for your title as King of Lushan, and your palace will be ready for you upon your return. My son, the battlefield is fraught with peril. Please take care of your safety. Your father and mother await your safe return." As Xiao Yuan spoke, tears shimmered in his eyes. "Father, as long as we can safeguard our kingdom, I would willingly perish on the battlefield." "My son, refrain from uttering such ominous words before your departure. In truth, there are many things I wish to convey, yet I find it difficult to begin. In any event, should you encounter difficulties in the future, simply consult Shunzi, he is my most loyal aide. Also, regarding the decree you requested I draft last night, I have addressed every conceivable issue. Should anything require further elaboration, feel free to fill it in. While at war, the Emperor's command may be disregarded if it serves the greater good of the Great Feng nation." As Xiao Yuan spoke, he handed over half of a tiger talisman to Xiao Changye, saying, "This is the talisman of the Western Rome Army. As commander, should the bearer of the talisman disobey, you may use this half to summon troops or retrieve the other half." "Shunzi, here, my lord. Bring forth those decrees." "Yes." Shunzi entered, delivering a large bundle to Xiao Changye, stating, "All the orders needed for the front lines are contained within these decrees. Please safeguard them well, lest any malicious individuals exploit them." "Understood, father. I must return now." take care of yourself, my son." In an unprecedented gesture, Xiao Yuan embraced Xiao Changye, who reciprocated to in that moment. They truly felt like a father and son, free to express their affection. How many years had it been since his father last held him? It seemed that since his ascension 15 years ago, such an embrace had been a rarity. Father, you must also take care of your health and remain vigilant of those around you. Safety is paramount. My son, your considerations are thorough, and your father is deeply reassured. Let us both take care for the sake of our eventual reunion. The father and son shared a poignant farewell. Wu Bin, positioned on the military platform, instructed, "Now, everyone, return and gather your belongings. We shall depart at the end of the hour." At the appointed hour, the soldiers donned their packs and armed themselves, forming ranks to set forth punctually. Qin Chaoyan's primary weapon was a large saber, which she had left in her hometown of Langya. It had been gifted to her by her master upon the completion of her training. She had believed she would no longer need weapons after marrying and thus did not bring it to the capital. Fortunately, now as a strategist, her intellect alone sufficed for combat. In case of emergencies, the Qilin whip she carried could provide a measure of defense. Xiao Changye had provided each member of the think tank with a fine steed. As she mounted her own horse, Qin Chaoyun recalled her master, Master Wuliang, who had once vowed to gift her a prized steed, but he had likely long forgotten the promise, having heard of the superior horses of the Western Rome. She was determined to acquire a fine mount during this campaign. The army led by Qin Yong was primarily composed of regional soldiers, renowned for their martial prowess but lacking in cooperation. Many were arrogant and held grudges against Qin Yong. They whispered among themselves, speculating that his strong connections allowed him to attain the title of Left Deputy Commander. All 5,000 men under Qin Yong were equipped with horses, and for these soldiers riding was second nature. Xiao Changye commanded Qin Yong and the think tank members to make haste toward the border town of Itsu, where they were engaged in a standoff with the Western Rome. He instructed Cheng Si to lead the remaining 5,000 elite soldiers in the rear as they transported supplies, primarily comprised of infantry who would keep pace as best they could. On the previous day, Xiao Changye had instructed the quartermaster to prepare provisions for 5 days, including flatbreads and pickles, while ensuring each horse was laden with water bags. With a decisive command set forth, Xiao Changye led the way along the official road. His steed adorned with a large iron ring resembling a bird's wing, aptly named the bird wing ring. Suspended from the ring was a large saber, concealed within its sheath, its quality indiscernible. However, its impressive size suggested it was a formidable weapon. As the soldiers set forth, the air filled with the sounds of wheels and horses, their bows and arrows at the ready. At Xiao Changye's command, the lightly equipped soldiers sprang into action, raising a cloud of dust along the official road. Initially, it was merely a light haze, but soon transformed into a dust cloud akin to smoke, as the soldiers reveled in the exhilaration of their gallop, completely oblivious to the dust swirling around them. They urged their mounts onward, the sound of whips cracking resonating across the open fields. Zheng Chui's supply caravan had already arrived outside the drill grounds, carrying 500 jars of wine. Transported by 20 horse-drawn carts, she had been busy since dawn and had finally managed to arrive just in time. Accompanying her were her father-in-law, Qin Lu, and the manager of the second winehouse. Qin Shi. A gatekeeper halted their advance, stating they could not enter until the departing soldiers had passed. As for the payment for the wine, they need not worry, once the wine was delivered safely. Wu Bin would issue a receipt, allowing them to collect payment directly from the Ministry of War. Zheng Chui, anxious outside the gates, leaped in frustration, yet upon observing the densely packed crowd within, she could not discern which among them was her husband. Qin Yong, after a long wait for the soldiers to exit, she still could not catch a glimpse of him. Having stared too long at the reddish-brown uniforms, her vision became clouded, akin to a person wandering in a snowfield for too long. Suffering from snow blindness and seeing only one color, yet Qin Yong spotted his wife and father at the roadside. He waved to them before galloping away. By the time Zheng Chui realized what had transpired, her husband had already vanished from sight. Without a moment to shed tears, she found herself overwhelmed by the thundering hooves of 5,000 cavalrymen, and the couple ultimately missed each other. Chapter 47. Do not shame General Xiao. They journeyed onward, traveling day and night, galloping swiftly. No matter how splendid the scenery along the way, it could not quell Qin Chaoyan's yearning for her family. After a relentless 5-day gallop, they paused for a day and night at an inn, allowing the local government to replenish their supplies for the journey ahead and to provide their horses with some much-needed nourishment before continuing their swift march towards the northwest. Thus, they adhered to a regimen of traveling for 5 days followed by a day of rest to resupply. Each individual weary and sore, with the most discomfort stemming from the relentless jostling that left their posteriors painfully tender. Upon finally settling into their saddles, they would instinctively rise, emitting audible sighs of relief. Witnessing this spectacle, their comrades stifled laughter, yet the pain made sitting unbearable, compelling them to ride with their backsides elevated, unbothered by any sense of embarrassment. As they ventured further west, the scenery grew increasingly desolate. With the wind and sand intensifying. On days when the sandstorm arose, they would wrap their headscarves tightly and press forward against the wind. The frigid winter gusts sliced at their faces like daggers. Leaving cracks on each visage, they rode from the sounds of migrating geese to the howling northern winds, and after a fortnight, they finally approached the vicinity of Itsu City, with only 100 miles remaining to Itsu. Xiao Changye commanded a halt for rest and recovery. That evening, he instructed Huang Chao to summon Qin Chaoyun, Qin Tao, and Qin Yong to his tent for a strategic discussion. At this juncture, the think tank had already rebranded itself as the Military Advisors Group. With a palpable tension in the air as they neared the battlefield, despite being in the barren northwest during the harsh winter, their spirits remained undiminished, such is the nature of military camps. Igniting the fervor of young men, after setting up their tents, the military advisors congregated in Qin Chaoyun's tent to deliberate on the situation at the border. Lacking concrete examples and data, they exchanged hearsay and assessed the frontline circumstances. Pondering what strategies could be employed to swiftly alleviate the pressing situation, ultimately they vowed not to bring shame upon Commander Xiao Zhang. Mentioned the events of the Qin and Han dynasties, sparking a lively discussion amongst them. Upon their departure from the capital, they had already observed several golden armored guards bearing summons for the Qin family to enter the capital. They all sensed that the Qin family was being wronged. Listening to their analyses, Qin Chaoyun refrained from disputing, diligently noting any useful information for future reference. While their emotions ran high, Huang Chao arrived with news that Qin Xiao, Qin Tao, and Commander Xiao were calling for them to discuss urgent matters. Understood, Qin Chaoyun and Tao Hong replied in unison. Upon entering Xiao Changye's tent, they found Qin Yong already present. Throughout their journey, they had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with Qin Yong, each preoccupied with their own tasks. Seeing the two women, Qin Yong's eyes welled with emotion. He had not wished for them to enter combat, having arisen early to report for duty, yet through a twist of fate, he had stood in line without spotting Miss Qin Chaoyun and her sister Tao Hong directly behind him. Alas, it seems that no matter how adept one is at scheming, one cannot escape the decrees of fate. I have seen the young lady, Qin Yong exclaimed, kneeling before Qin Chaoyun in the absence of outsiders. Brother, from this day forth, you shall be my true brother. Do not stand on ceremony. Qin Chaoyun hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Enough of this nostalgia. I have summoned you for a matter of great importance. Xiao Changye stated. We heed your command, Commander Xiao. The three responded in unison, standing at attention. Currently, winter is in full force, and the northern climate is ill-suited for troops from Dafeng Nation to engage in warfare. The later it gets into this season, the more rampant the Shirong people become. Meanwhile, General Qin Han is out in the field, and in such frigid weather, should supplies run low, it is highly likely that he and his soldiers will falter. Indeed, I have been contemplating this issue throughout our journey. We arrived here lightly equipped and have resupplied thrice along the way. However, my father is deep within enemy territory, lacking any means of resupply, and must bear the burden alone. Counting the days, they have been within enemy lines for a month now. Commander Xiao, if there exists any viable plan to rescue my father, I would willingly face 1,000 deaths. I intend to take you and Zhang De deep into enemy territory, acting as the situation demands. Zhang De is skilled in martial arts and does not require our special protection. Tao Hong, you shall not accompany us. Wherever the young lady goes, I shall follow. Commander Xiao, you have seen my martial prowess. I can assist the young lady in strategic calculations and defenses. Very well, you may accompany us, but do not come crying to me when you are exhausted. Fear not, Commander, I am no delicate maid, and I shall become a general in my own right, Tao Hong declared with fervor, earning the admiration of the men present. Qin Yang was taken aback to realize his sister possessed such prowess. They had lived apart since childhood, and although he had visited her a few times over the past decade, he remained largely unaware of her daily life. Huang Chao had long been aware of Tao Hong's capabilities, but he was surprised by her audacity. Unperturbed at the prospect of entering enemy territory, in his heart, he regarded her with newfound respect. Here is my plan. We shall first discreetly locate your two brothers to ascertain the situation, then penetrate deeper into enemy lines and execute a swift strike, just as we practiced capturing the enemy commander. If General Qin is unfortunate enough to be captured, we shall exchange him for our commander at the front. If General Qin is still engaged in battle, we can leverage the Shirong commander to compel a retreat. Do you see any flaws in this strategy? Excellent, this plan is sound though execution may prove challenging. You must first inform Deputy Commander Xue to secure additional supplies for us. I intend to keep him uninformed. We shall orchestrate this operation independently to avoid the pitfalls that befell General Qin. Agreed. After some time spent in clandestine strategy, Qin Yang received orders and departed. Huang Chao exited as well, as he had more pressing tasks to attend to with the fewer individuals involved in this operation. The better, Qin Yang selected 500 elite soldiers, hand-picked during their journey for their exceptional horsemanship and endurance. He presented them to Xiao Chanye. Awaiting his commands, Qin Yang then returned to establish the camp for 5,000 men. Setting up the necessary cooking apparatus, only then did he send word to the nearby counties for provisions. The border regions are crucial, and the court annually stocks supplies in various prefectures. However, Qin Yang's mission was to procure as much as possible, ideally exceeding their capacity to bear, allowing them to remain here for several more days to confound Shui Yuanbai. Xiao Chanye set forth under the cover of darkness, accompanied solely by Qin Chaoyun, Tao Hong Zhangde, and the 500 elite soldiers, stealthily advancing towards the border city of Itsu. They loaded their mounts with as much food and water as possible, their horses resembling camels under the burden. Regardless, Qin Yang would ensure they were resupplied. Their horses' hooves were muffled with thick fabric aimed at minimizing sound in the chilly night. Let us depart. Xiao Chanye exhaled a plume of warm breath that quickly vanished in the frigid air, much like their silhouettes, which left no trace in the vast night sky. Chapter 48. Trapping the turtle in a jar. 3 days later, at Itsu City, within the Grand Commander's office, the main command hall. Seated behind the golden chair at the command desk was Shui Yuanba, a portly figure clad in the armor reserved for commanders, his helmet adorned with a striking red plume, exuding an imposing presence. To his right sat his strategist, Wei Wuji, and to his left, his deputy commander, Jin Zhengli. Wuji, you mentioned that Xiao Chanye has arrived at Yen Lake 100 miles from here. Is this information reliable? Reporting to Commander Xue. They arrived at Yen Lake 3 days prior and have been demanding supplies from the local governments. Initially, the prefectures provided what they requested, but after 2 days, they returned for more. The garrisons of Tianshui and Pingliang are overwhelmed and have refused to supply them. The leader, Wen Qinyong, personally came to demand provisions. He boldly declared that if he did not receive 500 shur of fine rice, 1,000 steeds, and 1,000 head of cattle and sheep, he would not leave. Wei Wuji replied candidly, such audacity. He arrives with a mere 5,000 ragtag soldiers and makes such demands. He is truly a lion seeking a feast. Is he also of the Qin lineage? How coincidental. Have we discovered his connection to the Qin family? Jin Zhengli interjected, reporting to Commander Xue. I am acquainted with him. I once visited his family's wine estate in the capital. He has a lovely young lady named Shuier. Quite striking in appearance. Get to the point. Shui Yuanba snapped, exasperated by his subordinate's lack of focus. He is the youngest heir of the Qin family's premier winery, nearly 17 years old, the legitimate child born before Qin Han returned home 10 years ago. Upon his return, he relegated them to servitude, yet they express gratitude by visiting Qin Han in Langya County every year during the new year. Oh, a sentimental slave, you say? Such a minor character is of no concern. Have your scouts spotted Xiao Chanye? They have not. We only heard that he has fallen ill from the journey and is avoiding contact with anyone, fearing contagion. Our spies, who ventured in under the cover of night, were discovered and nearly captured by Qin Yang. In their encounter, they realized Qin Yang's martial prowess is formidable. We must not underestimate him in future engagements. If he is of no concern, then you need not worry further. Your primary focus should be on Xiao Chanye. A figure of his caliber cannot be dealt with lightly, but if we can isolate him, it may lead to a leadership crisis for him. A grin spread across Shui Yuanba's scruffy face, not out of stubbornness, but rather due to his ease in handling disobedient military leaders. With just a slight maneuver, he could swiftly ensnare them. Meanwhile, Qin Yang's theatrics in demanding supplies were in full swing, as the remaining 4 advisors eagerly provided him with increasingly outlandish ideas, making the supply-demand charade grow more vibrant by the day. In contrast, Xiao Chanye had already led 500 elite soldiers to circumvent Itsu City, heading straight for another border city, Mian Zhu. At present, there is no war in the region, and the control over the city exits is relatively lax. They took advantage of 3 days to disperse their group. They changed into clothing they had brought with them, donning the thick, distinctive headscarves of the Northwest, leaving only their eyes exposed. They hung various provisions and necessities typical of the Northwest from their horses. Blending in with the throngs of people entering and exiting the city, beyond Nianzhou lies an expansive grassland. At this moment, winter has firmly set in, with the desiccated grass stretching endlessly to meet the sky. An unbroken horizon. Once 500 men had gathered, they set forth into the depths of the vast prairie. According to the terrain map, they needed to take a southwest detour from Yizhu to meet the road taken by Qin Han and his two sons. To find them with utmost swiftness, they had to follow the same path they had taken. The 3 days slipped by in an instant, and now they trod upon the boundless, withered grassland as the sky darkened. Heavy clouds looming low, and the northwesterly wind howled beneath them, forcing them to march against the wind. The weather was such that one could almost blow the accumulated snowflakes from the sky with a breath. Qin Yong, seeking military provisions, found amusement in the flustered expressions of Yang Xiang, the garrison commander of Tianshui, and Chu Zhiliang, the governor, who wished to vent their frustration but dared not yet. He maintained an air of calm authority, stating, "You two must prepare ample supplies of grain and horses. We are the ones risking our lives on the battlefield, while you indulge in comforts behind. What is this little request to you? Or shall we have Commander Shao submit a formal petition for you to experience the front lines firsthand? Let us allow Commander Shao to rest. We wouldn't want to trouble him with such matters." Qin Yong continued, "You may return, Commander Qin, and we will inform you once we have gathered our forces." His words were irrefutable, leaving the garrison commander and governor speechless. However, the provisions were meant for Shui Yuanba, and they could not make decisions independently, so they dispatched a writer post-haste to inform him. During the wait, they seethed with resentment, questioning why those dispatched to support the front lines were instead looting the provincial treasury. As if it were the work of a prince, they suspected that Xiao Changye feigned illness as a pretext for plundering. Indeed, Qin Yong, having listened to the counsel of his military strategists, used Zhao's supposed ailment as a ruse to requisition numerous medicinal herbs for treating sword wounds, even requesting precious herbs like ginseng, deer antler, and snow lotus. He also sought a significant number of bows and arrows. In short, he gathered an impressive haul over these few days. Every 3 days, he would dispatch 500 elite soldiers, following the markers left by Xiao Changye, pursuing them relentlessly. The marked locations, he had even instructed them on how to evade the patrols. Upon reaching Nianzhou, they discovered more instructions left by Xiao on how to pass through border inspections. Clearly, these notes had been left behind by someone who had returned after passing through. Meanwhile, Qin Yong's camp remained unchanged. The number of tents, patrolling soldiers, and cooking pits all stayed constant, with smoke from the cooking fires sufficient to feed 5,000 men. The letter from the Tianshui garrison commander arrived, nearly causing Shui Yuanba to choke with fury. Those supplies had been painstakingly amassed by him, and he could not bear to part with them so casually. Having been stationed at the border for many years, he had become a de facto overlord of the area. He understood that only life-saving provisions could win hearts and sustain his troops. Realizing the formidable nature of Qin Yong, he resolved to meet him. "Let us find an excuse to visit the third prince on the pretext of illness. If that fails, we can persuade him to return, especially with the new year approaching. He cannot perish on our territory. Indeed, if he were to die here, even if we bore no responsibility, we would still be implicated," remarked strategist Wei Wuji. Adjutant, "Prepare the horses." Yes. Shortly thereafter, 3 swift horses galloped towards Yen Lake. Yen Lake earned its name from the numerous geese that flocked here in summer to escape the heat. By the lakeside, the willow trees had shed their leaves, yet their branches still drooped gracefully. The lake's surface shimmered with crystalline waves, a picturesque sight in the parched northwest. Qin Yong and his men camped by Yen Lake, enjoying both scenery and a water source, albeit with no retreat. Observing their arrangement, Shui Yuanba laughed heartily, dismissing the reputation of Xiao Changye as a war god as mere exaggeration. He suspected that the accolades for his achievements were merely borrowed from his subordinates. At best, he was an elegant royal scion. Qin Yong had already set up covert scouts 30 miles away, and upon receiving word, hurriedly arranged Xiao Changye's tent. He instructed someone to fetch a medicine pot, haphazardly filling it with herbs, and set up a small stove to brew the concoction, producing a rich aroma that soon permeated the entire tent. Qin Yong also assigned one of his strategists, Luo Tsubing, to lie on Xiao Changye's military bed in feign illness. He stationed Zheng Zemin and Zhang Zijuan nearby, ensuring that the curtain remained closed, forbidding anyone from lifting it, given Luo Tsubing's frail condition and weak voice. Qin Yong had a bowl of strong tea brought to him, rendering his throat hoarse and his tongue heavy. Chapter 49. Qin Yong will hastily rush to your aid. Qin Yong instructed everyone to cover their faces with sweat cloths, revealing only their eyes, claiming it was to prevent contagion. Report: Deputy Commander Shui Yuanba requests an audience with Commander Xiao. Come in, Qin Yong called out. Upon entering, Shui Yuanba was greeted by a potent waft of medicinal herbs. They performed a grand salute before Xiao Changya's bed. Deputy Commander stationed at the border, Shui Yuanbai, pays his respects to His Highness the Third Prince. Military strategist Wei Wuji and Deputy General Jin Zhengli also pay their respects. Qin Yong's expression darkened as he stated, Commander Zhao's current title is King of Lushan. Oh, congratulations, King of Lushan. Is your health improving? The King of Lushan now serves as the army's chief commander. You may refer to him as Commander Xiao. Such absurdity, merely a title, yet so much fuss. However, the higher the rank, the more daunting the authority. They could not afford to offend the power behind this dog, thus, they straightened their demeanor and respectfully inquired. Commander Xiao, are you feeling any better? One of the twin brothers stationed by the curtain, Zheng Zemin, respectfully asked. Your Highness, was the medicine you just took bitter? What nonsense is this? He asked if he was feeling better. Yet his attendant inquired about the bitterness of the medicine. This infuriated Shui Yuanba, who raked his beard in frustration. Bitter. Upon recalling the tea that was more bitter than the medicine, Luo Zubing could not help but utter a word of bitterness. His hoarse voice, lacking strength, indeed resembled symptoms of typhoid fever. Yet Shui Yuanba remained uncertain if he was indeed Xiao Changye and attempted to draw closer to lift the curtain. Qin Yong hurriedly intervened. Deputy Commander Shui, look at us covering our mouths and noses. Are you not afraid of catching typhoid? Everyone knew that if typhoid was not treated promptly, it could be fatal. Shui Yuanba quickly stepped back, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, continuing to inquire, Commander Xiao, I have worked tirelessly to stabilize the border. May I ask why you require such a large quantity of military provisions? It has caused immense suffering among the border populace, who, unable to pay the grain taxes, have been forced to flee with their families to seek a living among the western tribes. Our nation is short on able-bodied men. You see, Deputy Commander Shui, I am suffering greatly myself. Must you press me further? Matters of military affairs are to be discussed with Qin Yong. Show them out. Luo Zubing unceremoniously issued the order to dismiss them. The sooner this meeting ended, the better. Yes, I shall immediately consult with Commander Qin. Shui Yuanbai and his companions exited Xiao Changya's tent, and Qin Yong led them back to his own quarters, observing the soldiers moving about outside. Shui Yuanba struggled to discern their numbers. Deputy Commander, do not be misled by our current 5,000 elite soldiers. They can hold their ground against tenfold that number. Shui Yuanba could only agree. Indeed, in a few days, another 5,000 elite soldiers would arrive, bringing much-needed provisions. Due to the urgency of your report, we hasten to support you without bringing supplies. Otherwise, why would we disturb the various provinces? That is true, replied Qin Yong. However, you are now merely 100 miles away from us. Even on foot, you could reach us in half a day's time, where you would find ample food and drink. Why choose to camp here? Seeing how young Qin Yong appeared, Shui Yuanba sought to extract his true sentiments. The truth is, Deputy Commander Shui, had it not been for Commander Zhao's illness, we would have rushed straight to Yizhu City. But now, you see, Commander Xiao is so weak he lacks the strength to move. Afflicted by the highly contagious typhoid, I fear spreading it to your soldiers and diminishing their combat effectiveness, so I took it upon myself to halt here. Originally, Commander Xiao intended to recuperate at your location. He even mentioned hearing that the chef in your household cooks excellently and that you have several beautiful maidens skilled in Huxian dance. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuanba felt a newfound respect for Qin Yong, realizing that Commander Xiao was aware of even his household matters. Thank you, Commander Qin, for your intervention, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. I had no specific business, merely a visit to inquire about his health. Given that Commander Xiao is surrounded by such loyal attendants, I feel reassured. I shall take my leave. Rest assured, Deputy Commander Shui. When the western tribes come to invade again, with but a call, I, Qin Yong, shall hastily rush to your aid. Thank you. I shall not impose further. Farewell. Watching the three depart with their attendants, a smile crept upon Qin Yong's lips as he muttered, Old fox. In 3 days, the 5,000 elite soldiers led by Cheng Si would arrive, and he would guide them straight into Yizhu City. Xiao Changye had left 2 orderlies behind at their lodging, instructing them to await the gathering of 3,000 elite soldiers. Xiao Changye and his companions ventured deep into the grasslands to scout the terrain, intending to summon reinforcements upon encountering the enemy or the Qin and Han forces. After 3 days of overcast skies, snow finally began to fall. Large flakes whipped about by the northern winds, soon blanketing the world in a sea of white. They prowled like wolves across the prairie, Sniffing and searching, determined to locate the Qin father and son, that night they found a hill and set up camp in a sheltered spot. In this unfamiliar territory, they dared not light a fire, opting instead to consume their frozen hardtack and sip on ice-cold water. Observing the cracked skin on the soldiers' faces and the swollen, reddened hands of Qin Chaoyun and Tao Hong, Xiao Changye felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, what could be done? Once one enlisted in the army, one must endure hardships beyond what ordinary folk could bear. For those truly aspiring to achieve greatness within the military, such suffering was but a trifling matter. Xiao Changye gently brushed the snowflakes from Qin Chaoyun's head, his gesture instinctive and his gaze tender. "Can you endure this?" he asked softly. Qin Chaoyun took a bite of the hardtack, a smile gracing her lips. "I can manage. If it becomes unbearable, I shall send someone to escort you out of the grasslands." "What a preposterous notion, Commander Xiao. We are not the type to shy away from hardship," Tao Hong interjected. Perhaps they had endured too much oppression from the Zhou family in the capital. Now, liberated amidst the heavy snow, they felt a freedom far superior to that of a gilded cage. They had truly grown weary of the intrigues of the inner quarters. "Very well, I hope you can withstand the cold," Xiao Changye remarked before retreating into the hastily erected tent, where he also partook of the hardtack and ice water. Despite their chilled bodies, exhaustion soon claimed them, and within moments, they succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a voice from outside the tent reported to report, "Enemy activity detected 30 miles ahead. 2 groups are engaged in combat, but we do not know which troops they belong to." Xiao Changye jolted awake, straining to listen. At first, all he could discern was the sound of snow falling softly. It turned out he had merely been dreaming. Once roused suddenly, it was difficult to return to sleep. As he listened intently to the noises outside, he indeed began to hear the distant shouts of battle. The faint sounds, akin to threads of silk, would have gone unnoticed by anyone lacking keen hearing. Xiao Changye hurriedly rose and stepped outside the tent, colliding with Qin Chaoyun as he opened the flap. The force of his movement nearly knocked her over, prompting him to quickly grasp her arm. "What are you doing out here in the dead of night?" he chided. Qin Chaoyun, breathless, replied, "Commander Xiao, did you hear the battle cries?" "I did. They cannot be far off. We should go investigate." Xiao Changye took Qin Chaoyun's hand and ventured out. Neither of them noticed anything amiss. Following the sounds, they climbed the hill, listening intently until they discerned the cries of battle growing louder. "Which army is clashing?" Xiao Changye inquired, regardless of who it is. "We must investigate. I have a premonition that it may involve my father and brother. Let us go. We must mount our horses." As Qin Chaoyun shifted her stance, she realized that Xiao Changye was still holding her hand, and she admonished him, "Commander Xiao, why do you always take advantage of me? Do not assume I am unaware. I was merely concerned for your frozen hands, fearing they might crack and cause you discomfort." "I meant no offense," he replied. Indeed, as they ascended, her body had warmed considerably, and the heat radiating from Xiao Changye's grasp was quite comforting. "Chaoyun, in such harsh conditions, do not dwell on trivial matters." "All right," Xiao Changye said gently. "Very well, let us assemble our troops for support. Do not panic," he reassured her, bringing her hand to his lips to warm it with his breath. "I shall lead 300 men. You will stay here to provide support." "No, our numbers are limited. We must go together to ensure our strength. I fear for your safety amidst the chaos of battle. I cannot protect you. Humph, am I a fragile bird raised in a greenhouse? Do you think I require your protection? Just do not come begging for my help later." Qin Chaoyun laughed and began to descend the hill, prompting Xiao Changye to use his lightness skill to catch up. To avoid alarming those engaged in battle, they each awakened the soldiers in their respective tents. One by one, they roused their comrades until soon everyone was on their feet. "Soldiers, the time to prove yourselves has arrived. Check your weapons for any that may have been left behind. To the west, a battle is underway. I shall lead 300 men from the north. Zhang De, you will lead 200 from the south to encircle them. Remember, do not act without my command. Conserve your strength." "Understood," Zhang De responded before rushing off to muster the troops. Upon counting to 200, he assembled them to follow him. Xiao Changye observed Zhang De's efficient method of troop assembly. It was evident that he was not inexperienced in leading men. When the opportunity arose, he resolved to investigate Zhang De's background thoroughly. No one unverified would be permitted to remain in close quarters with him, particularly not in positions of responsibility. Qin Chaoyun, too, found Zhang Da's retreating figure oddly familiar, yet, amidst the vast sea of faces, many bore resemblances to one another. She searched her memory but could not recall who he might be. Accompanied by the remaining 300 elite soldiers, Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyun proceeded towards the source of the battle cries, the heavy snowfall providing an ideal cover for a night raid. Ahead lay a valley where two groups clashed fiercely, and two mounted figures battled with fervor. Xiao Changye and his men stealthily climbed the hill, only to find that both factions were clad in the uniforms of the Defeng kingdom. With one group sporting white cloth tied around their arms, against the backdrop of the falling snow, the white strips stood out starkly against the reddish-brown of the soldiers' attire. Qin Shower, keep your soldiers back. I will approach and ascertain who is engaged in this fratricidal struggle. If I can identify the traitor, I will point him out, and you shall shoot him with your arrows. I will bear all responsibility. Understood. Xiao Changye signaled to the soldiers behind him and quickly rode down the slope. Why engage in battle here in the dead of night instead of guarding the lands of Defeng? I am Xiao Changye, the king of Lushan. Which general leads you? State your name at once, Xiao Changye called out, hoping that the mention of his name would prompt them to cease their fighting. Each side boasted over 1,000 troops, and while they heard his shout, the clamor of battle combined with the blinding snow rendered his voice insignificant. They continued to fight fiercely, seeing that his efforts bore no fruit. Xiao Changye retreated to the top of the hill, took off a sweat towel, tied it to an arrow, lit it with a firebrand, and shot it into the air. The flaming arrow whistled through the air, illuminating the chaos below. As the soldiers noticed the fire, they halted their combat and retreated to their respective ranks. What is this? Exclaimed one general. It's an ambush. We shall fight another day. Another, with a coarse voice, declared, let us meet again tomorrow at noon. You are not to hide. With that, the two factions withdrew, leaving behind a stunned Xiao Changye and his soldiers. In the snowy night, it was unwise to pursue retreating foes. They returned to their camp to rest and await the morrow's confrontation to discover the identities of their adversaries. Upon returning to the tent, Qin Shaoyun entered Xiao Changye's main quarters alongside him. Noticing tears glistening on her cheeks, Xiao Changye became alarmed, scanning her for injuries. Are you hurt? Does it hurt badly? He asked, concerned that he had seen enough of the battlefield to know that even those who did not participate could suffer from stray arrows. I am unharmed. There is no need for your concern, Commander Xiao. It is just that the first person to speak during the skirmish, I suspect, was my second brother, Qin Shaogang. Oh, how can you be so certain? Do you have any evidence? By his stature and voice, I am 100% certain it was him. Very well, that if it is indeed your brother, we shall attempt to bring him back tomorrow. It is getting late, let us rest, but I am too agitated to sleep. Xiao Changye leaned closer, a teasing glint in his eye. Are you hoping for me to warm your hands again? Who is warming whose hands? Tao Hong, interrupting, entered the tent. Shower, it is time for bed. Qin Shaoyun awkwardly shuffled her feet, while Xiao Changye coughed to mask his embarrassment. That Qin Tao, did you not knock before entering? I saw Shower following you in. I tied up my horse and came in as well. Am I not allowed to enter just because I am part of the strategist group? You sharp-tongued girl, tell us what you observed on the battlefield. Tao Hong scratched her head. I thought I heard the second young masteress voice, but it also sounded like the eldest. The wind and snow were too strong. I could not distinguish them. Miss, did you hear anything? I recognized my brother's voice. It has a distinct quality much softer than my elder brother's. My elder brother speaks like thunder. Since it is your brother, you shall identify him tomorrow. Now, both of you strategists, return to rest. A great battle may await us in the morning. As Qin Shaoyun lay in her sleeping bag, sleep eluded her, the images of her two brothers swirling in her mind. In her childhood, they had indulged her, saving sweets for her and only giving them to her when she expressed a desire for them. Whenever she found herself in trouble, it was always her two brothers who bore the consequences. And when their father punished her, they stood in her stead. Particularly during their time studying under Master Wuliang on Langya Mountain, she often misbehaved, and it was her brothers who took the blame for her antics. Looking back, she realized how unfortunate her brothers had been. The following day, just as dawn broke, the sounds of battle echoed once more outside. Qin Shaoyun reluctantly opened her eyes, pondering, are they truly so devoid of martial virtue? Wasn't it agreed to resume the battle at noon? Why has it begun anew? Despite her reluctance to rise, she was acutely aware that in the ever-shifting theater of war those who succumb to laziness often meet their demise unawares. She quickly called out to Tao Hong, get up, you lazy pig. The battle has resumed outside. Tao Hong, eyes still shut, listened intently and indeed heard the sounds of battle. She swiftly sprang up, grabbing the red-tasseled spear propped by the tent entrance, and leaped outside. Observing her alacrity, Qin Shaoyun felt a surge of admiration and hastily seized her sword, dashing out as well. The camp remained stationary. Let us launch a surprise attack, commanded Xiao Changye. The previous night, Zhang Di had returned late, having stealthily followed a troop southward. Upon their return to camp, they hastily rolled up their bedding and set off westward. Fearing they had strayed too far, he refrained from pursuit. Uncertain when they would return, it was the same valley, the same two armies now clashing once more. Chapter 51. At last, deliverance arrives at this moment. The heavy snowfall had ceased, bathed in the soft light of dawn. Qin Chaoyun discerned the youthful and handsome visage before her. Her elder brother, nearly 2 years her senior, was now 19. At the prime of his vigor, his face bore a playful smirk as he engaged in combat with the man bound in white cloth on his arm. Since both sides valued this location, it must surely be a crucial route for my father, Qin Chaoyun asserted confidently. I suspect the one intercepting Qin Chaogang is undoubtedly sent by Shui Yuanba. Xiao Changye concurred. Moreover, they do not seek my brother's life. They merely wish to capture him alive, Qin Chaoyun added. Their intent is to subjugate the Qin father and son for their own purposes. Indeed, yet my elder brother steadfastly remains here, awaiting our father's return, refusing to return to the capital for a report. Shall you go, or shall I? Xiao Changye inquired. I will first ascertain their true intentions. After they express their dissatisfaction, you can then descend with your authority to demand a ceasefire. Agreed. Qin Chaoyun unsheathed her sword from the birdwing ring, her legs squeezing the horse's belly. The steed neighed loudly. Charging down the hill towards the heart of the fray, Tao Hong wished to follow but was seized by the reins by Xiao Changye. Do not complicate matters, little air has gone, I must follow. I must protect her. No need for your protection, simply draw your bow and aim at the foes who pose a threat to her. Fine. Tao Hong removed her great bow from her shoulder, drawing an arrow from her back. Bending the bow and taking aim at the adversaries across from her, anyone who dares to harm her lady must first contend with her arrows, known for their precision. Halt, elder brother, I have arrived. Upon hearing her shout, warriors on both sides, whether bound in white cloth or not, rushed towards Qin Chaoyun. She transferred her sword to her left hand and drew the Qilin whip from her waist with her right. Brandishing it wildly to keep the soldiers at bay. In no time, she reached Qin Chaogang and the man before him. Recognizing her call of elder brother, the stranger turned, puzzled, realizing reinforcements had arrived for Qin Chaogang. What brings you here? Qin Chaogang exclaimed with surprise. He understood that his sister was not only formidable in martial skills but also surpassed him in strategy and tactics. The hope of rescuing their father seemed within reach. Who are you? Qin Chaoyun pointed her Qilin whip at the man across from her, exuding an air of authority. I am Peng Wei, the cousin of the former Grand Marshal Peng Bang, though we are both generals of the Defeng Kingdom. Why must we turn against each other? Who are you to question me? Peng Wei retorted defiantly. I am Xiao Changye, the Grand Marshal of the Western Campaign. Do you think I cannot engage with you? Xiao Changye, mounted on his black steed, charged into the fray, commanding, all of you cease at once. What kind of disgraceful conduct is this? Halt! Both Qin Chaogang and Peng Wei shouted in unison. The battlefield fell silent. And Xiao Changye observed that after 2 days of chaos, the pristine snow was unmarred by a single drop of blood. This defied all logic. Follow me. The soldiers, already familiar with one another, instinctively retreated to create a path. Xiao Changye led them out of the conflict, heading towards their encampment. Qin Chaoyun followed, calling out, elder brother, where are big brother and father? I will explain in due time, Qin Chaogang replied, a smile breaking through his resolute demeanor. Their perseverance had finally drawn forth their saviors. Alas, it has been over a month of hardship and exposure. Xiao Changye ascended the hill and shouted to Zhang De, keep a watch on these two armies. Do not let them stir up trouble again. Any troublemaker shall face punishment, from a mere beating to immediate execution. Understood. Zhang De led his men to encircle the unruly soldiers, while Xiao Changye, along with Qin Chaogang, Qin Chaoyun, and Peng Wei made their way to their military camp from the hilltop. Zhang De bellowed, all soldiers, listen up. All grievances shall wait for Marshal Zhao's return for resolution. Any instigator shall face punishment, from a beating to execution on the spot. The two armies fell silent, huddling in the snow, awaiting the return of their commander. In the tent of Xiao Changye, everyone took their seats. He cast a sidelong glance at them. Speak, what transpired? I shall go first. Both Qin Chaogang and Peng Wei declared simultaneously. You go ahead. Xiao Changye gestured towards Qin Chaogang. Yes, I report to Marshal Zhao. It's been suffocating. That scoundrel Shui Yuanba has incited the emperor, issuing 12 imperial edicts summoning his father and son to the capital for a report. Yet my father remains deep in the grasslands, his fate uncertain. How can we abandon him to save ourselves? I implore Marshal Zhao to speak favorably on our behalf before the emperor. As Qin Chaogang spoke, he knelt before Xiao Changye. The latter hurriedly rose to assist him. General Qin, no need for such formality. As long as I draw breath, it is unthinkable for any soldier of Defeng to suffer injustice. Xiao Changye then turned to Peng Wei, his voice somewhat cold. Now you explain your situation to them. Why affairs are complex. Alas, it is better for Qin Chaogang to elaborate on my behalf. TCH, speak for yourself. What does my involvement matter? You truly lack conscience. Very well, I shall speak. Peng Wei swallowed hard, his throat constricting. I am a cousin to Grand Marshal Peng Bang. Over the years, I have fought alongside him through thick and thin. While I cannot claim to have achieved great feats, I have served my country and myself honorably during the campaign where Marshal Peng made a swift advance. Shui Yuanba was supposed to provide support from the rear. We clashed head-on with the elite Wei Jing army from a distance of 1,000 miles. Marshal Peng had me cover for him while he led the troops into fierce combat. And just as we were on the verge of capturing the enemy commander, Shui Yuanba's men arrived, calling for a retreat. As you know, once the signal to retreat is given, any pursuit would incur military penalties. Thus, we halted our advance. By that time, we had already been deep in the grassland for half a month with no food supplies. We sent someone back to request provisions, but to our dismay, not a single one returned. Oh, were they captured by the enemy, or did they simply choose not to return to the camp? Upon investigation, it was revealed they were neither captured nor had they returned. They simply vanished without a trace. On the way back were Marshal Peng and Vice Marshal Shui on amicable terms. In my view, they appeared cordial on the surface but were at odds in their hearts. Marshal Peng favored exploiting openings to strike at Wei Jing, as evidenced by this swift advance, which was indeed advantageous for us. However, every time we were on the brink of defeating Wei Jing, an unexpected force would bolster their ranks, or Shui Yuanba's men would call for a ceasefire. Coupled with our dire supply situation, we found ourselves weary and famished on the battlefield. Ultimately, Marshal Peng decided to withdraw, intending to return when conditions were more favorable, determined to conquer Wei Jing. Upon retreating to this Tiger and Wolf Valley, as you can see, the terrain is surrounded by hills, ideal for ambushes. We encountered an ambush here, and given our fatigue, we naturally fell into disarray under their overwhelming numbers, resulting in Marshal Peng being struck in the throat by a stray arrow and meeting his demise. After listening to Peng Wei's account, Xiao Changye pondered for a long while before speaking. Do you find Marshal Peng's death suspicious? Indeed, amidst the chaos, to fire such a precise arrow indicates a high level of archery skill, particularly one aimed specifically at Marshal Peng. Tiger and Wolf Valley is a critical passage to return to Yichu City, and it is likely that Marshal Peng had set up ambushes here, yet we encountered only soldiers clad in Wei Jing attire. Chapter 52. Why do you continue to aid the tyrant? Peng Wei, I ask you, you are a man of Peng, a man of valor, knowing full well the suspicions surrounding Shui Yuanba, why do you continue to aid the tyrant? Qin Shaoyun spoke candidly. You must be Qin Shaoyun. I have heard your elder brother speak of you. Since you are his sister, you are also like a sister to me. My brother and I share a common ambition. Having forged a bond akin to that of sworn brothers, let me inform you instead. Your brother speaks rather slowly. Our scouts have reported that the Wei Jing prince is getting married, and the commanding general, Antoli Khan, has hurried home to oversee the festivities. Seizing this moment of disarray, my father and my brother devised a plan for a swift advance, with me tasked with rendezvousing with my father at Tiger and Wolf Valley, ensuring timely supply of provisions. My elder brother guards the west at Lion Pass, and our two forces support each other. Should one flank falter, the other would immediately reinforce it. However, after my father ventured deep into the grasslands for 5 days, we intended to deliver supplies, only to find Shui Yuanba had sent Peng Wei to summon me back to the city. I suspect he will lay an ambush on the way back, annihilating our forces. Knowing Shui Yuanba's schemes, Peng Wei merely reported that he and I were at a stalemate and could not capture me. He restrains me from delving deep into the grasslands. Yet every 5 days he ventures to Shui Yuanba to procure supplies. The provisions he acquires are divided, granting us half to stave off starvation. To deceive Shui Yuanba, Peng Wei and I must engage in daily sparring, fighting earnestly, akin to military training. After more than a month of such practice, each pair of soldiers has become a formidable fighting unit, seamlessly coordinating with one another. This is the fierce combat you witness on the battlefield. But what of our father? While you are merely training here, will you simply disregard him? Qin Shaoyun pressed. Rest assured, how could we neglect uncle's affairs? The rations we have saved are being secretly transported deep into the grasslands. Initially, we lost contact with him, but we have since located him. Uncle is currently in the Shilua Great Grassland, winning the hearts of the people, striving to prevent the common folk from desiring war. Did you not inform father about the 12 imperial edicts? Upon learning, he remarked that if the emperor wished for his life, he would have already sent Shui Yuanba to execute him. The emperor is merely employing a strategy of delay. Father believes that once the sentiments of the military and civilians in Shilua Great Grassland stabilize, he will return in a few days. Excellent. We shall await their triumphant return. What news from your brother Qin Shaofeng? Xiao Changye inquired. My brother faces a formidable opponent. Shui Yuanba, under the pretense of defying the emperor's command, has dispatched his trusted general Shui Yuanhu to confront him at Shitsi Pass, and they have been locked in a standoff for over half a month. With both sides suffering casualties, why do you not lend support? Tao Hong asked urgently. Do you care nothing for the life of the eldest son? Listen to this girl, Pang Wei scoffed. We are here secretly honing our skills. And in plain sight, we remain enemies. How can we assist the elder brother? He held a dismissive view of this naive young lady. Did you not claim that your skills have significantly improved recently? Now, in my capacity as the Grand Marshal of the Western Expedition, I command you to swiftly mobilize your troops to assist Qin Chaofeng. Should anyone attack him again, execute them immediately. Depart at once. Yes, Qin Chaogang and Pang Wei replied in unison. After nurturing their troops for these days, they were finally eager to engage in battle. I must also visit my elder brother. Very well, I shall accompany you. Xiao Changye declared. Initially, he intended to lead Qin Chaoyun deeper into the grasslands to rescue Qin Han, but the immediate priority was to save Qin Chaofeng. Xiao Changye added, Qin Yong is bringing a large force and will arrive shortly. Zhang Di, you shall remain here to guard. Once they return, send men forth to the Shilua Great Grassland at once, but ensure to leave some of our men behind as a safeguard. Remember this. Understood. Zhang Di stood at attention, promising, as long as the men are present, the position remains secure. If the men fall, the position shall still endure. Qin Chaoyun chuckled. If the men are gone, where shall the position remain? We shall guard it with our loyal spirits. Enough of this banter. Now we shall split up and depart immediately, Xiao Changye commanded. Yes, the group responded in unison, hastening to act. Xiao Changye led Qin Chaogang and Pang Wei's troops toward the western Shitsi Pass. Shitsi Pass lies at the entrance of the Lion Ridge Mountains, which stretch for over 100 miles, forming a formidable barrier between the Great Feng Kingdom and the Western barbarians. Qin Chaofeng has been stationed here for over a month. Beset by internal and external troubles, the internal issue arises as Shui Yuanhu relentlessly sends imperial edicts demanding his urgent return to the capital, yet provides no provisions. Furthermore, as a deputy commander stationed at the border, he lacks the authority to report back. Is it not evident that they seek to lure him away from his post? However, father advised before leaving that as long as one remains at their position, even if the emperor himself were to issue a command, one must not budge, lest they never return. Qin Chaofeng's external threat comes from the Western barbarian forces, who have been launching fierce assaults lately. Without external supplies to sustain them, they are relying solely on what little provisions they had previously secured and those taken from the enemy during successful skirmishes, which barely suffice for survival. Yet in recent days, they can no longer hold out, and deserters have begun to emerge. Qin Chaofeng has captured a few and questioned them about their defection. They revealed that Shui Yuanhu had secretly sent messages offering rewards of 5 taels of silver for their return to the main force. Assuring them they would not be punished, Qin Chaofeng understood this as a calculated effort by Shui Yuanhu to undermine his forces after failing to breach his defenses, yet, who does not wish to preserve their life? With Father's return uncertain, should he continue to hold the pass, he would either be annihilated by the enemy or starve to death. Thus, the emergence of deserters is not entirely unexpected. Nonetheless, compassion holds no place on the battlefield. Should he relent even slightly, the pass would fall, and the savage forces of the Western barbarians would pour in. Therefore, he ordered that any deserters be treated as traitors. A significant incident transpired today, nearly resulting in the loss of the pass. Qin Chaofeng, weakened by hunger, can barely see. The roots and bark of the trees have all but been consumed, and his 2,000 elite soldiers now number just over 900. At that moment, the Western barbarian forces launched an attack, while Shui Yuanhu pressed from behind. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Yuanhu struck ruthlessly at Qin Chaofeng's soldiers. It was impossible that they were not colluding, as their charge came almost simultaneously, leaving Qin Chaofeng unable to defend both fronts. Watching his soldiers fall one after another filled his heart with unbearable sorrow. He had no choice but to endure his dizziness and join the fray with his saber. The Grand Marshal of the Western Barbarians and Toha, brother of Khan and Tuli, commanded the ferocious troops. This expedition had originally aimed at him. An Toha wielded a wolf-toothed club, leading his forces into the fray. The newly fallen snow had been trampled and rendered slippery, yet, relying on their numbers, they pressed forward relentlessly. After more than a month of battle, Shitsi Pass had run out of arrows. Qin Chaofeng had instructed his soldiers to gather stones of all sizes during their moments of respite. Creating makeshift barriers, many trees were felled to construct rolling logs. As the enemy soldiers began their ascent, Qin Chaofeng signaled for his men to hurl down stones and logs without regard for whether they were friend or foe. However, how many rolling logs and stones could one prepare on the mountainside? Soon, their supply was exhausted. Watching his soldiers fall to enemy arrows, Qin Shaofeng lamented, "Heaven seeks my demise." Suddenly, two figures darted forth from the thickets of the Lion Ridge Mountains. Their agility revealing their considerable martial prowess, Qin Shaofeng inwardly despaired. "My fate is sealed." Chapter 53, that is her biological brother observing the two figures clad in the garments of Great Feng soldiers. Hope flickered in his heart. Could they be reinforcements? Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. Their father and son duo had arrived not long ago, lacking connections. All soldiers were under Shui Yuanba's command. If they were indeed from Great Feng, they could only be considered Shui Yuanba's men. "Elder brother, I have come. I missed you dearly, little sister." Upon hearing the voice of his younger sister Qin Chaoyan, Qin Shaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. A closer inspection revealed her petite form wrapped in oversized soldier's attire. Her cheeks flushed from the cold, and her bright eyes sparkling like stars. It was indeed his sister. Overwhelmed with joy, Qin Shaofeng embraced Qin Chaoyan, exclaiming, "Sister, I have long awaited your arrival." Ahem. Xiao Changye coughed to remind him of his presence. Strangely, the sight of any man approaching Qin Chaoyan stirred a pang of jealousy within him, wishing to separate them at once. Yet, this was her biological brother, and a brotherly embrace was surely harmless. Was it not? Still, he could not shake off the disquiet in his heart. And who might this be? It was unsurprising that Qin Shaofeng did not recognize Xiao Changye, for he had only been 11 or 12 when he last left the capital. Although he had witnessed Xiao Changye being saved by his sister, that young boy could not be compared to the imposing man before him now. "This is Lord Xiaochang, the third Prince Grand Marshal of the Western Expedition." "Xiao Changye, you and father are saved now." Qin Chaoyan wiped her tears and declared, "Kill, capture Qin Shaofeng alive." Breach Shitsi Pass. The Western barbarians rallied with a battle cry. Qin Chaoyan found the sound grating. Who dared to threaten her elder brother? Were they courting death? A soldier rushed in, breathless. "General Qin, the enemy is upon us. We must flee." "Sister, you rest. Let me handle this." Xiao Changye quickly interjected, "Do not concern yourself with Shui Yuanhu's forces. We have elite troops to intercept them. Focus on organizing the remaining soldiers at the rear pass." With that, Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyan swiftly made their way to the pass, vanishing in a flash. Only then did Qin Shaofeng glance back, observing the soldiers who had surged forward now retreating, with shouts echoing, "By orders of Marshal Xiao Changye, any who engage in fratricide shall be treated as traitors. Their entire clans exterminated." The voice sounded oddly familiar to Qin Shaofeng. Could it be his second brother? Not a fool, Qin Shaofeng had anticipated many challenges since their audacious plan for a long-distance strike began. The difficulties he faced would undoubtedly be mirrored by his brother. Now that he had been rescued, it was clear that his sister and Xiao Changye were responsible. How fortunate, with the rear secured. Qin Shaofeng advanced toward the pass. Upon arrival, he observed Qin Chaoyan directing the remaining soldiers to fetch water and pour it down the back slope. The Lion Mountain harbored a spring that flowed southward, never freezing nor drying up. With heavy snow at the rear, the western barbarian soldiers who had trampled the ground rendered it treacherously slick. In this season, water freezes upon contact, and shortly after the soldiers doused the slope, it became perilously slippery. Qin Chaoyan chuckled heartily at the sight of waves of western barbarian soldiers slipping and falling. "Western barbarians, do not underestimate Great Feng. Our strategist will ensure you leave no bones behind." The troops of the Western Rome gazed upon this slippery terrain, and deep within, they found themselves disinclined to ascend, despite Antuhua wielding his wolf-toothed club in an attempt to drive them forward. They remained lethargic in their duties, prompting Antuhua to sound the retreat. As he departed, Antuhua called out from his steed, "People of the Dauphin Kingdom, heed my words. Do not be arrogant. Qin Han has already been captured, and his execution will soon follow. Do not frighten us. Even if my father were to perish on the battlefield, he would never allow himself to be taken alive." Qin Chaoyan retorted defiantly, "Who are you trying to intimidate?" She exclaimed. Having discussed such matters deeply with her father, he had expressed that it was not worth mobilizing an entire army to rescue the Grand Marshal. He had stated that whether he died in battle or chose to take his own life, he would never be captured. Thus, Qin Chaoyan was resolute in her belief that her father had not been taken prisoner. Yet Qin Shaofeng, unable to contain himself, gazed at the retreating Western Rome forces and solemnly declared, "Little sister, I fear for father's safety." "Nonsense, brother, do not speak such foolishness. Just days ago, our second brother delivered provisions to father. Rest assured, he will be just fine." Qin Chaoyan was exasperated by her brother's baseless fears, which left him in a state of distress, clearly unfit for the role of commander. Upon returning to the pass, they found that the soldiers below had also resolved their matters and were now dejectedly following Shui Yuanhu to report back. Qin Xiaogang climbed the mountain and embraced his elder brother. Had it not been for little sister and Xiao Chanya bringing troops, they might have perished there. The first words from Qin Xiaofeng were, "Second brother, did you bring food? We have been starving for 3 days. Did Marshal Shui not send you provisions?" Xiao Chanya inquired, feigning ignorance. With a bitter smile, Qin Xiaofeng replied, "Marshal, you saw it yourself. He not only withheld supplies but also sent people to harass us daily. And now he seeks my life. Second brother, quickly tell me, is there anything to eat? I can manage without, but my soldiers are starving." At that moment, Peng Wei, having concluded his duties, called out from a distance, "Elder brother, I have brought provisions, let us prepare a meal," he instructed, and soon the camp at the pass was enveloped in the smoke of cooking fires. Before long, the fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air. How many days had it been since they had last savored a warm meal? Qin Xiaoyun and Qin Xiaofeng felt their eyes welling with tears. The warmth of a hot meal was truly a blessing. Xiao Changye, having spent years in the field, had grown indifferent to food, yet seeing the siblings eat heartily prompted him to join in as well. Peng Wei ordered, "The soldiers who have been starving for 3 days may each have only 1 bowl of thin porridge. After an hour, they may have a second bowl to prevent overeating." Inside Qin Xiaofeng's tent, the 3 siblings finally gathered to share a meal together, but Qin Xiaofeng could not fill his belly. After having consumed only a bowl of porridge, he simply watched as his sister and younger brother ate. "Little sister, tell me about your life since your marriage. Has Zhou Xiu treated you poorly?" Initially brimming with enthusiasm, Xiaoyun suddenly lost her appetite, setting down her half-finished bowl and replying, "I have divorced him." "What?" Qin Xiaofeng sprang to his feet, grasping Qin Xiaoyun's arm. "Why, did they mistreat you in the tent?" Xiao Changye and Tao Hong were also present for the meal. Upon hearing this, Tao Hong exclaimed indignantly, "Young master, you are unaware of the full story. Their family has been excessively oppressive, insisting on demoting the young lady to the status of a concubine. Moreover, that arrogant Princess Xiaowan is even worse. Oh, how do their marital issues involve the princess? You 2 young masters may not know, but as soon as the young lady married, you received the imperial edict. And shortly thereafter, you went to the battlefield. Zhou Xiu received an equally absurd edict. Can you guess what kind of bizarre order he received?" Qin Xiaofeng and Qin Xiaogang chimed in, "Stop keeping us in suspense." "Indeed, he received the edict to marry the princess. Did he comply?" Qin Xiaogang interjected. "Do not interrupt." Tao Hong mimicked his tone. All right, I won't interrupt. Sister Tao Hong, please continue." He indeed went, wishing to possess both wealth and beautiful wives. "What infuriates me further is that old hag." As she spoke, Tao Hong's eyes grew red. "Who is this old hag?" Qin Xiaofeng inquired Zhou Xiu's mother, upon hearing that her son was to marry the grand princess. She immediately demoted the young lady to a concubine, sending a bridal sedan chair into the Zhou manor, subjecting the young lady to much humiliation. Later, when we moved to the general's residence in the capital, the grand princess sought an edict from the emperor, forcing us to relocate back to their residence. To ensure the young lady's compliance, the grand princess even deprived us of food, leaving us in a pitiful state. As Qin Xiaoyan recalled the past, tears welled in her eyes. "Tao Hong, that is all in the past now. Do not burden my brothers with this. However, I wish to discuss the matter of the young lady's divorce further. You do not know how many foolish minds sought to prevent her from parting ways with Zhou Xiu. The old hag was one, the grand princess another, and even the emperor intervened. The only one supporting the young lady's divorce was Marshal Xiao. It is said that he intended to exchange his title for the young lady's freedom, yet the emperor still did not acquiesce. So how did the divorce ultimately transpire?" Peng Wei interjected, intrigued. "In the end, the Zhou family feared that the patriarch and the young masters would face punishment, and thus they relented. Initially, those 2 women only intended to grant the young lady a letter of divorce. But somehow Zhou Xiu ended up providing the divorce decree. At least he had some conscience, otherwise, when I triumphantly returned to the capital, I would have flayed him alive," Qin Xiaofeng declared, listening to their conversation. Xiao Changye felt a profound sense of guilt. He had failed to protect her, allowing her to endure such suffering. Noticing that Qin Xiaoyun had not finished her bowl of rice, he quietly poured it into his own bowl and began to eat. He then went outside to fetch another steaming bowl and offered it to her, saying, "Quickly eat while it's hot. Once you finish, we will venture deep into the grasslands to rescue your father." Such trivial matters are not worth the concern of someone with a broad mind. The group fell silent, hastily eating, unaware of Xiao Changye's small act. Only Qin Xiaoyun noticed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Xiao Changye shook his head at her, signaling her to remain silent and eat, for once they finished, they would need to plunge into the grasslands to rescue Marshal Qin. Qin Han found himself in an awkward position at the border city of Itsu. Although the emperor had bestowed upon him the title of Grand Marshal, the actual military authority lay entirely in Shui Yuanba's hands. This meant that while Shui Yuanba outwardly displayed respect towards Qin Han, he subtly undermined him, making it difficult for Qin Han. As Qin Han rushed 1,000 miles to confront Antuhua, he discovered that Antuhua had already positioned his forces at Lion Pass, ready to confront Qin Chaofeng. Qin Han's efforts were in vain, yet he refused to retreat, seizing the opportunity to eliminate as many enemies as possible and to win over more border residents. At that moment, he had already penetrated deep into enemy territory. Mingling with the local populace, according to the locals, they were originally residents of the border cities of Yizhou and Tianshui, but the heavy taxes had suffocated them, forcing them to flee to the western Rhone for survival. The vast lands here allowed for the raising of cattle and sheep, ensuring they would not starve. Previously, Qin Han had been stationed at the northern D border city and had pursued the northern D king Wanyanjur for 1,000 miles. He understood the living conditions of these border residents. The feeling of being driven from one's home is something that few can endure. They would not leave their homeland unless utterly desperate. Therefore, he spoke to them of righteousness, detailing their living conditions, promising that upon returning to the capital, he would petition the emperor to allow them to return to the Dauphin kingdom in exchange for military merit. The border residents were overjoyed and provided Qin Han with supplies. He added, "For the sake of our Dauphin kingdom, do not supply the Western Rome army with provisions or troops. Remember this well." Taking advantage of the absence of the Western Rome forces, Qin Han visited many nomadic families, compiling a list of those wishing to return. After Xiao Changye and the others finished their meal, they stepped outside to observe the shimmering slopes of the northern mountains at the pass. Xiao Changye asked Xiao Yun, "How did you come up with the idea of using water to freeze the ground? Which military text records this? Is it necessary to consult military texts? I saw them slipping on the snow, making it difficult to climb, so I thought to make it even more treacherous for them. By freezing water, it becomes slippery, does it not? It was a simple idea," Qin Chaoyun replied proudly. A look of fondness filled Xiao Changye's eyes. He longed to ruffle her hair, but hesitated with her two brothers nearby. Opting instead to scratch his head and say, "I did not choose my strategist in vain. It is worth sacrificing my throne for her." Both brothers looked at her with affectionate admiration. Qin Chaofeng scratched his head, pondering, "Why did I not think of such a simple tactic? All right, I will leave this place in General Qin Chaofeng's capable hands. I must concentrate our forces and delve deeper into the grasslands." Before departing, Qin Chaoyun instructed Qin Chaofeng's elder brother, "When you notice the ice on the northern slope diminishing, continue to pour water to maintain the slippery conditions, ensuring the western Rhone cannot ascend. I estimate this strategy will hold until next year as Qingming." Xiao Changye returned to the Tiger Wolf Valley encampment, instructing Ping Wei to station 3,000 elite troops there. He then gathered Zhang Di and Qin Shaogang, packed his belongings, and retraced his steps to where he had left 2 soldiers to await the arrival of reinforcements. By this time, they should be arriving. The 3,000 elite troops had assembled, and Xiao Changye led them swiftly onward. Qin Shaogang directed a scout, who frequently communicated with Qin Han, to lead the way, and their party galloped forward. Meanwhile, Qin Yong had been stationed at Yen Lake for half a month. Previously he had sent 3,000 elite soldiers to Xiao Changye, leaving him with less than 2,000 troops. Despite Shui Yuanba's relentless messages urging the prince to go to Yizhou City for recuperation, Qin Yong dared not comply. Point 1 is devoid of power and influence. Once Shui Yuanba discovers he has been deceived with mere trifles, having requested military provisions and weapons under false pretenses, he will surely harbor a deep-seated resentment. Even if he does not meet his demise, he will be made to suffer the consequences. The other is that he must remain here, awaiting Huang Chao's return from Yizhou City. The specifics of Huang Chao's mission are unknown to him, but General Xiao instructed him to heed Huang Chao's commands without question. Additionally, he must await the second wave of troops led by Yuduwei Changxi, who are equipped with supplies that he must not forsake. Shui Yuanba is not to be taken lightly. He has long since established numerous watchposts around the Qin Yong troops, observing the diminishing numbers of their forces while he feigns confusion. Shui Yuanba begins to perceive this young man is lacking in worth, such a simple ruse, and he believes he can deceive him. Initially it was plausible, but now that their ranks are nearly depleted, this charade seems juvenile. Thus, he considers it negligible. He has tracked the 3,000 elite soldiers supporting Xiao Changye, but once they reached the border city of Mianzhu, he ceased to dispatch further observers. Every garrison commander has their taboos. They do not wish for rivals to infiltrate their ranks. When Shui Yuan, who returned to Yizhou City in defeat, Shui Yuanba was engrossed in watching beautiful maidens perform the Hu Xian dance. The maidens wore tight-fitting red silk bodices, their snow-white arms adorned with red silk and agate adorned with shimmering jewels. They dazzled as they moved, to their bare midriffs swayed enticingly as they twisted their waists and lifted their hips. Below, they donned pleated red skirts embellished with tassels, spinning gracefully as yellow tassels fluttered like butterflies in flight. The rapid twirl of their skirts revealed alluring white thighs, stirring the imagination. Chapter 55. Find a reason to discard him. Shui Yuanba was clapping enthusiastically when a scout burst in to report. Reporting to Shui, the Western Rhone commander Antuhua has suffered a great defeat. Another scout followed closely behind, saying, reporting to Shui, General Shui Yuanhu has returned in defeat, and at Lion Pass I also heard Qin Chaogang shout that Xiao Changye has arrived. Wasn't he recuperating at Yen Lake? How did he end up there? Shui Yuanba hurriedly dismissed the maidens, quickly summoned Shui Yuanhu. Shortly thereafter a disheveled Shui Yuanhu entered, kneeling, and exclaiming, this subordinate has met with defeat and is willing to accept punishment. Third brother, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Rise and speak. What transpired with Xiao Changye? Today we had arranged an assault on Lion Pass with the Western Rhone forces, but unexpectedly encountered reinforcements from Xiao Changye. He commanded that anyone resisting should be executed on the spot. Thus, many soldiers, fearing his title as the third prince, dared not retaliate. The entire force was effectively subdued by Xiao Changye, leading to my defeat. Did you manage to leave scouts? Did they see where Xiao Changye went? Yes, I left some. They should report back shortly. When I departed, I saw Xiao Changye heading towards the rear mountain to confront Antuhua. Alright, I understand. You may rest for now. Conserve your strength for greater battles lie ahead. Yes, Shui Yuanhu and the two scouts exited, and Shui Yuanba called out, come, hasten to summon military strategist Wei Wuji and Deputy General Jin Zhengli. Before long, Wei Wuji and Jin Zhengli arrived. Shui Yuanba dismissed the attendants and shut the doors and windows, saying, Xiao Changye has already gone to the northern Lion Pass. Let us deliberate on our next course of action. Wei Wuji stroked his beard thoughtfully. I have just heard the scouts report. Our current strategy must focus on eliminating dissenters. Those who cannot be utilized by us must be eradicated. What strategy should we employ? The best course of action now is to employ the tactic of using others to do our bidding. We shall send scouts deep into the grasslands to ascertain the whereabouts of Qin Han and Xiao Changye. Then report to Antuhua, urging them to encircle and annihilate them. While we reap the benefits, Qin Han is manageable. We can claim he was overzealous and tragically fell into the enemy's ambush and died heroically. However, Xiao Changye is a prince. Should he perish, I would bear the responsibility. Wei, think of a countermeasure that is simple enough. Let us render him incapacitated and mute, and he will naturally return. By then, this place will once again be under your dominion. Regardless of whether there is war or how many provisions are needed, does it not ultimately rest in your hands? Excellent. Shui Yuanba clapped in approval and turned to Jin Zhengli. Jin, as my trusted general, can you comprehend the strategist's words? Jin Zhengli promptly rose to express his resolve. I understand, and I shall make arrangements at once. Departing from Shui Yuanba's courtyard, Jin Zhengli hurried to the military assembly grounds. He mustered 5,000 elite soldiers and dispatched over 100 scouts and outriders. Before long, the soldiers began to depart in droves, with Jin Zhengli leading 5,000 men away. Since his prior encounter with Qin Han in the northern D, Shui Yuanba had fallen out of favor with the emperor, relegated to the position of deputy commander stationed on the frontier, although he had not endured much hardship from the winds and sands. The region was vast and sparsely populated, offering little excitement. His father, Shui Yan, had warned him to preserve his strength. Once the emperor passed, they would protect the crown prince to ascend the throne. After all, the crown prince was the husband of his sister, Shui Shuer, serving as a protective shield for the Shui family to enjoy wealth and prosperity. The current second prince had the support of General Li Kuan of the northern D and the backing of Wu Mingjiao's grandfather, Wu Reni Yuan. In short, the forces of the crown prince and the second prince were evenly matched in the court. Yet, the third prince, Xiao Changye, should not be underestimated, having spent 3 years in the southern border. He had subdued many small nations, and even the formidable Nanli kingdom trembled at his approach. Following the crown prince's intent, he sought to draw Xiao Changye to his side for assistance. After all, the crown prince was fostered under Empress Gao's name, and they were akin to brothers, but the current Xiao Changye presented as a wild and unruly steed, difficult to tame. The crown prince remarked that if he was not easily subdued, then a reason must be found to dispose of him. Born into royalty, the dynamics of father-son and brother-brother relationships were predetermined. One was either an enemy or a debtor, with no room for fraternal respect. Leading Qin Chaoyun, Qin Chaogang, and others deeper into the heart of the Ziluid grasslands, they encountered no Western Rong soldiers, but instead saw the border residents living freely and prosperously. Upon investigation, they learned that Qin Han had been safeguarding them all along. This vast grassland had become a free realm established by Qin Han. Xiao Changye furrowed his brow, deeply concerned for Qin Han, as the phrase echoed ominously in his mind. After inquiring further, he discovered that Qin Han had ventured southwest to intercept Antuhua. Xiao Changye hastily ordered his companions to follow in pursuit of Qin Han. How bold was Qin Han, believing he could capture the Western Rong general Antuhua after winning the hearts of the people. Xiao Changye and his companions could not help but feel a sense of dread. On this desolate grassland, where one could walk 100 miles without encountering another soul, danger lurked everywhere should their provisions run low. They would face starvation, ultimately becoming prey for the wolves. One day, a scout arrived to reporting to Xiao Shuai, enemy forces have appeared ahead, and 2 enemy factions are engaged in combat. It is too small to ascertain whether they are friend or foe. We ask for your decision. Very well, let us advance swiftly. They were 3,000 cavalry, moving with great speed, and soon arrived at the location described by the scout. It was a valley distinct from the flat expanse of the grasslands. The hills on either side were not particularly high, providing shelter from the wind and sand during encampment. However, this presented a disadvantage. If ambushers were positioned on either side of the valley, they would be trapped like fish in a barrel. Evidently, one of the factions had set up camp here, while the other had launched an attack. Noting that both sides were clad in Western Rome attire, Xiao Changye intended to ignore them, allowing them to fight amongst themselves. However, Qin Chaoyun, ever observant, spotted his father engaged in fierce combat. His father's white hair was disheveled, and his grizzled beard was wildly scattered across his chest. His father was not yet 50. How had he aged so drastically in just over 2 months? Qin Chaoyun pointed towards Qin Han's position and urgently whispered to Xiao Changye, "Xiao Shuai, that is my father. We must save him." At that moment, Qin Chaogang also spotted their father, exclaiming, "Xiao Shuai, cover me. I shall rescue my father." He immediately spurred his horse to charge forward. "Halt, here, you must heed my command. We have only 3,000 cavalry, below there are at least 10,000 troops, although they wear Western Rome garb. One faction bears white plumes in their caps. These must be General Qin's men. How many do you estimate remain?" Though distant, it was evident that their numbers were insufficient. "From what I can see, they are fewer than 1,000, Qin Chaoyun estimated. "So with General Qin's 1,000 men combined with our 3,000, we total only 4,000, far too few to engage against 10,000. Qin Shaoer Zhengdi, Qin Tao, you 3 strategists, devise a plan for us to overcome the odds." Chapter 56. Absolute trust in her. Think quickly, Chaoyun. My father cannot hold out much longer, Qin Chaogang urged. "Get out of the way. If you're so anxious, then hurry and think of a solution." Xiao Changye glared. Observing the 3 calculating and arranging their forces with urgency, he would not allow any interruptions. Qin Chaogang, chastised, retreated to one side, furiously pulling at the grass to vent his frustration. After a tense quarter of an hour, Qin Chaoyun and the others completed their calculations, transitioning from worry to relief. "We shall divide our 3,000 elite soldiers into 3 groups. Qin Chaogang will lead 1,000 men eastward to swiftly maneuver around the hills and block the southern exit. No one must escape. Create an overwhelming impression of a vast army, making the enemy believe reinforcements from my father have arrived. Do you understand?" "Understood. We are also trained by esteemed masters." "Then why are you still standing around? Go." "Yes." Qin Chaogang set forth according to the plan. His route was long, and he needed to depart immediately. "Xiao Shuai, you lead 1,500 troops down from here to engage in direct confrontation, regardless of the number of enemies you slay. You must retreat to this position within a quarter of an hour." "Understood." Xiao Changye did not inquire how Qin Chaoyun would proceed below. His intuition granted her his unwavering trust. He swiftly led the 1,500 elite soldiers down the hillside. Their battle cries resonating like thunder, they were determined to create an imposing spectacle. As the saying goes, a strong general commands no weak soldiers. Although these troops had followed Xiao Changye for a short time, he had devoted every moment since their first encounter to teaching them, whether it was martial arts techniques or battlefield skills. He imparted his knowledge with utmost dedication. Zhang De, to the front. Finally, it was Zhang Da's turn, and he was filled with exhilaration, eager for the strategist's orders. "I command you to take 500 elite soldiers and swiftly ignite signal fires around the valley's periphery, ensuring the smoke is dense enough for the enemy to see. Remember, alight the fires on the east, south, and west sides, leaving an exit on the north. Then ambush from the west towards the northern valley entrance." Zhang De accepted the command and set off. On the hilltop, Only Tao Hong and Qin Chaoyun remained mounted, observing the battle. Miss, shall we not descend? We shall not, we must maintain control of the overall situation from here, Qin Chaoyun replied resolutely. Alas, what a waste of our martial prowess. You shall have your moment to shine soon. The valley resounded with fierce battle cries. The elite soldiers, all skilled in martial arts, could easily take on 10 foes each as they charged into the enemy ranks. With their commander leading the charge, retreat was not an option. Thus, they descended upon the enemy like wolves among sheep, indiscriminately slashing those without feathers atop their heads. At that moment, Zhang Di, riding swiftly with 500 elite soldiers, had ignited the signal fires on the eastern and southern flanks. They were now advancing westward. Within a quarter of an hour, Xiao Changye and his men had slain nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers. With blood spurting and heads rolling, instilling fear in the hearts of the enemy, as they beheld the rising signal fires around them, panic ensued. They promptly lost their fighting spirit, believing a divine warrior had descended upon them and scattered like headless chickens. The leader, Antoa, sensing the dire situation, whistled and led his remaining troops towards the northern valley to break through. Xiao Changye, unwilling to linger in battle, swiftly retreated to the hilltop to regroup with Qin Chaoyun. Now we must immediately intercept them to the north. You take the right flank, remember, capture the leader before the followers. Once successful, head south to regroup. Understood. Xiao Changye galloped down from the hill, charging towards the north. Miss, shall we not descend? With so many strong men, there is no need for us to slay the enemies ourselves. Remember, as a strategist, we must use our intellect. Miss, I believe you are the true commander. And indeed, quite dashing, Tao Hong exclaimed joyfully. And now let us proceed southward and await good news. Qin Chaoyun and Tao Hong rode southward at a gallop, and in a short while, they spotted Qin Han breaking through a father. Qin Chaoyun cried out upon seeing her father. Bloodied and unaware if it was his or the enemy's, Qin Han, upon seeing his daughter, laughed heartily, his unkempt hair and beard shaking. My child, you are remarkable. Your strategy surpasses mine by a great deal. Father, do not praise your daughter just yet. Where are you injured? Let me see. I am not injured. The emotional wounds I bear are far more painful than any physical harm. Father, as long as you are safe, it is enough. We can return to our homeland and take on a few apprentices to teach for leisure. You possess a generous spirit, my child. I fall short in comparison. Tao Hong approached and, from her horse, clasped her fists in respect, saying, Qin Tao pays his respects to the Lord. I cannot perform grand gestures on horseback, so please forgive my lack of formality. This child, having grown up by my side, was quite the rascal. I have long regarded you as a daughter. Why the sudden formality? As the three conversed, they awaited the return of Xiao Changye and his men. Qin Chaogang returned from the south, seeing his father had successfully broken through, overwhelmed with joy, far more emotional than Qin Chaoyun. Woe is me, father, I thought I would never see you again. You foolish child, to whom do you take after? Did you not bring me supplies merely 5 days ago? But the situation is tense now. It changes in an instant. We have scoured the entire Shilu grassland and found no sign of you. I thought, enough, your father is alive and well. As they conversed, a scout arrived with news. The forces of Deputy General Jin Zhengli have blocked our path southward. If the Buddha stands in the way, slay the Buddha. If a man stands in the way, slay the man, Qin Chaoyun commanded, her presence rivaling that of Qin Han. That is my child, Qin Han exclaimed, raising his thumb in pride, delighted to have such a capable and intelligent daughter. Meanwhile, he glanced at Qin Chaogang. Foolish son, your sister has given the order, go and slay, but they have not attacked yet. I fear, I shall go, Qin Han declared, urging his steed forward. Racing southward, Qin Chaogang hurriedly followed. Qin Chaoyun and Tao Hong, however, remained still, patiently awaiting Xiao Changye's triumphant return. She believed in his capability to capture Antoa. Xiao Changye had positioned himself on the right flank at the valley entrance, while Zhang De had long been stationed at the left flank, eagerly awaiting to ensnare the enemy. Antoa's forces continued forward. Some of his men noticed the two stationary troops, but they were too frightened to fight and did not turn back to inform Antoa. Having been thoroughly intimidated in the valley, they blindly fled northward. As Antoa's forces emerged from the valley, Xiao Changye and Zhang De charged simultaneously, intercepting his troops. Xiao Changye swung his great blade with the swiftness of cutting through vegetables, swiftly dispatching the soldiers around Antoa, while Zhang De closed in on Antoa himself, engaging him in combat. Yet Antoa was no novice. Leveraging his height and strength, he raised the Wolf Fang club in both hands, swinging it down towards Zhang De with brute force. Xiao Changye continued to circle Antoa, eliminating his soldiers, creating chaos while discerning Zhang Da's true allegiance. Zhang De, undeterred, maneuvered his horse aside, swinging his great blade in response. Chapter 57, Zhang De captures Antua. Regarding the weapons used by the soldiers of the Great Feng Kingdom, Xiao Changye strongly advocated for the use of great blades, as they possessed unparalleled lethality against the enemy. Zhang De thus abandoned his customary spear and wielded the great blade. Although it felt awkward at first, martial arts share commonalities, and within a few days, he wielded it with ease. Zhang De and Antua exchanged blows. Battling fiercely, the Wolf Fang Club clashed against the Great Blade, sending sparks flying. On enemy territory, Xiao Changye could no longer afford to underestimate Zhang De. The battlefield was ever-changing, and one misstep could lead to disaster. He could not let down Qin Chaoyuan's meticulous strategy as Zhang De relentlessly struck at Antua, while Antua fought back with equal vigor. They were indeed evenly matched. Observing Zhang De's fervor, Xiao Changye realized he must be an ally. Yet he pondered why such formidable martial prowess had not been utilized for the country's benefit long ago. Surely he must have faced some hardship. Xiao Changye resolved to assist him wholeheartedly. Striving for the nation's glory with the intention of helping Zhang De achieve merit, Xiao Changye hung the great blade on the birdwing ring, retrieved a great bow from the Desheng hook, and drew a sharp arrow from the quiver on his back, aiming it at Antua's eye. In the fleeting moment of their horses passing each other, the arrow whistled sharply toward Antua's face. By the time Antua noticed, it was too late. He swiftly dodged, but the arrow struck his right shoulder. The pain made him grimace, and he nearly dropped the Wolf Fang Club. "What are you waiting for, Zhang De?" Xiao Changye barked. Zhang De recognized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of strikes with his great blade, forcing Antua to relinquish his weapon. With an arrow embedded in his arm, Antua was unable to wield his club effectively. Desperate, Antua shouted, "You of the Great Feng Kingdom are truly despicable. You dare to ambush me. I shall flay you alive." Zhang De paid him no heed, focusing on his relentless assault, ensuring Antua could not raise his head from the ground. Leaving him panting and exhausted, "You coward, if you have the guts, kill me," Antua taunted. "Ha, do you think I would shy away?" Zhang De retorted, raising his great blade high and bringing it down toward Antua's back. Though Antua spoke defiantly, he valued his life and, terrified, tumbled off his horse. Zhang De swiftly followed, pointing his great blade at the fallen Antua, commanding, "Bind him." His commanding demeanor exuded the air of a leader. One could hardly believe he had never been on the battlefield. Even if one were to kill Xiao Changye, it would be implausible. Xiao Changye diligently cleared the periphery, dispatching any of Antua's elite warriors who dared to approach. A binding officer swiftly produced ropes from his person, securing Antua tightly. Zhang De did not dismount but bent down, grasping Antua and lifting him onto the iron beam across his horse's back. Shouting, "Xiao Shui, retreat." Very well, it was now his turn to command. Nonetheless, Xiao Changye obediently responded, "Understood, all men retreat." Their mission had been to swiftly capture the enemy commander, while Qin Han had been unable to achieve this in over a month on the grasslands. They had accomplished it in just a few short days, marking a remarkable feat. However, it had also benefited this young man, securing the first merit. But to truly attribute credit, one must recognize Qin Chaoyuan's strategic brilliance, which ensured the battle proceeded so smoothly and culminated in the capture of the enemy commander. Do not linger in battle, retreat. Xiao Changye's command rang out, and the soldiers swiftly rallied to him. Systematically fighting while forming a lengthy line to exit the battlefield, the troops of Antua have now scattered like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree. Upon witnessing their commander captured, they all fled in a panic. In a mere moment, countless small black dots were seen moving in the depths of the grassland. Xiao Changye led his soldiers southward, contemplating that after reuniting with Qin Han and others, they could proceed eastward to enter the Tiger Wolf Valley and return to Yizhu City. However, war erupted in the south as well, with the clamor of battle echoing across the heavens. When Jin Zhengli spotted Qin Han, he brandished his large blade and shouted, "Capture the rebel, kill." The troops surged forward, while Jin Zhengli retreated. He was a man who greatly feared death. With so many soldiers earning military merits for him, he saw no reason to risk his life. On the battlefield, he sought only fleeting moments to slay enemies. Should he perish, no matter how great the glory, he would have no fortune to enjoy. In his deputy commander's estate, many beautiful maidens awaited him. Qin Han was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he had gathered with his sons and daughters, significantly increasing their combat prowess. With a thunderous shout, Qin Han commanded, "Fight back. Even if we die, let us die on our own soil." He charged forward. Matching the vigor of any young warrior, Qin Chaoyuan sensed the situation was dire and quickly slipped back, hoping to catch sight of Xiao Changye and seek a peaceful resolution to prevent further bloodshed. Suddenly, a scout galloped from the north, shouting, "Xiao Shui has achieved a great victory. the enemy commander Antoa has been captured alive. Everyone halted, awaiting Xiao Shuai's orders. The scout, continuing to shout, dashed into the fray between the two armies. Skillfully maneuvering his horse without inflicting a single injury, this fellow possessed impressive agility. Upon hearing that Xiao Changye had arrived, everyone immediately ceased hostilities. Even Jin Zhengli hastily commanded his soldiers to stand down. The emperor's son was present, equating to the emperor himself being there. No one dared act violently in his presence. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. The scout returned, reiterating, Xiao Shuai has achieved a great victory. The enemy commander Antoa has been captured alive. At this, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Qin Han commanded that they swiftly discard their disguises and don the attire of their own soldiers. In an instant, Qin Han's troops discarded their weapons, shed their Western Rome garments, and retrieved uniforms of the Dathan kingdom from their packs. The sight of the bright, reddish-brown uniforms adorning the soldiers was undeniably majestic. As it turned out, after deep forays into the grasslands, Qin Han had ambushed a logistics depot of the Western Rome, securing a uniform for each soldier as a means of concealment. Qin Chaoyun seized the reins of the scout's horse and eagerly inquired, "Pray tell, have you truly captured Antoha alive?" The scout, a youthful lad of about 14 or 15, recognized Qin Chaoyun and replied with enthusiasm, "I know you. You are from the Qin family's renowned winery." Qin Chaoyun searched his memory but could not recall who the boy was. The scout, growing impatient, exclaimed, "I am Zhao Xiaoqi, a neighbor of Qin Yong. This year, with the change in conscription age, I qualify at 14. Marshal Xiao saw my youth and, unable to keep me still, appointed me as a scout. Oh, do tell, was it Marshal Xiao himself who captured Antoa?" "Yes. And no, Marshal Xiao shot Antoa with an arrow, and then Zhang Dasheng captured him." Qin Chaoyun, astonished by their unexpected success in capturing the enemy commander, felt a surge of elation. How could one not be delighted by such a remarkable achievement? Yet, there remained one who was not pleased. And that was Jin Zhengli. He understood that once Antoa was escorted back for questioning, evidence of his collusion with Shui Yuanba would swiftly reach the emperor. At that point, even he and the strategists would face accountability. Thus, he hastily rode north to intercept Xiao Changye. Xiao Changye, utilizing the scout's announcement, successfully halted the fratricidal conflict. He needed to stay behind Zhang Dasheng to prevent Antoa's escape, thus moving at a slower pace. As Jin Zhengli approached, Xiao Changye intercepted him, demanding, "What do you want? Do not come near us, or face the consequences." "Xiao Shuai, it is I. Do you not recognize me?" After racking his brain, Xiao Changye confirmed that he did not recognize him and pointed his sword. Commanding, "Back away." Further back, Jin Zhengli could only awkwardly guide his horse aside, creating space, yet he was not deterred. The opportunity to be close to the emperor's son was too precious to pass up. "I am Jin Zhengli, vice commander under Shui Yuanba. You often lingered in front of the general's residence in the capital, and we have spoken before. I have no recollection." Xiao Changye typically disregarded overly familiar individuals. "Once, you were drunk and fell asleep on the steps of the general's residence. I carried you back to the palace. Oh, Xiao Changye finally regarded him. "Very well, I shall remember this, and I will return to you later." Hearing such a secretive matter, Qin Chaoyun pondered, why would he linger at their doorstep? Could it be that treasures lay within the general's residence? "Xiao Shuai, Antoa has tormented our border city for many years. We have truly suffered at his hands. Please hand him over to me. I will ensure he is treated well. He is not my trophy. I have no authority over him. You must ask Zhang De." Zhang De was no fool either. Catching the implication in Xiao Changye's words, he declared, "Upon our return to Itsu City, I will personally hand him over to Xiao Shuai. I cannot make that decision myself. My only responsibility is to protect him." Thus, the commanders passed the buck to one another, leaving Jin Zhengli at a loss for what to do. Antoa, jostled atop his horse, cried out, "Vice Commander Jin Zhengli, quickly have your men release me. What of our previous agreement? Will you still honor it?" His voice was loud enough for Xiao Changye to hear. He paused, contemplating whether they were indeed colluding and had established an agreement unbeknownst to the court. Just as he was about to inquire, Jin Zhengli approached Antoa, taking advantage of Zhang Da's inattention, and struck a knife hand to the back of Antoa's neck, rendering him silent in an instant. Zhang Di, furious, shouted, "Are you attempting to kill my captive? Do you dare speak to me in such a tone without a rank on your garments? Do you wish to face military justice?" Jin Zhengli coldly replied. He was used to acting with impunity in the army, and seeing a soldier of lower rank challenge and revealed his true nature, "Get lost." Xiao Changye turned back, lashing his whip at Jin Zhengli's horse, which bolted back to its own ranks, causing Jin Zhengli to reluctantly order his men to hasten their escape. He needed to report to Shui Yuanba immediately, urging him and the strategist to devise a plan to secure Antoa before he regained consciousness. The unsavory dealings they had partaken in over the years at the border must remain concealed. They converged at Tiger Wolf Valley, where they met with Pang Wei and his forces, Xiao Chanye commanded. "Now we march towards Itsu," the soldiers shouted in unison, charging towards Itsu. However, Qin Han interjected, "I cannot leave just yet, my brothers have not returned." Xiao Chanye, taken aback, asked, "Which brothers? What are their names?" Reporting to Xiao Shuai, "I led 5,000 elite troops. A few days ago, I divided them into 5 small units, each venturing deep into the grasslands to gather intelligence. We agreed to regroup here in 5 days. If all goes as planned, they should be returning soon. Xiao Shuai, you may head back to the city, I will follow shortly." Xiao Chanye was also puzzled. He knew Qin Han had entered the grasslands with 5,000 cavalrymen, now he only saw 1,000 following him. He had not inquired earlier but now realized that Qin Han had opted for a more cautious approach, dispersing his forces to minimize targets. "Very well, take care, General Qin," Xiao Chanye said, preparing to ride away. Qin Xiaoyan called out, "Xiao Shuai, I will stay here with my father and join you later." Xiao Chanye had intended to remain with her but recalled his pressing matters. "Very well, take care of each other." Qin Han eagerly wished to spend more time with his children, but Qin Xiaogang insisted, "Father, I must go protect Xiao Shuai. See you in the city." The foolish child, yet not foolish at all, he knew how to ingratiate himself. Qin Xiaogang was particularly envious of Zhang De. Had he not been assigned to the southern defenses but instead participated in battle, the immense glory would have been his. Jealousy consumed him, regretting he had listened to Qiao Yun and not closely followed Xiao Chanye. Qin Han chuckled and scolded, "Off you go. I have my daughter to keep me company." Qin Han beckoned everyone to dismount and take a moment to rest up. He found a patch of ground where the grass had begun to melt away and laid down an old garment. Patting the empty space beside him, inviting Qin Xiaoyan to sit, Qin Xiaoyan jumped down and nestled beside her father, leaning her head on his shoulder and playfully saying, "Father, I missed you so much." Qin Han affectionately stroked Xiaoyan's head. "Yuner, it has been over 2 months since we last parted, has it not? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Have you been suffering at your in-laws? Why did the Zhou family agree to release you? Are they not afraid of the dangers of the battlefield? Did they wish for you to earn military merit for them, or did you simply miss your father and come to visit?" Qin Xiaoyan chuckled wryly. "Father, you ask too many questions. Which one should I answer first? Answer them all. No detail is too trivial. I wish to know everything." Qin Xiaoyan was the apple of Qin Han's eye. While his 2 boisterous sons occupied less of his concern, often left to their own devices. However, Qin Xiaoyan was different. She was the one he had always worried about, the little girl who had grown up without a mother yet remained spirited. "Perhaps it is best not to speak of it. It might ruin the mood. My lord, please do not trouble the young lady any further. Allow me to speak on her behalf." Before she arrived at the frontier, she had already parted ways with Zhou Xiu. "Ah, is this young man, the top scholar, truly so ungrateful? I have been teaching him martial skills daily." Qin Han seethed with indignation. "Hear me out." Tao Hong recounted the events of Qin Xiaoyan's separation to Qin Han once more, causing him to frown deeply. "Alas, let it be as the old saying goes, a blessing in disguise. My son is a fortunate soul, clever and resourceful. He shall always find his place in this world. Father, do not grieve. Your daughter can endure this. If it comes to it, I shall remain unmarried for this lifetime, and in doing so, I can still indulge in your affection and fulfill my filial duties. My dear daughter, you have suffered greatly." Qin Han pulled his daughter close, resting her head on his shoulder while gently patting her. "Fear not, for whatever challenges may arise, your father shall support you, should anyone dare to bully you. They must first reckon with my formidable blade." Qin Xiaoyun nestled against her father's broad shoulder, feeling a profound sense of happiness. How wonderful it is to be with family. Suddenly, a scout arrived to disrupt the atmosphere. Reporting to Commander Qin, "The 2nd and 3rd divisions have arrived." "Good, assemble them." Qin Han rose. "Yuner, let us proceed." Just as father and daughter mounted their horses, another scout arrived with news, reporting, "The 4th and 5th divisions have also arrived. However, there is a trailing force of approximately 5,000 men. The terrain here resembled a valley, and a strategy akin to the previous encounter could be employed once more." Xiaoyan glanced at her father, who instantly understood, yet, this time, without a formidable general like Xiao Chanye to charge into the enemy ranks, nor the assistance of Zhang De and second brother, what could be done? Chapter 59. The same tactic employed twice. Tao Hong and Qin Xiaoyan immediately huddled together to devise a plan to confront the enemy. "Miss, shall we have my lord take on the role of General Xiao?" "Excellent. Let the 1st division turn left to light the signal fire, then maneuver around the hill to the northern left flank. The 2nd division will turn right from the southern mouth of the valley, also lighting a signal fire, and return to the right side of the northern valley entrance." Tao Hong proposed. "The 3rd and 4th divisions will enter the valley and swiftly block its southern mouth. while the rear echelon will charge into the incoming Western Rong troops, Qin Chaoyun added. Qin Han immediately grasped the young lady's analysis and promptly commanded all 4 divisions, 1,000 men each, to commence action. Qin Chaoyun and Tao Hong remained atop the hill, patiently awaiting the enemy's arrival. Before long, the 1st Division emerged from the southern valley, turning left to ignite the signal fire. The 2nd Division followed suit, turning right and lighting their own fire. Qin Han, leading 1,000 men, stood vigilant on the hill, awaiting the enemy as approached. In no time, a cloud of dust billowed forth. A rider on a red horse galloped to the base of the hill, and Qin Han shouted, "Shangguan Hong, lead all soldiers to block the southern valley entrance. Rear echelons advance and engage." "Yes," Shangguan Hong replied, bellowing. Rear echelons form the front, move southward, block the valley entrance. They wore the attire of Western Rong soldiers, adorned with a white feather on their hats for easy identification. Following closely behind Shangguan Hong, a Western Rong officer cried out, "Capture the Marshal of Defeng, Qin Han alive. A handsome reward awaits." This officer was named Ntu Hang, the 3rd brother of Ntu Liet. It is often said that in battle, brothers fight side by side, and sons alongside their fathers. Ntu Hong now served as the deputy marshal on the battlefield, with his nephew attending a wedding. His elder brother Ntu Lai had gone to celebrate the occasion, leaving him and his 2nd brother Ntu Ha to maintain peace on the grasslands. They had no intention of clashing with the soldiers of Defeng. However, the number of Defeng's troops infiltrating the grasslands was overwhelming. While he sought to avoid conflict, Qin Han was far more provocative. Upon entering the grasslands, Qin Han's soldiers did not resort to theft or pillaging but instead preached to the border inhabitants, urging them to return to their homeland. This was the most intolerable act for Ntu Hang, compelling him to take action against them. The vast and sparsely populated Western Rong territories were in dire need of people. By allowing these border inhabitants to settle, providing them with some benefits, they would live and work peacefully, contributing taxes year-round, far easier to manage than the volatile native Western Rong people. Thus, Ntu Hong pursued, never anticipating that today would become his nightmare. Upon seeing his prey within reach, Qin Han bellowed, "Brothers, charge!" Leading his 1,000 elite soldiers down the hill, his blade danced through the air, rivaling even Xiao Changye's prowess. Qin Chaoyun shouted, "Father, do not forget the time limit." Qin Han replied loudly, "I won't forget." Qin Chaoyun urged her horse forward. "Let us go." Tao Hong followed suit, and together they brandished their swords, heading toward the northern valley entrance. They aimed to join the left flank, which was led by a division commander, lacked a general as formidable as Zhang Da. To capture Ntu Hong, they would need to coordinate their efforts to subdue him swiftly. Initially fearless, Ntu Hong began to feel trepidation upon witnessing Qin Han's relentless assault. His elder brother often warned him against pursuing a retreating enemy, yet emboldened by his fierce troops and the formidable weapon he wielded, he disregarded his brother's counsel, having known only victory in countless battles. Cultivating a reckless disregard for danger, for a quarter of an hour Qin Han and his men battled fiercely, decapitating over 1,000 foes, painting the ground with splashes of crimson against the snow, a shocking sight. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Han shouted, "Retreat!" The soldiers swiftly followed his lead, retreating up the hill, disappearing over its crest. Ntu Hong finally assessed his situation, realizing they had fallen into Qin Han's ambush. Surrounded by rising signal fires, retreating south was no longer an option. They had to withdraw. To the south, Shangguan Hong led 2 divisions in a counterattack, only to hear the thunderous sounds of battle echoing from beyond the hill. If the surrounding troops descended from the hill, they would be encircled, and Ntu Hong decisively commanded rear echelons form the front, retreat. The hidden ambushers on the northern hills awaited his arrival. Qin Han had already repositioned his men to the right flank, emulating Xiao Changye by drawing a massive iron bow from his back, readying an arrow aimed at the valley entrance. As Ntu Hong, prodded by Shangguan Hong, approached the northern valley mouth and found no ambushers, he exuberantly shouted, "Qin Han, you old rascal, you are nothing but a trivial threat." Just as he finished speaking, an arrow soared toward him, forcing him to duck. As he regained his stance, another arrow flew in his direction, compelling him to evade once more. Enraged, he bellowed, "You despicable wretch, come out and face me." Qin Chaoyun swiftly rode forth. "Who are you? State your name." Upon seeing a diminutive soldier approach, Ntu Hong, noticing her attire, scoffed, "I am Ntu Hong. My name remains unchanged." Qin Chaoyun, aware that the Western Rong people were not adept at the Central Plains script, smiled lightly. "Now I know, you are the brother of Ntu Lai and Ntu Ha. Perfect. Capturing you would serve as a fine gift for your brothers." Intentionally provoking him, Qin Chaoyun succeeded in baiting Ntu Hong, who halted his horse and demanded, "Which young pup dares to challenge me?" One whose name remains unchanged. I am the daughter of General Qin Han Qin Chaoyun. I have not heard of you, you are but a nameless junior, prepare to meet your demise. As they spoke, they clashed in combat. Qin Chaoyun wielded her sword with finesse, occasionally clashing against In Tu Heng's blade. Well, you may be small, but you possess quite the strength. Qin Chaoyun recognized that although she had some power, it was no match for this barbarian's might. She needed to employ cunning, lest her weapon be knocked from her grasp. As In Tu Heng's halberd descended once more, Qin Chaoyun darted to the side, engrossed in the heat of battle, and Tu Hong paid no heed to the encirclement of his troops. Fixated only on pursuing Qin Chaoyun, one arrow found its mark in Tu Ha, while two more shot by Qin Han missed their target, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. He decided against using arrows. Swiftly securing his large bow and drawing his sword to charge forward, Tao Hong, possessing superior archery skills compared to Qin Chaoyun, bent her bow and nocked an arrow, seeking an opportunity to shoot. However, amidst the chaos, they had been locked in combat, leaving no opportunity to release a shot. Seeing her mistress break away, she released an arrow, which fortuitously struck In Tu Hong in the left shoulder. You dare challenge me? And Tu Hong growled in pain. Are you seeking death? He charged at Tao Hong with his halberd raised, prompting her to scream, Miss, save me, initially intending to use her Qilin whip to strike him covertly. Qin Chaoyun, upon hearing Tao Hong's distress, swiftly turned her horse and lashed out with her whip at In Tu Hong. At that moment, Qin Han arrived, delivering a blow with his sword, forcing In Tu Hong down from his horse. Before he could rise, Qin Chaoyun struck him with her whip, sending the cotton stuffing of his padded armor flying as if a snowstorm had descended, though In Tu Hong intended to retaliate. He was held at bay by the tip of Qin Han's blade, leaving him with no option but to remain still. Soon, a group of binders arrived, securing him tightly with ropes. Remarkably, the same strategy had been employed twice, resulting in the capture of two Western Rong marshals. Chapter 60. Following in my sister's footsteps, seeing the dire turn of events, the remaining Western Rong soldiers scattered like frightened monkeys. Within moments, they vanished without a trace. The triumphant soldiers returned their spirits high, and those familiar with Qin Chaoyun praised her not only for her brilliant strategy but also for her formidable martial prowess. News of Qin Han's great victory quickly reached Shao Changji. At this moment, they were idly chatting in the command hall of Shui Yuanba upon hearing that Qin Chaoyun had captured the deputy marshal of Western Rome. And Tu Hong, the one filled with regret, was none other than Qin Chaogang. He now deeply regrets his actions. The opportunity to achieve merit was initially his, yet he foolishly chose to follow General Shao, thus missing the chance for glory. After reflecting on his mistakes, he realized that by simply aligning himself with his younger sister, he could have succeeded. At this moment, his thoughts were solely consumed by the desire for accomplishment. Completely neglecting the potential danger facing his father and sister, Shao Chanye was elated, while Shui Yuanba was infuriated. How could these foolish brothers from the Yin family be so easily captured? They were apprehended on the same day and by the same formation, a truly humiliating defeat. Shui Yuanba had long since arranged for someone to administer a mute potion to the still unconscious In Tu Hua, misleadingly claiming it would aid in his awakening. In Tu Hua did regain consciousness, but was rendered a voiceless wretch. Reduced to frantic cries. As Qin Han entered the city, Shao Chanye personally led the welcome party. After more than a month deep within enemy territory, they had finally returned alive, bringing tears to Qin Han's eyes. He had not intended to collaborate with Shui Yuanba, but the emperor, in his blindness, had paired them together. Shao Chanye roamed among the crowd, ignoring the greetings of others, for his gaze was fixed solely on the luminous eyes of Qin Chaoyun, twinkling like stars on the horizon, compelling him to seek her out. At times, he despised himself for being unable to restrain his longing to find her after even a brief absence. He had attempted countless times to harden his heart and focus on other tasks, yet each endeavor became a chaotic mess, marred by his preoccupation. Finally, he spotted Qin Chaoyun, who was currently engaged in lively discussion with Tao Hong about whose credit it was for capturing In Tu Hua. I believe the merit belongs primarily to our old general, with myself coming in second and you third, Tao Hong declared proudly. Very well, let General Shao commend you this time, securing honors for your family. Qin Chaoyun jested. Indeed, have you not heard that in ancient times women were the heads of households, and each woman had 3 or 4 men? What nonsense! Where did you hear such disgraceful talk? Do not speak so recklessly in the future. As they conversed, nearby soldiers greeted them, and they occasionally playfully nudged the brothers beside them. Just as their lively chatter reached a peak, a dark horse appeared unexpectedly. As they prepared to scold the person for their lack of awareness, they looked up and were met with the stern visage of Shao Chanye. He had approached them without their notice, and they were still frolicking with the male soldiers. How utterly infuriating! Chaoyun, Shao Chanye called out warmly. Drawing the attention of those around them, "Call me Xiao. Qin Xiaoyun reminded him that no, I shall call you Qin Xiaoyun from this day forth. You will both reclaim your feminine identities, and it would be prudent to maintain discretion within the military camp. Now tell me the details of how you captured Intuwa. Can we not discuss this in the military camp? We are parched and famished. It has been ages since we enjoyed a proper meal." Indeed. The young lady and I crave large buns that burst with juice upon biting into them." "Very well," Xiao Changye replied with a smile. "Tonight, there will be an abundance of large buns." Shui Yuanbai's men had already taken Intuwa away. Administering the same mute potion to ensure he could not speak. Intuwa, aware of the potion's purpose, struggled fiercely against his bonds, yet was powerless to escape. His eyes bulged as he watched them pry open his mouth. Fearing they would shatter his two front teeth before forcing the potion down his throat, coughing violently, he spat blood and cursed, "Shui Yuanba, you despicable scoundrel," but he could utter no more, his eyes reddened with rage. Filled with a murderous intent, Shui Yuanba, however, was unconcerned. As long as the brothers did not reveal their secrets, he would endeavor to spare their lives, should they act foolishly and disclose forbidden information to Xiao Changye and the others. He would have no choice but to divert Intuli's wrath onto Xiao Changye. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Tables and chairs filled the streets, for a celebratory banquet was to commence. Upon hearing the news of victory, Qin Yong rushed in with 40,000 elite soldiers laden with provisions, nearly causing Shui Yuanba to choke with rage. After lounging about for so many days, they only chose to appear now to claim their share of the glory? Accompanying Qin Yong was Huang Chao. Spotting Xiao Changye enjoying a meal with the soldiers, Huang Chao leaned in to whisper to him. Xiao Changye nodded repeatedly. Huang Chao had led a few scouts into several nearby border cities, gathering intelligence on the enemy while also assessing the character of the soldiers stationed there. Amidst the myriad of opinions, Huang Chao sifted through the chaff to convey to Xiao Changye the covert dealings between Shui Yuanba and the Western Rome. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changye frowned and glanced at Qin Xiaoyun, who appeared equally startled. Lowering her voice, she cautioned, "This is bad. The two captured individuals are in grave danger." Xiao Changye immediately rose and strode outside. With Qin Xiaoyun following closely behind, they were accompanied by her elder brother Qin Xiaogang, and Tao Hong, who trailed like shadows. "Elder brother, why are you not dining and instead following us?" Qin Xiaoyun inquired. "Younger sister, wherever you go, I shall follow. I have realized that being with you makes it easier to achieve merit." "Ha, elder brother, an opportunity for merit awaits us," Qin Xiaoyun replied playfully. "What is it?" "We are to escort Intuwa and Intuhuang to the capital." Xiao Changye replied nonchalantly. Qin Xiaoyun shot him a glance, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. How attuned they were! Indeed, they intended to secretly escort them to the capital as hostages. And Tuli would be unable to rescue them. Shui Yuanba had initially planned for everyone to feast in the command hall for the celebration, but upon seeing the third prince reveling with the soldiers, he dared not linger in the command post. Instead, he had no choice but to join his deputy Jin Zhengli and military strategist Wei Wuji in dining on the streets with the soldiers. In truth, the soldiers' celebratory feast was quite meager, merely 2 extra dishes and an additional jug of wine compared to their usual fare. After the soldiers finished their meal, they would proceed to camp outside the city. For so many troops could not possibly be accommodated within the confines of a small border town. Observing the sparse meal, Shui Yuanba found it difficult to swallow, casting envious glances at Xiao Changye's table, where he and Qin Han feasted heartily as though dining on delicacies. However, upon noticing Xiao Changye's departure, he hastily dispatched men to follow them. After a major battle, chaos reigned everywhere. Being soldiers of the Great Feng nation, they inevitably relaxed their vigilance. They discovered the military prison where war captives were held, only to learn from the jailer that most of the previous captives had been taken away by Deputy General Xue and had not returned. The current captives were all brought in today, with strict orders that the 2 individuals inside were not to be allowed any contact. Xiao Changye instructed Huang Chao to present his command insignia, allowing them entry. Shui Yuanba, upon receiving the news that Xiao Changye had gone to interrogate the war criminals, hurriedly followed with his 2 lackeys, Jin Zhengli and Wei Wuji. Chapter 61. Do not let in any intruders. The innermost cell was shrouded in darkness. The moment the door swung open, 2 hulking figures lunged forward, emitting loud cries as they swung their shackles, aiming to strike the newcomers. The jailer, having opened the door, quickly stepped aside, while Xiao Changye led the way. The chains of Intuwa and Intuhuang swung menacingly toward him. It was dark inside. Despite being unable to see clearly, Xiao Changye relied on his keen instincts to swiftly evade the incoming blows. In a flash, he maneuvered to their side and delivered a powerful kick, sending them crashing to the ground, their cries echoing in the dim space. This startled Qin Xiaoyun and Tao Hong, making them hesitant to enter. At that moment, the jailer brought in an oil lamp, allowing everyone to finally discern the conditions within the cell. A pile of straw lay in the cramped corner, and a few terrified mice peered at the newcomers before scurrying away. Qin Shaogang, unafraid, rushed in to protect Xiao Chanya, exclaiming, "General Xiao, fear not, I shall guard you." Xiao Chanya scoffed, "Quickly lift these two fools up. I intend to interrogate them." "Yes," Qin Shaogang complied, hoisting the two brothers upright. "Listen well, this is our General Xiao Chanya, who has questions for you. Answer truthfully to avoid punishment. Do you understand?" The two could only emit cries, unable to articulate a single word. "Do you wish to perish? Speak up," Qin Shaogang threatened, raising his fist like a massive hammer. "Otherwise prepare to bear my wrath." Qin Shaoyun stepped in, addressing her brother. "Stop. Do you not see they cannot speak?" Xiao Chanya turned to the Yin brothers. "Do you recognize me?" And Tuwa nodded while Tu Huang shook his head. "Very well, can you speak?" They nodded but simultaneously shook their heads, gesturing to their mouths with their shackled hands, producing only incoherent sounds. "Do you recognize Deputy General Shui Yuanba?" They both nodded in unison. Shui Yuanba had arrived as well. Not wishing to draw attention to himself, he initially refrained from entering, knowing he was on the emperor's payroll and could not afford to offend the prince. However, upon witnessing the brothers implicating him, he felt compelled to intervene. "Ahem." Shui Yuanba made a noise in the alley, signaling his presence. "Jailer, are the serious offenders secured properly?" "Yes, they are well secured, but a person claiming to be General Xiao is currently interrogating them." The jailer replied. "Oh, quickly show me. I must ensure no intruders have slipped in." Shui Yuanba feigned authority as he strolled into the cell, only to find Xiao Chanya and the others standing there. And he pretended to be astonished. "General Xiao, what brings you here?" Without so much as a word of notice, I had instructed someone to bring these two individuals to the tribunal for interrogation. To conduct such inquiries in this manner is a profound disrespect towards you. I, Shui Yuanba, humbly beg your pardon. Shui, there is no need for formalities, since you are also present. Shall we jointly interrogate them? Shui Yuanba thought to himself, they have become mute, let us see what they can possibly say. Thus he replied, "Very well." Qin Shaogang brandished his sword at Antohua and Antaheng, ensuring they dared not approach Xiao Chanya. Xiao Chanya commanded them to rise and then inquired, "Gentlemen of the Yin family, do you intend to infringe upon the sovereignty of the great Feng nation?" They wished to protest their innocence. Yet only incoherent sounds escaped their lips, revealing their vocal cords had been damaged by poison. They silently cursed Shui Yuanba's ancestors, feeling they had been exploited, and then cast aside. "I shall ask again. Have you established any treaties?" The two exchanged glances, unsure whether Xiao Chanya was an ally or adversary of Shui Yuanba. "Rest assured, as long as you speak the truth, your return home shall be imminent. You need only nod in affirmation or denial." Antohua nodded while Antaheng shook his head. Antohua kicked Antaheng, prompting him to reluctantly agree. "Xiao Shui, do not heed the words of these fools, they not only refuse to speak but seem utterly dim-witted. Having been captured in the same formation on the same day, can you truly trust the words of such simpletons?" At this juncture, Huang Chao was scribbling notes with a piece of charcoal in a small notebook. Hearing Shui Yuanba's remarks, he shot him a glare and declared, "Lushan Wang is conducting the interrogation. Deputy Shui, do not interject, lest you commit an act of great disrespect." Huang Chao had set the tone. And Shui Yuanba dared not overstep again. That he understood that trouble was brewing. Xiao Chanya continued, "Was it you who established the treaty with the current emperor of the great Feng nation?" The Yin brothers shook their heads in unison while casting furtive glances at Shui Yuanba. Growing anxious, Shui Yuanba realized that silence might lead to his downfall, thus he interjected, "Xiao Marshal, even if I have devised some unorthodox plans, they were merely opportunistic and beneficial to the great Feng nation. I implore you not to take their word as gospel. I have yet to inquire of you, why are you so eager to answer? Have you truly forged any unequal treaties with the Western Rome?" "Xiao Shui, I am wrongfully accused. I strongly demand to return to the capital to meet with His Majesty." "Fear not, it will not be long before my father summons you to report. However, this matter concerns the relations between our two nations. I must escort these two back to the capital for my father to make a determination. They frequently encroach upon the great Feng nation, abducting my cattle and sheep, and oppressing my people. I see no reason not to execute them on the spot to quell the public outrage. Executing them on the spot is not without its risks. It may incite the wrath of the Western Rome. Complicating matters further, all of this should be left to the Dali Si and the Ministry of War to adjudicate. This is not a concern for either of us. Deputy Shui, do not burden yourself with needless worry, lest you age prematurely." Xiao Chanya teased, "Alas, I have spent over a decade on the border, and while I may not have achieved great feats, I have certainly endured hardships. Let the emperor decide. I trust his wisdom. Bring forth a wooden cage for their transport to the capital. Yes, this subordinate obeys, Qin Shaogang replied eagerly, relishing the opportunity for a noteworthy task. If he could successfully escort them back, even if he did not achieve military merit, he would at least have some recognition for his efforts. Just as Qin Shaogang was about to step out, Xiao Chanya called out, General Qin, also summon a physician to examine their throats and tend to their arms. Yes, Qin Shaogang hurriedly exited to make arrangements, and Tuhua and Antahang looked gratefully at Xiao Chanya. One had an injury on his left shoulder, while the other bore a wound on his right. Shui Yuanba had merely ordered their arrows removed and bandaged. Neglecting to provide any pain relief, Xiao Chanya noted, the atmosphere here is too oppressive. Let us step outside. Qiao Yun, may I escort you for a stroll through the bustling streets? Certainly, thank you, Your Highness. I wish to savor the large buns. And Huang deputy, you still owe me a bowl of dumplings. Tao Hong eagerly chimed in. Huang Chao laughed awkwardly. Very well, I shall make amends. Qiao Yun tugged at Tao Hong's sleeve. Look at your aspirations. Why not indulge in some local delicacies? Like knife-cut noodles, I refuse to eat such noodle dishes. All I want is meat. Watching the two young ladies joyfully prance ahead, Xiao Changye and Huang Chao shared a smile, their eyes brimming with affection. However, Shui Yuanba did not follow them. He was concocting a scheme to ensure the quiet demise of the Yin brothers, one that would leave no trace of the cause. Yet, since Xiao Changye had lowered his guard against them just a few hours ago, his men had been vigilant ever since. It would be unwise to act. Every move of Shui Yuanba was meticulously observed by spies placed by Huang Chao. However, they could not report their findings yet, as they lacked concrete evidence. As Xiao Changye and his companions strolled through the bustling streets of the border town, night was beginning to fall, the winter wind was brisk, yet the aroma of roasted lamb and beef wafting from the various eateries penetrated the air, infusing the cold town with a sense of warmth and humanity, making it feel less frigid. Having barely eaten during the celebratory banquet, they were now quite famished, spotting a restaurant surrounded by a throng of people. With cheers echoing, they could not resist squeezing in for a closer look. Chapter 62. Boundaries. With men under Xiao Changye's protection, Qin Shaoyun squeezed her way through the crowd, increasingly irritated by her proximity to the men. Similarly, Huang Chao mimicked her actions, extending his long arms with a subtle force to create a barrier, shielding Tao Hong against the throng. Inside, they encountered a female cook, appearing to be in her 30s, her hair wrapped in a crimson cloth. Clad in coarse fabric, her beauty was undeniable, exuding a mature allure that was unforgettable. Before her was a large pot, steam rising from the boiling water within. What was so remarkable about this? Was it not merely a woman preparing a meal? Just as Xiao Changye was about to lead Qin Shaoyun away, he observed the woman pulling out a piece of dough, then skillfully wielding a simple kitchen knife to slice the dough into leaf-like shapes, sending them flying into the boiling pot. The dough pieces danced as if choreographed, swirling in the boiling water. As her pace quickened, more and more leaf-like pieces fell into the pot like autumn leaves cascading to the ground. Her technique was masterful, the dough's thickness consistent. While deftly slicing, she chimed in with her melodious voice, who else would like some? I have already prepared 12 bowls worth, so speak up quickly, we would like 4 bowls. Qin Shaoyun replied. Xiao Changye interjected, such a simple dish, what is there to it? Come, I invite you all to a grand feast at a fine establishment. You do not comprehend, Qin Shaoyun said mysteriously, the best food is found among the common folk, not in lavish restaurants. You will understand once you taste it. The 4 of them settled into a small eatery, eagerly awaiting the cook's offering. Before long, 4 steaming bowls of knife-cut noodles were presented, their aroma tantalizing. Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests, said a lean middle-aged man who set down the bowls before swiftly departing. Xiao Changye used his chopsticks to stir through the contents, discovering scallions, ginger slices, and several pieces of beef. It was evident that the noodles had been drenched in a rich beef broth. A sip of the soup revealed a robust flavor. Look at his speed, Qin Shaoyun gestured discreetly towards Xiao Changye, who then noticed the pair. The lean man was deftly serving the leaf noodles to various patrons, some dining at tables outside while others occupied the interior. He moved gracefully through the crowd, careful not to spill a drop of soup, his pace remarkably swift. Through the eatery's sole window, they saw the cook's knife still flying through the air, slicing the dough with such speed that applause erupted from the onlookers. To produce over 1,000 leaf-like noodles in such a brief moment, each as thin as paper, can you accomplish that? At least, I cannot. These two must have an intriguing story, Qin Shaoyun mused. Perhaps they are like the oil vendor, adept at threading oil through a copper coin's hole. Practice makes perfect, does it not? Yet, let us not concern ourselves with others' tales. Our foremost priority is to ensure the safe passage of these two brothers to the capital. I anticipate the journey may not be straightforward. We should linger here for a few more days to uncover the truth behind Marshal Pangbang's demise before returning to the capital. I have a strong suspicion that his death was not merely a result of battlefield injuries. The arrow struck him directly in the throat. For us, hitting a moving target is challenging enough. And yet he managed to strike with such precision, indicating his archery skills far surpass our OWN. Do not belittle your own achievements, nor elevate theirs. I shot Antahang this time, Tao Hong retorted, clearly indignant. She had trained in archery under the tutelage of a renowned master. When the time comes, I shall request recognition from Xiao Shui for your efforts. You need not speak, Qin Chaoyun admonished. This girl was becoming increasingly audacious, always interjecting. Tao Hong stuck out her tongue and hurriedly sipped the broth. Very well, miss, please continue. Thus, we must spend the next few days exploring the area to gather clues, Qin Chaoyun continued. Additionally, we must investigate why they have not provided supplies for my father, were it not for Pang Wei's support to my elder brother and the assistance given to my father. Relying solely on the contributions from the border residents, they would likely have struggled to survive on the prairie. Very well, my esteemed strategist, your word shall prevail. May we now indulge in our noodles? Indeed, miss, let us quickly finish our meal, for we still need to rest at the military camp outside the city. I wish to engage in conversation with my younger brother as well. Is it to flaunt my military achievements? Qin Chaoyun laughed, remarking how envious her brother must be of such a sister. Indeed, General Xiao, as a mere woman, my military honors serve little purpose. Can I bequeath them to my brother? Absolutely not. If he desires military accolades, he must earn them himself. Now that the battle has concluded, General Xiao, how is he to achieve that? Everyone we brought with us this time has contributed significantly. He has pilfered a substantial amount of supplies and hindered Shui's movements, thus playing a crucial role in our success in evading Shui's surveillance. Rest assured, during the rewards ceremony, he will undoubtedly be recognized. As they conversed, the cook had finished her tasks, without a hint of fatigue. She turned and immediately spotted their table, silently nodding in their direction, as if she had something to convey. Both Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyun felt a sudden jolt of alarm. In this unfamiliar territory, the presence of assassins or rogue establishments could jeopardize their lives. On Shui Yuanba's turf, even if one were to be drugged and slaughtered, he would turn a blind eye, considering it a reduction of a rival for his position as commander. Contemplating this, they found themselves reluctant to eat. However, Tao Hong and Huang Chao continued to consume their meal, seemingly in a contest, exclaiming, "Delicious, delicious." The cook appeared to possess an uncanny ability to read their thoughts. She untied her apron, handed it to a lean man, and briskly approached them. "Gentlemen, you may dine in the private room within. The window is drafty, and the northern winds can be harsh. Be cautious of indigestion." As she spoke, she placed the bowls of Qin Chaoyun and Xiao Changye onto a tray and proceeded toward the inner chamber. Qin Chaoyun contemplated protesting, but upon observing her demeanor, she sensed the urgency of her message and complied. Following her inside, seeing Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyun enter the cook's quarters while ignoring Tao Hong and Huang Chao, incited a low reprimand from Tao Hong. "How disdainful!" Huang Chao chuckled softly. "Miss Qin can curse too?" "Humph, not only can I curse, but I can also fight. Best be careful not to provoke me." Huang Chao, confident in his own prowess and bolstered by Qin Chaoyun's presence, felt at ease to continue his meal outside. The private room was modest yet refined, adorned with paintings of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, and the floor was immaculately tidied. A Huangli wood table stood prominently in the center. "Speak, what is it that you wish to convey?" Upon entering the private room, Qin Chaoyun demanded sharply of the woman, set down the tray and, with a thud, knelt, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string, pleading with General Xiao for assistance. "How do you know I am the general?" Xiao Changye inquired, perplexed, as he had not made many appearances here. "I not only know you as General Xiao, but I am also aware of your identity as the third prince, recently bestowed the title of King of Lianshan, yet to formally enter the ancestral temple, and this lady is Qin Chaoyun, daughter of the General of Cavalry. Do not be curious about how I know. I shall explain shortly. My name is Yiren Yang, and my husband Yang Rang serves under Marshal Pangbang. He and Marshal Pang ventured into the grasslands and have not returned since their long trek. Even if he has perished, there should at least be a body. You are unaware of the grim realities of the battlefield. In the event of defeat, there is often no time to recover the dead. Therefore, you can only honor him with a symbolic grave." Xiao Changye solemnly stated. "The weight of loss for any soldier of the Great Feng Kingdom hung heavily upon him, yet, I suspect he is not dead." He is a vice commander with years of combat experience. Why then has he not returned? To speak frankly, we were originally bandits at Wangxian Peak along the border, but rest assured, we have always protected the merchants passing through the Great Feng Kingdom and have never harmed the common folk. The merchants, grateful for our protection, voluntarily paid us for our services. Oh, then why have you descended the mountain to seek a livelihood here? When Marshal Pang visited us, he learned of our honorable banditry and urged us to descend and earn military honors, asserting that this was the true path for a man. Oh, so you were recruited by Marshal Pang? Yes, General Xiao. Initially, I too was keen on joining the battlefield to assist my husband in achieving great deeds. However, every time we made contributions, they were usurped by Shui Yuanba. Marshal Pang wished to report our merits, but he was continuously obstructed by Shui Yuanba, who has long held sway here. In truth, Marshal Pang wields no real power here. He is merely a tool in Shui Yuanba's hands. Chapter 63. Commanding 100,000 strong, he has already become a vice commander, yet my father does not trust him, even with great accomplishments. He remains merely a vice commander. What use are all those accolades, General Xiao? You may not be aware, but the achievements reported annually by the border towns to the court can be exchanged for supplies. In this era of constant conflict, even money cannot always procure food. Only tangible goods hold value. After Marshal Peng's demise, you became a civilian, selling knife-shaved noodles to survive. Xiao Chanya pressed further. Indeed, General Xiao, there is something even more disheartening. After Marshal Peng's sacrifice, he was branded a traitor by you, accused of colluding with the Western barbarians and causing internal strife over a division of spoils, which led to his demise at their hands. Not only was he denied posthumous honors and compensation, but he also bore the weight of infamy. Fortunately, His Majesty was wise and did not pursue the so-called treason charges, thus sparing his widow and children from punishment. Therefore, my husband's death did not implicate me, yet I could no longer remain in the military. Who is that serving outside? Qin Xiaoyun astutely inquired. He is our most loyal subordinate, whenever either of us embarks on a campaign. He is always by our side. It is merely happenstance that during those days I fell ill and did not go into battle, leaving him to care for me, only for such a calamity to occur. Oftentimes, I think, had I accompanied my husband, I might have spared myself the daily yearning and sleepless nights. Yiran lowered her gaze, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. This sight tugged at Qin Xiaoyun's heart. Stirring memories of her deceased mother. Alas, the hardest part of life is the sorrow of parting. Qin Xiaoyun resolved that upon returning to the capital, she would seek vengeance against her stepmother, ensuring her mother would not have to suffer in silence. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will deliver justice for you. Just wait and see. Xiao Chanya could not bear to witness the suffering of the brave soldiers. He gently pushed aside the enticing dish before him. Losing his appetite, Huang Chao, he called out loudly. Here. Huang Chao replied brightly as he entered. General Xiao, how may I assist you? Have the scouts dispatched to the western barbarian capital returned? Reporting to General Xiao. They may return in 3 to 5 days, but the earliest will be the day after tomorrow. Keep a close watch. It would be best to send a carrier pigeon to ensure they pay attention to any of Marshal Peng's men who may still be alive there and have them brought back. Understood, Huang Chao acknowledged before departing, not forgetting to tell Tao Hong, once I arrange things, I will take you to enjoy the beef dumplings. They are the finest delicacy in the border towns. Tao Hong's face lit up with a smile. The attention from a man was indeed delightful. Upon hearing of Shui Yuanba's repugnant deeds, Qin Xiaoyun lost her appetite as well, standing to declare, General Xiao, let us depart. Bidding farewell to Yi and Yang, they emerged with heavy hearts. Yet suddenly, Xiao Chanya recalled something. I must hasten to draft a memorial. I cannot allow Shui Yuanba to distort the facts. Very well, we shall take our leave. Qin Tao and I need to find lodging in the camp outside the city. Absolutely not. Xiao Chanya instinctively grasped Qin Xiaoyun's arm. However, upon noticing Yi and Yang's inquisitive gaze, he amended, You are my strategist. It is only fitting that you join me in drafting the memorial. What about Qin Tao? Does she not wish to visit her brother? We can escort her before the city gates close. The tale of Yi and Yang and her husband profoundly affected Xiao Chanya. He resolved to ensure something significant transpired between himself and Qin Xiaoyun. Otherwise, should he meet his end on the battlefield, he would surely regret it in the afterlife. They escorted Tao Hong to Qin Yang's camp, and Xiao Chanya took Qin Xiaoyun by the hand and walked away. Hey, are you addicted to pulling me along? I still wish to see brother Qin Yang. Rest assured, he has ample time. We have far more pressing matters to attend to. Let us promptly record the events of our great victory so that the emperor may bestow rewards. Your contributions are the greatest this time. Speak, what reward do you desire? For myself, I wish to become a general. Our dynasty has no precedent for female generals. Besides the title of general, what other rewards do you seek? As they rode through the quiet streets of the border town under the night sky, it felt as though they had an endless dialogue. If possible, I would like a rank greater than that of the Grand Princess. Preferably one that protects me from her bullying in the future. The only ranks greater than the Grand Princess among the female nobility would be the Empress or the Dowager Empress. Which means you would have to marry into the royal family, Xiao Chanya teased. Perhaps it is best to forego that. I have no desire to return to the capital. Life here in the border town is splendid. With fresh air all around, then I shall remain your chief strategist, commanding 100,000 strong, no longer needing to mind the expressions of men. In her final words, Qin Xiaoyun seemed to exclaim, her voice resonating clearly in the vastness of the night, striking at the very core of their beings. Indeed, should Qin Xiaoyun marry him, though she would no longer endure the ire of her aunt, she would lose her freedom within the confines of the royal palace. Like an eagle soaring over the grasslands, her domain lay in the boundless skies, not within the walls of a mere palace. Xiao Chanya too wished to evade the entrapments of court life, where every word had to be measured, and even drinking required caution, lest he reveal his true thoughts inebriated. In the border town, everything is remarkably different. Here, one can breathe the air of freedom. Whenever one feels melancholic, a brisk gallop on horseback will undoubtedly lift the spirits in an instant, should one desire to indulge in libations. Gathering a few comrades for a hearty drink is entirely unencumbered by excessive considerations. As Xiao Chanya pondered, aside from the emperor and empress in the capital, it seemed there were no other ties that bound him. Very well, once all disputes at the frontier are settled, let us find a quaint border town to guard together, shall we? As Xiao Chanya mapped out their future, Qin Xiaoyun, oblivious to the deeper implications, readily replied, absolutely. From now on, I shall heed the commands of Commander Xiao. As their conversation unfolded, they unwittingly traversed from outside the city to the commander's residence. This residence was originally designated for the chief commander, but due to the frequent changes in leadership, it had become the exclusive domain of Shui Yuanbai. Over the span of a decade, 3 chief commanders had come and gone, with Qin Han being the 4th and Xiao Chanya the 5th. The frequency of such changes hinted at the presence of supernatural elements. Alongside Shui Yuanbai in his appointment was General Han Weixing, who, for reasons unknown, fell gravely ill within 2 years and was forced to retire to a life of leisure. The second commander, a temporary appointee from the court named Wan Yensong, lasted less than a year before losing an arm in battle and also returned home to rest. The third commander, Pang Bang, held the position for 3 years, the longest tenure, only to meet his demise on the battlefield, branded with accusations of ambition and collusion with the western tribes, despite the commander's residence being occupied. Xiao Chanya was permitted to reside there, for he was a prince, and no one could impede his choice of dwelling. Understanding the situation, Shui Yuanbai had already prepared 2 guest rooms for Xiao Chanya, with a warm hearth lit in each, one for Xiao Chanya and the other for his attendant. Shui Yuanbai awaited at the entrance, clearly having dispatched someone to keep watch over them. Commander Xiao, please. Shui Yuanbai gestured aside, allowing Xiao Chanya to proceed first, a gesture of respect toward his guest. Observing Shui Yuanbai's stout and towering figure, Xiao Chanya could not help but frown. Was this indeed a high-ranking official of the Dafan kingdom? This quivering mass of flesh hardly seemed fit to command in battle. Commander Shui, please. Xiao Chanya maintained a composed facade. In truth, Shui Yuanbai longed to engage in conversation with Xiao Chanya, as others often addressed him with a prefix, as if afraid that one might forget he was merely a vice-commander. Yet, Xiao Chanya referred to him simply as Commander Shui, greatly satisfying his vanity, having toiled for years to attain the position of chief commander. Despite his numerous exploits, the emperor remained distrustful, continuously assigning him superiors. Should Xiao Chanya remain here, his royal status would render him disinterested in vying for the command, yet his royal lineage would also impose numerous constraints. At that moment, Huang Chao returned, and together they entered the western courtyard of the commander's residence. Shui Yuanbai, eager to converse further with Xiao Chanya, was promptly told by him, Commander Shui, you should rest. I am quite fatigued from the journey. Shui Yuanbai, nodding repeatedly, withdrew, while Huang Chao hastily procured paper and ink illuminated by bright candles. Xiao Chanya thoughtfully penned a concise overview of the recent military campaign, concluding with a suggestion to Xiao Yuan regarding the impending escort of 2 prisoners to the capital. Xiao Chanya's astuteness lay in presenting suggestions rather than inquiries to the emperor, which led Xiao Yuan to perceive him as a son of discernment, a potential asset, albeit also a looming threat. Old Huang swiftly arranged for swift riders to convey the news of our victory over the western tribes, so that the emperor may reward the soldiers and bolster their morale. Yes, Huang Chao complied. Rushing off to organize swift riders to ride through the night back to the capital exhausted, Qin Xiaoyun had succumbed to sleep at a corner of the desk. The day had stretched on as if it were two. And for a woman of delicate constitution to endure such physical strain was nothing short of miraculous. With a heart full of tenderness, Xiao Changye gazed at her, extending his arms to gently lift her and carry her into the adjacent room. This scene was witnessed by Shui Yuanba's sentry, who promptly reported back to him about that moment. Shui Yuanba was in discomfort, having previously indulged in revelries until the wee hours, however, with the third prince present. He dared not act frivolously. He yearned to discern Xiao Changye's interests to indulge him and share in merriment, yet the report of Xiao Changye carrying the military strategist into the next room, with sounds of surprise emanating, was particularly embarrassing. Calculating the time, one might speculate that their passionate encounter could have transpired twice over. Shui Yuanba was astonished. Given the third prince's stature and charm, one would think he could have any woman he desired. Why then was he engaging in such intimate encounters with a man? A moment's contemplation brought clarity. Women were forbidden in military ranks, deemed inauspicious, while men were plentiful. It was not surprising that a man of the strategist's beauty could capture Xiao Changye's attention. Young men on the battlefield, brimming with vitality, might seek solace in another man in the absence of women. Shui Yuanba, elated by this revelation, wasted no time in instructing his attendants to seek a handsome and healthy courtesan from the nearby Shanggu Pavilion as a reserve. Unbeknownst to Xiao Changye and Qin Xiaoyun, while they indeed experienced physical closeness, it was not as salacious as Shui Yuanba envisioned, but rather tinged with a sense of coldness and awkwardness. As Xiao Changye carried Qin Xiaoyun into the room, unfamiliar with the layout, he stumbled over the threshold, nearly losing his balance. The sudden jolt roused Qin Xiaoyun from her deep slumber. How had she slept so soundly? It felt as though she had dreamt of a man holding her. Radiating warmth upon opening her eyes, she indeed found a man cradling her. The room lacked illumination, yet the soft glow of snow outside and the red embers from the hearth offered faint visibility. In her dazed state, she could not discern his identity, only feeling a tightening grip around her waist, prompting her instinctively to clutch his arm. Fully awake, Qin Xiaoyun struggled against Xiao Changye, and when her efforts proved futile, she bit down hard on his arm. Startled, Xiao Changye winced and, despite the urge to cast her aside in anger, he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he tenderly inquired, "You've awakened, why did you bite me?" "Put me down, release me," Qin Xiaoyun hissed in a low voice, threatening. "You appear so noble, yet your actions are quite lascivious. Beware, I might expose you. Ha, if you possess the courage, go ahead and announce it. I shall marry you at once." Xiao Changye chuckled softly. Approaching the bed, he gently set Qin Xiaoyun down, noting her deep slumber and wishing not to disturb her. Those who have experienced the battlefield know that even the briefest of awakenings can disrupt one's ability to return to sleep. I could not allow my strategist to suffer from fatigue, could I? For realizing she had misinterpreted Xiao Changye's intentions, Qin Xiaoyun felt a wave of embarrassment yet dared not light a lamp for fear of misunderstandings from outside. She softly remarked, "Now that I am in the room, you may leave. Are you part cat, that you bite? I find that in your company, I am always the one who gets hurt," Xiao Changye lamented. "You claim there is a distinction between the sexes, advocating for our restoration to femininity, yet you intentionally touch and embrace me. I see you are merely taking advantage. Is it not just a bite? Can a man be so overly sensitive?" With a moment of reflection to steady his racing heart, Xiao Changye's voice trembled as he confessed, "Xiaoyun, I have feelings for you." "What?" Qin Xiaoyun sprang up from the edge of the bed, her head colliding with the bedpost, eliciting a pained gasp. "You have feelings for me? When did this happen? How was I not aware?" In Qin Xiaoyun's heart, Xiao Changye was akin to ethereal clouds above, while she was merely a wildflower in the mud by the roadside. Their differences as vast as heaven and earth. To even speak of love seemed an inequality, let alone to engage in it. "Since that day you saved me when I was 10, I have held you in my heart. Ha, you were but a child then, how could you understand love? Do not speak yet, listen to me. That year, when you rescued me, you inadvertently tugged a patch of hair from my head, leading to ridicule from my siblings in the palace for years to come. Although you saved me, I initially harbored resentment toward you for stripping me of my dignity. Yet, as I grew to 14 or 15, I found myself reminiscing about you and yearned to see you again. Why did you not come to visit? I am 3 years your junior. At 15, I was but 12, studying the arts on Langya Mountain. Your master must have been quite strict with you. Indeed, he would often punish me by withholding meals, leaving my 2 elder brothers and senior sister to sneak me scraps. Coincidentally, when I came to see you that time, you were being punished by your master, standing in the corner looking utterly pitiful. I could not bear it and secretly bought you a large bun, which I had your brother deliver. Do you remember? Qin Xiaoyun shook her head. Such distant memories were lost to her. That was when I fell for you upon reaching 18 and going to war. I passed through Langya County only to hear of your betrothal. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I was? I had intended to achieve military merit and seek your hand in marriage. Perhaps you are unaware, but royal children are not afforded the luxury of free love. We are sacrificed for the sake of imperial power. Yet, I never anticipated that you would be betrothed at 15. Xiao Chanya lamented wistfully. Chapter 65. You were already a married woman. Qin Xiaoyun stood in a daze, absorbing the revelations about her past, of which she was entirely unaware. Had someone confessed their feelings to her at that time, she would have been utterly moved. You know, Xiaoyun, with my previous lack of merit, I could not have sought your hand in marriage. Of the matrimonial affairs of royal offspring cannot be solely dictated by personal desires. Yet, I fought fiercely on the battlefield, all for the hope of asking for your hand before you wed, but when I returned, you had already married, and my heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Xiao Chanya sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out as if to embrace Qin Xiaoyun's shoulders, but his hand halted mid-air. Qin Xiaoyun was rendered speechless, her mind clouded, unable to comprehend the sudden surge of affection. Do you know, Xiaoyun, when I learned that you were unhappy in your marriage, I was consumed by a desire to eliminate Zhou Xiu. Thus, I persistently beseeched Father Emperor to grant you a divorce, even at the cost of my title as King of Lishan. Not be why saying this, I remember now. Was it not my abilities that you sought to assist me, but rather your affection for me that compelled you to plead with the Emperor? To be candid, your talents only served to fortify my resolve to be with you. Oh dear, I am going to perish. Please refrain from such sentimental words. I am a divorced woman and unworthy of such praise. Perhaps the flames of the hearth were too fierce, for Qin Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed crimson, and she repeatedly rubbed her face with her hands. Xiaoyun, Xiao Chanya grasped her hand tenderly, his tone earnest. You must remember. Do not underestimate yourself. You are deserving of respect from anyone. You are a hero of the great Feng nation. Without you, this battle could not have been fought so splendidly. The southern frontier would not have achieved such victories in my absence. Had it not been for me, you would certainly have fought a glorious battle as well. Do not flatter me. I have sincerely acknowledged your contributions to Father Emperor, hoping that he might grant me your hand in marriage. Viewing it as an equitable arrangement, though I am a divorced woman, I have not yet agreed to you. Do not mind my status. I shall serve as a strategist in the military, Commander Xiao. You have also toiled throughout the day. It is time for you to rest. Please return. Very well, I shall pursue you with sincerity, and let us find mutual affection. After Xiao Chanya departed, Qin Xiaoyun found herself unable to sleep. At the tender age of blossoming emotions, she had never encountered such fervent declarations of love. Her heart felt overflowing with something indescribable, yearning for someone to confide in, yet fearing that the moment she gave voice to her feelings, it would spiral uncontrollably. Qin Xiaoyun gazed longingly at the ceiling, sleep eluding her. She counted sheep, pigs, and cows, tossing and turning until the break of dawn, before finally drifting into a hazy slumber when Tao Hong and Qin Yong arrived. Qin Xiaoyun had yet to rise, though Qin Han was already awake, having stayed overnight at the commanderess residence. Qin Han had previously been stationed with the army outside the city, and the enmity from 10 years prior still lingered in his heart. Wary of falling into the trap laid by Shui Yuanba, leading to irreparable consequences, however, after Shui Yuanba had earnestly extended an invitation the previous night, and with his daughter residing here, he reluctantly chose to stay for her safety. Seeing their master present, Tao Hong and Qin Yong promptly approached to pay their respects. Qin Han affectionately ruffled their hair, encouraging them. You are good children. Do well, my lord. My father awaits your triumphant return to the capital. He has buried 10 jars of fine wine, eager to celebrate with you. Please convey my gratitude to your father. We have just arrived at the frontier. It may be a year or two before we return. And the young lady, why is she not awoken? She assisted me in drafting the battle report last night, and thus she has had a late night. You mustn't disturb her, Xiao Chanya interjected as he emerged from the room. Commander Xiao, what are our plans for today? Qin Yong inquired. We have already held the victory banquet. Today, you shall split the troops into 2 paths, one to guard the Lion Pass, and the other to oversee the Wolf Valley. I will take a few men to patrol the border and identify any remaining vulnerabilities. Understood, Qin Yong replied, departing to assign Right Deputy Wei Chang to guard the Wolf Valley while he himself proceeded to the Lion Pass commanded by the eldest master. It was not until the morning hour had nearly passed that Qin Xiaoyun finally stirred awake. Stretching comfortably in bed, she yawned, relishing the long-awaited rest after her arduous travels. Yet, upon noticing the sunlight streaming in through the window, she realized it was already late, prompting her to hastily rise. Instinctively she called out, Tao Hong, Qin Tao, At that moment, Tao Hong and Huang Chao had already set off to explore the bustling streets. Xiao Changye had instructed them to take a half-day off, allowing Qin Chaoyun to rest undisturbed. Huang Chao, having followed Xiao Changye since childhood, was naturally aware of his master's sentiments. Now, basking in the light of Qin Chaoyun's favor, they reveled in the freedom of the day. Their hearts filled with joy, their primary focus remained on fulfilling the promise Huang Chao had made to Tao Hong to treat her to the renowned beef buns of the border town. Qin Han observed Xiao Changye's attentive care for his daughter, feeling a sense of comfort while simultaneously pondering whether a commander should be so tender towards a military strategist. Noticing Xiao Changye's apparent indifference towards him, Qin Han sought an excuse to inspect military affairs and left the commander's residence to visit the army encampment outside the city. The vast western courtyard was deserted, prompting Xiao Changye to pull up a chair and sit before Qin Chaoyun's door, closing his eyes to bask in the sunlight. A guard spotted him and reported back to Shui Yuanba, reinforcing Shui Yuanba's suspicions regarding Xiao Changye's affinity for men. He hurriedly instructed his subordinates to summon the two courtesans they had arranged the previous night for some training, ensuring they would be ready to cater to Xiao Changye later that evening. As Qin Chaoyun emerged from her room, recalling the events of the previous night, her face flushed with embarrassment. Upon seeing Xiao Changye peacefully asleep in the chair, arms crossed, she felt a pang of affection. He was watching over her so she could rest soundly. Qin Chaoyun hurried back inside her room. At the slightest sound, Xiao Changye awoke, a habit ingrained from years on the battlefield. However, he feigned sleep to gauge her intentions. Qin Chaoyun returned with a light blanket, gently draping it over Xiao Changye and tucking in the corners. As he felt her tenderness, warmth spread through his heart. Being with the one he loved filled him with a sweetness akin to honey overflowing. Ah, how he wished for this feeling to endure. Thus, when Qin Chaoyun made to leave, Xiao Changye grasped her hand, imploring, "Do not go, let us linger a while longer." Startled, Qin Chaoyun exclaimed, "You are awake, I will fetch a stool to join you in the sunlight." "No need to move, sit here." Xiao Changye lifted the blanket, wrapping Qin Chaoyun within it on his lap, asking, "Is this to your liking?" Qin Chaoyun's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. It is broad daylight. "How can you be so forward? Fear not, I merely wish to hold you like this until the end of time." Qin Chaoyun's heart raced, and she struggled to break free but found herself unable to escape. "You scoundrel, release me at once, or I shall be quite vexed." Seeing her serious demeanor, Xiao Changye reluctantly let her go, though his hands lingered on her, slowly withdrawing as she pulled away, clutching the blanket. Qin Chaoyun retreated into her room, shutting the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she held the blanket close, her heart tumultuous as if a storm raged within. She yearned to understand the reason behind her feelings, yet her mind was consumed by Xiao Changye's words and actions, leaving her unable to think clearly. "Chaoyun, are you hungry? I shall have them bring us some food." "Chaoyun, freshen up. Let us head to the military camp. Chaoyun, Tao Hong, and Huang Chao have gone to explore the streets. Shall we join them?" No matter how Xiao Changye called out, Qin Chaoyun remained unwilling to emerge. Was she shy? A smile blossomed on Xiao Changye's face. Chapter 66. What does it truly feel like to be fond of someone? Qin Chaoyun's face felt ablaze. Had she truly developed feelings? If she stepped outside now, what would he think upon seeing her flustered complexion? Would he assume that she too harbored feelings for him? But what did it truly mean to be fond of someone? She had never experienced it, unable to articulate her emotions or admit to them. Alas, perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. An ugly bride must meet her in-laws. Oh, how foolish! Who is a bride here? Such nonsense! Tao Hong and Huang Chao had spent the day together, savoring beef buns, candied hawthorn, and leisurely strolling through the vibrant streets. They returned just before noon, reluctant to part ways. Huang Chao gazed at the lively girl before him, his heart melting into a puddle. Tao Hong, unlike a typical servant, was warm and generous, displaying wit and charm. While she might not possess the artifice of a noble lady, she was in no way inferior to them. We should return. The young lady must be wondering about me," Tao Hong said, equally reluctant to leave. Having someone who would cater to her every whim was exhilarating. As they entered the western courtyard of the commander's residence, they spotted Xiao Changye standing guard outside Qin Chaoyun's door. Just as she was about to step out, "Young lady, why is your face so flushed? Are you cold? You mustn't catch frostbite. Let me warm you," Tao Hong exclaimed, extending her hands, still carrying the scent of the kitchen, toward Qin Chaoyun's face. Qin Chaoyun quickly recoiled. "Your dirty hands, do not touch me." With a serious expression, she turned to Xiao Changye. "Commander Xiao, where shall we wander today? Let us meander aimlessly. The day is already advanced, and we have made no preparations." Huang Chao, relay the order to prepare ample provisions for tomorrow's journey. Also inquire with Qin Chaogang about the status of the wooden cages for the prisoners. In response to Commander Xiao, when Tao Hong and I visited the military prison, we found that construction is still underway. One cage has been completed. That is good to hear. Please inform Qin Chaogang that as soon as the remaining cages are finished, we shall set forth immediately. Understood. Huang Chao reluctantly departed from their company to seek out Qin Chaogang. Upon reflection, he realized he could not afford to dally. He must urgently convey his message to Qin Chaogang before returning to them. With this thought in mind, he hastened his steed onward. Xiao Shuai, we dined on beef dumplings today, and it's nearly noon. What delicious fare shall we indulge in next? Tao Hong spoke on behalf of the young lady, who was feeling peckish. Haha, you mischievous girl, is your mistress truly hungry after rising so late? Xiao Changyi teased. Of course I am. I feel as though I might wither away from hunger. Qin Xiaoyun exclaimed, patting her belly to emphasize her plight. The trio mounted their horses and trotted leisurely down the bustling street, with no military conflicts in the border town and the new year approaching. The streets were imbued with a rare festive spirit. As they approached the entrance of Yi Er Nyang's restaurant, they found the door ajar, leaving only a narrow gap for entry. A sign was propped outside, boldly stating the words temporarily closed in strong, vigorous characters. Xiao Changyi exchanged glances with Qin Xiaoyun, recognizing the astonishment reflected in her eyes. Qin Xiaoyun dismounted first, declaring, Xiao Shuai, I shall venture inside to take a look. She squeezed through the narrow opening. The lean man who had previously assisted Yi Er Nyang was there, dozing. Upon seeing someone enter, he was momentarily startled, instinctively reaching for a broom. However, upon recognizing Qin Xiaoyun, he chuckled. You all should return in a few days. The proprietress has stepped out for a while. Very well. May I inquire your name, old sir? She asked politely. The man quickly rose and bowed. I am unworthy to be called so. My name is Yang Er, a childhood friend of Yang Rang. Has the proprietress mentioned when she will return? I cannot say for certain. If you wish to savor her knife-cut noodles, it may be difficult. Understood, we shall take our leave. Xiao Changyi and Tao Hong remained silent, observing Yang Er's every move. They noted his initial panic, which later gave way to a more composed demeanor, when the conversation turned to Yi Er Nyang's whereabouts. His eyes flickered, hinting at a concealed secret. However, they refrained from probing further, choosing to depart as ordinary patrons. Once outside, they felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Despite scanning their surroundings, they could discern no one. Xiao Yun, do you notice anything amiss? Xiao Changyi whispered, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Surely something is afoot. Let us retreat to a more secluded area for further analysis. Then let us head to our camp outside the city. Gather your subordinates, and let us employ our imaginations to predict what might transpire. Agreed. Qin Xiaoyun spurred her horse towards the city gates, feeling a longing for her strategists. In the Qin Han camp, everyone sat on the ground atop leather mats. Xiao Changyi occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Qin Han and Qin Xiaoyun. With her strategists, Tao Hong, Zhang De, Zhang Zemin, Zhang Zejun, Luo Chubing, and Shi Buji arrayed before them, Xiao Changyi scanned the gathered individuals, his gaze settling upon Zhang Da's countenance. From the moment he had captured Intuha, he had considered Zhang Di an ally, though his identity often evoked a sense of unreality. This feeling must be dispelled, otherwise suspicion could sow discord among the troops. Thus, he proclaimed Zhang Di, accompany me outside for a moment. Zhang Da's eyes instinctively darted towards Qin Xiaoyun, silently pleading for her to intercede. Fearing a solitary meeting with Xiao Changyi, however, Qin Xiaoyun harbored her own doubts regarding Zhang De. Choosing instead to feign interest in her tea, evading his gaze, the others, bewildered, turned their attention to Xiao Changyi. He stepped outside first, and Zhang De reluctantly followed. Tao Hong peered through the tent flap, noticing them stop at a distance, where Xiao Changyi appeared to be speaking. Though they could not hear the words, they soon witnessed Zhang De kneel, only to be pulled to his feet by Xiao Changyi moments later. Xiao Changyi glanced back towards the tent, causing Tao Hong to quickly withdraw. To her surprise, she found Qin Han and others craning their necks to catch a glimpse, when Xiao Changyi and Zhang De returned. Everyone hastily resumed their positions. Xiao Changyi's expression had shifted from stern to considerably more relaxed. Since yesterday, Xiao Yun and I have encountered a peculiar situation, Xiao Changyi announced. The strategists, except for Zhang Di, exchanged puzzled looks, wondering why Xiao Shuai addressed Qin Xiaoyun so familiarly. Xiao Yun, please stand and reintroduce yourself, Xiao Changyi urged with a smile. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaoyun rose and stammered. Xiao Shuai, please refrain from undermining my dignity, speak freely. If you are capable, you need not fear the opinions of others. Xiao Changyi chuckled. Very well, Qin Xiaoyun said, smoothing her hair from beneath her hat. I am Qin Xiaoyun, female, 17 years of age. This gentleman is my father. You are likely aware of my elder and second brothers. My elder brother is Qin Xiaofeng, and my second brother is Qin Xiaogang. Indeed, she is the very Qin Xiaoyun for whom this king intends to exchange his throne for her freedom, de Fenggui's sole female strategist, a woman of remarkable talent, he declared. While they may not have been familiar with Qin Xiaoyun, the tale of Xiao Changyi trading his title for a married woman was well known, thus, astonished glances were cast all around. Including from Qin Han, who appeared equally bewildered. Xiao Changyi noted that only Zhang De remained unperturbed, his expression one of admiration and reverence towards Qin Xiaoyun. Clearing his throat, Xiao Changyi subtly indicated that Zhang De should refrain from such open admiration. Prompting Zhang De to lower his head, adopting a meek demeanor, "Tell me, does Qin Xiaoyun merit my exchange of the title of Lai Shan Wang?" Chapter 67. Xiao Changyi assumes his father's role. The assembly exchanged glances. How were they to respond to such a question? Consider this: a long-standing issue has been resolved thanks to Qin Xiaoyun, who has apprehended 2 generals of the West Rhone. It is likely that they will not appoint new generals in the near future. Yet, within their hearts, they quietly mused that despite Qin Xiaoyun's formidable command, without Xiao Shuai's meticulous orchestration of their recent maneuvers, capturing the enemy generals would not have been so effortless. It was clear that he wished to bestow credit upon Qin Xiaoyun without due acknowledgement of his own contributions. However, none dared voice their thoughts. Qin Xiaoyun interjected, "Xiao Shuai is far too humble. No wonder he has managed to bring a temporary cessation of hostilities in the southern territories." Returning to the matter at hand, has Huang Chao returned? Xiao Changyi called out towards the tent entrance. Reporting to Xiao Shuai, "I have arrived." Huang Chao stepped forward, having long been present but refraining from interrupting their military discussions to present the imperial decree. Huang Chao strode in, retrieving the ever-present bundle from his back. Kneeling with one knee as he presented it with both hands, Xiao Changyi accepted it and, after rummaging through its contents, unveiled an imperial edict. The onlookers exchanged glances, their thoughts questioning the worth of the decree that required such a cumbersome package. Holding the edict aloft, Xiao Changyi announced, "All officials, heed the decree." In a flurry, everyone knelt, astonished that they could receive an imperial edict so soon after arriving at the military encampment. This would undoubtedly afford them some prestige when recounting their exploits to outsiders. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, due to the suspicious circumstances surrounding the death of former West Rhone commander Peng Bang, Lai Shan Wang, Xiao Changyi is tasked with investigation. All individuals involved are to be apprehended. Xiao Changyi shall act in his father's stead, possessing the authority to execute before reporting, thus decreed. Upon hearing this, the assembly realized the gravity of the situation. They were to engage in an investigation while also preparing to confront the West Rhone. "Is everyone clear on this matter?" Xiao Changyi inquired. While they grasped the meaning, Zhang De was the first to raise his head and ask, "But where do we begin our inquiry?" "Precisely the point I wish to address," Xiao Changyi replied. "Yesterday evening, Xiaoyun and I, along with others, visited Yi Er Nyang's noodle shop, where she shared much about Commander Peng's military campaign. Her husband went missing after participating in that battle, and despite searching the battlefield afterward, his body was never found. She suspects foul play was involved. Earlier today, as we passed her restaurant, we discovered she had left in haste and would not be returning for some time, leaving only her subordinate Yang Er behind. Yang Er raises numerous suspicions. He is skilled in martial arts and possesses a keen awareness." Huang Chao, "Have you assigned someone to keep watch over him?" "I have stationed a dozen men to monitor him in shifts. However, it appears others are also observing him, likely from Shui Shui's residence. Do not concern yourselves with who is watching him, including them. Keep a close eye on him. Should anything unusual occur, report to me immediately." "Yes," Huang Chao affirmed before hastily departing to execute the orders. He was determined not to miss this opportunity for discussion, hoping to glean valuable insights from this assembly of strategists. Furthermore, Yi Er Nyang's true identity is that of a bandit from Wang Xianfeng, who, after being recruited by Commander Peng, accompanied him to Yichu. She had aspirations of making her mark, but with Peng's demise and her husband's disappearance, it is indeed a tragic affair. Now let us analyze whether Commander Peng's death is connected to Yi Er Nyang's husband, Yang Rang, or explore other possibilities. Indeed, we must primarily investigate how that arrow struck Commander Peng. Much like our successful capture of the 2 West Rhone generals, we must have had a plan in place to achieve such precision. Qin Han interjected. "Father Xiao Shuai, based on my analysis, the archer must have been acquainted with Commander Peng. Only in a state of unpreparedness could one strike his throat from the front, otherwise, such accuracy would be impossible. And he would not have let his guard down," Qin Xiaoyun added, no longer concealing her identity, openly referring to Qin Han as her father in front of the assembly. Zhang De glanced between Xiao Changyi and Qin Xiaoyun. hesitating before stating, from my perspective, any bandit who has undergone a transformation would never betray their leader. Thus, it is improbable that Yang Rang was the one who shot Commander Peng. I believe we should summon a few of Commander Peng's guards for questioning to uncover the truth of the matter. Luo Chubing suggested weakly. However, Huang Chao interjected, according to information I gathered in Yichu City and its surroundings, during the battle at Hulangu, Commander Peng found himself trapped between two encirclements. The 5,000 elite troops he commanded engaged in 2 skirmishes with the Western Rome on the prairie, suffering losses exceeding 1,000 men upon their return to the Valley of Tigers and Wolves. They numbered barely over 3,000, and they had endured several days of hunger, leaving them too weak to continue fighting. All the soldiers perished in that place, including Yang Rang. Now, there are no witnesses to be found. What about asking General Shui? It is too late to inquire. What a question you ask. It was well known that General Peng and Deputy General Shui were at odds. How could he possibly come to his aid? If he had, wouldn't General Peng have survived? Zhang Zemin was the first to voice his dissent. To it is indeed too late, interjected another. Then let us seek the reason from Deputy General Shui. Since they chose not to rescue General Peng, there must be a rationale behind their inaction. If Shui intended to eliminate Peng, what means do you think they would employ? Well, the discussion has been ignited. Let us continue, Xiao Changye spoke. Of course, they would secretly lay traps, exhausting every method to ensure General Peng's disappearance. Zhang Zijuan added, thus to vie for the command or to monopolize power, they would stop at nothing. Even hiring a sharpshooter to assassinate General Peng, would it not serve 2 purposes? Well then, the focus has shifted to the sharpshooter. Huang Chao, swiftly send someone to investigate the sharpshooters in General Shui's ranks. Certainly, Huang Chao replied promptly and hastily departed. It is quite easy to uncover the identity of a sharpshooter. A mere inquiry within the ranks will yield results, though it must be done discreetly and will require some time. This line of inquiry concludes here, and we shall await the results of the investigation. Conversely, let us explore other avenues. I propose, what if the arrow was shot by Yang Rang? Qin Chaoyun glanced at Zhang De, urging him not to defend him prematurely. I am merely speculating. What if it were indeed Yang Rang who shot it, he would not have returned to the army. If he did return, Deputy General Shui would assuredly eliminate him to silence him. Zhang De rose, visibly agitated. This aligns perfectly. He is currently missing. Furthermore, his wife, Yi Ernyang, is in a state of panic. One could say she is also fleeing, now lost to the winds. Xiao Changye declared, swiftly apprehend Yang Er. Qin Chaoyun stood and ran outside. Xiao Changye was startled. Indeed, Yi Ernyang and Yang Er are ostensibly neighbors and subordinates, yet in truth, they share a master-servant relationship. He should possess knowledge of his master's every move. Xiao Changye pursued him outside. The others remained in the tent, dazed. Should they follow them or wait here? Jin Han spoke, advising everyone to simply wait and continue their analysis. Chapter 68. My husband cannot speak. The group found themselves in a quandary. Analyzing while entrusting the eloquent Zhang Zemin to document their deliberations for General Xiao and the strategist upon their return, Qin Chaoyun and Xiao Changye galloped down the streets of Yichu. The winter wind lifting their skirts, the biting breeze failing to hinder their speed, their instincts warned them that something was amiss with Yang Er. Indeed, upon reaching the entrance of Yi Ernyang's tavern, they found a crowd gathered. Just as they were about to dismount, Huang Chao arrived on horseback, waving to them, prompting them to follow him to a secluded alleyway. There, Huang Chao leaned in closely and whispered, General Xiao. Strategist, although we have men monitoring the situation, Shui Yuanbai's speed is formidable. He dispatched agents to capture Yang Er, who leapt onto the rooftop and fled. Both our men and Shui Yuanbai are in pursuit. He reached the city wall and jumped down. We assumed he would break a leg, yet he landed and immediately ran off. By the time we descended the wall to give chase, he had vanished without a trace. Oh, what a pity, we were a step too late. Let us return to the camp and continue our analysis, Xiao Changye declared it. Upon their return to the camp, the atmosphere of discussion remained fervent. Xiao Changye picked up Zhang Zemin's notes on the discussion. One point catching his attention, something Zhang De had said. He mentioned that any bandit who submits and surrenders seeks to achieve great merit. If they are forced out of the camp, they may revert to their old ways. Qin Chaoyun noted this as well, furrowing her brow and thought, General Xiao, does this imply that Yi Ernyang has returned to Wangxian Peak? Could it be that she received word from her husband and rushed to meet him? It is indeed a possibility, yet this remains mere speculation. Shall we not venture to Wangxian Peak now? Seize the opportunity while we can. Let us go. Xiao Changye grasped Qin Chaoyun's arm, urgently advising, Chaoyun, do not be hasty. If we depart, we must first devise a plan to avoid raising Shui Yuanbai's suspicions. If we confront him head-on, we may not be his match. Very well, we shall lead General Xiao's arrangements. Qin Xiaoyun's bright eyes turned towards him, causing Xiao Changye's heart to flutter. The sensation of yearning, akin to a restless itch, left him feeling uneasy. He resolved to expedite the resolution of affairs at the border, so he might return to the capital to propose to Xiaoyun. Thus Xiao Changye orchestrated a plan and, alongside Qin Xiaoyun, donned simple coarse garments, disguising themselves as an ordinary couple from the border region. Tao Huang also reverted to her female guise, posing as a maid, while Huang Chao remained as their attendant. Their destination was Wangxian Peak. Riding together, Xiao Changye glanced at Qin Xiaoyun beside him, although clad in rough fabric. Her innate grace could not be concealed. He hoped this mission would take longer, allowing him to spend more time with Xiaoyun. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoyun, Xiao Changye harbored such impure thoughts. She was blissfully reveling in the freedom of their journey. Her youthful spirit fully expressed, they continued westward, while Qin Han dispatched a small contingent to change posts with Qin Yong at the Valley of Tigers and Wolves. The banner of the small team bore a prominent character, Xiao. After traveling for half the afternoon, as dusk approached, they sought lodging at a roadside inn. With one more day's journey, they would reach the borders of Wangxian Peak by tomorrow evening. That evening, Shui Yuanba himself came to invite Xiao Changye to the general's house for a drink. Qin Han remarked, General Zhao's previous fever has yet to fully subside, after days of exhausting travel. He has just rested. Shall I inform you when he awakens? There is no need to trouble General Xiao to rise. I take my leave. Shui Yuanba behaved like a cat before Xiao Changye, yet referred to himself as this general in front of Qin Han, revealing his extreme arrogance. Deputy General Shui, do take care. Qin Han was unabashed. With a fiery temperament, he could not abide insolence. He held Shui Yuanba in contempt, and the feeling was mutual. Shui Yuanba spent the night in contemplation and came to a sudden realization. Previously, Xiao Changye had feigned illness while secretly orchestrating significant events. Surely, this time he was likewise pretending to be unwell, employing the same clumsy excuse as before. Thus, early the next morning, Shui Yuanba returned to the military camp, this time met by Qin Yong. Currently, Qin Yong was patrolling the vicinity of Lion Pass in the Valley of Tigers and Wolves, responding to any threats that arose. Having received word the previous evening from those dispatched to patrol the Valley of Tigers and Wolves, he had returned directly. He was well equipped to handle Deputy General Shui. Qin Yong clasped his fist in greeting, addressing Shui Yuanba. I, a humble soldier, salute you, Deputy General. Enough of that. I have matters to discuss with General Xiao. Please convey my message to him. Since last night, General Xiao has been resting. Would you like me to wake him? No need for that. I shall wait here until he awakens. This time, Shui Yuanba had learned his lesson. He intended to wait for Xiao Changye, not leaving until he had laid eyes on him. Without seeing him, he could not quell his unease. Meanwhile, within Xiao Changye's tent, Luo Xubing lay behind the tent curtain feigning illness, while several strategists were brewing herbal medicine, ready to administer it once Xiao Changye awakened. The scent of the herbs wafted from the tent, which Shui Yuanba caught a whiff of. Feeling the cold outside, he sought warmth in Qin Yong's tent. Xiao Changye and Qin Xiaoyun arose early, having a simple meal at the inn before extracting a topographical map and studying it for a while, then mounted their horses and set off towards Wangxian Peak. Wangxian Peak lies to the west of Yizhu City, approximately 500 miles away. Now, if they continued on their path, they would soon reach the foot of the mountain, not be by the time of the Shen hour. They arrived at Wangxian Peak. The group gazed at the undulating mountains before them, then glanced back at the map, which indicated 3 peaks, yet now appeared as countless rolling hills. The mountains were densely forested, leaving them uncertain of where to search. They had no choice but to stop and inquire in a nearby village. Approaching a village, they spotted an elderly man sitting at the entrance basking in the sun. Xiao Changye and his companions promptly dismounted. Xiao Changye stepped forward and bowed deeply. Elder, may I inquire about something? Seeing someone seeking directions, the old man responded warmly. Please, traveler, ask away. Was this area previously plagued by horse bandits? My family and I wish to traverse the territory of Wangxian Peak and fear being robbed. The old man squinted, scrutinizing them closely, noticing their distinguished appearance. Despite their coarse garments, their noble aura could not be concealed. Oh, you seek information about Wangxian Peak. 3 years ago, the bandit leader and his wife surrendered to the Great Feng Kingdom. As of now, there should be no more bandits on the mountain. Then, Elder, how may we ascend Wangxian Peak? What business do you have up there? The old man queried warily. Xiao Changye found himself momentarily at a loss. Indeed, what purpose could they have in going there? How could he have posed such a foolish question? Qin Xiaoyun, noticing Xiao Changye's hesitation, stepped forward with a bright smile and offered a curtsy. Elder, my husband is not very articulate. What he meant to ask is, should there still be bandits on Wangxian Peak? From which entrance would they descend? That way, we can avoid them. The term husband sent Xiao Changye's heart soaring. he longed to hear her voice call him once more. The old man, smiling, replied, "Young lady, if you continue west for 3 miles, you will find a road leading up to Wangxian Peak. That is the path the bandits would take when descending. However, they have not returned in 3 years. It is said they all perished on the battlefield, and the road has become difficult to traverse due to rain. Alas, good people often meet with untimely ends." Xiao Changye and his companions bid farewell to the elder and set off westward. Covering the 3-mile journey in a short while. From a distance, they spotted a broad path descending from the mountain, rendered uneven and pockmarked by the mountain floods over the past 3 years. Xiao Changye instructed everyone to dismount far from the road and tether their horses amidst the trees, ensuring they were not visible to passers-by. Silently they approached the side of the horse path, where they discovered a chaotic array of hoofprints imprinted upon the newly fallen light snow. Chapter 69. I kindly ask you to be more serious in the future, having been seasoned by countless battles. Xiao Changye crouched down to meticulously analyze the hoofprints, discerning that only 2 horses had passed. This indicated that one belonged to Yi Yang and the other to Yang Rang. Yang Rang is alive. Qin Chaoyun gasped, "Look, the hoofprint of this horse is deeper in the snow, evidently ridden by a heavier man. The other hoofprint is shallower, clearly belonging to the petite Yi Yang. Quickly ride up the mountain and pursue them." Xiao Changye commanded, prompting everyone to hasten into the woods to find their horses and follow him up the mountain path. As they reached the halfway point, rounding a bend, they beheld a cluster of grass huts ahead. Perhaps due to 3 years of neglect, the grass atop the huts fluttered in the northern wind, with some structures revealing their beams. The sight of the numerous grass huts suggested that Yang Rang's group had once been quite substantial. In this lawless territory, it was an ideal place to consolidate power. Qin Chaoyun inwardly lamented, pondering how carefree it would be to be a leader of bandits. Why should she involve herself in the matters of the battlefield? Surely, her husband must be out of his mind, yet she dared not voice such thoughts, fearing Xiao Changye would brand her with a royal title. As they approached the structures, the 4 dismounted and tethered their horses to the ubiquitous hitching posts. Confidently advancing towards the buildings, since only Yang Rang and Yi Yang were hiding here, and they were 4 in number, there was no need for fear. They could proceed boldly within. Gradually, a wide path emerged, flanked by orderly grass huts shrouded in a thin layer of snow, which lent the scene an eerie tranquility. The absence of human presence and the warmth of fire created a rather unsettling atmosphere. As they walked quietly along the once bustling street, it seemed as though the sounds of robust men drinking and issuing orders, the whinnies of warhorses, and the thundering hooves of scouts reporting on the battles echoed in their ears. All these sensations washing over them, the deeper they ventured, the more Qin Chaoyun felt as if someone was tailing them, lurking somewhere in the dilapidated structures, ready to strike at any moment. Unconsciously, she edged closer to Xiao Changye, who, sensing her unease, grasped her hand, using his warmth to soothe her tension. Tao Hong also felt apprehensive, as it was only natural for a girl to be timid. Huang Chao attempted to mimic his master's actions by reaching for Tao Hong's hand, but she swiftly rebuffed him. She was not so easily entrusted to a man's care. She aspired to be a general, after all, with grand ambitions. When they reached the end of the path, they encountered a steep cliff, its surface dotted with protruding points, adorned with patches of white snow. Had there been no snow, these protrusions could have served as footholds for climbing the cliff. Before the cliff lay a vast, flat expanse where a few stone stumps rested, clearly a former resting place for travelers, yet the hoofprints had vanished here. Xiao Changye and the others were greatly perplexed, with the cliff ahead and no signs of retreat from the horses. Could it be that they had entered the cliff itself? Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyun approached and knocked on the cliff, which emitted a dull sound, indicating it was far from hollow. Chaoyun, with your strategist's mind, can you deduce where they might have gone? Only then did Qin Chaoyun realize that Xiao Changye was still holding her hand, causing her to shyly withdraw it. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Xiao Shui, please be more serious in public in the future." Oh, so does that mean I can be less serious when we are not in public? Xiao Changye teased, narrowing his elongated eyes playfully. Look, your lack of seriousness has distracted me from my thoughts. Ahem. Tao Hong cleared her throat from behind, reminding them that others were present and that they need not be so intimate. Chaoyun's embarrassment deepened, her face resembling a bloom of rouge. Xiao Changye felt an overwhelming desire to touch her, and even to take a bite. Qin Chaoyun turned her face away from the others and began to explore the cliff's surface. Without needing her to speak, everyone understood that Yi Yang and Yang Rang had certainly entered the cliff, but they had yet to find the mechanism to access it. They hurriedly began to search, but after a lengthy effort, they had yet to uncover the switch for the stone door. Meanwhile, their stomachs grumbled with hunger from the run. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to starve, miss, please give me something to eat, Tao Hong exclaimed, disregarding her image as she sat on a stone stump before the cliff. The stump shifted slightly under her weight. But Tao Hong paid it no mind. All right, Huang, go fetch provisions from the horses, Xiao Changye instructed. Yes, Huang Chao responded and headed towards the hitching post. At that moment, they had ventured deep into the den of bandits. Still a distance away from the place where the horses were tethered. As Huang Chao approached the horses, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past. He quickly employed his lightness skill to pursue it. But the figure moved too swiftly, leaving him only to glimpse its retreating form. Fearing for his master's safety, Huang Chao mounted his horse, taking the reins of the 3 horses in hand, and galloped towards the cliff. Upon reaching them, he immediately dismounted and reported, Xiao Shuai, just now a figure was loitering near the horses. Upon spotting me, it fled into the woods. I pursued but could not catch up. Though it seemed very much like Yang Er, they quickly deduced that Yang Er had come looking for his master and upon seeing them, had taken flight. They hastily mounted their horses to pursue Yang Er. When they arrived at the spot where the horses were tied, they noticed a row of footprints intermingled with the hoofprints, remarkably distinct. After comparing, they confirmed these were not their own and decided to follow the trail. As they ventured into the dense woods, Xiao Changye cautioned, do not pursue too recklessly, be wary of ambushes. Upon returning, they discovered that their own hoofprints had been obscured by another layer of hoofprints. All heading downhill. Oh no, we've fallen for a decoy, Qin Xiaoyun lamented, striking her forehead, and I called myself the foremost strategist of the Dauphin Kingdom. How foolish, Xiao Changye chuckled lightly. Stop hitting yourself, you'll only make yourself more foolish. Please, Xiao Shuai, do not mock me. What do you propose we do now? You must have made a miscalculation as well, Qin Xiaoyun retorted. Just right, we shall follow the hoofprints, surely we can catch up with them. I refuse to believe my steed Wuzhu cannot outrun the nimble little horse. All right, pursue, Qin Xiaoyun declared, turning her horse's head and galloping ahead. Oh dear, I'm so hungry, Tao Hong sighed dramatically. Tao Hong, when we reach the foot of the mountain, I shall treat you to some delicious beef offal soup, fragrant and delightful, Huang Chao assured her as he urged his horse alongside Tao Hong's. Don't say that, the more you speak of it, the hungrier I become. The 4 continued to chase after the hoofprints until they reached the main road at the mountain's base. Thankfully, this area was sparsely populated, and after the snowfall, few riders had passed through. They followed the newly imprinted hoofprints westward, running for over 10 miles until they arrived at a fork in the road. Observing the prints, they noted that 2 horses had diverged in different directions. Xiao Changye commanded, Old Huang, you take Tao Hong that way, I will go with Xiaoyun this way. Understood. The 2 groups swiftly galloped down their respective paths. After running roughly another 10 miles, they encountered a forest, where a snow-white horse suddenly came into view. On its back lay a figure clad in women's garments, motionless. Chapter 70. The snow-white blood-sweating horse. The white horse snorted, foraging for grass in the snow. Appearing utterly unperturbed, however, the woman draped over its back, her sleeves trailing on the ground, remained completely still. Could she be dead? Qin Xiaoyun speculated. Let us go take a closer look, Xiao Changye urged, spurring his horse forward, drawing his sword and pointing it at the figure on the horse. Yet, the person did not stir. Xiao Changye prodded at her clothing with his sword only to reveal it was merely clothing, a large pillow dressed in women's attire. A ruse to draw them away. Xiaoyun caught up, fuming. These 2, what tricks are they trying to play? They surely have something to hide from us. This horse is quite fine, Xiaoyun, do you wish to have it? Xiao Changye circled the white horse, exclaiming, look at it, a snow-white blood-sweating steed, truly a rare sight. I do. Xiaoyun dismounted and approached the white horse. She had long desired a fine steed, one her master had vowed to gift her. Though he likely forgot as the years passed, this magnificent horse was not to be missed. Regardless of its owner, if she claimed it, it would be hers, and she could always compensate with silver. Meanwhile, Xiao Changye used his sword to lift a tuft of dry grass, enticing the white horse to come closer. Qin Xiaoyun stealthily approached the horse, seizing its reins. Sensing danger, the horse kicked at her, prompting her to dodge. Yet, once the horse calmed slightly, she leapt onto its back and secured herself tightly to the iron saddle. A fine horse is spirited and recognizes its master, thus it bucked and reared. Attempting to dislodge its rider, however, Qin Xiaoyun's riding skills were honed through rigorous practice. She clamped her legs tightly around the horse's belly, gripping the iron saddle with one hand to prevent being thrown off, while the other hand firmly held the reins, ensuring the horse would not gallop away. Despite the white horse's vigorous attempts to throw her off, it could only prance in place for about an hour, until it was drenched in sweat, yet it failed to unseat Qin Xiaoyun. Watching this unfold, Xiao Changye felt a mix of concern and thrill. He had intended to dismount and assist her in taming the horse, But he had not anticipated her speed and agility. They battled for approximately an hour, and Qin Chaoyun felt as if her very bottom no longer belonged to her. The strength in her hands gradually waned, and she feared that should she loosen her grip, she would fall from the horse and be trampled to death. Chaoyun, hold on, Xiao Changye encouraged her. He attempted to approach the white horse several times, only to be kicked back, unable to get near its side. It wasn't until the horse's steps slowed from exhaustion that he finally drew near and grasped the reins. Chaoyun, weary and on the verge of collapse, felt Xiao Changye swiftly dismount and support her descent. Her legs no longer obeyed her commands, and she leaned heavily into Xiao Changye's embrace. Despite the biting cold, she was drenched in sweat. Chaoyun, are you all right? Xiao Changye asked with concern, holding her close to prevent her from falling. I'm fine, just nearly tossed off by the horse, she replied, unable to move in his arms but still teasingly said, You're retaking advantage of me, let go. I truly will let go. Xiao Changye feigned, causing Qin Chaoyun to instinctively clutch his neck. Stop, don't speak, let me catch my breath. The white horse then knelt with a thud. Clearly exhausted, perhaps no less than Chaoyun herself, Xiao Changye sat down on the ground, cradling Qin Chaoyun in his arms, allowing her to rest more comfortably. Half reclining against him, she caught him gazing at her with tender affection. She dared not meet his eyes, instead turning her gaze to the white horse. In his embrace, Xiao Changye felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The world around them was a vast expanse of white, with only the two of them, leaning against one another, until the end of time. After a considerable pause, Qin Chaoyun finally regained some strength and looked at the white horse, pondering, what shall we name it? How about Chasing Wind, or Catching Shadows? Let us go with Chasing Wind. Mine shall be Wuzhu, and yours will be Chasing Wind. What lovely names they are, she concluded. Very well, then, it shall be Chasing Wind, Xiao Changye replied, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, his chiseled features softening with mirth. Naming the horse felt akin to a couple bestowing a name upon their child. Wuzhu, Chasing Wind, such harmonious names, like a pair of lovers. You must be hungry, allow me to fetch you something to eat. Xiao Changye rose with Qin Chaoyun in his arms, heading toward his horse, Wuzhu. They had prepared flatbread and yak jerky to avoid missing an opportunity for a meal. Xiao Changye handed her a pouch of water, and after taking a few sips, she offered it back to him. He took a couple of gulps, causing Chaoyun to gasp, You drank from it? Aren't you worried it's dirty? Not in the least, he replied, producing a piece of yak jerky to feed her. Startled, Qin Chaoyun wriggled away, exclaiming, Xiao Shuai, please forgive my emotional clumsiness, otherwise I wouldn't be seeking a divorce. She emphasized the last words, her heart swelling with unexpressed grievances. Though she did not reject his closeness and even relished it, societal conventions and prejudice forbade their union. Given that genuine feelings yielded no desired outcome, it was perhaps wise to withdraw now. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, but now, upon witnessing the drastic change in her expression, Xiao Changye was left puzzled as to what had offended her. If you're not going to eat, shall we return? He asked. Can you still ride? Chaoyun replied with a bitter smile, I must ride, or how else would I bring Chasing Wind back? I can lead both horses with one hand while holding you with the other. We can share a mount, that is unnecessary, she replied resolutely. If they were to cease entangling with one another, it was time to establish boundaries, yet, the thought of not being able to draw near him made her heart ache. Alright, I'll help you mount. Which horse would you like to ride? The white one. While it fears me, I shall let it fear me a bit longer. With Xiao Changye's support, Qin Chaoyun awkwardly climbed onto Chasing Wind. As soon as she settled into the saddle, she grimaced. To alleviate the discomfort, she perched herself upright, standing on the stirrups, and cheerfully declared, Look, this way of riding is quite dashing. She squeezed the horse's belly, and Chasing Wind sprang into action, galloping forward with a lightness and steadiness that seemed to erase the memory of their earlier tumult. What a splendid horse, Chaoyun exclaimed, the wind at her back lifting her skirts elegantly. Xiao Changye had no choice but to lead the other horse, following her as they made their way back. Their time alone was drawing to a close. At the fork in the road, Tao Hong and Huang Chao awaited them. Huang Chao presented a letter to Xiao Changye, stating, Xiao Shuai, Tao Hong and I could not catch that horse. We were nearly shot by Tao Hong, and we found this letter on the dummy in its saddle. Xiao Changye tossed the reins of the other horse to Huang Chao and unfolded the letter. The essence of the letter read, I am Yang Rang, though I did not slay Peng Shuai. I bear significant responsibility for his death. I shall repay what I owe Peng Shuai throughout my life. Knowing you are Xiao Shuai, I implore you to spare our lives and allow us to repay you later. After reading the letter, Xiao Changye handed it to Chaoyun. She frowned upon reading it, realizing that Peng Shuai's demise was indeed intertwined with Yang Rang. Xiao Shuai, shall we pursue him? The battlefield is ever-changing. Peng Shuai has perished. Since Yang Rang expresses remorse, let us trust him for now in these trying times. I believe it prudent to eliminate potential threats swiftly, lest he act against you again. Very well, let us first find a place to dine before we ascend the mountain to uncover the secrets hidden within the cliff. Inside Qin Yong's tent, he diligently refilled tea for Shui Yuanba. Deputy Commander Shui, it is already noon. Shall we dine here or return to the command post? We shall dine here. Qin Duwei, please check if Xiao Shui has awakened. Yes, Qin Yong stepped out to arrange food and drink for Shui Yuanba. He rummaged through the logistics department and retrieved a jar of his family's homemade raw liquor. This liquor was fragrant, soothing to the throat, and did not cause headaches after consumption. However, its main flaw was that it could easily intoxicate if consumed undiluted. It was originally intended for easy transport and was colloquially referred to as drunken donkey. Qin Yong instructed the cook to prepare several hearty dishes with a robust flavor, ensuring Shui Yuanba would need to wash it down with some liquor. If he doesn't believe it, we shall see. Shortly thereafter, dishes were served to Shui Yuanba, and Qin Yong arrived with a jar of fine liquor. Opening the jar released a delightful aroma. Shui Yuanba could not help but sniff in delight. What a fine liquor! Qin Yong poured a large bowl of the liquor into a ceramic cup and said, Deputy Commander Shui, this is the renowned wine from my family's first distillery. Called Qin Family First Brew, please savor it. Shui Yuanba had heard of this wine but had never tasted it. Being a connoisseur of both wine and women, the alluring scent made the wineworm in his belly stir. You are very kind, Qin Duwei. Saying so, he gulped it down and the raw liquor exploded in his mouth, spreading an enticing grainy flavor throughout. He quickly swallowed, savoring the unique taste. Deputy Commander, the chef hails from the capital and specializes in preparing meals for Xiao Shui. You should give it a try, Qin Yong urged, pushing the plate toward Shui Yuanba. Royalty certainly knows how to indulge. Bringing a royal chef to the military camp, he thought, since Xiao Changye enjoyed such luxuries. He too seized the opportunity to sample them. After all, a royal chef's reputation was not to be taken lightly. Shui Yuanba placed a piece of grilled beef in his mouth, and a burst of fresh, salty, numbing, and spicy flavors immediately overwhelmed his palate. He had never tasted anything quite so bold and could not help but exclaim, excellent. Truly worthy of a royal chef. After devouring a piece of meat, he hurriedly reached for more liquor. Such a flavorful meal was a first for him, and it wasn't long before he was thoroughly intoxicated. Qin Yong paid him no mind, only instructing the guards to prepare a warm place for him, ensuring he wouldn't catch a chill. Before departing with his plate, he sampled a piece of grilled beef himself, relishing its spicy and salty flavors, which he found delightful. He quickly made his way to Xiao Shui's tent to jot down the recipe and instructed his attendant to send it to his wife. Zhang Chui'er, in the capital. When Shui Yuanba finally awoke, the moon was already high in the sky. His personal guards had entered several times, but knowing his volatile nature, none dared to wake him. Even the two scouts reporting military updates were pacing anxiously outside, hesitant to enter and rouse him. Upon waking, he called for water, and only then did the guards and scouts dare to enter and report. Qin Yong had long since dispatched someone to keep an eye on them, and everything they said was reported back to him. One scout reported, Report, Deputy Commander, no sign of Xiao Shui at Lion Pass. The other scout added, Report, Deputy Commander, the flag at Wolf Valley is merely for show, no sight of Xiao Shui. Shui Yuanba rubbed his sleepy arms and finally realized where he was, taking a sip of tea. He declared, Useless fools, get out. I shall return to the command post. Since Xiao Shui was nowhere to be found, he intended to indulge himself freely. Before leaving, he requested 2 jars of raw liquor from Qin Yong, which his guards carried for him. Watching Shui Yuanba depart, Qin Yong wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, Good riddance. When Xiao Changye arrived, he caught sight of Shui Yuanba's retreating figure. Qin Chaoyun, no longer concerned about her discomfort, leaped off the horse and rushed towards Qin Yong, exclaiming, Qin Yong, come see my newly acquired steed. Under the moonlight, Qin Yong took a good look and exclaimed, What a magnificent horse! The white horse was long-bodied, broad-backed, and had high gleaming hooves. Despite having run for so long, it remained spirited and full of life. The white horse snorted in the moonlight, exuding an energy reminiscent of a dragon steed. For those who practiced martial arts, encountering a fine horse was akin to discovering a cherished weapon. Qin Yong hurried to the white horse, stroking its sleek coat, which felt as smooth as white silk. What a splendid horse, miss, pray tell, from where did you acquire it? I too desire a steed. What a delightful coincidence. This is indeed my stroke of good fortune. Quickly let someone provide the horse with some fodder, for it has scarcely dined on proper sustenance during our journey. Indeed, Qin Yong personally led the horse towards the stables, cherishing it immensely, eagerly awaiting the moment when the young lady would finish riding, so he might take his turn. Upon seeing Xiao Changye and the others return, the strategists hurriedly called for Luo Tsubing. Despite his lean appearance, which might suggest illness, Luo's snores echoed louder than those of a healthy man. Xiao Changye disdainfully stepped outside, not forgetting to utter a parting remark, "Remove that medicinal odor, and place the snoring one in the snow to rouse him." Qin Yong promptly instructed the cook to prepare the same dishes as those made for Shui Yuanba at noon. To his astonishment, a single command resulted in a feast, since Xiao Changye found the aroma in his tent displeasing. Tables were set outside, illuminated and warmed by several bonfires. Qin Xiaoyun and Tao Hong sat beside the fire to warm themselves. While Xiao Changye instructed Huang Chao to attend to various matters, before long, the cook personally brought the dishes, and Qin Yong carried in the raw liquor himself. Everyone was already famished, eagerly awaiting the moment Xiao Changye concluded his tasks to relish their meal. Upon returning, Xiao Changye noticed Xiaoyun and Tao Hong gazing at him expectantly, and with a smile, he commanded, "Let us begin." Qin Yong sat down to join them, having longed for this moment since witnessing Shui Yuanba's hearty appetite at noon. He poured half a bowl of raw liquor for each person, proclaiming, "This is the treasured brew of our Qin family, the finest of our distillation. Do savor it." Upon hearing it was their family's liquor, Xiaoyun and Tao Hong felt a warm familiarity and could not help but take a sip, only to find their mouths ablaze. Initially, they contemplated spitting it out, but seeing Xiao Changye swallow it down slowly, they followed suit. Die in the military camp, one must embody the spirit of a soldier. Dining on richly seasoned roasted beef and lamb, paired with the strong liquor, indeed offered an extraordinary experience. After consuming merely half a bowl, Xiao Changye ordered that no more be served, for such potent drink was suitable only for celebrations. Overindulgence could lead to unforeseen complications. Casting a glance at Qin Yong, who was tidying the liquor jars, he inquired, "Now tell me, how much of this liquor did you give to Shui Yuanba?" Qin Yong grinned, "Not much, just half a jar. He slept the afternoon away." I knew you were cunning. Did you think to deceive me?" "Deception has been my forte since childhood, and I am quite skilled at it. However, this old fellow is not so easily fooled. He sent people to Lion Pass and Wolf Valley to inquire, but found no trace of you." "I believe he shall return tomorrow." Tao Hong suddenly asked, "Brother, I recall this liquor has another name. What might it be?" Qin Yong swiftly covered his sister's mouth, cautioning, "Do not speak carelessly in front of the prince." Chapter 72. How I Long to Hold Her While Sleeping. Old Huang summoned Qin Xiaogang. Qin Xiaogang also resided within the military camp. He had long heard of his sister's return and intended to visit her. But with the wooden cage cart nearing completion, he needed to oversee the carpenters. Upon hearing the summons from General Xiao, he hurriedly made his way over to General Xiao. "The wooden cage cart is complete. We can escort heir into the capital by tomorrow morning." "Excellent. I shall assign you 1,000 elite soldiers for protection and have the various states send you off, ensuring a safe journey to the capital. Is there anything else you require? Do not hesitate to express it." Reporting to General Xiao, "These two have been making a fuss daily, seemingly eager to see you. I am weary today. I shall meet them when I see you off tomorrow." The others bid their farewells and retired to rest. Inside Xiao Changye's tent, incense had long been lit, and the open tent door wafted a fragrant warmth reminiscent of spring. As Xiao Changye lay down, he contemplated the issue of Aaron, pondering how best to advise the emperor to ensure stability in the western Rong territories. His thoughts drifted to Qin Xiaoyun. The tender sensation lingered in his heart, and he yearned to hold her while sleeping. Yet, with the beauty absent, he could only clutch the blanket tightly before drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, Xiao Changye arose early. As he exited the tent, a profound silence enveloped the camp, broken only by the occasional sound of knives and axes from the kitchen. Circling the military encampment, he paused before Qin Xiaoyun and Tao Hong's tent, contemplating lifting the flap, but ultimately refrained. Turning back towards his own tent, he spotted Qin Xiaogang waiting outside. Upon seeing Xiao Changye approach, he hastily clasped his fists in greeting. "General Xiao, good morning." "Good morning, General Qin. I am eager to return to the capital." Xiao Changye chuckled softly. "Are you so keen on achieving merit? Let me tell you, these two are not easily subdued. You must exercise caution on the journey. Furthermore, remain vigilant against any malicious intent, especially during meals, personal needs, and leisurely moments. Always assign skilled guards to ensure there are no missteps. Remember, should any trouble arise, dispatch a carrier pigeon immediately. I have brought 5 pigeons specifically for you and assigned Deputy Commander Pang Wei and strategists Zheng Zemin and Zhang Zijuan to accompany you. You must heed this: do not purchase food indiscriminately on the road, avoid drinking recklessly, and always seek accommodation in the nearest official establishments. When guarding Aaron at night, ensure at least 2 of you are present at all times. Do you understand? Understood. Qin Xiaogang was eager to make a name for himself, wishing to escort Aaron to the capital without delay. The morning horn sounded, rousing the soldiers from their slumber. Hearing her brother's voice outside, Qin Xiaoyun rushed out, her hair a tousled mess. "Brother, sister, return and tidy yourself before coming out." the prince is present, and it would be most disrespectful. At that moment, Qin Chaogang assumed the role of a protective older brother. No worries, whatever my little sister looks like, I shall cherish her all the same. Xiao Changye smiled, leaving a seemingly nonsensical remark before entering the tent to wash up. Qin Chaogang stood there momentarily stunned. Forget him, brother. Are you heading to the capital? We shall depart after breakfast. Little sister, since you are unfamiliar with this place, be observant. If you can fight, do so. If not, retreat. Do not recklessly charge forward, risking your life without awareness. Rest assured, brother, I have no intention of leaving this world just yet. I am well aware. Do pay attention to your safety on the road. I have heard you acquired a magnificent steed. May I have the honor of riding it? Fear not, I shall return it to you after delivering the wooden cage cart. Qin Chaogang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I fear you may not be able to tame it. Qin Chaoyun rubbed her backside. Still feeling the ache from the initial attempt, may I at least take a glance? Certainly. In fact, I have matters to discuss with you. As Xiao Changye emerged from the tent, he chanced upon the two siblings walking closely together, sharing laughter, which prompted a smile from him as well. As the meal was being served, Shui Yuanba arrived once more, observing Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyun gathered around a table, seemingly disregarding decorum. Noticing their humble fare of flatbreads and porridge, he exclaimed, General Xiao, do not consume such crude dishes. Come to my residence, I have exquisite original brew. And, casting a glance at Qin Chaoyun, who was attired in the garb of a strategist, he resolutely declared, and lovely maidens to entertain. Pfft. The others sprayed their food everywhere, unable to contain their laughter. Qin Chaoyun giggled the most. Oh, I never expected our Deputy General Shui to be fond of such things. Shui Yuanba's expression darkened as he scolded, Hey, you, a mere strategist, how dare you interrupt while I converse with General Xiao? Such a lack of decorum. However, recalling Xiao Changye's close relationship with her, his demeanor shifted instantly. Little strategist, you may join us. Their performances are quite delightful. Xiao Changye glanced at Tao Hong and Qin Chaoyun, his expression turning stern. What manner of speech is this, Deputy General? We are in a military camp. Refrain from uttering such nonsense. Unbothered by Xiao Changye's ire, Shui Yuanba remained unfazed, for from this day forth, he intended to keep a close watch on him to prevent any indiscretions regarding the death of Pang Bang. Oh, I nearly forgot. General Xiao has been feeling under the weather these past few days and should avoid strenuous activities. My residence also hosts beautiful maidens for entertainment. Their Huxian dance is captivating. You may come and watch. We are in the midst of a meal. Cease your distasteful remarks, lest you wish for me to lose my appetite. Xiao Changye's expression darkened as he rebuked that he must not allow any misunderstandings to arise in front of Qin Chaoyun. He was a man of impeccable integrity. Very well, I shall dine here instead. Is that acceptable? Shui Yuanba played the rogue. Fine. Qin Chaoyun was the first to rise, carrying her bowl aside to eat. The other strategists hurriedly followed suit. Observing this, Xiao Changye pushed his bowl aside and declared, I am full. Shui Yuanba, feeling foolish, lifted his hefty frame, trailing closely behind Xiao Changye like a plump Tibetan mastiff. Qin Chaogang hurriedly approached, reporting to General Xiao. I and Pang Wei are prepared. The wooden cage cart is over there, please inspect it. Upon hearing the cart was ready, Shui Yuanba's demeanor shifted. He had been seeking opportunities to approach the military prison these past few days, hoping to poison or eliminate Aaron. However, Xiao Changye's men stood guard day and night, making it impossible to administer any drugs, let alone even provide water. He regretted not having succeeded in silencing them with the mute poison before. Yet, it was too late for regrets now. Seeing them escorting in Toha and in Tu Hong into the capital today, he ceased following Xiao Changye and hurriedly took his leave. Both Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyun watched Shui Yuanba's retreating figure, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in agreement. The wooden cage cart was indeed flawlessly crafted. Within one could stretch their head out, and at night, simply lay down with bedding to sleep. The entire structure was reinforced with iron plates, layer upon layer, appearing quite sturdy. Even if the wooden slats were broken, the iron plates would still form a cage. To have crafted such a wooden cage cart in merely 3 days was truly impressive. Xiao Changye marveled sincerely. Chapter 73, You iron simpleton. Thanks to the presence of our own blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons in the border town, I meticulously filtered through every conceivable danger along the way. Between the wooden cage and the cart, I constructed an additional layer, concealing within it An's hidden crossbows. Su Xiao, would you care to give it a try? Qin Chaogang gazed at Xiao Changye with an expression akin to seeking praise for his efforts. There's no need to look. I have faith in you, Xiao Changye replied, though inwardly he scoffed. You iron simpleton, even with all your traps, once we're on Shui Yuanba's territory, they will report everything to him. What good are your concealed weapons but mere decorations? Xiao Xiao, shall we go and see the Tuan? They genuinely wish to meet you, old Huang added. Do we have anyone in the camp who understands the Western Rong script? Xiao Changye inquired of Huang Chao. I shall inquire, came the reply, quickly. Yes. Huang Chao hurried out and soon returned with 2 soldiers familiar with the Western Rong language. As they were Shui Yuanba's men. Stationed at the border gates, they naturally possessed some knowledge of the Western Rong language. Xiao Changye regarded the pair sternly. What are your names? Can you speak the truth? In unison, they replied. We can, one of them added. We are brothers. He is the elder named Shenlai, and I am the younger named Shenwang. Huang Chao had already informed them that they were serving the third prince, a figure far superior to Shui Yuanba, and instructed them to serve diligently. Yet he emphasized that good service would lead not only to promotions but also to wealth. Very well, then let us proceed to meet the Tuan of the Western Rong. Xiao Changye motioned to Qin Xiaoyun, who stood conversing with Tao Hong a short distance away, beckoning her over. You, come along. Xiaoyun dashed over. Yes, and then hurried to the stables to fetch a horse. Huang Chao had already brought forth Xiao Changye's steed, a magnificent black horse. Xiao Changye leaped onto the mount and instructed Huang Chao, in the future, when you fetch my horse, make sure to bring along Xiaoyun's as well. Yes, Huang Chao replied respectfully. His master had found someone he liked, which was wonderful. He too had found someone to cherish, allowing him to finally let go of the past. The group, accompanied by the wooden cage, set forth towards Ichi City. Qin Xiaogang retrieved in Toha and in Tuhong from the military prison, placing them in the wooden cage. Upon seeing Xiao Changye, the Tuan cried out and gestured animatedly, but he merely walked alongside them, offering no questions. As the wheels rolled towards the eastern city gate, upon exiting, the Tuan noticed that Xiao Changye continued to ignore them, prompting another round of frantic shouting. Yet, all they could muster were incoherent sounds, their frustration evident as they broke into a sweat. Beyond Ichi City lay an expanse of open land. Noticing that Shui Yuanba's followers had fallen behind, Xiao Changye reassured them, do not fret, you will soon be able to speak. The Tuan were momentarily taken aback, their faces lighting up with hope, believing Xiao Changye possessed an antidote. After traveling approximately 10 miles beyond the eastern city gate, Xiao Changye commanded, halt. The massive contingent of 1,000 soldiers came to a stop. Dismounting to rest, Xiao Changye ordered the formation to establish sentries, forbidding anyone from approaching within 3 miles of Pangwei. And Qin Xiaogang approached, inquiring, what instructions do you have? Xiao Xiao, here is where we part ways. You must remember my words, leave at dawn and seek lodging at dusk. Be sure to find an inn, do not be greedy or reckless. Understood, they replied in unison. And furthermore, when passing through the western mountains in Shanjing, be sure to take my name card to visit Master Qi Huang, asking her to assess if there is an antidote for the Tuan. Should she refuse to see you, mention that you seek Xiao Changxi's assistance. Yes, they affirmed once more. Peng Wei, upon entering the capital, visit the Peng Shui residence to check on my widow, and also see Peng Yin. He mentioned you would join us after gathering at the training grounds, but I am concerned as he has not appeared. Thank you for your concern, Xiao Xiao, Peng Wei replied respectfully. That he truly admired Xiao Changye, no wonder his subordinates were willing to give their all for him. His care for Peng Yin was evident, showcasing a genuine concern that transcended the superficialities of officialdom. An Toa and Tu Hong, you may now speak. Old Huang, provide them with charcoal sticks and paper. Yes. Huang Chao dismounted and retrieved a small cloth pouch, producing 2 sheets of white paper and 2 charcoal sticks. Qin Yong quickly opened the wooden cage for the Tuan, placing handcuffs and shackles upon them before allowing them to exit. Standing upright, the Tuan accepted the charcoal and paper, casting puzzled glances at Xiao Changye. I will pose questions, and you shall write your answers, as you are unable to speak, correct? So write. The Tuan eagerly nodded. Having been on the verge of suffocation these past few days without anyone to communicate with, each day they found themselves gesturing at one another, only to end in frustration, turning their backs in silence. Now, with paper and pen, they felt as though they had been granted the opportunity to speak, and they were determined to seize it to escape this confinement. Do you yearn for battle? The brothers reflected, realizing it was the elders' greed and collusion with Shui Yuanba that had led them to this predicament. They shook their heads in response, indicating they did not wish for conflict. Such questions need not be written. What alliance have you formed with Shui Yuanba? Unable to nod or shake their heads, they leaned against the cart and inscribed Western Rong characters upon the paper. As they wrote, Chen Lai and Xian Wang swiftly translated. We have established a treaty with Shui Yuanba. He has promised that as long as we fight according to his demands, he will allocate 1/3 of the military funds requested from the court to us. Should he desire someone's life, we will assist him in ensuring that person's demise remains hidden in the depths of the grasslands. Indeed, Xiao Changye fumed, this treacherous scoundrel. I will ask you again, who shot the arrow that struck General Peng Bang in the throat? The Tuan shook their heads. They understood the language of Dafan but could not write it, hence they grasped Xiao Chanya's words. Xiao, allow me to pose a few questions, Qin Chaoyun interjected. Stepping forward, very well, Xiao Chanya took a step back, allowing Qin Chaoyun to take the lead. Esteemed in generals, I am Qin Shaoer, the foremost strategist of Dafan. May I ask, during the battle at Tiger Wolf Valley, while Peng Bang was in the middle, who was blocking their retreat from the north, Shui Yuanba, they simultaneously wrote on the paper, then why were they clad in the attire of Western Rong soldiers? It was provided by us to facilitate their dealings with their own people. Listening to the translation from Chen Lai and Shan Wang, Xiao Chanya's fingers trembled with rage, his voice quaking. This scoundrel! Just wait until I settle the score. Xiao, please remain calm. I have not finished my inquiries. In generals, which of you participated in the battle to eliminate Peng Bang? And Toha nodded, pointing to himself. Did you personally witness the arrow that struck Peng Bang being shot from Shui Yuanba's side? And Toha nodded again. Did you see what that person looked like? And Toha wrote, there were too many people. The scene was too chaotic. I only saw that the arrow was shot from the position of the flag. Qin Chaoyun glanced at Xiao Chanya, who immediately understood. Alright, we shall leave it at that. The Tuan, in a state of urgency, pointed at the white paper, indicating they had questions of their own. Xiao Chanya permitted them to write. They scribbled incomprehensible Western Rong characters upon the paper. When will you release us? That depends on your attitude. We shall escort you into the capital, and then your emperor must come to the border for negotiations. Chapter 74. Despite her being his foundation, we promise that for the rest of our lives, we shall never again infringe upon the borders of Dafan. Should we breach this vow, may heaven and earth punish us. They inscribed upon the paper, I do not require your oaths, I seek only results. Old Huang fetched them each another sheet of paper, allowing them to write letters to their elder brother. Since you wish to return, you must compose them well, Xiao Chanya declared sternly. Huang Chao swiftly collected their previous writings and handed them 2 fresh sheets of paper. As they wrote, the 2 translators recited aloud, conveying the essence of their words. After our capture, we were rendered mute by Shui Yuanba's poison. We implore our brother to rescue us, considering our years of service in expanding your territory. Whether through gold, beauty, or land, we fervently hope for our brother's aid. Their words were filled with earnestness, prompting Xiao Chanya to have Huang Chao collect the letters simultaneously. He hastily penned a letter himself, directing Huang Chao to dispatch all 3 letters to the capital city of Rongcheng in the depths of the grasslands without delay. The swift movement of troops was paramount. They must accomplish this vital mission at a time when Shui Yuanba least anticipated it. In the end, they bid each other farewell. Before parting, Xiao Chanya admonished the Tuan to cooperate fully during their interrogation by Dafan's authorities. Striving for an early return to the grasslands, the Tuan nodded vigorously. Xiao Chanya left behind a soldier fluent in translation, remaining on standby. Meanwhile, Shan Wang took the testimony penned by the Tuan and joined Qin Chaogang's group as they headed toward the capital. As he watched Qin Chaogang lead the troops away, Xiao Chanya murmured, let us return and pay a visit to Shui Yuanba. We shall also inquire about who led the forces that blocked Peng Bang's retreat during that battle. He certainly has both Xianggu and Meiji on his side, Qin Chaoyun remarked lightly. Her offhand comment stirred something within Xiao Chanya, who interpreted it as a hint of jealousy. Thus, he teased her. Are you afraid? If so, you may return to the military camp. Pfft, a mere handful of androgynous figures. What have I to fear? The 2 engaged in playful banter as they made their way toward Ichi city. While Huang Chao shook his head behind them, upon entering the city, Shui Yuanba welcomed Xiao Chanya into the marshal's residence, insisting that he stay there permanently, claiming the conditions were far superior to the hardships of the military camp. Xiao Chanya feigned amusement, yet internally he was probing. Splendid, this will afford me the opportunity to engage in some leisurely discussions with you, particularly to ascertain the true circumstances surrounding Peng Shuai's demise. Your previous memorial seemed to suggest he was colluding with the enemy. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Is there any evidence? Shui, please present it so that I may take it back to the capital for accountability. Shui Yuanba chuckled. If only you had asked earlier, the case concerning Peng Bang's collusion would have been resolved long ago. Wei Junshi, swiftly bring forth the letters we intercepted from Peng Bang to the Shirong. Yes, Wei Wuji scurried out like a loyal dog, returning shortly with 3 letters in hand. Xiao Chanya furrowed his brow. The comrades who had fought alongside Peng Bang had perished, leaving him at a loss to identify the handwriting. Moreover, Peng Wei had just dispatched him to escort air, and sighing inwardly, he lamented, alas, I have miscalculated. Observing Xiao Chanya's frown, Shui Yuanba secretly laughed to himself, thinking, you believe yourself to be infallible, do you think I am simply giving this away? I have traversed more bridges than you have grains of salt. Thus, he stroked his bushy beard, leisurely watching how Xiao Changye would turn the tables. Qin Shaoyun stepped forward and said, Xiao Shuai, allow me to safeguard these letters. We shall examine them later. Didn't Ti Shui Shui invite you for a feast? Do not let a few letters dampen your spirits. Laughter erupted from Shui Yuanba, who gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Xiao Shuai, you are indeed a master of guidance. Xiao Changye felt a surge of irritation. Qin Shaoyun, what is your intention? Are you trying to embarrass me? However, he could only voice his thoughts inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm as he replied, Shui Shui. It is better to comply than to refuse. Since you have extended your hospitality, I have no reason not to express my gratitude. After you, please. The two entered the command hall, presenting a scene of camaraderie between commanders. Come, tidy up the back hall. We have esteemed guests tonight. Prepare the Xianggu and Meiji for the performance soon. Despite his wariness of Xiao Changye, Shui Yuanba bore no personal animosity towards him. And under the title of prince, he felt compelled to curry favor. His father, Shui Yan, had also written urging him to cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Changye, even suggesting the use of wealth and beauty to win favor. As it would prove beneficial in the future, it was still too early to pursue other inquiries, and as Xiao Changye and the others sat awkwardly, he proposed, we are newcomers to the border and are unfamiliar with many local customs. We have yet to tour the commander's residence. Shui Shui, would you be so kind as to show us around? You are too polite. My home is your home, after all. Please, with a desire to ingratiate himself. Shui Yuanba readily agreed and led them to explore the rear courtyard. In the vast expanse of the northwestern border, where land is ample and people sparse, each household boasts a spacious courtyard. With the commander's residence constructed larger than the local government office to conceal troops. As they departed from the main hall, they entered the back courtyard, or apart from the western courtyard where Xiao Changye had previously resided. There was also an eastern courtyard. As they approached, a group of 7 or 8 elegantly dressed individuals emerged, fanning themselves in the winter chill, clearly a collection of cultured advisors. Upon seeing Shui Yuanba, they immediately lost their composure, bowing deeply in greeting. These are my advisors, who provide strategies for the battlefield, Shui Yuanba introduced. Xiao Changye merely nodded and continued walking deeper inside. Further in, they entered another courtyard, where the doors to both the eastern and western courtyards stood open, revealing clothes of vibrant hues drying in the sun. The west is the residence of my 3 concubines, to the east is where my wife and I reside. Would you like to take a look? Shui Yuanba offered. Not interested, Xiao Changye replied, pressing on. As they entered yet another courtyard, they found several children playing, attended by several nannies. This is where my 3 sons and 2 daughters reside. Shui Yuanba explained. Xiao Changye continued deeper into the premises, leading to a spacious area not only lined with barracks but also featuring a large training ground, evidently the quarters for both troops and servants. Xiao Changye strode purposefully, while Qin Shaoyun found herself slightly out of breath. Hearing this, Xiao Changye turned and grasped Shaoyun's hand, instantly easing her burdened steps. In this setting, Shaoyun assumed the role of a refined strategist, concealing her martial prowess. In the current situation, it was wise to hide one's talents as the key to unexpected victory. As they traversed the expansive grounds, they eventually arrived at the garden. Despite the northern winter, Shui Yuanba had managed to acquire an abundance of glazed tiles, covering the garden with a layer of brilliance, where fresh fruits, vegetables, and blooms flourished abundantly. After a taxing stroll, Shui Yuanba leaned against the garden gate, panting, Xiao Shui, why not join me for a cup of tea inside before we continue? Xiao Changye, noticing Qin Shaoyun had also grown fatigued, turned to her and asked, what do you think? Certainly, Qin Shaoyun replied. Shui Yuanba felt a wave of nausea as he quietly cursed, these two are utterly unrestrained. It seemed that their evening banquet was aimed at winning over the rather flamboyant third prince. Seated in the garden, servants were dispatched to gather fresh flowers and prepare floral tea, the aroma wafting delightfully. Just as Xiao Changye lifted a teacup to sip, Qin Shaoyun snatched it away, exclaiming, Xiao Shui, this is delightful, you. Both Xiao Changye and Shui Yuanba called out simultaneously, though their meanings diverged. Xiao Changye's intent was to convey that there was no need for concern, while Shui Yuanba's thoughts turned to the lack of authority Xiao Changye exhibited in managing his soldiers, allowing even a lowly soldier to take advantage. Although she was his confidant, such leniency was unwarranted. The waiter was simply too thirsty. I apologize for the rudeness, please take your time, esteemed marshals, the servant said, ensuring the floral tea was safe. As the servant filled Xiao Changye's cup, one would expect him to request a different cup given that it had been used, yet he remained unfazed, sipping from it delicately despite Shui Yuanba having witnessed their familiarity. He found it hard to comprehend that a divine-like prince would drink from a soldier's leftover tea. The stark disparity in status between Qiao Yun and them was evident, even if Xiao Changye did not mind. Shui Yuanba's malicious gaze lingered on her, making her feel insulted. Rising, she clasped her hands toward Shui Yuanba, saying, Shui, I have heard that your garden is a marvel in the border town. It would be a missed opportunity not to visit. May I? Certainly, go ahead. Shui Yuanba waved her off. Such an ungrateful wretch, thinking she could stand on equal footing with them simply because of Xiao Changye's affection, that he eagerly wished for her departure so he could draw closer to Xiao Changye. Xiao Changye gestured for Huang Chao to accompany her. Understanding, the two wandered through the garden together. The garden was vast, exceeding their imagination. As they meandered through unfamiliar exotic flora, they discovered several flower houses. Sunlight streamed through the glazed tiles, illuminating the vibrant scene within the flower houses. It turned out that these houses were also constructed with glazed tiles. Inside, a slender man in a long gown was watering the plants. Hearing their arrival, he paused, turned, and greeted them. What brings such esteemed guests here? Entry is not permitted. Please detour. Despite his polite words, a clear distance lingered in his demeanor. With nothing else to do, Qin Chaoyun seized the opportunity to probe his background. You must be the gardener here, right? Your accent suggests you hail from the capital. So do we, really? The man's eyes lit up, momentarily dispelling the weariness etched on his face. He appeared to be around 40. Fair-skinned and beardless, despite his thinness, he was quite handsome. It was easy to imagine that he had been a strikingly handsome man in his youth. Indeed, I am a servant in the household of General Chao Qi and have come to the border town for conscription. Qin Chaoyun boasted. Oh, the man responded with a hint of disappointment, his interest waning. May I inquire your name? Do you have any family? After our victorious return I could send a letter of peace to your family. I have no family, he replied coldly, turning back toward the flower house. If you wish to see the flowers, feel free. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chaoyun felt compelled to make the most of it, though she had no passion for gardening. It didn't mean she couldn't appreciate flowers. Besides, the flora cultivated in the garden would surely possess unique qualities. Following the man, they entered the flower house, surrounded by a riot of colors. Qin Chaoyun realized she recognized none of the plants but feigned admiration, lavishly complimenting them. This flower is stunning. Is it a peony or a Chinese herbaceous peony? And that one is so exquisite. It must be a hydrangea, Qin Chaoyun mused, thinking those who tend to flowers typically adore them. Any compliment would likely ignite a desire to share. However, despite her numerous praises, the man merely replied tersely, they are not flowers, they are herbs. Feeling a bit awkward, she retorted, you claim they are herbs. What proof do you have? I clearly see flowers. Without a hint of emotion, the man retrieved a book from a nearby shelf and handed it to Qin Chaoyun. Read it yourself. I have work to do. His implication was clear. You may look at the book, but do not hinder my tasks. Finding a flower stool, Qin Chaoyun seated herself to read, while Huang Chao sat nearby, observing the man tending to the flowers. The book was filled with illustrations of herbs, detailing their uses, properties, and precautions. Qin Chaoyun discovered it contained many poisonous herbs, along with instructions on planting, toxicity levels, and side effects, all meticulously documented. Yet, her interest in herbal medicine was scant, and she carelessly flipped through the pages until she reached the end and then backtracked. Huang Fu, look at this name, Qin Chaoyun exclaimed. Huang Chao hurried over to see. The authoress' name was Imo Hanlian. Is this the Imo Hanlian? He is not dead, wasn't he? He executed 10 years ago for poisoning people? Huang Chao queried. How would I know? We left the capital for Langjia County a decade ago, she replied. By age estimation, the man appeared to be of similar age to Imo Hanlian. If Imo Hanlian had indeed passed away, how could his writings have found their way to the borders thousands of miles away? At that time, we were but children, and it is perhaps best that we remain blissfully ignorant of the grievances of the previous generation. Qin Chaoyun, both curious and perplexed, continued to flip through the pages of the book, creating a cacophony of rustling sounds. When she reached the final page, it was snatched away by a nearby figure. If you dislike it, do not mistreat my book, he exclaimed, as he blew away non-existent dust from the cover, as if it had been sullied by Qin Chaoyun's touch. Embarrassed, Qin Chaoyun rose, saying, then we shall take our leave. Do take care, no need for formalities, the man mused, thinking it a rare delight to encounter someone as lovely as the herbs he cultivated. Yet regrettably, she was rather foolish. Being foolish was one thing, but she almost damaged his book. Qin Chaoyun thought to herself, was I not merely a tad hasty in flipping through his book? It is unscathed. How petty. As she exited the flower room, Qin Chaoyun glanced back and caught sight of the man's piercing gaze fixed upon them. and only then did she realize that the temples on his head were bulging, indicating that he possessed considerable martial prowess. She silently committed his features to memory. Meanwhile, Xiao Changye and Shui Yuanba had finished 2 pots of tea and found themselves devoid of topics to discuss. Just then, a servant announced, "I report to Generals Xiao and Shui, the banquet in the flower hall is ready, please proceed." Xiao Changye looked around and saw Qin Xiaoyun hastening towards them, perspiring profusely in the sweltering garden. He promptly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her brow. Qin Xiaoyun deftly evaded his hand, casting furtive glances around, noticing Huang Chao and Shui Yuanba both turning their heads outward, coughing to alleviate the awkwardness. However, Xiao Changye would not allow her to escape, seizing her hand to keep her still while applying the handkerchief to her face. Qin Xiaoyun was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling as though he had performed this act countless times before. Gentle and practiced, after what seemed an eternity, Shui Yuanba, having waited for them to finish their intimate exchange, said, "General Xiao, please." Xiao Changye took hold of Qin Xiaoyun's hand and hurriedly exited. Upon leaving the warm garden, they were met with the biting northern wind. Xiao Changye drew Qin Xiaoyun into his embrace, prompting her to struggle. He whispered in her ear, "Do not move, confuse him." It was then that Qin Xiaoyun realized Xiao Changye's closeness was but a ruse to mislead Shui Yuanba, and her fluttering heart instantly cooled. In that moment, she no longer felt awkward, finding comfort in their shared embrace, as if they were merely friends devoid of romantic tension. In the lavishly adorned flower hall, a unique woolen blanket from the western regions lay spread across the floor. Silver charcoal burned within, providing warmth without causing discomfort. The servants presented each of them with wooden clogs to wear as they entered the grand hall. Qin Xiaoyun, led by Xiao Changye, stepped onto the plush woolen mat, envisioning the captivating performances that would soon unfold, her cheeks flushing with anticipation. As the guests settled according to their ranks, Qin Xiaoyun found herself seated beside Xiao Changye. He leaned in to whisper, creating an impression of intimacy to the onlookers. "Xiaoyun, keep an eye on them. I fear they may attempt to drug me." "What sort of drug? I do not even know them." "Surely they wouldn't have everyone taste their dishes." Xiao Changye chuckled softly. A love potion. Chapter 76. The signs of the elephant maiden enlisting. Qin Xiaoyun was caught off guard, choking on her tea and coughing incessantly, drawing everyone's attention. "See, I told you, everything in Shui's residence is of the finest quality, even if it tastes delightful. One must sip slowly." Xiao Changye patted her back to alleviate the awkwardness as everyone stared at them. Shui Yuanba, having completed his arrangements, took his seat. His 7 or 8 aides and military strategist Wei Wuji soon followed, with the deputy commander Jin Zhengli arriving last, with Qin Xiaoyun on his right and Huang Chao on his left. Shui Yuanba, seeing everyone present, bowed to Xiao Changye. "General Xiao, may we commence the feast?" "Indeed," replied Xiao Changye. "Let the banquet begin." Shui Yuanba bellowed, exuding the air of a grand marshal. Qin Xiaoyun inwardly scoffed, thinking that if he displayed such enthusiasm on the battlefield, he would surely win great victories. As the stringed instruments played, the serving maidens flitted about like butterflies among the guests. Qin Xiaoyun noted that the maidens were all exceptionally beautiful. Shui Yuanba stood, raising a cup of wine. "General Xiao, you have traveled thousands of miles to support Itsu, achieving 2 victories in succession. I am truly in admiration. I have been preoccupied with military affairs and have not properly entertained you. I hope you will forgive me." Xiao Changye did not rise but raised his cup in response. "General Shui, you speak as if all are not loyal to their country. Let us dispense with such formalities. Now, I propose a toast to all the valiant soldiers who have worked so hard." As he spoke, he downed his cup of wine. Seeing his generosity, the others felt compelled to follow suit, not wishing to appear less than in front of the third prince. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, the atmosphere grew slightly tipsy. Shui Yuanba, noticing Xiao Changye's gaze drifting toward Qin Xiaoyun, seized the opportunity and commanded, "Let the performance begin." A troop of beautiful maidens clad in crimson garments, with long flowing sashes and tight-fitting silk trousers that flared at the ankles, entered. As the sound of the valusi filled the air, they began to dance, their movements sultry and expressions enchanting, performing the captivating Huxian dance. Their figures accentuated the allure of femininity, undeniably mesmerizing. Not only did the men stare in awe, but Qin Xiaoyun was equally entranced. Such alluring dances could lead many astray. Xiao Changye, eyeing the dancers, was in fact observing Qin Xiaoyun. Noticing her rapt attention, he chuckled, "Would you care to learn? Such dances are for women. What use would a man have for them? Yet you seem so fascinated. How about I arrange for one to perform for you?" "Why not? I shall graciously accept." Qin Xiaoyun thought to herself, "I am utterly impoverished, yet if I could acquire one of them and sell them to a brothel, they would surely fetch a handsome price." "Ah, how fanciful!" Emboldened by drink, Xiao Changye continued to chatter in Qin Xiaoyun's ear, much to her dismay, as she longed for a moment of quiet to enjoy the dance. Was that too much to ask? Shui Yuanba, keenly observing Xiao Changye's expression, noted his disinterest in the dancers and promptly called for a halt. After the maidens withdrew, he declared, "General Xiao, let us view something novel. Bring forth the elephant maiden." Before long, the sound of war drums and the call of horns resonated from the back hall, accompanied by the faint sounds of battle. The atmosphere in the flower hall turned solemn. Indeed, something intriguing was about to unfold. Xiao Changye could hardly contain his excitement, for the prelude suggested a military dance by the elephant maiden, promising a captivating display of strength and grace. Eager anticipation filled the hearts of all present. As the drums thundered and horns blared, the sound of a pipa emerged. A man clad in a flowing white cloak rode a white horse, strumming the pipa as he entered through the corner of the flower hall. With the music swelling, a troop of handsome young men followed suit. The man in white handed the pipa to another and executed a series of intricate movements, embodying the valor of the battlefield. Completely devoid of the traditional gentleness associated with the elephant maiden, the audience, all seasoned warriors, could not help but applaud. Xiao Changye lamented the potential wasted on these young men, had they been on the battlefield. They would surely be valiant knights. No, upon returning to the capital, he must persuade his father to issue a conscription decree for the elephant maidens. The white-clad performers displayed remarkable horsemanship, their form a perfect blend of strength and elegance. Their fitted attire accentuating their masculine physiques. Qin Chaoyun watched intently, while Xiao Changye, displeased, leaned forward to obstruct her view. Shui Yuanba observed their mutual interest and correctly surmised their shared attraction to the elephant maidens. Once the wine was consumed, he planned to present the white-clad performer to Xiao Changye and select another for Qin Chaoyun. All the maidens and performers had undergone rigorous training under Shui Yuanba. Acting as his eyes and ears, should one dare to accept, regardless of the cost, he would not hesitate to gift it. After the equestrian performance concluded, applause resonated throughout the hall. Xiao Changye stood and declared, "General Shui, this is the true valor of our brave men from the Great Feng Kingdom. Starting tomorrow, let them enlist in my army. They will surely make excellent soldiers." However, Shui Yuanba wiped the sweat from his brow. "They are of considerable worth. I can only gift you one. Is General Shui so stingy? Do you not believe I could submit a petition to my father, demanding the enlistment of all elephant maidens across the nation starting tomorrow?" Shui Yuanba dismissed Xiao Changye's bravado with a knowing smile. "General Xiao has had too much to drink. He is merely speaking in jest. Now let us have another performance, something to lift his spirits." As the gentle melodies resounded, 8 elephant maidens formed a circle, the white-clad maiden at the center commencing a graceful dance. The music, filled with melancholic undertones, evoked sentiments of parting, akin to a soldier's farewell or a lover's separation. Stirring an urge to weep. At one moment, the white-clad maiden embraced another in yellow, their display of affection leaving Xiao Changye flushed. Turning to glance at Qin Chaoyun, he found her still enraptured by the performance. "What is it that you find so captivating?" Xiao Changye's eyes bore a hint of threat. "I suspect they are not men. No man possesses such a supple figure. Do not speculate, nor gaze, for you may find yourself afflicted." He warned vehemently. "You are the one who shall be afflicted," Qin Chaoyun retorted, pushing aside Xiao Changye's encroaching head to continue watching. Shui Yuanba, seated opposite them, recognized the growing tension and seized the opportunity. "Bring forth the fruit juice." "Why does the name fruit juice sound so peculiar?" Qin Chaoyun inquired. "General Qin may not be aware, but this is a special beverage derived from a unique fruit, extracting only its sweet and fragrant essence." Enticing one to drink more. A serving maid presented each of them with a small cup, and those present drank eagerly, as though it were a divine elixir, fearing that delaying even a moment might result in it being snatched away. "Xiao Shui is allergic to peculiar fruits, so I drank on his behalf." Huang Chao, who had been silent for a long time, drank up Xiao Changye's fruit water in one go, including his own cup. "Oh no, he's consumed so many aphrodisiacs. What will we do now?" Qin Chaoyun anxiously inquired of Xiao Changye. Xiao Changye chuckled softly. "You fear not, for are there not many beautiful courtesans in Xiangu here? Let Shui Shui bestow a few more favors upon him." Chapter 77, carrying her back to sleep that could harm his health. "Xiao Shui, he has followed you for so long, you must save him." Seeing Qin Chaoyun jesting so lightly, Xiao Changye responded earnestly. "Rest assured, it is not an aphrodisiac, merely a drug that induces temporary pleasure. Fear not, he has the antidote." Indeed, after Huang Chao finished drinking, he sat at the table. Wearing an expression of enjoyment like everyone else, his right hand discreetly slipped into his sleeve for a moment, and when he withdrew it, he pretended to casually wipe his mouth. Qin Chaoyun realized he had taken the antidote, which allowed her to relax somewhat. Suddenly, she recalled the person resembling Mo Hanlian she encountered in the flower house of the garden, although she had only glanced at the book he showed her. It contained many records of peculiar poisons and their antidotes. Could it be that this so-called fruit water was also his creation, an unusual toxic beverage? She had yet to inform Xiao Changye of all these matters. If she delayed any further, there might be other hidden implications. So she pretended to drink the fruit water and secretly poured it into her sleeve, feigning enjoyment as she leaned into Xiao Changye's embrace. Xiao Changye immediately understood and carried Qin Chaoyun outside. Hey, Xiao Shuai, where are you going? My strategist is intoxicated. I must take her back to sleep. What about the room prepared for us? I will personally guide you. Shui Yuanba declared, leading the way. Upon entering the first courtyard. Shui Yuanba opened the door for Xiao Changye, fawningly asking, Xiao Shuai, do you wish for that courtesan in white? As Xiao Changye stepped inside, he kicked the door shut with a firm "get lost." Nearly hitting Shui Yuanba's nose, Shui Yuanba felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. This fellow was evidently Xiao Changye's Achilles heel. In the future, if he wished to manipulate him, he would have to target this little strategist. With that thought, Shui Yuanba left with glee, thinking that since Xiao Changye favored men, he might as well give it a try. Perhaps there would be a delightful surprise. Qin Chaoyun hurriedly climbed down from Xiao Changye's arms. Feeling she had exhausted him, not at all. I could carry you for as long as you wish. Xiao Changye leaned in again, but Qin Chaoyun quickly evaded. Perhaps Xiao Changye had indeed drunk too much. He stumbled and fell onto the bed. Xiao Shuai, don't fall. I have something to tell you. Speak. Xiao Changye closed his eyes, pressing his palms against his temples, clearly suffering from the effects of alcohol, fearing eavesdroppers. Qin Chaoyun leaned closer to Xiao Changye's ear, her warm breath brushing against his cheek, making the fine hairs on his face tingle. I encountered a tall, lean gardener in the depths of the garden. Around 40 years old, who was watering the plants. Get to the point. Xiao Changye, obviously struggling against the effects of the drink, was trying to hold himself together. He showed me a book on medicine. Authored by Mo Hanlian. Xiao Changye's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Mo Hanlian? Was he not executed at Kaishiko 10 years ago? Shoo, lower your voice. Although I have not seen him, I have heard my father and Uncle Qin speak of him. He is a master of poisons, known for treating incurable ailments by employing toxins to counteract toxins, saving countless lives. However, there were those he could not save, leading to false accusations of indiscriminate killing and his subsequent downfall. I have indeed heard of these tales. They say he was the senior apprentice of the great physician of Qihuang in Xishan, obsessively devoted to poison making. His last act involved poisoning my father's legitimate wife, the mother of the crown prince. As a result, the late empress perished, costing him his own life. This Mo Hanlian here may well be his true self, saved by his own medical skills, but perhaps this individual is not Mo Hanlian at all, but merely an admirer. He likely assumed you, being so young, wouldn't recognize Mo Hanlian's name, hence showing you the medical book. As long as he poses no threat to us, we shall not concern ourselves with him for the time being. You appear to be in considerable discomfort. Allow me to brew you some hangover soup. As Qin Chaoyun stood to leave, Xiao Changye grasped her hand, saying, just give me a massage. His voice was weak, akin to that of a kitten, evoking a sense of tenderness, yet the strength of his grip belied his pretense. Qin Chaoyun was not one to shy away. If you release my hand, I will massage you. I know you are cunning. Once I release you, you'll flee. Let us simply sit here. I long to converse with you. Seeing that Xiao Changye was indeed suffering from a headache, she freed one hand to place her cool palm on his forehead. Gently kneading and pressing, Xiao Changye's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and before long, he fell asleep. When Qin Chaoyun attempted to withdraw her hand, Xiao Changye tightened his grip, mumbling in a daze, Chaoyun, don't leave. When we return to the capital, I shall propose to you. Qin Chaoyun's expression dimmed. With her status, marrying even a commoner would be a challenge, let alone entering the imperial family. Alas, in the shadows, she sighed softly, since she was unworthy of happiness. She would seek solace in wealth and quality of life. She resolved that if he were to pursue her affection again, he would have to pay a price, one that would eventually bore him. A gold digger, it seemed, would always be unappreciated by men, regardless of the era. Qin Chaoyun dozed off, resting her head on the edge of the bed. Upon awakening in the morning, she discovered she was lying in bed, nestled in Xiao Changye's embrace. Ah, she exclaimed, leaping out of bed and quickly checking her attire, relieved to find she was still in the same clothes from the previous night. Noticing that the man on the bed had not stirred, she hurriedly slipped out. Xiao Changye chuckled softly beneath the covers. This girl is shy. Huang Chao was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Upon seeing Qin Chaoyun emerge from Xiao Changye's room, he continued his training without batting an eye. Chaoyun, feeling embarrassed, patted her flushed cheeks and feigned conversation. Deputy Huang, were you well last night? I was fine. I remained alert. Xiao Shuai has a poor tolerance for alcohol. He gets drunk quickly. I attended to him all night. You must advise him to drink less in the future." Hearing Qin Chaoyun express concern for his superior, Huang Chao halted his movements and queried, "We all consumed the same cough," a cough interrupted from the doorway. And Huang Chao abruptly realized, stifling the words hangover pill, he quickly amended, "We had 3 cups of wine, I'm fine, why would he be unwell? Perhaps his tolerance is lacking." Qin Chaoyun glanced at Xiao Changye, who was weakly leaning against the doorframe, looking rather disheveled. This reminded her of the courtesan from the previous night. "You all stay here, I must return to find Tao Hong. We shall return as well." Xiao Changye replied, "Old Huang, assist me with changing clothes." Lacking spare garments, Qin Chaoyun lowered her head and sniffed her sleeve, finding it somewhat unpleasant but bearable. "I'll head back to the military camp first. You may return whenever you wish. Do not rush, we shall go together," Xiao Changye insisted from within the room, impatiently waiting. Qin Chaoyun noticed a young soldier peering at the door. She approached and recognized Chen. The translator. "Chen, do you need something?" "Qin Junshi, I have been summoned by Xiao Shuai. It is only temporary and has yet to receive approval from our squad. I must stand guard at the city gate now. Otherwise, my military pay will be deducted." A thought struck Qin Chaoyun. In the days leading up to Marshal Pang Bangyuan's death, who had led the troops from Yizu City, it had been several months. Let me think. It seems, it was Deputy Yang Rang, followed by Deputy Jin Zhengli. Chapter 78, Knowing Others and Oneself. Upon hearing Chen's words, Xiao Changye and Huang Chao immediately emerged, connecting the dots with the letter left by Yang Rang. They quickly understood that Yang Rang had gone to assist Peng Bang, but was sabotaged by Jin Zhengli, leading to Peng Bang's demise. Yang Rang had vanished without a trace, and Jin Zhengli was in cahoots with Shui Yuanba. Getting the truth from either of them would likely prove difficult, but all of this remained speculative and would require further verification. As long as troop deployment records were maintained in military roles, the truth would eventually surface, unless he had left no evidence. They hurriedly made their way to the general's hall. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and the clerks had yet to arrive. Shui Yuanba still lay abed. Against the west wall of the hall stood 6 large cabinets, some locked, some not. Xiao Changye casually pulled one open, finding it filled with miscellaneous documents, but nothing of value. Xiao Shuai, the deployment records must be locked in the drawers. I suspect the recent troop movements were not documented. If they were, they would undoubtedly be framed to absolve him of blame. He wouldn't be foolish enough to leave us evidence. Qin Chaoyun expressed her concerns. "Fear not. We shall wait here quietly for breakfast and see what they have to say when they arrive." Xiao Changye feigned nonchalance as he led the two in leisurely circles around the hall. When he noticed a guard passing by, he understood that the guard had gone to report to Shui Yuanba, and thus took a seat behind the main desk. "Old Huang, do you have the tiger talisman from the commander at the border of Yizu City?" "I do." Huang Chao patted his satchel. "I carry all important items with me at all times." "Good. Act according to my signals shortly. If Shui Yuanba is not compliant, we shall reclaim his military authority." Xiao Changye straightened his posture, his demeanor shifting from relaxed to as upright as a pine tree, his expression turning as cold as ancient ice, the authority of a superior instantly radiating from him. Before long, Shui Yuanba arrived, clutching his belt, clearly having risen in haste, still not fully attired. Last night, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Xiang Gu, a contest of physical prowess between men, ultimately resulting in his defeat. At this moment, he still felt the ache in his waist, the fatigue in his back, and the weakness in his knees. "Xiao Shuai, what brings you up so early?" he inquired. "I find myself with idle time, and as the commander, I must engage in some tangible affairs to provide an account to the emperor." "Shui Shuai, today I shall organize some military matters. I would appreciate your assistance in opening those cabinets." Shui Yuanba's anxious heart finally settled. He had just heard the guard's report about Xiao Changye rummaging about, which had startled him, fearing that something had been discovered. However, he was eager to examine the ledgers. Be it the military roster or the provisions ledger, both had been meticulously crafted by skilled individuals, leaving no room for scrutiny. Thus, he commanded the guards, "Fetch the keys from my study." Yes, the guard exited and returned shortly with the keys. Huang Chao proceeded to unlock each cabinet, and both Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyun were taken aback upon seeing the 6 cabinets, each towering over a person, crammed full of ledgers. "Let us first examine the most recent ledger," suggested Qin Chaoyun. Xiao Changye understood her implication and replied, "Very well, Shui Shuai, which one is the most recent ledger?" Shui Yuanba pointed to the last cabinet, saying, "These are arranged chronologically, approximately 1 cabinet per year and a half. Alas, I have been here for a decade without accumulating wealth, yet I have amassed so many ledgers." Shui Yuanba's words hinted at the toil he had endured. Xiao Changye, perceiving the unspoken sentiment, reassured him. Rest assured, Xue Shuai, upon my return I shall present a memorial to commend the soldiers guarding the borders. In that case, I am most grateful to you, Xiao Shuai. Shui Yuanba expressed his appreciation. Xue Shuai, may I request 2 soldiers proficient in the Western Rome language? Choose whomever you wish, replied Xiao Shuai. Here's Chen Lai. At once, Chen Lai hurriedly approached. I shall take this one, and I also require his brother Chen Wang. You may assign others to guard the city gates. A trivial matter, I shall personally oversee it. Shui Yuanba hurried off, having no time to linger over such minor concerns. He needed to consult his advisors and strategists, urging them to speculate on what Xiao Chanye might be investigating. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy is essential for effective defense. Fortunately, the records of the troop movements since the death of Peng Bang were still fresh, allowing for a quick examination. They discovered that Yang Rang had departed the city 2 days prior to the incident involving Peng Bang, with the recorded reason being to assist Peng Bang and act according to circumstances. These 8 characters concealed much information. They could imply that Yang Rang was dispatched to retrieve Peng Bang or that he was to assassinate him. Regardless, this indicated that Yang Rang was the prime suspect in the shooting of Peng Bang. Xiao Chanye instructed Huang Chao to take note of this. Turning the page, they found the record of Jin Zhongli's troop movements, with the reason cited as patrolling the border and rigorously investigating spies. These 8 characters also held significant meaning. Patrolling the border could lead to Tiger Wolf Valley to seize opportunities, while rigorously investigating spies could mean eliminating Yang Rang as a traitor, or even Peng Bang himself. Xiao Chanye urged Huang Chao to make note of this as well. Huang, have you found the sharpshooters in Xue Shuai's ranks? Xiao Chanye inquired, reporting to Xiao Shuai. There are no sharpshooters among them. Merely average soldiers. According to the soldiers, they have only heard that Yang Rang and his subordinate Yang Er possess commendable archery skills, often training by shooting at copper coins while mounted. I found no one of particular note, so I did not report back to you. Yang Er, is that not sufficiently unusual? Qin Chaoyun interjected, adept at discerning the extraordinary in the mundane. Is Yang Er's archery truly that exceptional? At this moment, a commotion arose outside, with someone shouting, I must see Xiao Shuai. Quickly report. Something must have happened. Xiao Chanye could not wait for the guard's report and strode outside. Peng Wei, bloodied and disheveled, knelt before Xiao Chanye, declaring, this humble general has sinned. Our defenses were inadequate, and we fell into their trap, allowing those rascals from the Yin family to escape. Xiao Chanye helped him to his feet, noticing his cracked lips, a clear sign of his hurried return. General Pang, do not be distressed. Speak slowly. Old Huang, quickly pour tea for General Pang. Qin Chaoyun had already dashed into the command hall to fetch tea for Peng Wei, who gulped it down and began to reach the capital swiftly. We set out before dawn, stopping at a place called King Shanku. Upon seeing smoke rising in all directions, little did we know they had laced the smoke with a sedative. Fortunately, I ordered everyone to cover their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs, preventing us from losing consciousness. A group of bandits descended from the mountain, and weakened by the drug, we were unable to resist. They kidnapped Aaron and his brother. Was my second brother harmed? Qin Chaoyun asked anxiously. He only sustained a minor injury, a cut on his arm. It is not serious. Xiao Shuai, I request permission to retrieve Aaron and escort them back to the capital. Qin Chaoyun boldly volunteered, surprising the 3 men. They knew her to be astute and skilled, and while capturing Tu Huang alive would benefit from her capabilities, they also feared the dangers inherent in her undertaking the escort. Are you sure you can manage? Perhaps we should all go together, and once we locate them, I shall dispatch capable personnel to the capital. At General Pang, what are our casualties on this side? Both sides sustained injuries, but there were no fatalities. That is good to hear. Did you see which direction the bandits fled? They took the road to Mianzuzu. That path is familiar to us. We must intercept them. Old Huang, go rally the troops of Qin Yong. I, along with Chao Yun and General Pang, shall head out to intercept. General Pang, you weren't injured, were you? No, very well, let us act swiftly. Chapter 79, Unfit for Use. The 4 responded in unison, mounting their horses and racing towards the city gates. Shui Yuanba returned, calling after them, hey, have breakfast before you leave, Your Highness. They had already dashed away like the wind, paying him no heed. Huang Chao went to gather the troops, while the 3 made their way to Tiger Wolf Valley. Currently, Chang Si was stationed there, and Qin Han's patrol had just arrived. Upon hearing Xiao Chanye's words, Qin Han promptly mobilized troops, following in Xiao Chanye's footsteps into the grasslands. They estimated that since Shui Yuanba had made no moves the previous day, and no troops had passed through the city, their first assumption was that the Western Rhone Khan and Tuli had sent men to intercept the prisoner convoy. After 3 days of running, they found themselves outside Mianzhu city without sight of Aaron or the Western Rome soldiers. Panic ensued among the group, and after setting up camp for the night, They deliberated on what to do inside Xiao Changye's tent. They sat cross-legged on the felt mats in silence, for such a blunder was unprecedented for him. Feeling disheartened, Xiao Changye finally broke the silence. Xiaoyun, you are the strategist. Please analyze where Aaron might have gone. Xiao Shui, mere analysis will not suffice. I must conduct a field investigation to make an informed decision. For now, this is merely a conjecture. I suspect either that someone with a grudge against Aaron has kidnapped them for revenge, or that Ntuli has sent people to intercept them. To resolve this matter, we must first block all routes into Western Rome. And then we can head to Kingshanku to trace their footsteps and ascertain their whereabouts. Peng Wei interjected. When I came to report, General Qin Xiaogang set off in pursuit, stating he would send word back via carrier pigeon once he caught up. Is there a possibility that Shui Yuanba dispatched people to intercept them? Qin Han suggested. He was already fearful of Aaron falling into our hands, hence the sedative. Should he send someone disguised as bandits to intercept them? Whether successful or not, it would bear no consequence for him. However, I have dispatched numerous informants during the planning of this mission, and found no evidence of Shui Yuanba mobilizing troops, Xiao Changye remarked. Puzzled, Qin Xiaoyun slapped her forehead, exclaiming, we overlooked a crucial detail. From the moment we captured Aaron to the time of their transport, a full 4 days have passed. Is it possible that Shui Yuanba knew we intended to escort Aaron to the capital and began orchestrating this ambush 3 days ago? Indeed, if men from Western Rome had crossed into the border city, our patrols would have detected them. This means that this ambush was orchestrated by an insider. Xiao Changye stood up, agitated. Exactly, it must be an insider. And one familiar with the terrain. With 3 days having passed, it is likely that Aaron has already met a grim fate. Qin Xiaoyun expressed her concerns. However, Qin Han remained untroubled, regardless of Aaron's fate. He was proud of her analytical skills, her execution capabilities, and her martial prowess. If Aaron were executed by Shui Yuanba, it would eliminate future threats, though he feared Ntuli would seek revenge, potentially igniting war once more. Xiao Changye shared this worry, stating, Qin Shui, you stay here to guard. Should Aaron arrive, you must apprehend him again. Xiaoyun and General Peng shall head to Kingshanku for on-site reconnaissance. We shall set out early tomorrow morning. The following day, everyone executed the tasks assigned the night before. Qin Han remained at the original location while Xiao Changye led Xiaoyun and Peng Wei into Mianzhu City. The city appeared orderly as before. Despite the turmoil of war, Xiao Changye commended the defenses here, though he had forgotten who was responsible for them. Exiting Mianzhu City, they galloped onward, and after a day's travel, arrived at Kingshanku. The distance to the nearest village was still over 10 miles. By the time Qin Xiaogang and his men reached this place, dawn was breaking, revealing that he had indeed acted rashly. The 2 wooden prisoner carts stood wide open, showing no signs of damage, evidently unlocked with a key. Xiao Changye sighed inwardly, realizing that Qin Xiaogang was unfit for duty and would inevitably cause trouble. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyun felt anger towards her second brother, resolving to give him a piece of her mind once they located him. Fortunately, Qin Xiaogang is not a mere fool, he has left some men here. As soon as Xiao Changye and his companions arrived, 3 soldiers leaped down from the trees by the roadside. Among them was the translator Qian Wang. After Qian Wang greeted them, he recounted the situation of the war in detail, exactly as Peng Wei had described. Qian Wang, may I ask you, has Qin Yong returned? Xiao Changye inquired. No, he replied, regardless of whether he has been tracked down or not, we are to rendezvous here and keep watch over the wooden cage for the prisoners while we wait. Qin Xiaoyun had already dismounted and was walking up the mountain. Along the snowy path lay dried drops of blood, and hoof prints meandered up the narrow trail leading to the mountain's peak. Just as Qin Xiaoyun was about to delve deeper, Xiao Changye called out to her, Xiaoyun, the carrier pigeon has arrived. Xiaoyun hurried back. Xiao Changye untied the pigeon and handed it to Peng Wei, unfolding the letter to read, whoever receives this letter, hasten towards Wangxian Peak for reinforcements. They've gone to Wangxian Peak. Could the bandits be Yang Rang? Xiaoyun murmured, quickly send a reply to Qin Xiaogang, informing him that our main force is supporting from behind. Xiao Changye instructed, understood. Peng Wei responded, hastily seeking out Qian Wang. Qian Wang had paper and charcoal on hand to conveniently record the testimonies of Aaron. To reach Wangxian Peak, we must go through Yixiu City. How could Qin Yang station troops outside the city not have discovered anything? Xiaoyun questioned. When I came previously, I examined the map of the western regions. It indicated that one could also traverse the area under the jurisdiction of Xuanqiu City to reach Wangxian Peak without passing through Yixiu City. One can head directly west from here, crossing Yin Lake to arrive there. 4 days have elapsed since the kidnapping. If Yang Rang had returned to his lair, he would have arrived by now. His stronghold is easily defended yet hard to assault. We must gather more troops to attack, Qiao Yun stated. They had previously failed to catch up with Yang Rang and had intended to search for his lair in the mountains, but due to pressing military duties and the fact that the couple posed them no threat, they had abandoned the idea of investigating whether any secrets lay hidden in the cliffs. This time, they must ascend the mountain to uncover the secrets that Yang Rang and his wife had concealed. Qin Qiaoyun, being astute, noted that constructing the wooden cage for the prisoners required considerable resources. Should it be stolen while left here, it would be a significant loss, with a mindset driven by greed. Qiaoyun instructed Qian Wang, take those two and transport this cage down the mountain to the nearest provincial office for safekeeping. After we capture Aaron, we must still escort him in the cage to the capital. You may also stay there while we finish our business and come to find you, Xiao Changye added. Qian Wang and the two soldiers responded in unison, yes, and proceeded to manually haul the cart. The horse that was supposed to pull the cart had already fled in the chaos of war. Peng Wei released the carrier pigeon to seek out Qin Xiaogang. Xiao Changye instructed Peng Wei to deliver a message to Qin Yong, informing him that the kidnappers of Aaron had headed towards Wangxian Peak, urging him to bring more men for support. Peng Wei complied and departed. Xiao Changye and Qin Xiaoyun made their way directly to Yin Lake, then pressed forward to the northern territory of Wangxian Peak, just west of Chuanqiu City. Both Xiao Changye and Qiaoyun rode exceptional steeds, one black and one white, galloping through the fields in perfect harmony, presenting a picture of elegance and grace. Xiao Changye felt as if they were celestial lovers, gallivanting freely across the expanse of heaven and earth. At that moment, worldly ambitions and the complexities of human affairs faded away, leaving only the two of them. When they arrived at Wangxian Peak, they found no trace of Qin Xiaogang, but instead numerous disordered hoofprints leading up the mountain, with no signs of return. The two of them, not daring to venture further in broad daylight, decided to temporarily secure their horses in the woods to graze. They then avoided the main road and stealthily entered the forest, employing lightness of foot to hasten towards Yang Rang's bandit hideout. Chapter 80. He feels she is like a treasure. Xiao Changye intended to take Qin Xiaoyun with him using his lightness of foot technique, only to discover that Qiaoyun was even faster than he. This was an unexpected revelation for him. Just how many secrets did she harbor that he was unaware of? He felt as if she were a treasure, worthy of a lifetime of exploration. In less than half an hour, they arrived at Yang Rang's encampment. Concealed within the forest, they observed keenly and indeed noticed sentinels stationed not far from them. Smoke wafted from the rooftops blanketed in white snow. Although the great cliff was distant, they could still see people moving about. What should we do? Qin Xiaoyun whispered to Xiao Changye. That we retreat and wait for reinforcements. The two of them stealthily retraced their steps to the place where their horses were tethered, leading them out of the thicket. Upon reaching the village where they had previously inquired for directions, they spotted the elderly man sitting on the porch basking in the sunlight. They approached him. Good day, elder, how have you been? Xiao Changye clasped his fists in greeting. The old man squinted, recognizing Xiao Changye. Oh, it's you, esteemed guest. Have you returned? Where is your wife? Xiao Changye chuckled softly, pulling Qin Xiaoyun from behind him. Here she is, haha, dressed in men's clothing. Forgive this old fool for not recognizing you. The elder laughed heartily. No worries, elder. Seeing you is like seeing my own grandfather. It feels very warm, Qin Xiaoyun sweetly remarked. May I call you grandfather? This young lady is jesting. You both possess such remarkable presence. You cannot be the offspring of common folk. Pray, what inquiries do you have? Then I shall not hold back. Elder, has Yang the Great returned recently? Xiao Changye asked. Indeed, there is nothing to conceal here. Our people have been celebrating for quite some time. He is our protector, safeguarding us from the incursions of the Western barbarians and preventing the official tax collectors from harassing us. To be honest, he is even more formidable and respected than the Marshal Shui Yuanba, the elder exclaimed, then quickly slapped his mouth. Oh dear, what have I said? I cannot take back those words, I beseech you. Esteemed guest, to overlook this old man's foolishness, fear not, elder. I have no time to spread rumors. Since you are here daily, you must have some knowledge of how many men passed by here. The elder's demeanor shifted, and he stood up to reach for his cane. Do not be alarmed, elder. We are merchants, wary of encountering bandits and losing both goods and lives, which is why we are inquiring so earnestly. Qin Xiaoyun smiled, hurrying to assist the elder. Little lady, you may not know, but the bandits on Wangxian Peak are righteous thieves. As long as your goods are legitimate and you pay a small protection fee, they will escort you safely beyond 100 miles. They earn their keep through hard work. Seeing that the elder enjoyed conversing with her, Qin Xiaoyun sweetened her address. Grandfather, you sit here every day. Did you see whether it was Yang Rang or his second-in-command Yang Er who went up the mountain a few days ago? The day before yesterday afternoon, I heard the sound of hoofbeats. When I stepped outside to look, I saw a vast procession of several thousand people passing by, all dressed in the attire of ordinary folk. I did not see who their leader was. When I reached the main road, they had already rushed up the mountain. It must have been Yang Rang. Who else could it be? That suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, causing Qin Chaoyun and Xiao Changye to quickly hide behind the courtyard wall. Startling the elder, who went to investigate. Didn't you say you were merchants? Why are you afraid of an army? The elder pondered, realizing that any merchant passing through Itsu city would be subjected to extortion. The current taxes imposed by the Defeng kingdom were more severe than those of bandits. Xiao Changye and Qin Chaoyun crouched by the wall, intently watching the passing troops, identifying them as soldiers of the Defeng kingdom. Clad in striking reddish-brown uniforms that stood out vividly against the snow, Qin Chaoyun sighed inwardly. In such weather, they ought to wear white garments to blend in. Such conspicuous colors would make it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. They recognized that leading the troop was Qin Yong, along with Huang Chao, Tao Hong, Peng Wei, as well as strategists Luo Tsubing and Shibujiat. If they were to recklessly ascend the mountain like this, it would be perilous. Xiao Changye quickly stepped out to intervene. He mounted his black steed, and Qin Chaoyun also mounted her swift horse, racing towards the front of the troop. General Qin, please hold, Xiao Changye called out. Qin Yong, caught up in the momentum, halted his horse upon hearing the shout. Shui, what's the next move? We will set up camp here and send men up the mountain to issue a battle decree. We shall commence the attack tomorrow. Additionally, send someone to search for Qin Chaogang's whereabouts. Let us see where he has rolled off to. Understood, Qin Yong replied and swiftly made arrangements, soon organizing everything efficiently. Truly, many hands make light work. Qin Chaoyun mused at Qin Yong's administrative capabilities. If cultivated properly, he should become a formidable general, one who would bring glory to the Qin family. The troops set up camp, and Tao Hong approached, embracing Chaoyun with tears in her eyes. Little sister, why didn't you take me along when you left? I've been so lonely. Look at you. What a fuss, if I send you out on a mission in the future. Will you still drag me along? Chaoyun teased, wiping her tears. From now on we won't be apart. Little sister, Tao Hong clung to Chaoyun's arm, unwilling to let go. Alright, enough with the sentimentality. To fine Aaron. We need to convene a war council, Chaoyun declared, leading the way towards the newly erected command tent, with the strategists following closely behind. Now let us analyze who might have kidnapped in Tohat and in Tuhong. They encouraged open discussion. Tao Hong spoke first. When we came here earlier, we received a letter from Yang Rang. He claimed to have indirect responsibility for the death of Marshal Pang. He even admitted his fault. He must be an upright man and should not confuse friend with foe to rescue the enemy's general. That is simply irrational. I concur, another added. Just now, I was chatting with an elder outside, and he mentioned that Yang Rang is a righteous bandit, a protector of the local folk. Therefore, I believe he would not act against the interests of the state. Chaoyun affirmed Tao Hong's assessment. Since they are familiar with the route to Wangxian Peak, I surmise it must have been Yang Rang or one of his subordinates behind this, Luo Tsubing stated. 7 Strategists Zhang Daxinfang ventured to the Shiziguan Pass, guarded by Qin Chaofeng, while the Zhang brothers, following the bumbling Qin Chaogang, had unknowingly strayed elsewhere. Now, only 4 of them remained to deliberate. Each person shared their analyses, eagerly awaiting Shijiji's input. After much hesitation, Shijiji finally spoke. Is it possible that Shui Yuanba is the mastermind behind this kidnapping? With the robbers coerced by him into carrying out the act, your perspective is novel and aligns with my father's predictions. What we must ascertain now is who would be compelled by him to commit such a crime. Chaoyun remarked that it must be individuals closely connected and of utility to him. Furthermore, I neglected to mention that our scouts have informed us that Yang Rang's subordinate, Yang Erjian, is an exceptional archer, capable of hitting his target with unerring precision. What are your thoughts upon hearing this? What? Can his archery surpass mine? Tao Hong exclaimed in astonishment. I have trained under Master Wuliang's sister, Master Wuling. When I next encounter him, I shall challenge him to a contest to establish superiority. Chapter 81. The innocent suffer for the guilty. Qin Tao interjected. Let us not digress. We must continue our discussion, expanding upon the notion of Yang Er being a marksman. Qin Chaoyun stated. General Qin, Peng Shui was struck down by a single arrow. Such a feat requires extraordinary foresight to predict the arrow's trajectory and the rapidly changing circumstances. He must truly be a master archer. Luo Tsubing analyzed. Allow me to conjecture boldly. Qin Chaoyun surveyed the group, noting their rapt attention, and continued. If it were indeed Yang Er, why would Yi and Yang provide him with cover? According to her, she was suffering from a cold during those days, and Yang Er was tending to her at home. Yi and Yang's testimony can only serve as self-serving evidence, lacking credibility. Is it conceivable that Yi and Yang was under duress, thus aiding Yang Er? Could it be that Shui Yuanba possesses some incriminating leverage over them? Tao Hong pondered. Precisely, this implies that Shui Yuanba holds Yang Rang's lifeline, compelling him to act on his behalf. Yang Er is merely an accomplice, yet also the perpetrator behind Peng Shuai's demise, Qin Xiaoyun asserted. The crux of the matter hinges on what exactly Shui Yuanba has on Yang Rang. At that moment, Xiao Chanye entered. Indeed, Commander Xiao, expedite the investigation, including all his family members, Qin Xiaoyun urged. Old Huang, go investigate. Yes, Huang Chao responded from outside the tent. Moments later, Huang Chao returned with an elderly man, who trembled at the sight of Xiao Chanye and attempted to kneel. I did not recognize you as the third prince. I apologize for my ignorance and seek your forgiveness. Everything I previously stated was merely my own opinion. I hope you can be magnanimous and spare my family from harm. Xiao Chanye helped the elder to his feet, solemnly assuring him, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate the grave issues regarding the excessive taxes imposed by the Yitsu border guards that you have reported. I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. However, my current inquiry is not about that matter. Oh, then what is it? The elder inquired. How many people reside in Yang Rang's household? Include parents, siblings, and children, and share whatever you know. Upon hearing this, the elder fell to his knees, exclaiming, spare me, my lord. Yang Dezheng's family is truly kind-hearted. You just mentioned that the innocent should not suffer for the guilty. Xiao Chanye lifted him once more, clarifying, old man, that is not what I meant. Yang Rang is in trouble. There are those who wish to harm his family. I need to know their whereabouts to send troops for their protection. Yang Dezheng has only a pair of twin children, about 7 or 8 years old. Since they pledged allegiance to the court, he has not seen them again. Aside from them, other than the twins, there is only Yang Er, who is said to be from the same village. Some claim that Yang Er harbors feelings for Yi and Yang, which is why he has willingly followed their couple for so many years. Yang Er mentioned to me during a break that they have no relatives left in their southern hometown. Old Huang, give the elder 5 taels of silver and send him home. Thank you, thank you. The elder expressed his profound gratitude as he departed. Commander Xiao, we have found the crux of the matter. Those twins must be in Shui Yuanba's grasp. He can leverage the safety of the children to coerce Yang Rang and Yang Er into serving him. Yang Rang, still possessing a shred of conscience, is reluctant to harm Peng Shuai, while Yang Er, for the sake of the children and the ailing Yi and Yang, resorts to violence. They subsequently concealed the truth from one another. Qin Xiaoyun analyzed. How despicable. But who is responsible for the annihilation of Yang Rang's entire family, leaving him missing on the grasslands for so many days? Xiao Chanye pressed Jin Zhongli. He left the city to patrol just a day after Yang Rang. Qin Xiaoyun affirmed. Now let us predict who the bandit leader on the mountain truly is, Yang Rang or Yang Er. It is Yang Er, Qin Xiaoyun asserted confidently. Shui Yuanba's order to capture him was also a deliberate ploy to allow him to fulfill the task of hijacking the prisoner transport, serving to lull us into complacency. Then where has Yang Rang gone? Xiao Chanye continued his inquiry. Perhaps he has long forsaken his children and fled to distant lands. Qin Xiaoyun's expression darkened. Loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist. This is the great principle of the righteous bandit. Can you be certain? Xiao Chanye pressed on. In truth, he was engaging in conversation with Qin Xiaoyun to grasp her thought process, hoping to cultivate a strategic mindset for future battles rather than relying solely on brute force. I am certain. What grounds do you have for that certainty? Upon this inquiry, everyone was taken aback. Much of it is based on intuition. At times, intuition proves remarkably accurate, yet when pressed for evidence, one finds none. Commander Xiao, those of us who study strategies and military tactics possess a keen sensitivity. We deduce what a person intends to do based on their behavior, character, and habits, predicting their desired outcomes. This is akin to the simulations we conduct on a sand table during wartime. Do you understand? I understand, Xiao Chanye replied with a smile. I am hungry. Are you all hungry as well? Xiaoyun and I have not eaten since yesterday. Oh, miss, how pitiable you are. I shall prepare a meal for you, Tao Hong declared as she stepped outside. The others present were greatly impressed by Qin Xiaoyun's analysis. Indeed, they could deduce conclusions but struggled to articulate the reasoning behind them. In contrast, Qin Xiaoyun's statements were clear, straightforward, and likened to sand table simulations, making them all the more persuasive. After they finished their meal, the soldier who had been dispatched returned, reporting, Commander Xiao, here is his reply. Xiao Chanye took the note and read aloud. The sinner Yang Er pays his respects to Commander Xiao. It was I who incapacitated the soldiers and abducted Aaron. Aaron has now arrived at their designated location. All responsibility rests solely upon me, and Yang Rang bears no involvement. I request that you ascend the mountain tomorrow at noon to retrieve your troops. From his words, I sense a tragic undertone. Is he planning to flee? Qin Xiaoyun frowned. This is not good. he intends to take his own life. He may have exchanged that pair of children, ensuring their safety. And now he feels unburdened, Xiao Changye stated. Tomorrow, we must act decisively to rescue him, otherwise Pang Shuai's death, based solely on our conjectures, will not suffice to establish a case. We need corroborating evidence. Understood, Xiao Changye affirmed. Tao Hong, it is time for the archery contest. If Yang Er commits suicide tomorrow, can you accurately shoot his wrist? I can, Tao Hong declared confidently. Very well, aim for the wrist holding his weapon, and I shall use the Qilin whip to snatch it away. Qin Xiaoyun instructed. I will persuade him not to take his own life, Xiao Changye added. After all, the royal family possesses many methods for dealing with such matters, as well as numerous means to preserve life. At worst, we could grant him a special pardon. On the following day, Xiao Changye personally led a team of men up the mountain, instructing Qin Yong to wait below. If they did not descend within the hour, an immediate assault would be launched to rescue them. Qin Yong had accompanied his father in business since the age of 8 or 9, becoming well acquainted with the deceptions of merchants and developing keen insight. Once Xiao Changye and Qin Xiaoyun ascended the mountain, he began to strategically position his troops, arranging them from Xiao Changye's heels upwards, establishing a sentry every 10 steps for swift communication and rapid assembly. Should a conflict arise, they would attack the enemy in relentless waves, surging forth like the tides. Chapter 82, a plea for amnesty from King Lushan. Yang Er paced restlessly within the cave. Reflecting on a life seemingly devoid of accomplishment, the woman he cherished had married his closest friend, and now, to protect their children, he was compelled to sacrifice his own life. Outside, the soldiers reporting, Xiao Changye and his men have arrived. Please decide, second master. In truth, Yang Rang's Yang family army had already been decimated by Jin Zhengli. During their attempt to rescue Ping Shuai, they had donned Western Rong attire and were mistakenly annihilated by Jin Zhengli's forces. Believing them to be enemies, the soldiers outside, despite their ordinary garb, were in fact private troops cultivated by Shui Yuanba, formidable in combat and prepared for emergencies. These soldiers watched Yang Er closely, despite his remarkable martial prowess. Escape was no easy feat. Fortunately, the two little ones who affectionately called him uncle were safe, having been sent away by a trusted confidant to reunite with their parents, with the matter of Aaron resolved satisfactorily. He could face death without regret. Yang Er emerged from the cave, activating the mechanism that sealed the entrance, which then closed automatically, revealing only a sheer cliff face outside. Xiao Changye surveyed the barracks and, noticing the sparse occupancy, felt reassured. Yang Er, why do you not come forth to face justice? He bellowed. Yang Er appeared on horseback, swaying unsteadily, his gaunt frame almost bowing to the biting northern winds. Behold, Commander Xiao. Though Yang Er is slender, his voice resonates powerfully. Yang Er, I must ask you, do you wish to live or to die? Xiao Changye stated directly. Yang Er was taken aback. What kind of question was this from Commander Xiao? Even the smallest insect clings to life, so how could he not desire to live? Of course I wish to live. Old Huan, present the imperial decree. Yes, Huang Chao produced a royal edict from his bosom. Presenting it with both hands, Xiao Changye unfurled the decree and proclaimed. Yang Er received the decree. Yang Er glanced around, his astonishment palpable. He had intended to face death, yet here he was, unexpectedly honored to receive an imperial edict in his lifetime. Regardless of whether the decree commanded his death or life, it was an honor unattainable by ordinary men. Without hesitation, he dismounted and knelt in the snow, exclaiming, Yang Er receives the decree, by the grace of heaven. The emperor proclaims, I hereby appoint the king of Lai Mountain, Xiao Changye, to act in my stead. Whomever Xiao Changye wishes to pardon, I shall grant. So be it. Xiao Changye continued. Yang Er, rise. Shortly, I shall inscribe your name on this decree. Tell me, whom else would you have me pardon? Yang Er remained kneeling, tears welling in his eyes. I implore the king of Lai Mountain to also pardon my good brother Yang Rang and my sister-in-law Yi Yang. Very well, I grant it. Can you rise now? Yang Er stood, wiping his tears, and bowed deeply. On behalf of my brother and sister-in-law, I once again thank you, Commander Xiao. Those brothers of yours outside are Shui Yuanba's men. Correct. How shall we deal with them? Xiao Changye inquired in a lowered voice. Kill. A fierce glint flashed in Yang Er's eyes, akin to that of a prairie wolf. Why? They are private soldiers serving Shui Yuanba. Utterly obedient to his commands, their presence here is to monitor me. Xiao Changye turned and whispered to Huang Chao, who then departed to rally troops, with so many soldiers present, particularly from the Great Feng Kingdom. He was reluctant to slaughter them. He intended to shelter them, to utilize them for his own purposes. Commander, please take a seat in our cave's command tent. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Unthinkable. A commander should not enter perilous territory. Yang Er, after all these years in the army, do you not understand this? I do, but I assure you our location is secure. Yang Er replied earnestly, although Jia Yun wished to dissuade him. Xiao Changye stated, if one doubts, they shall not employ, if one employs, they shall not doubt. I place my trust in you, Yang Er. You are a man of integrity and valor. With that, Xiao Changye led the way toward the cliff. Eager to uncover its secrets, Xiao Chao was concerned about Xiao Changye's overconfidence and gestured for Tao Hong and others to follow. Embarrassed by Xiao Changye's trust in him, Yang Er hastily moved ahead to open the door for them. Approaching the cliff, it appeared just as it had when Xiao Changye and the others had visited earlier, with its dark stone surface indistinguishable from any ordinary cliff. Yang Er approached a stone pedestal, turning it several times until a crevice appeared in the cliff. He continued turning until the opening was wide enough for a person to pass, and then ceased his rotations. No wonder it swayed when I sat on that pedestal. I thought it was merely uneven ground, but it turns out to be a secret door, Tao Hong exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yun instructed them to wait outside while she and Xiao Changye entered. To prevent anyone from being trapped inside, with someone guarding outside, they could summon help at any moment. Yang Er entered first, and once Xiao Changye and Zhao Yun had followed, he activated the mechanism, causing the door to close behind them. The cavern was half man-made and half natural, featuring natural pillars alongside areas that had been quarried. It could accommodate hundreds, with a large table and several black chairs adorned with tiger and leopard skins. Clearly a place of council, Yang Er personally moved the chairs for Xiao Changye, saying, "Commander, there is another matter I wish to report. Please lessen my culpability, speak freely, I will do my utmost to protect you within my means. Perhaps you have already surmised, but Marshal Peng Bang was indeed slain by my hand." Xiao Changye glanced at Zhao Yun, who returned his gaze, confirming their suspicions were indeed correct. "You may have guessed that I still harbor feelings for Yin Yang. Willing to die for her." Another glance exchanged between Xiao Changye and Zhao Yun, both smiling knowingly. Why Yin Yang fell ill and could not go to battle. I intended to remain and care for her, but fearing a misunderstanding between good brothers, I reported to the army instead. As soon as I left, I was summoned into Shui's residence, or rather, coerced into it. He informed me that Yang Rang's 2 children were in his custody and demanded that I kill Peng Bang in exchange. Xiao Changye and Zhao Yun exchanged knowing looks, their deductions proving accurate. I had no choice but to comply, lest harm befall the children. Upon reaching the troops, I sought out brother Yang Rang to inform him of the situation. In truth, Yang Rang was already aware. He stated he could not sacrifice himself to kill Peng Bang for the sake of his children, for Peng Bang had shown him kindness. I asked him, "Then what of the children?" He replied that children could be born again, but mistakes once made would lead to eternal damnation. He ultimately went to battle, despite his heartache. Zhao Yun interjected, "Get to the point. Who shot the arrow that struck Peng Bang?" Yang Er clasped his fists against his forehead, his expression contorted in pain. "It was Jin Zhongli who threatened me on the battlefield, stating if I did not kill Peng Bang, I would never see Yin Yang and the 2 children again." Yang Er closed his eyes, breathing heavily, as if recounting a harrowing tale. "I cherished Yin Yang's children as if they were my own. Since Yang Rang chose not to save the children for the greater good, I would take on the role of the villain." Amidst the chaos of battle, I infiltrated Jin Zhongli's ranks and loosed the fateful arrow. Chapter 83. I am also a blood-red son of the Great Foam Kingdom. My intention was to ensure that, when the investigation unfolded, Jin Zhongli would also be held accountable, yet even then, they did not spare my brothers, executing them all. My brothers were wounded and vanished into the grasslands. I achieved merit, but such merit remains in the shadows. I had no choice but to conceal my whereabouts and return to the tavern, where I recounted the events to Yin Yang. She instructed me that regardless of who in the court inquired, I was to say I had remained at home attending to her and was not present at the scene. Since this was a conspiracy, why did Shui Yuanba not eliminate you to silence you? Zhao Yun pondered. Perhaps we still hold some value. Keeping us alive might entice Yang Rang to return, allowing them to eliminate us together. What of the children? Shui Yuanba claims he wishes to protect them, having them temporarily reside in the back courtyard of the commander's residence. However, I have already infiltrated and discovered that they are not there. I have no idea where he has hidden them. Did he return the children to you this time? Indeed, if the children were not returned, we swore we would cease to work for him. I was under Shui Yuanba's control and had no intention of escaping. Shui Yuanba commanded me to feign an escape where you could see, creating a diversion while he sent me to capture Aaron. Where is Aaron now? Yang Er finally smiled. This is my proudest achievement. I not only delayed Shui Yuanba's pursuit of Yang Rang but also fulfilled his mission, ensuring Aaron returns safely to Qin Shaogung's forces. What was Zhao Yun and Xiao Changye exclaimed in unison, astonished. Aaron did not flee back to the western Rong. Xiao Changye's anxious expression starkly contrasted with his earlier calm demeanor. He was baffled by Yang Er's actions. I too am a blood-red son of the great Feng Kingdom, with a heart full of patriotism. As long as my nephew and niece are safe, how could I let Aaron go? The resolute expression on Yang Er's face significantly enhanced his stature. Brother Yang Er, you truly are commendable, Zhao Yun exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. What of my second brother? Where is he now? After I let Aaron go, I discreetly sent word through my trusted aides to Qin Shaogang, instructing them to wait at the Dog Hill Pass along Aaron's route. By now, he must have captured them. Commander Shao, I am concerned for my second brother. Do not worry, I will dispatch someone to assist him. General Yang, please open the door. Yang Er activated the switch, and Xiao Changye stepped outside, whispering a few words to Huang Chao, who promptly took his leave. Returning to his seat, Yang Er swiftly closed the door. I closed the door without malice. I fear Shui Yuanba's spies might be numerous and could report back. I wish to inquire further, General Yang. Whereas Yang rang on, Xiao Changye was perplexed. If Yang Er could remain to save his nephews, why would Zhang Rang not wish to rescue them? He received urgent military intelligence and has gone to the southern frontier. It seems trouble is brewing there. Oh, we have yet to receive any news. How did he learn of it? Xiao Changye questioned. He has a friend in the southern frontier serving the southernly king. Thus aware of the insider information, his intention was to achieve military merit and then request an imperial decree for Shui Yuanba to release his children. However, Shui Yuanba exchanged conditions with me. This time I will not let the rabbit escape without the hawk being released. Once I capture Aaron, I will send word to him if the children are not freed. I will self-immolate at the gates of Itsu city, bringing to light his vile deeds. He had no choice but to release the children. I then sent my trusted aides to find Yi Yang. They should reach her in a few days. Have you heard of any impending actions from Southernly? It is still uncertain. I will inform you once confirmed. Very well, let us proceed. Our immediate priority is to capture Aaron and resolve the border situation, after which we shall address the conflict with Southernly in the southern frontier. Commander, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. May I speak, since we serve in the military together? We are comrades, brothers. Speak freely of any difficulties, and I shall resolve them without delay. Is this person convenient? Rest assured, even if you do not trust me, you must trust her. She is General Qin Han's daughter, Qin Shaoyun, endowed with exceptional talent. Very well, please follow me. After Yang Er spoke, he led the way into the depths of the cave, and they hurriedly followed suit. The further they ventured, the larger and darker the cave became, until they were forced to navigate by touch. Xiao Changye assisted Qin Shaoyun through the darkness. Catching a whiff of a musty odor, Yang Er reached a stone chamber, pressed a switch, and the interior was instantly illuminated. They beheld a translucent blue pearl radiating light akin to daylight. A luminous pearl, Qin Shaoyun exclaimed involuntarily. If only one could possess such a pearl, would it not guarantee a lifetime free from want? As they beheld the glow of the pearl, they noticed a table within the cave laden with gold, silver, and jewels, alongside a dozen wooden chests. Yang Er opened one for them to see. It too was filled with gold and silver. All of this, I entrusted to King Lizhan for safekeeping. Should my brothers and I perish in battle one day, aside from providing for our 2 children for a lifetime, the remainder will be donated to the state as military provisions. After Yang Er finished speaking, he gazed earnestly at Xiao Changye. General Xiao, can you manage this? Or perhaps you would prefer to bequeath it to your descendants directly? Accumulating such wealth is no simple feat for a mere mountain chieftain. Xiao Changye had no desire to oversee their possessions. The responsibility was burdensome, and he lacked the leisure for it. Why not ask General Qin to assist in safeguarding it? Although I have a fondness for wealth, a gentleman acquires it through rightful means. You should prioritize your health and ensure your nephews are well looked after. Very well, since neither of you covets copper stench, I shall disclose the mechanism to open the stone door for your future needs. Regardless of whether Xiao Changye and Qin Shaoyun heeded his words, Yang Er proceeded to explain the mechanism for opening the cliff cave door. Upon exiting the cave, they encountered Huang Chao returning. Reporting to General Xiao, Vice General Qin Shaogang has indeed captured Aaron alive and is currently awaiting us at the foot of the mountain. Excellent, General Yang, let us descend the mountain together. Very well. As they approached the bandit camp, they observed 1,000 of Shui Yuanba's private soldiers bound and standing there, encircled by soldiers brought by Qin Yong. Xiao Changye strode up to them and exclaimed, Brothers, will you continue to follow Shui Yuanba in his wicked deeds, or will you join me, Xiao Changye, in fighting for glory? We wish to follow General Xiao and attain merit. Someone shouted, Indeed, we have had enough of the shadowy days. We wish to serve openly and honorably alongside General Xiao. General Yang, I shall descend first to deal with Aaron's matter. You and old Huang should interrogate each person here to see if anyone wishes to part ways with us. Show no mercy. Xiao Changye's voice was powerful, sending shivers down the spines of those bound soldiers. Those who hesitated could no longer afford to do so. Any further delay could cost them their heads. They had no choice but to follow, whether they wanted to or not. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they indeed found Qin Chaogang standing there, covered in mud. Upon seeing them descend, Qin Chaogang broke into a wide grin. General Xiao, it has been quite a struggle. Aaron has finally been recovered. Xiao Changye felt a smile brewing but restrained it, adopting a serious expression. Do you believe such achievements come easily? Chapter 84, Eldest Brother. Come quickly to rescue. Qin Chaogang hung his head. Not easy at all, still seeking glory. I shall not dare again. Come, let us discuss what transpired in the tent. A series of cries emerged from behind. And only then did Xiao Changye notice Aaron bound to a horse. They remained silent, their faces frozen and unable to wipe away the frost due to their bound hands. Qin Chaoyun approached, withdrew her Qilin whip, and struck each of them once. Do you still wish to escape? Aaron vigorously shook his head, making muffled sounds as he attempted to break free, his hands gesturing as if to write. If you wish to write, then let us take them into the tent for interrogation, Qin Chaoyun commanded. Was Qin Chaoyun usurping authority? Qin Chaogang noticed this immediately and quickly intervened. Sister, General Xiao is present. There is no need for you to take charge. Have you finally learned to use your brain? I thought you were as dull as a wooden block. Do you know how much we have toiled these past few days? Do you realize how much suffering we have endured? You are less clever than a pig's brain. All right, I am indeed a pig's brain. I will heed your words from now on. Is that satisfactory? Qin Chaogang was a doting brother. He knew his sister was exceptionally intelligent from a young age. He resolved to remain by her side, doing whatever she requested, and refraining from what she forbade. At least you know your place, Qin Chaoyun declared as she led the way to the general's tent. Xiao Changye shook his head in the rear, pondering how difficult it would be to tame such a temper. Nonetheless, he found it appealing. Every man has a desire to conquer a woman, and he was no exception. How brazen! In the tent, everyone stood closely packed. Xiao Changye ordered Tao Hong and the other strategists to withdraw, leaving only Qin Chaoyun, Qin Chaogang, Zhenlai, and Aaron. Qin Chaogang, I ask you, are you aware of your offenses? Once everyone had exited, Xiao Changye assumed a commanding demeanor befitting a marshal. Your humble minister, acknowledge my guilt. Qin Chaogang knelt, unashamed of his wrongdoing. I failed to release the sentries and scouts, thinking it was safe before dawn, only to fall into Yang Er's trap. Then how did you locate Aaron? Yang Er sent me a message. Initially, I was skeptical, but I didn't pursue far before I spotted their figures. They were galloping on horseback. This fellow possesses impressive riding skills. They nearly escaped through the Qianqiu Pass. Fortunately, I shot a few arrows at them, which frightened them into dismounting and being captured. As Qin Chaogang recounted this, a hint of pride crept into his expression. Qin Chaoyun coughed twice, startling Qin Chaogang into straightening his posture. Humbly kneeling on the ground, they had turned into startled birds, fearing they might be shot. General Qin, please rise. Aaron, do you have anything to say? Xiao Changye inquired. Both nodded vigorously. Come, let Zhenlai enter. Zhenlai walked in and saluted. General Xiao, what are your orders? Record Aaron's testimony. Understood. Zhenlai provided each of them with a sheet of paper and a piece of charcoal. Do you truly wish to return to the Western Rhone? Xiao Changye asked. Both Aaron nodded simultaneously before shaking their heads. They feared that expressing homesickness might lead to their execution. If I were to release you, would you attack the Defone Kingdom again? The two shook their heads vigorously. If your elder brother fails to rescue you, what will you do? Considering the timeline, it was likely that the Western Rhone Khan, Antuli, had received his letter by now. Why had he not yet responded? Could it be that he truly regarded them as expendable? Fear flickered in Aaron's eyes. In any nation, struggles for the throne often involved internal strife. Was his elder brother perceiving them as threats to his claim to the throne and abandoning them? You shall now write a letter to your elder brother, urging him to come quickly to your rescue. I will not escort you back to the capital. If he does not demonstrate sincerity within a month, I shall personally escort you to the capital or petition the emperor to execute you on the spot. After all, you are expendable. Keeping you is of no use. Under Xiao Changye's relentless demands, Aaron hastily wrote letters for each of them, tears streaming down their faces, smudging the paper in several places. Zhenlai read their letters aloud, summarizing their plea for their elder brother to come quickly to their rescue, invoking their shared bloodline. We nearly fell victim to Shui Yuanbai's treachery. This is clearly an act of harm against us. Before we are escorted to the capital, we implore you to come swiftly to save us. Regardless of the conditions, we will repay you for the rest of our lives. Of this time, Xiao Changye did not send soldiers with the message but rather dispatched a pigeon, which would ensure a swift delivery. Training such a pigeon was no small feat. it was akin to a death sentinel. Upon reaching its destination, it would not know whom to deliver the message to. Merely circling until it caught the attention of those below, and only then would it be shot down to reveal the letter tied to its leg. Xiao Changye understood that the military pigeon had little chance of survival. He gently kissed its snow-white feathers before releasing it. The pigeon soared from the camp area into the distant sky, disappearing from view before Xiao Changye withdrew his gaze. His expression dimmed. Qin Chaoyun comprehended his sentiments. Akin to bidding farewell to a comrade embarking on a perilous mission, fully aware it could lead to death yet compelled to go, in the Western Rong Kingdom, Khan Antuli received the pigeon that had been shot down by the guards. Upon untying and reading it, countless thoughts swirled in his mind. His two brothers held significant military power, while his son had been frail and ill since childhood. Although he had recently married, his poor health had evidently worsened due to his indulgence in wine and women. The first letter Antuli received was from Shui Yuanba, who suggested taking advantage of Aaron's capture to eliminate them through the Defeng Kingdom, thereby eradicating future threats. When Antuli received the initial letter from Xiao Changye, he hesitated upon seeing his brother's plea and did not rush to their aid. What should he do now? Should he rescue his brothers? It would certainly come at a cost: territory, wealth, or even women. Yet, if he chose not to intervene, how could he turn against his own brothers with whom he had grown up? Sighing, he ultimately decided to rescue them. After all, if his son proved untrustworthy, he would still have allies. Antuli ordered to personally lead a team to Itsu City for negotiations, eager to see what terms Xiao Changye would propose. Should Xiao Changye's demands prove excessive, he would resolutely withdraw, however, if they were acceptable. Rescuing his two brothers would not be out of the question. Having made up his mind, he organized a team of negotiators to set off immediately. This time, the chief negotiator was the high priest Maimedi. Accompanied by deputy priest Chihai, along with a multitude of strategists under their command, Antuli also brought along his beloved daughter, Antuzhang. At merely 16 years of age, she was not only beautiful and obedient but also fluent in the Great Feng language. Serving as the translator for this mission, after preparing their belongings, Antuli personally led them on a night journey towards Itsu. They could not traverse the Lion Pass, as the icy wall behind it was treacherous and difficult to climb. Neither could they take the Dog Hill Pass due to its lengthy detour. The only viable entry was through the Wolf Valley. They halted outside the valley, setting up camp and requesting that Xiao Changye conduct negotiations there. Antuli feared that Xiao Changye might prove untrustworthy and detain him, which would spell disaster for his nation. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Changye hurriedly conferred with Qin Chaoyun and others to devise a strategy. "Xiao Commander, what outcome do you desire? We will arrange things according to your conditions." Qin Chaoyun spoke first. Although Xiao Changye had no intention of assuming his father's role, he realized that sending Antuli to the capital for negotiations was an impossibility. They would not venture into dangerous territory. Thus, he promptly sent a message to his father, requesting guidance. A few days prior, upon hearing that his son had captured 2 Western Rong marshals, Xiao Yuan had been overjoyed. His long-standing chest pains and cough significantly alleviated. He organized personnel from the 3 ministers and 6 ministries, awaiting the arrival of the Tuan to convene in the capital. Now, receiving Xiao Changye's letter and grasping the general situation, he decisively ordered that as long as it would lead to the cessation of hostilities with the Western Rong, they could provide some provisions, but not an inch of territory would be conceded. And his daughter would categorically not be given in marriage. That was the bottom line. Finally, he declared, "I know my son's capabilities, he can act in my stead." Chapter 85. On the battlefield there are no saints. Xiao Changye received his father's message with great delight. Such minimal conditions would allow him to secure greater benefits for the nation, making negotiations more favorable. He gathered the military strategists for discussion. At that moment Zhang De also arrived. Zhang De was well suited for leading troops. A man of both wisdom and courage, Xiao Changye did not wish to confine him to the role of mere strategist. Revealing the trump card given by the emperor, everyone was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why is the emperor lacking in resolve? We are the victors, not the Western Rong." Qin Chaoyun exclaimed in frustration, "Then let us follow the emperor's wishes, compensate them with a few hundred stones of provisions and be done with it. It is that simple. Why continue negotiating?" Xiao Changye understood her irritation but remained calm. "What is everyone's opinion?" "I object." Zhang De stood up and declared, "We are the victorious side, holding 2 significant cards in our hands. At least one of them can be exchanged for a condition. For instance, Antuhu is the chief commander. We could price him at 100,000 or 80,000 gold. Antuzhang, as the deputy commander, could fetch 50 or 60,000. Why only gold? We could also demand several 100,000 taels of silver, Tao Hong suggested softly. The Western Rong's western region is a desert rich in gold, Qin Chaoyun explained exasperatedly. They are primarily interested in food, while we value gold. In reality, if they were to coexist peacefully with us, trade along the border could be mutually beneficial in the long run. Then let us sign a treaty for peaceful coexistence to support border trade. Xiao Chanye proposed. Actually, I have another idea, though I am uncertain if it will work. Shi Bujin hesitated. Everyone voiced their opinions, urging the strategist to express himself. Marriage alliances, he stated. Marriage alliances? Absolutely not, Xiao Chanye immediately opposed. My father is firmly against such arrangements. He still harbored resentment over the crown prince's faction's attempts to marry his sister, Qinshi off to Nanli. I am not suggesting our family marry off a daughter, but rather that the Western Rong princess be wed to our royal family. Shi Bujin clarified. You startled me. Does the Western Rong even have a princess? Xiao Chanye inquired. To my knowledge, Antuli has a daughter named Antuzhang, who possesses striking features and unparalleled grace in dance. She is now in her prime, and we could demand her hand in marriage, which would serve as leverage and demonstrate their sincerity in negotiating with us. Very well, Lao Huang, take note of this suggestion, but let us refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. After all, they constantly contemplate marriage alliances. It is high time they experience the plight of their own daughters being married off. Xiao Chanye mused. He considered himself not a villain, yet to his enemies, he was certainly not a benevolent figure. On the battlefield there are no saints, nor are there any holy fathers. Xiaoyun, are there any other advantageous proposals for our nation? Bring them forth promptly, Xiao Chanye called out. I may not possess the ruthlessness of you men, but I believe the gold for silver exchange is a sound plan. Should they refuse to marry off Antuzhang, we should demand equivalent gold in return, Qin Chaoyun suggested, her complexion pale as she pressed against her aching abdomen. Little money grubber. Xiao Chanye attempted to poke her delicate nose playfully, but upon realizing everyone's attention was on him, he withdrew his hand to scratch his own nose instead. Lao Huang, ensure everything is recorded. Shortly, I and Qin Xiao'er will organize the negotiation materials. The others exchanged knowing glances, aware that Qin Chaoyun was a woman, the daughter of the great general of the Qin Han, and having witnessed their close rapport, they found his casual nickname for her, Qin Xiao'er, rather revealing. However, the strategists were astute enough to excuse themselves. Qin Chaoyun felt no sense of danger. She believed herself to be the foremost female strategist, deserving to remain and discuss national affairs with him. Chaoyun, sit here. Xiao Chanye patted the seat beside him. Unfazed, Qin Chaoyun approached and sat down, reviewing the various suggestions recorded by Huang Chao. Are you feeling unwell? What's wrong? Did you catch a chill? It hurts a bit. Chaoyun blushed. In the presence of men, she could not divulge the truth of her menstruation. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Xiao Chanye felt it inappropriate to press further and instead pushed the records toward her. The two of them worked diligently to compile the negotiation outline until deep into the night. I am tired. I shall return to rest. Xiao Commander, do you have any further instructions? Qin Chaoyun yawned widely. I will patrol once more. You should rest first, Xiao Chanye replied, rising to leave, but then blocked her path. What I mean is, you should sleep here. I have a heated Kong, but your tents do not. Xiao Commander, I am not so pampered. A little cold is easily resolved by snuggling with Tao Hong. Then you should call Tao Hong to join us. I will squeeze in with Huang Chao. Qin Chaoyun's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Having braved the frigid weather for days, she had just begun her period and felt a severe discomfort in her abdomen. Desperately needing a warm environment, how could this be a pretense, little girl? Xiao Chanye smiled, tousling Qin Chaoyun's hair before heading out. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chanye had already noticed her condition, after she had stepped away to relieve herself. He followed suit and discovered the bloodstains in the snow. Initially he thought she had been injured and asked Huang Chao, who had once been married and understood such matters. Huang Chao suggested that she was likely menstruating. Xiao Chanye inquired about any precautions needed during this time. Huang Chao was not entirely sure but recalled that his wife had consumed brown sugar water and used a hand warmer on her abdomen for comfort. Qin Chaoyun hurriedly sought out Tao Hong to sleep in the warm tent. Tao Hong was overjoyed, as girls often feared the cold. Xiao Chanye instructed Huang Chao to bring 2 cups of brown sugar water, reminding them to drink it while warm. Sipping the sweet, steaming concoction, Qin Chaoyun felt rejuvenated. The following day, everyone arose early. Qin Yong assembled the troops. He and a portion of the soldiers accompanied Xiao Chanye to Wolf Valley, while others, led by Peng Wei, returned to camp. Remaining on standby, the Tuan were escorted back by Peng Wei, with additional guards to prevent Shui Yuanbai and Antili from attempting a rescue. Xiao Chanye allowed the group of private soldiers who had been captured to proceed first. deeming them as expendable. Although the private soldiers harbored grievances, they dared not voice them, as they had voluntarily placed themselves in such a predicament. Upon reaching Wolf Valley, they met with Chang Si, who briefed them on Antilli's situation. Chang Si assured, "Shao Commander, do not fear, General Qin Han is already en route from Minju City and will arrive shortly." Very well, although we do not wish for conflict, we must still instill some deterrence in Antilli. Send someone to deliver a message indicating that we will meet at the northern entrance of Wolf Valley tomorrow. Understood, Chang Si replied, promptly organizing the arrangements. "Shao Commander, I'm quite nervous," Qin Chaoyun admitted with a smile. "With me here, you need not worry. Quickly eat your dinner and rest well for tomorrow's negotiations." The next day, everyone enjoyed a hearty meal before entering Wolf Valley with the negotiating team. At that moment, the valley was secure, as troops led by Qin Yong and Chang Si were stationed outside. Approaching the northern entrance, they spotted Antilli and his forces assembled in neat formation, among whom was a striking woman with a wide-brimmed hat, large eyes, and a prominent nose, dressed in vibrant red, catching Shao Chanye's attention. Chapter 86. Making a princess for Shao Commander under the supervision of a middle-aged man, with a bushy beard and a corpulent figure nearly crushing the five-flowered horse beneath him. "This must be Antilli." Shao Chanye cupped his fist in salute. "Western Rong King, how do you fare? Shall we discuss standing here, or will you follow me to Itsu City?" Antilli, with no pretense of politeness, inquired. "Who are you?" "I am Prince Lianshan of the Great Feng." Commander Shao Chanye. Huang Chao stepped forward to answer on his behalf. "Very well, you are qualified to negotiate. However, I require another individual to be present for discussions to proceed." Antilli asserted firmly. "The Western Rong King may request anyone he wishes." Shao Chanye replied without hesitation. "Shui Yuanba, Commander Shui. We only recognize Commander Shui, others are not acknowledged." Antilli pondered to himself, considering the feeble demeanor of Shui Yuanba. If he were to join the negotiations, and if no words were spoken in favor of the Western Rong, he would relish the opportunity to expose him. "Very well, I grant permission. Pray tell, King of the Western Rong, do you have any further demands? Speak freely. I wish to first see my two brothers and ascertain if they still draw breath." His request was entirely reasonable, prompting Shao Chanye to immediately dispatch personnel to escort the Tuan. Concurrently, he instructed them to retrieve the translation fees near Qingshan Kup, to be brought alongside the prisoner transport. "So shall we conduct our negotiations upon horseback henceforth?" Shao Chanye queried. To Shangitsu City, I harbor doubts about your intentions. Dare you venture to our Western Rong City? Ah, what is there to fear? You provide sustenance and drink, saving us from depleting the resources of our Defeng state. Then would you lower yourself a notch? Antilli inquired uncertainly. "Your calculations are indeed meticulous. You lack provisions, and I shall not complicate your plight." Shao Chanye jested. "Indeed, the grasslands have suffered a severe drought these past 2 years, with cattle and sheep failing to thrive. Attempts to cultivate crops akin to those of Defeng have yielded no harvest. So you do not dare to come?" Antilli retorted. "I anticipate that post-negotiation, our two nations will become allies, using your abundant gold to procure our grain. We could also traverse your territory to trade with nations beyond your western borders. Our tea, silk, advanced agricultural tools, and porcelain could flow westward through your lands. At that juncture, your coffers shall overflow with tolls, and you will hardly concern yourself with our meager border trade." This strategy was a plan devised with Qin Chaoyun the previous night. Before negotiations commenced, it was imperative to convey that Defeng harbored grand ambitions beyond mere exchanges for immediate gains. As Shao Chanye passionately concluded, Anchiling was the first to applaud. "Good." Antilli shot a glare at the young girl. "What do you know? Step aside." Anchiling reluctantly retreated, casting her sparkling eyes upon Shao Chanye. In Qin Chaoyun's eyes, her teeth itched with anticipation. In Shurbuji's eyes, a thought emerged. If she were to be wed, let it be to the valiant Shao, making her the princess. Were Shao Chanye aware of Shurbuji's musings, he might have promptly kicked him off his horse. Antilli too felt a stirring within, yet maintained his composure, suggesting, "Let us erect a grand tent here for our discussions. The skies are expansive, fitting for monumental matters." "Excellent. Will you construct the tent, or shall we? Together you provide 50 men, and we shall provide 50. Antilli was shrewd, wary of Shao Chanye potentially laying traps during the tent's construction. "Agreed. Prepare the materials for tomorrow. I shall return to make arrangements." Shao Chanye took his leave. A night passed in silence. On the morrow, 50 soldiers bore felt mats and wooden beams to the site designated by Antilli to erect the tent. Within 3 days, a spacious tent covering an acre was established, furnished with tables, chairs, and a hearth. On the 5th day, Chen Laowang Chenlai and the Tuan arrived, though Shui Yuanba was notably absent. Shao Chanye arranged for the Tuan to meet Antilli from afar. and the palpable bond of blood kinship was immediately apparent, allowing Antiuli to proceed with the arrangements for subsequent negotiations. Despite sending numerous messengers, Xiao Changye could not summon Shui Yuanba, left with no choice. He instructed Huang Chao to produce a blank imperial decree, and only then did Shui Yuanba reluctantly appear at Xiao Changye's behest, along with 7 military strategists, 2 translators, and figures such as Qin Yong, Cheng Si, and Qin Han. A negotiation team was formed. In contrast to Defeng's delegation, the Western Rong's team appeared rather modest, consisting of Antiuli, the high priest Maimedi, 2 deputy priests, Anqiling, and several others of uncertain rank. The miscellaneous personnel from both armies withdrew 2 miles, permitting only the negotiation representatives to enter the tent, and thus the discussions formally commenced. Upon entering, Xiao Changye and his compatriots found the tent pleasantly warm. The representatives from Difeng and the Western Rong arranged themselves on opposite sides, seated according to rank. Western Rong King, please articulate your terms for negotiation. Xiao Changye initiated. Anqiling rose, grasping a sheepskin scroll, and with fluent Difeng dialect, proclaimed, the terms of negotiation between the Western Rong and Difeng are as follows. First, the unconditional release of Antuhua and Antahang. Second, the provision of 2,000 shur of grain as compensation for the war losses. Third, a clear delineation of borders. With no further interactions, the assembly was taken aback by such audacious demands. With their kin in captivity, they exhibited such arrogance. The diminutive nation evidently did not grasp the gravity of their situation. Xiao Changye chuckled lightly. Your terms are indeed peculiar. Did you not consider adding a marriage alliance? Both Antiuli and Anqiling were momentarily taken aback. Did they truly wish for such an alliance? They themselves recognized the impropriety of their terms. Yet the notion of a marriage alliance was still on the table. It is said that the Princess Qinshi of Difeng is an adept healer, and our grasslands are in dire need of such talents. We could arrange for her to marry my brother as a secondary consort. Anqiling quickly adapted, adding that clause, claiming it was their own suggestion, unrelated to her. How naive you are. Let us first hear the terms from our side. Huang Chao presented a yellow silk paper to Xiao Changye, upon which fine characters inscribed the terms of negotiation. Xiao Changye took it, reading aloud with a booming voice, terms of negotiation between Difeng and Western Rong. Our representatives, Xiao Changye, Qin Chaoyun, Qin Han, Western Rong representatives, Antiuli, Anqiling, Maimedi. Clause 1, the compensated return of high-ranking prisoners Antohat and Antahang, at 500 gold each to be settled upon release. Clause 2, an unconditional exchange of ordinary prisoners and the return of Difeng border citizens captured by you. Clause 3, the establishment of a trade route westward to Lulan, allowing Difeng caravans safe passage into Western Rong territory, with Western Rong responsible for their security. Clause 4, the boundary shall be defined by the northern entrance of Hulang Valley, with the surrounding mountain ranges serving as the dividing line, forever prohibiting transgressions. Clause 5, border citizens may intermarry and trade without governmental interference. As Antiuli listened, he could not help but admire the proposal, yet stubbornly retorted, this is unjust. If we are to negotiate, sincerity must be shown. You should unconditionally release my 2 brothers. If you find the aforementioned 5 clauses unacceptable, we have a 6th clause, a marriage alliance. It is said that the Western Rong King has a daughter named Zhang, fair of face and kind of heart, with exceptional dancing skills, making her a suitable candidate for our crown prince's secondary consort. Chapter 87, observing the handsome Xiao Chuang Yudare, Antiuli slammed the table and rose. She is my beloved daughter, none shall lay a finger on her. Western Rong King, show some sincerity. Just one woman could secure the preceding 5 clauses, ensuring a century of peace between our nations. Surely that would be to your benefit, Xiao Changye remarked slyly. Anqiling's teeth clenched in frustration. Curse you, Xiao Changye, you may appear well-mannered, yet your words are insufferably irritating. You wish for a marriage alliance, do you? Should I be forced to marry you, I would rather die. To the crown prince? Not a chance. Marry me? I could never aspire to such heights. Foreign princesses are only suited for crown princes. In time, you would be a noble consort in the inner palace, a position of prestige. Xiao Changye provocatively taunted, look at how pleased you are, take this. With that, she leaped from the table, brandishing her whip towards Xiao Changye, who deftly dodged. Weapons were prohibited during negotiations, and it seemed Anqiling had concealed her whip as a belt. Qin Chaoyun, not to be outdone, drew her own red-tasseled Qilin whip, engaging Anqiling in combat. This was an unscripted performance, but they could not falter now that it had begun. Having honed her skills on the battlefield and trained diligently, Qin Chaoyun easily outmatched Anqiling. In just a few exchanges, the Qilin whip ensnared Anqiling and her whip, binding them tightly. You Difeng are truly despicable. Release me. Why should I? You are quite the beauty. I have taken a liking to you. Since Xiao does not want you, you might as well acquiesce and accompany me. Qin Chaoyun teased, pinching her chin. I would never go with you. Anqiling attempted to bite Qin Chaoyun's fingers, causing her to hastily withdraw her hand. Xiao Chanya watched in amusement. Did Qin Chaoyun truly enjoy this banter? Anqili remained composed, recognizing that during negotiations at the border, they would not dare harm his daughter, and thus refrained from intervening. Release her, Xiao Chanya rebuked. Waitstaff, our guests from Defom are to be treated with respect. Yes, Qin Chaoyun released Anqiling, stepping back to her seat. She was perplexed. Why was Xiao Chanya so unsettled this time? The girl was attractive, and if she held affection for him, he should simply agree. It would benefit both nations' stability. Why was he so incensed, provoking them? At that moment, Xiao Chanya chastised himself for his earlier lack of composure. How foolish of him. Resuming his seat, he clasped his hands together and addressed Anqiling. I apologize. Princess, please forgive my rudeness. Humph, Anqiling huffed, returning to her seat, her earlier fancies towards Xiao Chanya extinguished. Very well, let us continue our negotiations. Anqili narrowed his eyes, observing Shui Yuanba seated at the far end. Commander Shui. Previously we have only interacted through intermediaries. We are growing old and must maintain decorum. The youth today are too impetuous and of little reliability. I propose we two negotiate the terms ourselves. Seated at the back, Shui Yuanba aimed to minimize his presence. Upon the mention of Anqili, all eyes turned towards him, and his silence was evidently untenable. Shui Yuanba rose and stated, You may converse as you wish. I am merely the deputy commander and lack the qualifications to engage in negotiations. Oh, then shall I recount to Commander Xiao the history of our 10 years of conflict? The implicit meaning behind Anqili's words was understood by all. Though he did not articulate it directly, they feigned ignorance. This, Shui Yuanba wiped the sweat from his brow, squinting at Xiao Chanya. I am but a mere deputy. I truly lack the standing to converse with you on equal terms. Commander Xiao, my daughter was clearly insulted by your subordinate, and as the commanding officer on that side, you initiated a war of words, rendering you unworthy of negotiations with me. I strongly demand that Commander Shui engage in talks instead. Anqili's demeanor grew more resolute. Xiao Chanya, curious about Shui Yuanba's true intentions, replied, Very well, but I hold the final decision. Commander Xiao, I also request that the one referred to as Xiao be excused, with no choice. Xiao Chanya offered a few words of instruction to Qin Han and the others before exiting the tent. Outside the canvas, the expansive blue sky loomed overhead, and the winter wind stung like a knife against their faces. Qin Chaoyun glanced at the soldiers stationed 2 miles away, rubbing her frostbitten hands as she inquired, Commander Xiao, why were you so agitated just now, if it is indeed due to your efforts being thwarted? How will you explain it to the Emperor? Are you suggesting that I should consider a marital alliance with Anqili? A menacing aura emanated from Xiao Chanya, causing Qin Chaoyun to retreat repeatedly. Nearly tripping over the wild grass, Xiao Chanya reached out to assist, but Qin Chaoyun deftly jumped away using her agility. Yet, Xiao Chanya, determined to uncover the truth, pressed forward and grasped her wrist firmly. Release me, answer me. He fixed his piercing gaze upon her, his beautiful eyes filled with fervor. I believe it to be a fortuitous opportunity. It resolves national issues while acquiring a fair maiden. What's not to relish? Only a fool would fail to cherish such a chance. I am a fool, for I am foolish enough to be enamored by someone as foolish as you. Xiao Chanya's gaze remained locked onto hers. Ablaze with intensity, Qin Chaoyun struggled against his grip, but after several futile attempts, she could not break free. Let go of me. Determination flickered in her eyes. I knew you held no affection for me. Why should I waste my warmth on a cold shoulder? Stung by the indifference reflected in her eyes, Xiao Chanya released her. A pang of inexplicable sorrow pierced through Qin Chaoyun as she embraced her shoulders. Seeking solace for her aching heart. We are simply impossible. Merely envisioning such a scenario is delightful. Why must we attempt to actualize it? Resolutely, Qin Chaoyun turned and walked away, unbeknownst to Xiao Chanya, as she turned her back. 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Afraid to wipe them away lest he notice, she retreated further to process her heartache, repeatedly rebuffed by Qin Chaoyun. Xiao Chanya's emotions grew increasingly volatile. He kicked the tent flap open with force. How is it that I, a third prince, find myself inferior to Shui Yuanba, or even Zhou Xiu? The gathering, engrossed in animated discussion, fell silent, astonished at the murderous aura radiating from Xiao Chanya. In the West Rome, what status does Shui Yuanba hold to act as the envoy for negotiations between our two nations? The negotiations shall proceed according to the 5 agreements I previously outlined. Should the first 5 be rejected, then let your daughter be wed. I would not hesitate to take a beauty home to torment. Just moments ago, he had been amiable, yet now he returned transformed. Qin Han quickly stood, saying, "Commander Xiao, we are presently deliberating the 3 agreements they proposed, refining the details. I care not for the particulars you are discussing. Cease all negotiations, we shall adhere to my prior agreements." Is it not laughable that a vast nation like ours should cower before your minuscule state? West Rong King, do you doubt that I could dispatch troops to raise your capital? Witnessing Xiao Changya's sudden transformation into a figure of wrath, Antilli's heart raced. His forces were scant, while here were stationed Qin Han, Shui Yuanbas Qin Yong, and Shang Si. Should he refuse to comply immediately, this wrathful figure might indeed march upon his capital. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Thus, he resolved to acquiesce to his demands. At worst, he could return fortified and retaliate later. By then, should he wish to negotiate, I may not entertain him. Chapter 88. I wish to kiss you very well. We shall proceed as Commander Xiao wishes. Let us hasten to sign the agreement so I may return to my brothers and ensure their well-being. Injuries on the battlefield are commonplace, and regardless of their conditions, they are merely the repercussions of invading another's territory, thus no blame can be placed elsewhere. Zhang Di, swiftly present the contract and details to the West Rong King for immediate signing. Yes, Zhang Di brought forth several pages of silk cloth for Antilli to peruse, causing him considerable distress. Ignoring the details, the immediate priority was to vacate this contentious place, lest they be detained for departing too late. Antilli no longer required his daughter for translation. After inquiring where to sign, he hastily affixed his signature and seal with his nation's jade stamp. Xiao Changya adhered to the procedures, signing where required, leaving the designated spaces for his father. Ultimately, 2 copies were produced, each party retained one. After Antilli completed the signing, he wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, "Let us return to Rong City." The attendants of West Rome quickly rose and departed, abandoning even the tents that had taken 3 days to erect. Xiao Changye ordered the release of Aaron, opening the wooden cage and releasing them from their chains. Upon gaining freedom, the 2 brothers wished to cheer, yet only sounds of awe emerged. Antilli, having walked quite a distance, sensed something amiss upon hearing the sounds and hurried back to greet his younger siblings. "Brothers, you have suffered." Antilli squeezed out a tear and embraced them. The 2 struggled to break free, pointing at their mouths in distress. Seeing their tongues intact and no obvious injury, Antilli said, "Come, let us return home." They refused to move, repeating their cries. "What has happened to them?" Xiao Changya queried. "Commander Xiao, could you provide an explanation? I mentioned earlier that mishaps are commonplace on the battlefield. It is entirely normal. Since you are close with Shui Yuanbut, perhaps you should inquire with him. I am not involved." The bombshell dropped by Xiao Changya nearly overwhelmed Shui Yuanbut. "I have a renowned physician at my residence. He possesses a remedy for restoring voices. I shall instruct my guard to fetch it post haste." West Rong King, rest assured, it will arrive within half a day. Since we have signed the agreement, shall we not share a meal together? Xiao Changya proposed. "That is acceptable." Antilli agreed. Yet, Antilli's companions, Antovua and Antohang, protested, pointing at their mouths and shaking their heads. Antilli, realizing his brothers were aware of something, suggested, "Let us each dine separately. We shall return to court once the guard has returned." Tao Hong, upon emerging, found Qin Chaoyun braving the cold winds, her cheeks flushed and eyes swollen, as if she had been weeping. She approached and cupped her hands around Qin Chaoyun's face to warm her. "What troubles you, miss? Who dares to provoke our esteemed strategist?" "No one dares to offend me. It is merely the recollection of previous events that brings me sorrow. Do tell me how your negotiations concluded so swiftly. It is all thanks to Commander Xiao. His decisive and vigorous approach swiftly resolved our stalemate. He wielded an imposing presence that in just a few words untangled our negotiations." Subsequently, Tao Hong recounted Xiao Changya's exact words with remarkable precision. Qin Chaoyun laughed. "Your mimicry is so exquisite, it would be a shame not to monetize it. Should the day come when we find ourselves in want of food, you must take responsibility for our sustenance while I shall gladly play the role of a parasitic worm. Fear not, my esteemed lady, with me, General Qin, by your side, you shall never go hungry." As the master and servant engaged in their banter, the call for dinner resonated nearby. "See, I told you so. I speak with the Midas touch. When I say there will be food, there is food. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to dine." The 2 skipped joyfully towards the military camp, where Xiao Changya had already been observing from outside the tent. His heart raced like a roller coaster, perplexed by what Qin Chaoyun was contemplating or whether she had ever truly cared for him. He felt his patience waning. The strategists gathered in Qin Chaoyun's tent for a meal. All 7, previously divided, were now in attendance. Xiao Changye instructed Huang Chao to bring food for everyone to share. Typically, Qin Chaoyun would chatter incessantly while dining, relishing discussions on current affairs. However, now she ate in silence. Prompting the others to follow her lead. Though Xiao Chanye wished to speak, he opted to remain quiet upon seeing everyone immersed in their meals. As the somber meal concluded, Xiao Chanye finally broke the silence. I shall return to the capital to deliver the contract. Qin Xiao'er, you will accompany me. He did not wish to miss the opportunity for a private moment with her. Very well, I shall tidy up with Tao Hong and we will depart. Xin Tao is doing well here. She need not leave. Qin Xiaoyun cast a furtive glance at Xiao Chanye, whose demeanor had reverted to the cold indifference she first encountered. For reasons unknown, her heart ached, as if countless ants were gnawing at it. Very well, orders acknowledged. Qin Xiaoyun lowered her gaze, pondering whether they were destined to miss their chance. Have we finished? We depart immediately. After declaring so, Xiao Chanye exited, seeking out Qin Han to arrange matters at the border, and instructed Huang Chao to produce a decree, which he filled out for unforeseen circumstances. Shui Yuanba's messenger returned with the medicine. He informed Antuli, be sure to take it sparingly. Rest assured, this remedy is indeed effective. 3 days hence, they would be able to speak. Remember, my actions are also for their benefit. Antuli, perplexed, accepted the medicine and, without further delay, began to set up camp. Upon seeing Antuli and his companions depart, Xiao Chankao summoned Shui Yuanbai. Shui General, I must return to the capital to report. For now, I entrust matters here to Qin Han to oversee the situation. Please organize military affairs, and once the imperial decree arrives, you too shall return to the capital to fulfill your duties. Understood, Commander Xiao. Wishing you a safe journey. The prospect of returning to the cherished capital filled Shui Yuanba with joy. Yet, the thought of relinquishing a stronghold cultivated over 10 years to Qin Han without compensation stirred discontent within him. However, the anticipation of a more leisurely life upon his return to the capital soon rekindled his excitement. Before departing, Qin Xiaoyun visited Xiao Chinkao's tent once more, emphasizing the role of Tao Hong. For instance, when she is unwell, she can serve tea and water. During dressing and dining, she can attend to her needs. Cannot I do the same for you? Standing beside her, Xiao Chankao cornered her against the edge of the tent, his eyes alight with fervor. You do not comprehend matters of women. If that were the case, why would women not be allowed on the battlefield? There are too many responsibilities, and such tasks must be attended to by women. Qin Xiaoyun raised her hands to push him away, but as soon as she did, he seized her wrists and pinned them against the tent's edge. I shall reiterate, I am infatuated with you to the point of madness. Do not compel me, having never encountered such a situation. Qin Xiaoyun felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, yet she retorted defiantly, release me. I simply will not allow Tao Hong to go. Do not move. Xiao Chankao enveloped her in his embrace, not loosening his grip. Lowering his head to her neck, his warm breath sent shivers through her. I wish to kiss you, he murmured, his voice husky. Chapter 89. A situation arises. Wait. Xiaoyun tilted her head, evading Xiao Chankao's advance. Speak, Commander Xiao. Do you intend to force me? Is this how you express your affection for me? Xiao Chankao, feeling defeated, released Qin Xiaoyun. I do not know how to express myself to evoke your affection. Old Huang. Old Huang, Huang Chao, a voice called from outside the tent. At your service. Huang Chao had been waiting outside. It was clear that the commander had not brought him along to the capital, likely wishing to have a moment alone with Xiaoyun. Considering him and Tao Hong to be an eyesore, I have a question for you. Xiao Chankao glanced at Xiaoyun, whose face had reddened further. What is it, my lord? Xiao Chankao hesitated. To win a woman's affection, what must one do? Huang Chao assumed he was inquiring if they were prepared to head to the capital, but faced with such an unfamiliar question, he found it difficult to answer, rubbing his head in confusion. He replied, my lord, I suggest you consult someone else. I do not understand. Were you not once married? How can you not grasp this? You are unaware. That time, my parents arranged the marriage, and I was often away, leading my bride to run off due to loneliness. Did you consummate the marriage? Where would we consummate it? Commander, you must have forgotten that on my wedding day, you took me to the southern frontier. By the time I returned, she had found another, using her monthly cycle as an excuse to avoid intimacy. Had you consummated it, your wife would not necessarily have followed another man. Old Huan, I apologize. A man must prioritize family and country, not linger on romantic entanglements. Qin Xiaoyun recalled her wedding day, when her husband had left her for Princess Shang. Reflecting on past events, a sense of quiet sorrow enveloped her. However, I do have a method that you can learn from. Huang Chao's eyes brightened. Speak. I need to ask Qin Junshi to step outside before I can explain. No need to step outside. Feel free to speak. Xiao Chankao said, glancing at Xiaoyun. I shall step outside. I need to prepare some items before returning to the capital. As Qin Xiaoyun walked out, she noted Huang Chao's secretive demeanor, certain that he had nothing good to say. She had no desire to hear the sordid discussions of men. Her only wish in this life was to acquire wealth and travel freely. Tao Hong had been standing outside their tent for quite some time. Her legs wearier upon seeing her mistress emerge, she hurried over. Miss, please speak to Commander Shao. I too wish to return to the capital. I have spent too long away from my family, and I yearn to repay my parents' kindness. I already told him, but he did not agree, Qin Shaoyun said dejectedly. Then you must speak to him earnestly, inquire what he desires, and fulfill his request. He will surely acquiesce. Besides, I am your servant. It is only natural for me to follow my master wherever she goes. Very well, once they conclude their discussion, I shall plead on your behalf. Not only did Tao Hong miss her mother, but she also longed for the Qin family. Such a familial atmosphere was what she desired. Xiaodian resolved that to persuade Tao Hong to accompany her should Xiao Qiankao wish to kiss her, then let it be so. After all, it would not cost her a piece of flesh upon returning to the tent. They each packed their necessary belongings. In truth, the soldiers' attire was simple, requiring little preparation. They led their horses to Xiao Qiankao's tent, waiting for him to emerge so they could depart together. Xiaoyan admired her steed. A magnificent snow-white horse with gleaming hooves, a true treasure she had gained in the border town. When she next encountered Yang Rang and his wife, she would surely express her gratitude, even if it meant offering them gold and silver. Xiao Qiankao and Huang Chao had also finished their preparations. Xiao Qiankao glanced at Tao Hong, remaining silent. Tao Hong then rode alongside them, sparing Qin Shaoyun the need to offer herself willingly. If Xiao Qiankao were to discover her thoughts, he might very well wish to strangle her. Huang Chao carried a large bundle, containing many unused imperial edicts and contracts discussed that day, just as Xiao Qiankao was about to issue the order to depart. Yang Er rode up. Yang Er dismounted and knelt before Xiao Qiankao's horse. General Yang greets Commander Xiao. Rise, General Yang. I have a request, and I hope Commander Xiao will grant it. Speak freely, General. We are brothers on the battlefield. No need for formality. I wish to resign from my post here and join my brother's family in the southern frontier. I implore you, Commander Xiao, to permit my leave. Xiao Qiankao considered the numerous generals and commanders here. Given his discord with Shui Yuanba, losing one more, like Yang Er, would not be significant. With the southerly kingdom stirring, he replied, very well, I grant your request. However, General Yang, I wish to impart a heartfelt piece of advice. A true man should strive to achieve greatness. Do not cling to a single tree. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Qiankao turned to glance at Qin Shaoyun, hoping she would grasp the double entendre that if she missed him, he would undoubtedly find a new companion. Yet, Qin Shaoyun was lost in thoughts of the treasures within the cave of Xianfeng Mountain. What if the Yang family left and someone discovered the cave's mechanism? All those treasures would be wasted. Understood, I will take my leave. Watching Yang Er depart, Xiao Qiankao quietly admired him. He was indeed a man of loyalty and righteousness. When Xiao Qiankao turned back to Qin Shaoyun, he found her lost in her thoughts. Thus, he felt no further desire to speak. With a shout of departure, he spurred his horse into a gallop, followed closely by the others. As they rode swiftly, the two women found the journey arduous. Especially as Tao Hong was suffering from her monthly cycle, the discomfort was nearly unbearable. Huang Chao noticed their distress and contemplated suggesting a pause to Xiao Qiankao, but the latter's icy demeanor deterred him from speaking. He resolved to procure some nourishing food for them when they made stopovers, hoping to sustain their health until they reached the capital. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the western mountains. Mere miles from the capital, with home so close, they felt the air warming around them. Let us push forward. When we reach the western mountains, we shall pay a visit to Master Qi Huang and see how my younger sister is faring in her studies. Tomorrow, we can return to the court to report. The thought of reuniting with his spirited younger sister softened Xiao Qiankao's previously stern expression. Everyone had grown wary of his foul temper, akin to a spoiled child throwing a tantrum when denied candy. As the sun dipped behind the western mountains, Xiao Qiankao urged his horse to hasten. Nightfall brought a thick fog, and the chilly moon hung quietly in the sky, rendering visibility exceptionally poor. Qin Shaoyun's horse was capable of matching the speed of Xiao Qiankao's steed, but she had no desire to ride alongside him. Tao Hong and Huang Chao's horses were ordinary, unable to keep up with the rapid pace of the black steed, no matter how anxious they were. They could only watch from afar. Suddenly the black steed stumbled and threw Xiao Qiankao off. Panic ensued. In the stillness of the night, only Xiao Qiankao's muffled groan pierced the silence, and then all fell silent. Commander Xiao, the three cried in unison. Qin Shaoyun quickly assessed the situation in her mind. Throughout their journey, there had been no incidents, and he appeared healthy, so it should not be due to a sudden illness. Something is amiss, Qin Shaoyun whispered, her voice barely audible to her companions. Chapter 90. I wish to lure the enemy. They ceased their swift gallop, wary of falling into a trap. I will scout ahead. You two provide cover, Huang Chao commanded decisively, embodying the spirit of a true man. No, your martial skills are inferior to mine. I will investigate you and Tao Hong in circle from both sides and search the nearby woods for any suspicious figures." Qin Chaoyun insisted firmly. As she spoke, she rode ahead, gripping her Qilin whip and cautiously advancing, uncertain of where Xiao Qiankao had been injured. Her heart was heavy with worry of finally reaching the site of Xiao Qiankao's mishap. She found him lying motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The black steed, however, appeared uninjured, snorting beside him as if trying to rouse its master. Qin Chaoyun's gaze roamed under the dim light of the moon. And indeed, she discovered something amiss. A tether, as thick as an infant's arm and nearly as shadowy as the moonlight itself, lay across the road, poised to trip any galloping horse. Qin Chaoyun swiftly dismounted. Gripping the Qilin whip as she darted towards Xiao Qianye's side, where she found him blinking at her. Thank heavens, he was still conscious. He had feigned death due to his injuries, unaware of the depth of her concern for him. Qin Chaoyun lowered her voice. "Are you all right? I intended to lure the enemy. Could you not perceive that?" Xiao Qianye feigned nonchalance, responding in a hushed tone. "Can you manage to rise? I cannot." Attempting to shift positions. He winced in pain. "My leg." Qin Chaoyun moved to support him, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of an enemy attack. The night was eerily silent, not even a bird's call to be heard. With Qin Chaoyun's aid, Xiao Qianye managed to sit up, just as Huang Chao and Tao Hong arrived, hastily dismounting, and rushing over. "Old Huang, carry me," Xiao Qianye implored weakly, evidently enduring great pain. Huang Chao shifted his pack to the front, bent down to hoist Xiao Qianye onto his back, and with the assistance of Tao Hong and Qin Chaoyun, helped him onto the black horse. The horse, seemingly sentient, knelt down to accommodate its master. Rising slowly only after Xiao Qianye was securely mounted, Huang Chao unsheathed his waist knife and forcefully severed the tether before mounting the horse himself, wrapping an arm around Xiao Qianye. "I'm so tired. I just want to sleep." Xiao Qianye sighed wearily. "Deputy Huang, we must not allow General Xiao to sleep. We do not know the extent of his injuries, and he must remain awake," Chaoyun exclaimed emphatically. Since Xiao Qianye wished to play dead, she decided to indulge him. "Very well, I would appreciate it if the strategist could lead my horse. Let us first ascend West Mountain to seek out Master Qi Huang. She ought to examine the general." Tao Hong took the lead, meticulously inspecting the path ahead, wary of any further tethers or traps. Indeed, ahead lay a series of 10 tethers, all of which Tao Hong promptly severed. Fortunately, without any assailants emerging to attack them, Chaoyun held the reins in one hand and the whip in the other, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surrounding woods, fearful of any lurking unknown creatures. Xiao Qianye, gripped by pain, began to emit low groans. Initially, he had forced himself to remain seated, but soon he could no longer endure it and slumped over on the horse. To Qin Chaoyun, his performance felt all too genuine. As if he were on the brink of death. No, it's the middle of the night. What nonsense is this about dying? It's inauspicious." By the time they reached West Mountain, it was already deep into the night. The winter wind cut through them, a bone-chilling sensation. Halfway up the mountain, a temple appeared before them, and Tao Hong dismounted hastily to knock on the door. In the stillness of the night, the sound of her knocks echoed far and wide. Yet there was no response. The nun guarding the door had likely fallen asleep. Qin Chaoyun was uncertain of the severity of Xiao Qianye's injuries, for he lay motionless on the horse, devoid of any sound. He seemed to be asleep, or perhaps— No. Chaoyun dismounted and approached, pounding on the temple door with vigor. The resounding noise startled Xiao Qianye awake. "You, to the left of the door, there is a rope, pull it." Qin Chaoyun hurried to the left, feeling around until she finally grasped a rope, pulling it with all her might while listening attentively. Inside, she heard the faint sound of bells, barely audible, imperceptible to those with poor hearing. When no one opened the door, she continued to tug at the rope. Xiao Qianye managed a weak smile. "Did you hear the bells? If you do, stop pulling or else." Before he could finish, the door swung open with a loud bang. Revealing an irate young nun in a Taoist robe, she marched up to Chaoyun and delivered a punch. "In such haste, are you rushing to be reborn?" Qin Chaoyun deftly evaded the blow, spinning away down the steps. "Oh, you still have some skill. Come, I am quite bored. Let's have a little spar." "Stop," Chaoyun shouted. "Might I inquire if you are Master Qi Huang? I have an urgent patient here, who dares to call my master's name so brazenly." "Are you truly seeking death?" Longshi cried out. "Save me." Xiao Qianye's voice trailed off as he lost consciousness completely. Throughout the journey, he had feared fainting and alarming Chaoyun and the others, and was terrified of dying. So he had held on with all his strength. Now, having seen a familiar face, the tension he had clung to dissipated, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Brother, it's my brother." Xiao Qianxi swooped down like a swallow, rushing to Xiao Qianye's side. Brother, what has happened to you? Don't scare me." Her voice quivered with tears. "What are you crying for? Hurry, save him," Qin Chaoyun urged as she approached. "Yes, save him, Longshi cried. "Deputy Huang, hurry and carry my brother into the temple." With a tear wiped away, she assisted in supporting her brother. Huang Chao dismounted cautiously, lifting Xiao Changye with care. Longxi led the way, and everyone followed into the temple. The ancient temple's corridor was lined with gnarled trees adorned with a few flickering lanterns that cast a ghostly glow in the night. Within the dim confines of the temple, the scenery remained unclear. And Qin Chaoyun felt an unsettling chill. Tao Hong shared her sentiment, instinctively drawing closer to Chaoyun and whispering, "Miss." Chaoyun grasped Tao Hong's hand, reassuring her, "Fear not, I am here." It was then that Tao Hong noticed the sweat pooling in Chaoyun's palms. In such cold weather, how could she be so drenched? It was not as if the eerie ambience warranted such a reaction. However, Chaoyun was trembling, and Tao Hong assumed she was cold, pulling her closer as they walked together. Longxi, with her long legs, moved swiftly, soon reaching the innermost courtyard. Upon entering, she urgently called, "Master, master, help!" From the darkened row of buildings, light flickered in one room, and shortly after an elderly nun in a Taoist robe emerged. Her hair was tied up high, and she appeared sprightly, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She was none other than the renowned Master Qi Huang. Although the light was dim, her gait revealed her practiced prowess. "Quick, to the medical room," Master Qi Huang commanded, leading the way to the adjacent room. The air within was infused with the scent of medicinal herbs, and several empty beds awaited. Huang Chao gently laid Xiao Changye upon one of the beds, who let out a low groan but did not awaken. "I will examine him first. You all explain how he was injured." Huang Chao recounted how Xiao Changye had been tripped by the tether. Upon hearing this, Longxi became agitated, insisting on inspecting the scene immediately. Qi Huang reprimanded, "Wretched disciple, shouldn't you be preparing ginseng soup to revitalize your brother?" Chapter 91. She felt as if the sky were collapsing. Longxi reluctantly went to prepare the medicine, throwing in a parting threat, "If anything happens to my brother, you three will accompany him in death." Under the bright candlelight, Xiao Changye's complexion appeared waxen, clearly enduring pain beyond the capacity of ordinary mortals. Qi Huang examined him through his clothing, at times furrowing her brow, at times relaxing it, causing Qin Chaoyun's heart to race with anxiety. She dared not speak, merely clutching Tao Hong's hand tighter in search of comfort, squeezing so hard that Tao Hong winced in pain. Upon completing her examination, Qi Huang's expression grew grave, all eyes turned to her, filled with anticipation. With a sigh, Master Qi Huang announced, "Yuer has sustained damage to his waist. Even if treated, he may spend the remainder of his days confined to his bed." "What?" they gasped in unison. "He is a martial general, and so young. How could a mere trip cause such grave injury?" "I will travel overnight to inform the emperor. General Xiao shall be entrusted to you." Qin strategist. Before Chaoyun could respond, Huang Chao strode out decisively. Knowing she would undoubtedly agree, her concern and anxiety matched his own. Longxi returned, her eyes brimming with tears upon hearing that her brother might be bedridden for life. "My poor brother, you haven't even married yet. How can you lie in bed for the rest of your life? Get up, do not move." Qi Huang admonished, "One cannot move with bone injuries. Have you forgotten?" Seeing Longxi frightened, Master Qi Huang softened her tone. "If your brother receives timely treatment after his injury, he should fare better. However, the jolting he endured on horseback has misaligned his bones and affected his meridians, complicating treatment. But fear not, my disciple, I will ensure he receives proper care." Chaoyun's nails nearly dug into Tao Hong's flesh, prompting Tao Hong to pull away, exclaiming, "Miss, do you wish to crush me?" It was only then that Chaoyun recognized her own overreaction. What was she to him that warranted such concern? Yet the deep-seated empathy and care she felt were beyond her control, ineffable by mere words. Slowly she inched closer to Xiao Changye, grasping his hand. His fingers were long and delicate, remaining pale and slender even after years of martial training. "General, we await your awakening." "Who are you? Keep your filthy hands off my brother." Longxi snapped, "Hurry and fetch splints and a medicine box." "Yes." Longxi shot Chaoyun a glare as she left, while Master Qi Huang hurried out to prepare. Leaving Chaoyun and Tao Hong to keep vigil, Chaoyun bore no ill will towards her. Before her mother passed, she too had been consumed by hatred, wishing to slay her stepmother, resentful of her father's absence. And feeling powerless to save her mother, Chaoyun placed Xiao Changye's icy hand in her palm, breathing warmth into it, hoping to impart her own heat to him. "General, please awaken. If you do, I shall grant you any request." Xiao Changye's fingers flickered slightly, and Chaoyun's heart leapt as she gazed at his face, noticing his brows furrow slightly, though his eyes remained shut. Master Qi Huang and Changxi have returned, with Changxi impatiently shooing them away. "You are merely causing trouble. Leave at once." Master Qi Huang nodded apologetically to them, explaining, "Changxi has been spoiled by me. Please do not hold it against her." I could comprehend the princess's feelings at that moment, so I decided to wait outside. Although Chao Yun was deeply concerned for Xiao Chanya, she immediately stepped outside. A gust of wind arose, causing Chao Yun to tighten her cloak around herself. She wondered if Huang Chao had entered the city yet. It was already the latter part of the night, and she questioned whether she could awaken the guards at the city gate. Standing there, Chao Yun reflected like a wooden sculpture on her journey of acquaintance with Xiao Chanya. The kindness she had shown him as a child had left an indelible mark on his heart, compelling him to offer his throne in exchange for her freedom. His persistent pursuit had warmed her countless cold nights. She had once believed that life would stretch endlessly before her, providing her with innumerable reasons to reject him, but now if he were to confess his feelings for her again, how could she possibly refuse? Could she bear to say no? Would she still cling to the trivial judgments of society to turn him away? Her heart had indeed stirred. She was willing to devote her life to repay his deep affection. "Miss, shall we find a sheltered spot to rest? We've been traveling tirelessly and haven't slept. I am weary." Chao Yun squatted down and sat on the steps outside the medical room, her voice as soft as a whisper. "You should go find yourself a place. I wish to remain here." Tao Hong, being astute, understood the Mrs. thoughts well. With Zhao's current condition, she did not wish to burden another lady. "Very well, I shall look for a suitable place to rest and will call for you once I find one." This row of accommodations was locked from the outside, clearly indicating that there was no one within. With so many lodgings available, it was evident that the temple was thriving. When Tao Hong finally reached the last door, it opened with a creak. She lit her fire starter to inspect the room and found the bedding neatly arranged, indicating it was indeed a place for guests. Ecstatic, Tao Hong hurried outside to beckon Chao Yun inside. Although Chao Yun was reluctant, she could not withstand Tao Hong's insistence and entered the room. The air was infused with the fragrance of osmanthus, and a bed stood against the wall, adorned with a string of wind chimes hanging from the canopy. As they entered, a gentle breeze stirred the chimes, producing a delicate sound. "Miss, let us rest here for a while. We will visit Xiao once he awakens," Tao Hong suggested, stretching out on the bed and quickly drifting into slumber. They had traveled for nearly 10 days, with no respite on the battlefield, and fatigue had indeed taken its toll. Chao Yun felt detached from her body, not sensing the exhaustion. Instead, she felt as if the sky were collapsing around her. Watching Tao Hong breathe evenly, she tucked the blanket around her and stepped outside. The medical room was brightly lit. Through the door, Chao Yun could hear the commotion within, the sound of bamboo boards clashing, fabric tearing, and Longxi calling for her brother, all mingling together, filling Chao Yun's chest and making it hard for her to breathe. Weary, she sat on the steps, oblivious to the coldness of the stone. She felt as though the entire world was enveloped in wind and snow, suffocating her. If only Xiao Chanya were not upset with her. Had they walked slowly together, his years of battlefield experience should have enabled him to avoid the tripwire. The thought made Chao Yun's heart ache even more. She wished it were her who had fallen, not him. She longed to be the one lying there now, but all her wishes could only remain in the realm of imagination. The reality was set. It was Xiao Chanya who lay there, not her. "Chao Yun, Chao Yun." A faint voice drifted into Chao Yun's ears, momentarily startling her. It was Xiao Chanya's voice. Stunned, she sprang to her feet and scanned the surroundings. But there was no sign of him. She thought perhaps she had imagined it due to her overwhelming longing for him. Inside the medical room, Longxi's cries pierced the air. "Brother, brother, have you awakened? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Chao Yun pushed the door open, and the cold wind rushed in. Out. Longxi's piercing gaze shot towards her. "You, a mere servant, have no right to enter. Leave at once." "Longxi, do not be this way. She is your sister-in-law." Xiao Chanya's voice was faint. Hearing this, Chao Yun felt a surge of warmth. Despite his injuries, he still used kind words to defend her, even as she had wounded his heart time and again. Sister-in-law? Which brother's sister-in-law? I have no recollection of this. Chapter 92. My heart yearns for her. Her name is Qin Xiaoyun. I hold her dear. Rest assured, she will eventually become your sister-in-law. I do not require a sister-in-law who endangers my brother. Leave. Chao Yun looked longingly at Xiao Chanya. What would you like to eat? I could prepare something for you, but no need. Do not take advantage of my brother's affection for you to disregard my words. I am a princess of Dafeng. I shall say it once more. Get out. Longxi's words pierced Chao Yun's heart, and she indeed left. She went to awaken Tao Hong in the guest room and quietly mounted her horse. Heading towards the city gate. As she traveled, she suddenly felt weary, both in heart and body, desperately needing to return home to rest. "Miss, are we just abandoning Xiao Chanya? Old Huang instructed you to keep a close watch on him before he left." "What can I do? His sister looks at me as if I intend to take her brother away, berating me endlessly. I have my dignity to consider. Miss, let us remain at the foot of Shishan. Should any thieves wish to harm Xiao Chanya, we can come to his aid." "Very well. Then let us find a small inn to rest for a while and analyze whether Xiao Chanya's injury was an accident or a scheme." It was the latter part of the night when they knocked on the doors of several inns before one finally agreed to accommodate them. They did not even change their clothes. Collapsing into bed and sleeping until noon the following day, finally feeling revitalized, Tao Hong, do not linger under the covers, rise and analyze how this incident with Xiao Changye occurred, miss, judging by how you were holding the Qilin whip with heightened vigilance. You must have overlooked those tripwires. I personally cut down 10 of them. Oh, could there be foul play? The tripwires were made of excellent rubber strands, identical to those used by the Dafeng army. I am certain the one who set them must have come from the military. What? You should have mentioned this earlier. Could it be that Shui Yuanba sent someone to do this? Come, let us investigate the scene. Qiao Yun and Tao Hong hastily mounted their horses and galloped towards the site of the incident. Upon arrival, they found no tripwires in sight. Qiao Yun dismounted and walked to the spot where Xiao Changye had fallen. Discovering a protruding rock with dried bloodstains. No wonder Xiao Changye's waist was injured. It must have struck his spine. Suddenly there was movement in the woods, and a group of golden armored guards appeared. Surrounding them, what do you intend to do? Tao Hong brandished her slender willow leaf knife, pointing it at their leader. We are the golden armored guards, dispatched to capture thieves. Who are you, and why are you so interested in this place? Qin Xiaoyun considered explaining, but deemed it futile indeed. Who would be so interested in lingering on the main road and examining the area? Thus she revealed her identity. I am Qin Xiao'er, military strategist under the command of General Xiao Changye. This is Deputy Strategist Qin Tao. We were also attacked last night and have come to investigate. Oh, the leader's eyes lit up in admiration upon hearing of the West Rhone campaign. You are the illustrious Qin strategist. It is an honor. Your feat of capturing 2 commanders has spread throughout Dafeng. Upon learning of it, the Emperor commanded fireworks to celebrate all night. Fireworks for an entire night? Miss, we have received such high honor. How delightful! Tao Hong beamed, momentarily forgetting their disguise as men. The leader, clearly aware of Qiao Yun's identity, was unfazed. What is your name? Qiao Yun inquired. I am Gao Zhanghua. My father is the Minister of Rights of Gao Xiaoyu. I am the nephew of Empress Gao. Commanding the golden armored guards of the palace, you may call me Commander Gao. It was evident that such connections would ensure the safety of the palace. Being the Emperor's nephew, he could naturally balance the safety of the court. Qiao Yun clasped her fists. Commander Gao, have you uncovered any leads? Not yet. Deputy Huang broke into the city gate late at night and then into the palace. The Emperor dispatched us to investigate. When we arrived, dawn was breaking, and we found neither tripwires nor anyone present. Clearly, after you left, the thieves must have collected the tripwires. If they set them, they will have left traces. You continue your investigation. I must see General Xiao. Qiao Yun stated, very well, please send my regards to my cousin. Qiao Yun and Tao Hong rode their horses back to the temple, only to discover it had a name above the grand entrance of the temple. 3 gilded characters were inscribed, Bai Yun Guan. They tied their horses at the hitching post outside the temple and entered. The temple was open, with occasional devotees coming and going. Xishan was located quite close to the capital. Surrounded by provincial government offices, attracting many seeking wealth and favor, thus the temple was bustling with activity. Following the crowd, Qiao Yun noticed the lively atmosphere during the day, with numerous official and merchant families, women accompanied by maids to offer incense. Adding vibrant colors to the otherwise serene temple. At the center of the temple stood the Sanqing Hall, where statues of the 3 pure ones were enshrined. Qiao Yun had no time to explore the various halls and made her way directly to the last courtyard. Recalling the medical room from the previous night, she pushed the door to the medical room, which was slightly ajar. Gently, she pushed the door open, only to be stunned. It was completely empty. Where had General Xiao gone? Could he have returned to the capital? Tao Hong asked. Perhaps Jin Zhaowei went to the scene of the incident. Being a member of the royal family, and the imperial physician must have visited as well. They must have returned to the palace by now. Come, let us return home. Qiao Yun felt an indescribable sense of loss. She truly regretted not being there to watch over Xiao Changji. It was all that Longxi girl's fault for being so fierce with her. However, they are truly family, and in their eyes, what is she worth? When Xiao Changye professed his affection for her, it was merely a casual remark. The imperial family is never lacking in beauty. With this thought, Qiao Yun felt a sudden sense of relief in her heart. Come, let us return home. Qiao Yun and Tao Hong hastened into the capital, first stopping at the esteemed Qin family's first winehouse. Mama Tao rushed forward, embracing the 2 girls. My daughters, you have worked hard, she exclaimed, wiping her tears. Mother, waging war for the nation is the duty of every citizen of the Great Feng Kingdom. It is not hard. Came the reply. Mother, please do not cry. We are starving and wish to eat. Did you not say dumplings in the carriage and noodles upon arrival? We long for your handmade noodles, Mama Tao, laughing through her tears. replied, this girl is simply greedy. Very well, I shall go prepare you some noodles. Zhang Chuer approached them, performing a courtesy. Miss elder sister, you have worked hard, please sit and share tales of the battlefield. Tao Hong playfully took little Bao in her arms. While Chao Yun recounted the events from the battlefield, she concluded, Brother Qin Yong has also accomplished great deeds. Sister-in-law, await your rewards. Zhang Chuer expressed her disinterest in rewards, only wishing for her husband's safety. Learning that he was alive and well, participating in battles with humor, she finally felt at ease. After dinner, Chao Yun intended to return to the general's residence, but Zhang Chuer cautioned, Miss, if you encounter someone you wish to avoid in the residence, you must exercise great tolerance. Is there someone else residing in our general's residence? Chapter 93, The Return of the Stepmother. Mama Tao interjected, Indeed, just the day after you departed for the Western Rome. Your stepmother, Zhang Qiushui, moved in with the pair of twin siblings to the general's residence. Over the past few months, she has made herself quite at home, acting as the lady of the house. After years of avoiding Langjia County, they returned as soon as my father regained his official position. It is truly like a crow seizing a magpie's nest. Tao Hong, swiftly return to the general's residence and drive them out. Understood, miss. The two girls did not change their attire. Still donning the soldiers' uniforms of the Great Feng Kingdom, they galloped furiously towards the general's residence. As dusk fell, the gates of the residence stood wide open, and they led their horses inside. Suddenly a young servant dashed out from the gatehouse, blocking their path. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the general's residence? Do you seek death? The guard of the general's residence had previously been Qin Lu. But after Qin Yong left, he ventured into business and rarely returned. With no one residing in the residence, there was no need for someone to watch over it, especially since there were no valuable items inside. However, after Zhang Qiushui moved in, she insisted that Qin Lu hire some servants to cater to them. Reluctantly, Qin Lu had to spend his own money to bring in 4 or 5 servants. Although Qin Han had been in office for several months, he had not returned, and thus his salary had not been given to Qin Lu. The 1,000 taels of silver that Chao Yun had given him had long been appropriated for his use and could not be retrieved at present. Therefore, he had no choice but to pay out of pocket. Hey, this is the return of Miss Chao Yun of the general's residence. Who are you? You claim to be the young lady just because you say so? The young lady is currently dining inside. Seeing you dressed in soldier's clothing, how dare you enter a private residence without invitation? Are you here to deceive us? The young servant insisted. Oh, so you dare to defy me? Since this is the general's residence, does that mean the general cannot bring a few soldiers back? Tao Hong retorted. No need to argue with him. Enter. Anyone who blocks my way shall be dealt with. Chao Yun commanded fiercely, causing the young servant to shout in fright, Mistress, there are intruders in the general's residence. Who could it be? Is it Chao Yun? My poor child, you have finally returned. Hearing that familiar coarse voice unchanged after 10 years, Chao Yun knew her stepmother had truly returned. Without responding, she led her horse to the stable, but then she heard her stepmother's voice, Have you eaten? If not, I shall instruct the cook to prepare something. Continuing inside, Chao Yun overheard her stepmother chastising the young servant, that one is truly the young lady. What is Chao Xiao worth? Chao Yan, remember to show respect when you see the young lady in the future. Otherwise, if you were sold off, you will have no place to complain. Listening to her stepmother's veiled remarks, Chao Yun did not even blink. However, Tao Hong could not contain herself. Miss, can you truly tolerate this? Ha, a grasshopper after autumn does not leap for many days. I shall send a letter to my father shortly to have her dismissed. The two tied up their horses in the stable and personally fed them hay before heading towards the dark fragrance pavilion. Chao Yun, concerned for her steed, feared someone might harbor ill intentions towards it, so she wrote a note with a few words for Tao Hong to post on the stable door. After their exhausting journey and constant worry, they were utterly fatigued, and after tidying up slightly, they fell into a deep slumber. The next day, they awoke to the sun high in the sky, only to hear a boy's cries in the courtyard. Mother, kill it, avenge me. Chao Yun and Tao Hong got up, washed, and made their way to the front courtyard. At that moment, Chao Yun had changed into women's attire, donning a snow-white cotton robe with a striking red cloak over it. A vibrant combination. Are you the elder sister? So beautiful. A girl of about 10 rushed over, attempting to take Chao Yun's hand. Upon seeing her, Chao Yun noticed the girl bore a resemblance to her, but her features shone with a brilliance that seemed even more pronounced. This girl was Chao Xia, one of the twins born to her stepmother. Though not fully grown, she was already as radiant as the morning glow. Proving her name was aptly chosen, Chao Yun withdrew her hand, clearly noting a flash of disappointment in the girl's eyes. Not wishing to engage with her, Chao Yun turned to the boy who was wailing. Her younger brother Cao Zhao, he was clutching his forehead, where a large bump had formed. Zhang Qiushui cradled him, calling him her precious darling, but he continued to wail, "Mother, it hurts, kill it, eat the horse meat." "All right, my dear, I shall have someone kill it right away, you dare." Qiaoyun shouted, "Qin Zhang, look at how you have spoiled your son, he must have provoked my horse for no reason, otherwise how could he have been kicked?" "Your horse is my horse, I am the only young general in this general's residence, and I like that white horse, so it must belong to me," Cao Zhao exclaimed, peering out from his mother's embrace. Standing tall enough to challenge Qiaoyun then realized that her 12-year-old brother had grown to her height. She chuckled, "Since you claim to be the young general, then prove your worth by taming it. Why do you hide behind your mother, crying like a baby?" Cao Zhao, still young and spoiled by his mother for years, jumped up to strike Qiaoyun. "Who do you think you are to meddle with me?" Tao Hong could not tolerate this. In broad daylight, how dare someone strike their own young lady? She rushed forward and delivered a swift blow, leaving Cao Zhao's eyes bruised. "You insolent wretch, how dare you strike your master? Do you not fear being sold off?" Zhang Qiushui shouted, attempting to slap Tao Hong, who easily evaded the blow. "I posted a note on the stable door, do you not know how to read?" Qiaoyun seized Cao Zhao by his collar, stifling his cries. "The more you write, wild horse, keep your distance on that note, the more this young general wishes to tame it, since you claim to be the young general of the general's residence. Can you not even tame a single horse? Would that not be a laughingstock? Let go of me, if you dare. Let us have a match and see who is the true master of this general's residence." Qiaoyun suddenly released her grip, catching Cao Zhao off guard, causing him to tumble to the ground, immediately starting to wail again, "Mother, this girl is bullying me," without waiting for her stepmother to speak. Qiaoyun lifted him and brought him to the training ground, tossing him down. "What weapons do you know? I shall teach you a lesson for father. To be so arrogant at such a young age is unacceptable. If you continue to act in such a manner under the name of the general's residence, you might truly face dire consequences. It would be better to educate him now. I do not seek his achievements. But if he can cause less trouble, that would be a blessing. I can use the broadsword," Cao Zhao replied, rushing to grab the broadsword. The broadswords in the training ground were unsharpened, intended for practice. So Qiaoyun was not worried about him injuring himself. Cao Zhao struggled to lift a broadsword from the rack, using all his strength just to hoist it. Panting heavily, watching him, Qiaoyun felt a headache coming on. "It was not even that heavy. I advise you to take the red tassel spear instead, you ignorant child." Chapter 94. A Softling. "Why you dare insult me? My father wields the Qin family's blade, I must use it. If you idolize your father so much, then pick it up. What are you hesitating for? Are you a softling?" Qiaoyun intentionally provoked him. This was akin to taming a wild horse. Let it run freely for a time, and the fall will be all the more impactful. At this moment, all the servants of the general's residence had gathered to watch the spectacle, while Tao Hong discreetly counted their numbers, estimating around 10. Including the 3 masters and their maidservants. Unsure of their tasks, she decided to interrogate them after dealing with the 3rd young master. Cao Zhao stammered multiple times, unable to lift the broadsword again. Qiaoyun approached, effortlessly seizing it. With a flick of her wrist, she performed a flourish, then raised her hand, directing the sword straight towards Cao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, trembling with fear, lowered her head and collapsed onto the ground, crying out, "Mother, oh mother, she intends to murder me, help, help." The blade grazed Zhao Zhao's scalp, heading straight for the weapon rack. With a resounding clang, the large knife embedded itself precisely into the rack. "Well done," the crowd exclaimed in unison. Whispers filled the air. "Who is this? Such impressive martial skills. Who else could it be? Since she resides here, the mistress dares not speak. It must be the legendary young lady who has been divorced. Is it truly her? I heard she vanished after the divorce. Where did she suddenly appear from?" "Mind your words, she feeds us and oversees us," spoke a middle-aged man. Tao Hong quietly inquired his name. "I am Qin Shi, the steward of the 2nd winery of the Qin family. I have come to report this month's earnings to the mistress. Oh, you are Uncle Shi. I am Tao Hong." However, Qiaoyun paid no heed to the speculation surrounding her. For every action she took was aboveboard. The pressing matter was to rectify the decorum of the household. Qiaoyun seized a red tassel spear from the weapon rack, casually tossing it before Zhao Zhao. "Use this," her stepmother shouted incessantly. "You wretched girl, that is your own brother. You must not harm him. He is to carry on the Qin family line. Such a waste, the children born of him would be worthless. The Qin family has no need for them. You insolent girl, when your father returns, I shall tell him. Speak as you wish, it matters not to me. Coward, rise, I shall practice with you." Zhao Zhao's resolve surged, and with a sudden movement, she sprang to her feet. "Am I to fear you, girl?" Zhao Zhao grasped the red tassel spear, exclaiming, "This weight suits me perfectly." With a swift flick, she lunged at Qiaoyun with all her might, as if facing an enemy on the battlefield. Chaoyun deftly sidestepped, seizing the spear, and with a gentle push Zhao Zhao lost her footing, crashing down once more. As she prepared to cry out for her mother, Chaoyun stepped forward and placed her foot upon Zhao Zhao's chest, demanding, "Are you still the young general of the cavalry general's residence?" "I am." "Repeat that. Even if you were to trample me to death, I am still the young general of the cavalry general's residence." A glint of determination flashed in Zhao Zhao's eyes. "Simply declare that you have no ties to the general's residence, and I shall release you. I shall reiterate, you may trample me to death, yet I remain the young general. A man does not change his name or alter his surname. I am Qin Zhao Zhao. You possess spirit." Tao Hong, turning to Zhao Zhao, declared, "I shall take this disciple under my wing. From now on treat him as my elder brothers do. Morning studies, afternoon martial arts, or send him to the master who has myriad methods to subdue him." "Understood, miss. I shall take charge of this unruly disciple." Tao Hong's face lit up with joy, relishing the prospect of such an agreeable pupil. "Please, miss, spare him. He is but a child." Zhang Qiushui rushed forward, clinging to Qin Chaoyun's leg, pleading for mercy, recalling how he had grown up without a father's love, having been a guest under another's roof for 10 years. "He has only just begun to rise. Please show him grace. And who gave you the audacity to act so domineering as a new master? I have not bullied him, so what need is there for mercy? I am merely educating him on behalf of his father. As the elder sister, if you cannot raise your son properly, allow me to take on that responsibility." "Sister, I wish to learn martial arts too." Chaoxue timidly approached, tugging at Chaoyun's sleeve. Chaoyun quickly dodged, simultaneously lifting her foot from Zhao Zhao. "You, so frail, can you withstand a beating?" Chaoyun frowned. "I can." Zhang Qiushui yanked Chaoxue back, exclaiming, "You little brat, why are you meddling? Go away." Thus Chaoxue reluctantly retreated. Observing this, Chaoyun realized the root of her brother's arrogance lay in their mother's preference for males over females. Chaoyun pulled Chaoxue closer, saying, "Sister, if you wish to learn, I will teach you. If I cannot, we shall find the master to guide you." The tension was palpable. Neither side was willing to yield. Chaoxue longed to follow her sister in learning, not wanting to endure further bullying from her brother and mother. Yet the sharp gaze of her mother made her hesitate, seeking forgiveness. Qin Shi, having observed for a while, sensed an impending internal conflict, while he wished to remain uninvolved in the affairs of his masters. He felt a sense of duty as a long-standing member of the Qin residence, having received considerable favor from the old general over the years, which had granted his family a respectable status. Both of his sons had excelled in the imperial examinations and currently held official positions in distant locales. Uncertain of the young lady's temperament, but having heard from Qin Lu that she was an extraordinary heroine, he deemed her worthy of respect. Thus, he stepped forward, stating, "I, Qin Shi, pay my respects to the young lady. Today, I require your attention for the accounts of the second winery of the Qin family." With a respectful bow, he presented an account book to Qin Chaoyun, who accepted it. "Alas, Qin Shi, what is the meaning of this?" "I am the headmistress." Zhang Qiushui reached out to snatch the account book, but Chaoyun deftly evaded her grasp. Zhang Qiushui nearly stumbled, furiously exclaiming, "Do not take advantage of us, just wait until the general returns to see how he punishes you." As Chaoyun perused the account book, her head immediately overwhelmed by the dense script and numbers. She exclaimed, "I do not understand this. Please go find Zhang Chuyer to review it." Qin Shi, upon hearing the young lady address him as third uncle, fell to his knees in fright, exclaiming, "You may simply call me Qin Shi. To be addressed in such a manner is too much for this old man. Since you have been granted your freedom, you are, like me, an upright individual, deserving of my respect. You and Qin Fu, Qin Lu are ranked as my uncles, thus I shall refer to you as third uncle. Do you have any objections?" "None, none at all." Qin Shi beamed with delight, realizing why Qin Lu always praised the young lady in his presence. She was indeed likable. "Then, third uncle, why do you delay?" "Understood, miss. I shall head to the first winery of the Qin family to seek out my daughter-in-law. Henceforth, let her manage our accounts. That is precisely my intention. Please convey my orders to her, stating that she shall oversee the accounts for all enterprises developed by the Qin family in the future." "Understood." With a cheerful disposition, Qin Shi departed, leaving Zhang Qiushui behind to sigh. "Young lady, does this not imply a hierarchy? Even if you look down upon me, I am still your father's concubine. With your mother gone, this household falls upon my shoulders. How can you handle matters in such a manner? Leaving me, as the stepmother, in such a plight." Chapter 95. I shall propose to you respect and hierarchy are earned, not demanded. If you desire my respect, then educate your children properly and manage the general's residence well, upholding its dignity, and I shall accord you the title of stepmother. Should you spoil your children to the extent that they tarnish the general's reputation, taking advantage of the general's wife's name to deceive others, Do not blame me for my ruthless nature. After stating this, Zhao Yun would not allow Zhang Qiushui to retort and strode towards the exit. Tao Hong quickly left Zhao Zhao behind to follow, not forgetting to command. You keep falling down, your foundation is unstable, stand at the horse post for 2 hours, remember, if I do not return, you may not leave the post. Zhao Zhao had no choice but to climb to the post. Spreading her legs to stand firm. Sisters, how should I practice? Did you not also take me as your disciple? Zhao Zhao anxiously pressed forward. She did not wish to miss this opportunity to escape. Go stand at the horse post too. Zhao Yun did not look back as she walked away. Upon exiting the general's residence, Tao Hong asked, Miss, where are we going, you fool? Back to your home, the first winery of the Qin family, not far from the first winery. They walked leisurely, enjoying the scenery. This street was the most prosperous in the capital, Taihua Street. Entering the depths of winter, the street was adorned with festive decorations, red and green silk banners fluttering, evoking a sense of the new year. Miss, let us not go to my home just yet. Let us wander the bustling street first. Since arriving in the capital, I have yet to truly explore. All right, let us stroll and perhaps enjoy a meal as well. Miss, I want to eat large buns. Just thinking about them reminds me of Lao Huang. Do you have feelings for him? No feelings. Do you have intentions towards him? No intentions. Miss, do not inquire further. It sounds as if one were telling a tale. Speaking of which, during my time in Langya County, every market day, storytellers would set up under the shade of trees, narrating tales with such vividness. It was indeed delightful to hear. Come, miss, let us find a tea house to listen to stories. I have heard they serve exquisite delicacies there, which we have yet to try. Let us go. The two young ladies walked down the street like a gust of wind, attracting many curious gazes. Which family's young ladies are these, walking so boldly? Their fierce stride indeed stirred the atmosphere, inspiring several young masters behind to mimic them. After a few steps, they found themselves panting, yet, observing the two ahead. Chatting and laughing without a hint of breathlessness, they marveled at their prowess. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached a spot not far from the West City Gate, where Tao Hong pointed to the Fulekeo Tea House. Saying, Miss, it is just here. Good, let us enter. Upon re-entering the Fulekeo Tea House, Zhao Yun felt a wave of nostalgia. Months prior, she had met Zhao Chanya here, devising 3 strategies that had earned her 1,000 taels of silver. By the way, Tao Hong, where is our 1,000 taels of silver? Did you not instruct me to entrust it to my sister-in-law for safekeeping? Miss, do you wish to retrieve it now? No, I merely wish to see if there are any profitable ventures. So that I may use that 1,000 taels as start-up capital. That we are no longer soldiers, and without the military pay, we cannot simply sit idly by consuming our resources, can we? Is there not still the Lord's military stipend? I inquired with my father, and it seems that the national treasury is currently in dire straits. Military salaries for ranks of deputy general and above are in arrears. My father and brothers have been away for so long without receiving even a single tael of silver. Ah! Are the officials of the Great Feng dynasty now all in debt regarding their salaries? I cannot speak for the capital, but at least in the border town of Itsu, it is indeed so. As the two conversed, they ascended to the second floor and found a place to sit. Meanwhile, the bustling hall on the first floor was filled with voices urging the storyteller to hasten his narration. A young waiter approached and asked, Ladies, what tea would you like to drink? What types of tea do you have? Zhao Yun countered, aware of her unfamiliarity with tea, unwilling to let her lack of knowledge embarrass her. We have Bilyukan, Yinwu tea, Longjing, jasmine tea, osmanthus tea. Enough of those, I can't remember them, just serve us the tea that's good for women in winter. Zhao Yun replied. Of course, miss. Would you like anything to eat? A large steamed bun? Tao Hong blurted out. We do not have large steamed buns here. If you wish for them, you must go to the bun shop. You see, the transportation fee. Tao Hong took out her purse from her waist, extracted a tael of silver, and tossed it onto the table. Is this sufficient? Quite enough. The waiter joyfully pocketed the silver and soon returned with a pot of fine jasmine tea, saying, This jasmine tea is favored by the noble women of the capital. It enhances beauty and warms the stomach, making it most suitable for ladies. The tray also contained 4 small dishes of dried fruits, sunflower seeds, almonds, ginkgo nuts, and pine nuts. Miss, the large steamed buns you requested have arrived. Guaranteed to be piping hot. Very well, you may leave now. There is no need for you to return unless necessary. We would like to quietly listen to the story, she instructed. Yes, the second floor consisted of private rooms, designed for noble families to avoid any impropriety while listening to the stories. Each room had a large window facing the storytelling stage on the second floor. There were 2 layers of curtains. The first was a gauze curtain, allowing them to listen while observing the outside activities. The downside of the gauze curtain was that those outside could vaguely see the happenings inside. The second layer was a fabric curtain, which when drawn, concealed the interior from the outside but allowed those inside to hear the external sounds. They were not concerned about being seen. The two ladies kept the curtains open, enjoying their tea while peeling and eating the nuts. Before long, the waiter brought in a steamer filled with large buns. Tao Hong picked one up for Chow Yun, pouring her another cup of tea. Miss, please enjoy it. Ha, why so polite? Let us eat just as we did in the army. Certainly, Tao Hong joyfully bit into a large bun, oil spilling from her mouth. As she continued to eat, tears began to fill her eyes. Chow Yun looked at Tao Hong and asked, "What is the matter, silly girl? Are you melancholic?" "Miss, I suddenly miss Lao Huang that he took me to eat all the meat buns in Itsu City and drink the lamb and beef soup around the border town. Miss, do you not miss General Shao?" Chow Yun, who had been enjoying her meal, felt the large bun suddenly lose its appeal upon hearing Tao Hong's words, and she set it down. What difference does it make? What can be changed by not thinking about it? One must know their own worth. Only by fully understanding oneself can one know what they truly desire. Miss, I am not as profound as you. Tao Hong said, lowering her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Silly girl, what has happened? Please do not frighten me. Miss, I am 18 this year, and next year I will be 19, becoming an old maid," Tao Hong said in a voice barely above a whisper. "Are you implying that you have feelings for Huang Chao?" Chow Yun realized with a start. She found it strange. They had only known each other for a little over 2 months. How could she have developed feelings so quickly? "Yes, Miss." Tao Hong's head drooped even lower. Her face as crimson as a ripe peach. "Indeed, you have been quite discreet. I wish you both happiness. When we next encounter Shao Chanya, I shall advocate for your union." At that moment, the storyteller downstairs clapped his hands to gain attention. His clear voice resonating. "Today, let us continue from where we left off yesterday, recounting the tale of how General Qin Shaoi captured the two commanders." "Good." The audience on the first floor, all men, shouted in approval. Evidently having listened the previous day and now filled with fervor. "Miss, the match has not yet been made. How could the woman take the initiative to propose? How utterly embarrassing." Let us listen to how the storyteller presents our story. Tao Hong, now brimming with excitement, pulled a stool to the window, almost wishing to jump down and sit beside the storyteller. Chow Yun also thought of Shao Chanya, wondering how he was faring, whether he was eating well. And if he missed her. And now, prompted by Tao Hong, she decided to cast aside all thoughts and simply enjoy the tale being told. The story spoke of King Lizhan, a truly capable leader, and his strategist, Qin Shaoi, who was said to have studied under the renowned Gaguzi, possessing talents in strategy and military tactics. With just one plan, he captured the two commanders of the Western Rome. The storyteller extolled the valor of the border soldiers to the utmost, praising Shao Chanya's ability to recognize talent and lauding Qin Shaoi as a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang and Sun Wu. At first, Tao Hong listened with rapt attention, but soon grew dissatisfied when the storyteller included a segment about Shui Yuanba. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you know why such a monumental victory was achieved?" the storyteller queried, prompting the audience's confusion. Is it not because King Lizhan is a capable leader and Qin Shaoi is an unparalleled strategist? Not at all. It is due to the prowess and wisdom of Deputy Commander Shui Yuanba. All of this is attributed to his behind-the-scenes planning. "Miss, I ought to disrupt his storytelling. Why should our contributions be overshadowed?" Tao Hong exclaimed, standing up as if to leap down. "Let us hear what he has to say next." Taking advantage of the storyteller's pause for water, someone remarked, "Indeed, Deputy Commander Shui is formidable, having fought numerous battles over 10 years at the border without losing an inch of territory. It is time he received a promotion." True, even if the emperor does not grant him a rise in rank, we must petition on behalf of the common folk to recognize his contributions. But I have a question. If Deputy Commander Shui is so exceptional, why has he not achieved any notable accomplishments in the past decade? A scholar with a square cap and an elegant fan spoke up. Clearly having put thought into his analysis, the storyteller, Mr. Li, glanced at him askance and retorted, "It is akin to a dam being breached by an ant hole. Deputy Commander Shui has laid the groundwork for defeating the enemy. All King Lizhan needs to do is claim the military accomplishments." Scholar Chu's storytelling is not about quibbling. Yet I have another question. Having fought valiantly for many years, earning the title of King Lizhan and governing 3 counties, does he still covet military accolades? Miss, could it be that King Lizhan truly sought military achievements in the Western Rome? Tao Hong pondered, now uncertain. The storyteller's words are as elusive as the wind, and one cannot chase a performer. "Given our understanding of Shao Chanya and Shui Yuanba, whom do you trust more? Could it be that Mr. Li, the storyteller, has been bribed by the Shui household to sway public opinion and pressure the court into rewarding Shui Yuanba?" Tao Hong's realization dawned, there is indeed a possibility. We must seek an opportunity to meet General Xiao and convey this situation, urging him to promptly petition the emperor to reward all soldiers involved in this great victory to avert future troubles. Miss, will you not eat your bun? It has gone cold. What a pity. This is all your fault for being infatuated with Lao Huang. Zhao Yun teased. At this point, I realize how you call him Lao Huang so affectionately. As if you have been married for decades, miss. To be honest, I do have feelings for Lao Huang, but I am unsure of his sentiments. I hope you can inquire on my behalf. Tao Huang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet she persisted in expressing her feelings. This matter lies with me. My dear Tao Hong is so exceptional, with beauty and intelligence, along with extraordinary skills. If he dares to refuse, I will make him comply. What shall we do now? Seek out Lao Huang. He is likely in the palace attending to General Xiao. We may not be able to see him. Then what shall we do now? Come, let us find our sister-in-law, Zhang Shui'er, and seek out a path to prosperity. With that, the two set off, and as they departed, Tao Hong stuffed all the nuts into her sleeve to share with her nephew. Upon reaching the first floor, they found Scholar Chuan Mr.Li still engaged in debate. Mr.Li called out, "You impoverished scholar, wishing to listen without coin, and yet you love to argue. Come, let me beat you." It turned out the storyteller had contracted the tea house and was required to collect tips from his audience after each segment. Mr.Li walked around with a tray gathering payments, and every time he heard the sound of coins clinking in the tray, he would smile with satisfaction and express his gratitude. When he reached Scholar Chu, Mr.Li deliberately placed the tray in front of him, saying, "Scholar Chu, please." Scholar Chu rummaged through his belongings but found not a single coin. "I left in a hurry and forgot to bring any silver. Please remember my debt and I shall pay tomorrow." Scholar Chu, "Could it be you are deceiving me? As a scholar, how could I deceive anyone? A man of integrity keeps his word. Rest assured, I shall pay you double tomorrow. We have only met twice. What if you do not come tomorrow? Whom shall I pursue for payment? Were you not just filled with righteous indignation? Then hasten to borrow from your friends, having borrowed some money for reimbursement from the person you are defending. Surely one can recoup a small fortune. If Chu Shusheng were to report this to King Lizhan, with the way you have arranged things, do you think you would still have your life intact?" Zhao Yun approached him, gently brushing aside his hand that was gripping Chu Shusheng. "Oh, my little lady, your strength is considerable. Have you not inquired about the reputation of Li Tizui, which lord's residence does not seek my favor? Oh, by the way, your unwavering defense of Vice Marshal Shui suggests you have received quite a sum of silver." Haven Tu, Zhao Yun remarked nonchalantly. Do not speak nonsense, little lady. I earn my living solely through my own abilities. Without promoting anyone, miss, do not waste time with him. We have important matters to attend to. Mr. Li, how much does it cost to listen to a story? Tao Hong retrieved a silver tael from her purse. Is this sufficient? Quite enough for 100 days of storytelling. Upon seeing the silver, Mr. Li's expression brightened immediately, bowing his head in deference. That is splendid. Here, this is the silver for Mr. Chu's storytelling for the next 100 days. Should it fall short, you may seek Tao Hong at the general's mansion. Tao Hong spoke with authority, and upon learning they were from the general's household, all eyes turned towards them. This time, Qin Han and his two sons also participated in the campaign. Yet the storytelling gentleman spoke very little. Absolutely not. Young lady, a person of integrity does not accept alms. Please retract it. I truly had to rush out today, and my family does possess wealth. Miss, let us go. Tao Hong disdainfully dismissed any further argument, tossing aside the silver and pulling Zhao Yun away, leaving the impoverished scholar behind. Utterly defeated in his pride, Zhu Tianque remained in disarray, wondering if the Chu family was in need of silver. Upon arriving at the first tavern of the Qin family, it was midday, and Qin Ernyang was bustling about, juggling the needs of children while serving customers, yet there was no sign of Zhang Shui'er. Chapter 97, Yun Shui Lu. Tao Hong cradled the child, extracting some nuts from her sleeve to feed him. Only then did Tao Hong manage to catch her breath while attending to the guests. Saying that Yonger, what a secret recipe he brought back from the frontier, and his wife insists on opening a tavern. It has indeed kept me terribly busy. A tavern? We opened a tavern? Zhao Yun asked with curiosity. Indeed, Tao Hong replied as she finished with the last customer. Ever since Yonger sent the recipe, Shui'er has gone to establish a tavern. It is now lunchtime, so she must be occupied there. Mother, where did we get the money to open a tavern? Tao Hong questioned with uncertainty of this. Tao Hong glanced at Zhao Yun, hesitating. In an instant Zhao Yun understood. Ernyang, my money is your money. We are family, and there is no need for guilt. My husband and I do not permit it, but Shui'er insists she has already invested in you and is waiting for a share of the profits upon your return from the battlefield. Mother, you are mistaken, you cannot use the young lady's money, that is her future security. Tao Hong, being practical, calculated, look, the new year is approaching and the general's household has yet to receive their salaries, with such a large family. Surely expenses must be covered, lest they be turned out. Do not mention that family, it affects my mood. I believe Zhang Chui'er is right, she is savvy in seizing business opportunities, yet I wonder what the secret recipe my brother possesses is. Let us go take a look. Perhaps we can lend a hand. We cannot simply rely on that 1,000 taels of silver to survive. Ernyang, where is our tavern? Tao Hong and I would like to see it. Zhang Chui'er searched for many days before locating the place. Though it was situated in a remote area, it was quite spacious, with ample parking outside. The tavern was on the western side of Taihua Street, near the city gate, and was named Yun Shui Luo. We just returned from there and did not notice. The business must not be thriving, Zhao Yun remarked. Indeed, it has only been half a month since opening, and we have yet to establish a reputation. Currently, we are struggling to even cover the rent, and I am quite worried. Do not fret, Ernyang. Tao Hong and I will come up with a plan. Not if you are overwhelmed, consider hiring a capable and trustworthy woman to assist you. Yes, miss, I am juggling children and business, and it is indeed too much for me. I will keep an eye out and discuss it after the new year. Then Tao Hong and I will take a stroll around our tavern. After Zhao Yun spoke, she departed, with Tao Hong calling after her, Miss, have your lunch before you go. Zhao Yun did not look back, waving her hand with flair. We have a tavern, why would we eat at home? We are off to enjoy a grand meal at our own establishment. They walked with great enthusiasm, undeterred by the distance. Before long, they returned to the vicinity of Fulai Tea House. Observing closely, they were astonished to find that Yun Shui Lu and Fulai Tea House were directly across from each other. Fulai Tea House was located on the southern side of Taihua Street, while Yun Shui Lu was on the northern side, facing the rising sun. The winter sunlight illuminated the three gilded characters of Yun Shui Lu, making them exceptionally radiant. Let us go, let us check on our tavern. From a distance, they spotted Zhang Chui'er outside the tavern, soliciting customers. Gentlemen, come dine at our tavern and sample our dishes. If they do not please you, there will be no charge. Zhao Yun noticed Zhang Chui'er shivering in the cold wind yet still fervently attracting customers, which tugged at her heartstrings. She approached her and said, Chui'er, you cannot solicit customers like this. You must ensure they enjoy the food first before they can recommend us to others, thus fostering a lasting clientele. But we lack customers at present, do we not? Look at Fulai Tea House, guests are flowing in and out. We could learn from them. Zhao Yun pointed towards Fulai Tea House, but we cannot afford to hire a storyteller. Yet we have real stories to tell. Finding a storyteller should not be too difficult, should it? Zhao Yun scanned the area and spotted Tao Hong. Tao Hong quickly dodged. Though I possess skills in voice mimicry, I do not wish to be in the limelight. Miss, please do not place me in such a predicament. The crux is that you are not merely a pawn, you are a brilliant strategist, possessing talents that could rival the heavens. Such a trivial matter should pose no challenge for you. How about this, miss? You find someone skilled in voice mimicry, and I will narrate the story, allowing them to retell it. I cannot be seated in the main hall every day reciting stories, can I? You just mentioned I am a strategist. I must engage in tasks befitting a strategist. Very well, let us first visit our tavern for a taste. Chui'er, come in and attend to us. But miss, there are no buts. Only customers. Remember, from now on, take good care of us, and patrons will naturally arrive. Yes, Miss. Zhang Chui'er held the utmost admiration for her miss and elder sister. Their knowledge and talent were unlike anything she had ever encountered. Miss, please. Zhang Chui'er gestured with an elegant flourish embodying youthful grace. Indeed, she was only 16. Had it not been for the years of war and early marriages, she might still be waiting in the boudoir, basking in her parents' affection. The tavern was not large, comprising 2 floors. The lower level was a spacious dining hall, suitable for travelers and laborers to dine, while the upper level had 5 private rooms for nobles and gentry. The kitchen was situated at the back of the tavern in a specially constructed annex, where 2 chefs were busily preparing meals. The tavern was tidy and well organized, suitable for the food and beverage industry. Observing the few patrons in coarse clothing in the dining hall, Chui'er frowned, noting that our dishes, primarily roasted lamb and beef, were more suited for the elite. Do not fret, we are just starting, and must cater to everyone. Even if they can only afford a piece of roasted meat, we must recommend it to them, enabling them to fully appreciate our specialties. Who knows, perhaps one day when they have more money, they will bring their entire family to indulge. Let us sample what specialties we have before determining how to market them. Tao Hong suggested. Agreed. Chui'er, bring out our signature dishes. I intend to sample them right here in the dining hall.